so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome to Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes.
Where you'll be welcomed with open arms and smiling faces.
But don't mistake the Minnesota niceness for weakness.
Oh, baby! He gets the point, Priestahh! Priestahh, what a legend!
When you come here, you better be ready.
A huge 1v3, but RØKKR will take it in the end!
The North is no joke.
And it is a massacre! RØKKR springs to life.
People have an indomitable spirit, and we play with that same spirit.
Standy with 2 more!
In Minnesota, it's never chalk.
Oh, he did it again! How does he get away with this?
Never count us out because we're never done.
We may never see pandemonium shenanigans like this ever again.
Enjoy your time here, but be ready for war.
But it's hard when the Simp is doing this in the back of the map. Finds 2, surely not. Clearance is also. Takes down Gunless at 1v1, and the Sniper is there. Locking it down as Capsidal finds and kills. HyDra is still going. HyDra guns him down. Who other than Afro? It's the Ravens.
Day 3 of Major II starts now.
Starts now.
Starts now.
Starts now.
Welcome to the RØKKR Major II, coming at you live from the Mystic Lake Casino out here in Minnesota. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The last 2 days have just been phenomenal so far. From the upsets to the hype that we've been seeing from this Minnesota crowd, this event has been everything that we could have ever asked for. You see right here? Joe, they love it, man.
We're doing it, baby.
They
I
love
like
it.
that. You know, we're loosening it up today. It's a long day. You gotta get your work in.
That's fact.
Exactly. Texas was fun. Minnesota's been a blast so far. And right here, right now, things are just starting to heat up. And right here on the analyst desk, you guys already know the deal. My name is aBeZy. I got Merc, I got aLLeY, and I also got Nameless. Day 3. I don't even know what to expect anymore.
It's going to be amazing. Blessed Ramadan to all those celebrating. We're in for a crazy day of Call of Duty. Yesterday, we had some big upsets, and today, I'm expecting more. We have OpTic Texas in our first match in their losers bracket, starting out today on day 3.
Yeah, aLLeY, we got a big taste of that energy and hype yesterday. Today, I feel like the crowd better bring it.
Oh, they'll definitely bring it. After what we heard yesterday, my ears are still ringing, Belly.
You got that right. And yo, Merc, did you happen to take a look at the Passion Pit earlier on today?
I did, right? I mean, obviously, you're into that challenger's room. I mean, it is loud in there, right?
Yes, it is.
Just a lot of passion, but also on the other side of that, some disappointment. People are tweeting out their free agents as soon as they lost.
Already?
They were sketching. All right, let's get to work, but I respect it.
Definitely. We're going to jump into that a little bit later on, but first things first, let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have happened and went down the last 48 hours. On the top side of the bracket, we get to finally see if Seattle Surge can continue their run against the Atlanta FaZe. And Boston Breeze versus Florida Mutineers. Winner of that game gets top 3. But the bottom side of the bracket, Nameless, nobody would have ever guessed it with LAG out in front.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Ravens get knocked out, but then also that OpTic and Thieves game, they most recently played. It was the first match in, the Major 1 qualifiers for them. Game 5, Belly, came down to the wire, and Thieves had the advantage. If it was for Shotzzy wrapping all the way around and clutching up, Thieves would have beat OpTic. So this is going to be an absolute banger.
Yes, and speaking about a banger, lately we've seen a lot of big names go home yesterday, and from the teams that were eliminated, Toronto Ultra, New York Subliners, the London Royal Ravens, I would have never guessed it.
Yeah, the London Royal Ravens, that's the big one that stands out. I think you look at this list right here, this graphic, and you kind of expected some of these other teams to get bumped out early, but for Royal Ravens, a solidified top 3 team. To lose Kuavo to control, both times the way that they did, that being their strongest control map, that's concerning. They have a lot to go back and work on. Some of the online play out of these guys, namely Gizmo, has not translated into land play.
No.
There have been some excuses that, do bear some merit for this London Royal Ravens squad, but they still have to show it on land. I'm expecting them to bounce back hard in Major 3.
It has to be Toronto Ultra for me. Placing T12, I mean, the rotations just weren't there. They have a 70% hold percentage and win rate when it comes to hardpoint, and they didn't take advantage of that at all. They have 20% rotational advantage, and they just never did it. They maybe rotated once, and they got insta-broken. Their control's looking a little messy, and so is their S&D. It just overall isn't looking very characteristic for this Toronto Ultra squad.
Yeah, and then for me, obviously you have Minnesota RØKKR. I would love to see Priestahh with an AR at some point. I really do miss him with that. But looking at this, for me, it's the New York Subliners. I think it's a tough loss, right? Getting reverse swept by the Los Angeles Thieves. But we've seen with the team changes, this New York team come stage 3, I think they're going to be a force. I like what I've been seeing out of them. The improvements, they are laser focused. Can't wait to see them.
You got that right. And I'm pretty happy that you brought up the Minnesota RØKKR because I'm going to give a shout out to the entire organization, by the way, because their activations to just the way they built up this community here. Nameless, when was the last time you heard a whole crowd, a whole venue boo OpTic?
I have never heard that before. They do all these watch parties, right? And they have built a fantastic community. I mean, if I was a player, this is an organization I would want to play for. So, I mean, thank you for throwing this event and putting on such a great show. Obviously, for this Minnesota team, it's just a tough draw. They come out and they have to play OpTic in the losers bracket. This is a Minnesota team that still hasn't quite been able to figure out hardpoint just yet. But nevertheless, they could have pushed that to a game 5. A couple, blunders with that glide bomb in the game 3. Otherwise, we could have been seeing a game 5. Who knows what would have happened with how dangerous Minnesota is in Search and Destroy.
Now, you know who's also looking dangerous? All right, Merc, coming into this event, Los Angeles Guerrillas with a sub coming in Spart. Our expectations weren't that high.
No, they were not that high, right? They lose in winners round 1. You have a sub. It is what it is. And you're just thinking, all right, they're going to bounce out. But, I mean, Spart stepping up. But I got to give a lot of props to Slasher. I really do, right? You heard in the interview that Spart was talking about. He said, I'm just telling Austin what I want to do, kind of how I want to play. That is due to the leadership. Slasher, I mean, really stepped it up here from Major 1 to Major 2. but being that leader, allowing his guys to be comfortable on the map, that is huge. So
Agreed.
LAG, man, they're looking dangerous.
Yeah, they're looking dangerous, and they have the crowd behind them, by the way, because whenever Spark pops off on that main stage, aLLeY, I mean, it just seems like magic happens. Everybody gets hyped.
Not to mention he brought the Volk, right? So now he's trying to test the meta, maybe go back to a 3-gun like we did in Black Ops 4. I've seen plenty of tweets kind of comparing it to the way the Methodz was a flex gun back in the day. So maybe we could see a new addition to their layout, but I do have to say Spark was popping off with and without the Volk. He told us on the desk to not sleep on him, and he has a 1.14 KD overall, highest on the LEG squad, followed by Slasher with a 1.13. Those two have been absolutely lighting it up.
So the question is, Nameless, do you think we're going to see a lot of the Volk from now on? Because I saw Tim popping off on Tuscan with it every P4 and P5.
Dude, that gun is the Tuscan Reaper. We're absolutely going to see that gun getting pulled out by some of the players in the league, maybe even today, because you can just make plays with it. But like aLLeY said, it wasn't just a Volk, right? We're not just going to throw that out to Spark. Like, he was using both weapons. He was making smart plays, and this LAG team came in at the very end of the night after waiting and 3-0'd the London Royal Ravens and had a fantastic control game, especially on their offense. And you can see some of the tweets right now. I guess you could say he deserves to be a Spart of the CDL team, man. That's such a dad joke. But shout out you, Profi. That was a good one.
Yeah, I'm loving the interactions that we're getting so far. And like I said before, a lot of other pros are using the gun as well. We're starting to see a little shift in the meta.
Oh, you're going to see it here today. I was walking in the back. I mean, some of these teams on this stage right now, I saw some players with that in hand. And, you know, I think in this map set coming up between LA Thieves and NYSL, you got a lot of Tuscans. So, yeah, I'm excited to see that. Yeah, this development, it is fun. It's fun for everybody to see something different.
It's like one of the most perfect flex guns currently available right now. I love it, absolutely. But also, one of the most exciting games that we had yesterday was between the New York Subliners and the Los Angeles Thieves. And, yo, aLLeY, I hate to say it, but man, it looks like New York choked that. They had that.
It was easily the most exciting series we've had, right? I feel like when New York went up 2-0, it was disappointing and not really expected, but it was kind of like sleeper, right? And then we head into that control with an insanity game 5 where LA Thieves bust their way onto B, they full cap it, and there's already 2 players making progress. So nobody on New York Subliners was close near to stop that, and then the momentum completely switches. Then we have an insane Tuscan hardpoint, heads on search and destroy. Los Angeles Thieves pulling off her first sweep. Incredible after their 0-5 Major II qualifiers.
Yeah, you know, looking at this series, there's just a lot of mistakes that New York made in the second half, and LA Thieves capitalized on them. Namely, it was Drazah who popped off. You know, you mentioned it in the control. New York just should not have given them that much B control early on in that game, or in that round, excuse me. And then going into that last map in search and destroy, when New York went up and then they decided to all push through mid on that offense, Drazah cuts down 2 of them to stop their momentum, which gets the Thieves back into it. And whoever it was that had that wonderful call in round 10 of Search and Destroy to wrap back and push through P5, kudos to you, because they get through there and they just bullied them, ran at New York, and win that round to close it out. So, you know, for LA Thieves, it was really a story of Drazah, who struggled throughout the Major II qualifiers with a .74, turning it around in Game 3, and that could be the new breath of fresh air that they need to continue throughout this tournament.
They may be circling this match right here, depending on how results in the rest of the year goes, as I mean, it was looking at sort of that reverse sweep at Major 1 versus FaZe, to now this, where they pull off a reverse sweep, they get the confidence under their belt. We'll see what the LA Thieves are able to do. They've always played OpTic well. They always have. They have that confidence, but I think, as you said, for a guy like Drazah, Octane in the Search and Destroys has stepped up majorly. A game mode where he has, you know, been a little bit weaker in the past. You love to see the improvements he's making.
For a team that wasn't the same since Major 1, it was really good to see smiles on their faces this time around. But also, other smiles that we see in this venue has to be out there in the passion pit, because, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to go ahead and check out what's happening on the challenger side in that open bracket, we actually have a stream for it and also a ticker at the bottom of the screen. aLLeY, what were some few things that you saw and heard while you were over there?
Oh, there was a lot. I mean, the Toronto teams, both academy teams, went head-to-head. Actually, the NA team ended up going on top with a close Game 4 on Gavutu. I mean, they had a 70-point lead at the openers of it, but the EU team brought it back to about a 10-point game. But I think the biggest standout for me had to be the Stallions' 3-1 team war. It was a 100+ Gav map 1 comeback, and Yuli with a 2-piece in map 4 to break the hill by himself to save the game.
Absolutely insane. And I bet the trash talk is just out there.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, it's insane over there. I was walking through it. People are just screaming. I'm like, dude, this brings me back. I used to scream at people all the time. It breathes that energy into the rest of your teammates. And it's like March Madness in there.
Wasn't there a guy that said, like, EU players suck and he had, like, European teammates?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
no.
yes.
Scrappy stood up and during map 3, I believe, and he started yelling that EU teammates were bad, and
He's
then it was
getting
like, you're sitting next to 2 of them.
He's
Wait a
getting
minute.
dropped.
It was passion, though. It was passion. I respect it.
Yeah, definitely. And also on the other side of the bracket, we actually have some big names. And my man's Nameless actually caught up with Sensor for an interview. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, I'm in the passion pit right now. I'm with my boy Doug. We have a lot of history, and today I'm wearing the wire, he's not. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this challenger scene because it's been epic so far. Unfortunately, you guys had a loss, so talk to me about what happened.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, you know, you play these best of 3s, it's like March Madness, and although we're out and it's the lowest I've ever felt as a competitor, I've seen this happen in the past with other teams and other players where they get upset or they lose and they get a bad placing and they bounce back from it. And I know I'm going to bounce back. I know our team's going to bounce back. I love my team. I love our organization. I love everyone from top to bottom. And there's no other players I want to be playing with. So I'm looking forward to the future. We got a lot of things in store and we just got to keep it pushing, man.
Well, talk to me about this atmosphere because it's pretty crazy in here. You know, you see people screaming. I recorded a video yesterday, and like right there, he's just going nuts, and you got royalty up there going crazy. So being back on land, how does that feel for you as a competitor after COVID and so long?
Well, it's really great to be back in person and be playing on LAN again. Overall, I'm just happy to be back in person. Seeing everyone face to face after all these years is great too. And I'm just really happy that we have these in-person tournaments coming again because our scene needs it. Our mental health needs this, and it's just a lot of fun. Even though we're out and it's just the worst I've felt, I'm just really happy to be in the environment and seeing everyone compete.
Me too, man. And honestly, the excitement in here is next level. Who do you think's going to take it? What are some teams to look out for? Tell me about it.
Well, like I said, I feel like this is March Madness, man. I genuinely couldn't tell you who's going to win. Texas Nation's the #1 seed. They just lost map 1 hard point by 100 points to like a 20 seed. And they're the best team. They won 7 tournaments in a row. So I genuinely don't know. I mean, I want to say Texas Nation because they won everything online, but what I've learned when I came here is that a lot of upsets are happening, and you really just got to pick them and just hope for the best. So I can't give you an answer, and I genuinely don't know who's going to win.
Come on, you got to give me some spice. Who do you actually think's going to win? If it's not Texas Nation, because that's obvious.
I promise you, if I have to give you a real answer, I couldn't tell you who could win. I could give you 10 teams that could win this. Like, I'll just say, I'll say Team War because it's royalty. It's my old teammate. I'll say Team War. They're a great team. We play them a lot online and always good games and all that. So I think they're one of the best teams here, and they're doing well right now. I mean, they're down 1-0, but they have a chance, you know.
Well, good luck, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the interview, and good luck going forward with the new Boston Breach.
Thank you, man.
Commentator, analyst, desk host, not interviewer. Who do you even think you are?
Oh, I don't know.
He's got
fun,
sleeves on,
Right.
man. That's, he's got to rip the
like,
sleeves
what?
off.
If he had
Yeah,
those
he's looking
sleeves,
good.
then
Yeah,
I
you got to
know.
rip it
Really
off. You know what I
sus on the
mean?
desk
Would have been
right now.
awesome.
What?
What?
I want to see Doug
Yes.
ripping
No?
off the sleeves.
Yeah,
What?
schedule? Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule. Actually, let's see what's going on today. Take a look at the schedule because we're kicking things off with an amazing matchup. We have OpTic Texas taking on the Los Angeles Thieves. And can you imagine if LA picked up from that momentum that they gained yesterday?
I mean, they could, right? And as Nameless was talking about, right, it was a Game 5 earlier in Stage 2. Kickoff Classic, you know, they won in a Game 5 fashion. This is a team that's matched up well versus OpTic, but OpTic, they're the #1 team in the world right now for a reason.
You got that right. Hey, yo, Nameless, would I be crazy if I'm really excited for that Seattle Surge and Atlanta FaZe game?
No, it's not
Allie,
crazy at all. That game's going to be a banger,
Let's
bro.
go.
Seattle
Let's
just
go,
beat the Atlanta FaZe in the last
on
matchup.
board.
Listen, guys, we have to realize Seattle Surge beat OpTic Texas. They beat them in a control after a 14 control game win streak. We have to give Seattle Surge the credit that they deserve. This is going to be an absolute banger if Seattle plays like they did in that series.
Allie, we're rubbing off on them right now.
I know it. We're
love
rubbing off on the whole desk
They're
area.
proven. Like, they're
I'm
proven.
lit over here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get this show started. But before we do, I just have to ask you a favor. Whip out your cell phones right now and go ahead and make sure you sign up for this. If you sign up for the CDL newsletter and get everything that has to do with what's going on in our league, you can actually have a chance to win your favorite team's pack. I know a lot of you out there are broke anyway, so we might need that. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the other side of the break, we're going to kick things off with such an amazing matchup. It's going to be OpTic Texas and the Los Angeles Thieves. We'll catch you guys for day 3 of Major II, and it starts now.
Island? Want to prove it without needing an invite? Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. For the first time in history, it's you versus them. Oh, baby! In an epic battle on Rebirth Island, where you will have the chance to go head-to-head with the titans of the CDL. Register your squad on game battles where the action begins at the opening stage. Your team will have 2 days to play 10 matches and rack up points. Next up, qualification stage. This is where the blood, sweat and tears come into play, as only 8 battle-tested teams will survive and advance to the main stage, where it's time to pop off against the slickest of combatants. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. What's up for grabs? Eternal glory for the squad, along with a $100,000 cash prize pool. Head to callofdutyleague.com/resurgence by April 7th to register. Only players who register and stream on YouTube will be eligible to advance in the competition, which takes place online. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I need to get in the vicinity.
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. Off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the worst. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after a while.
Hello. How we doing, Minnesota? We've got an incredible day 3 about to kick off, and we've got a juggernaut matchup. On one side of it, Thieves on the Revenge Tour. They get bodied all throughout the qualifier, now trying to make the run. And on the other side, you know them, you love them. It's OpTic Texas. Let's get into it. Let's meet the squads. Let's start it off with OpTic Texas. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, Scump, and Rambo Ray.
Pound for pound and brick by brick. They have a target on her back this major, but at the end of the day, we gotta respect the champs, and you just can't doubt OpTic in this loser's bracket run.
And now their opponents, backs against the wall. It has been a struggle throughout this qualifier, but now they try to ramp it up, to run it up. Let's meet the Los Angeles Thieves. Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane.
The community has been against these guys, telling them to blow it up over the last couple of weeks. It was a tough Major II qualifying stage, but they get the reverse sweep last night. Drazah goes off, and they have an opportunity to knock out the defending champs right now in match number 1. Maven, let's get it started, baby.
Let's get it started. Day 3 in Minnesota begins now. Over to our casters, Pricey and Tongue.
Thank you very much, Maven. Yes, we are ready and we are waiting for this game. OpTic Texas versus LA Thieves. Thieves, of course, dramatic fashion last night, the reverse sweep. OpTic Texas keep on ticking too. And coming into this one, an awful lot of stake for both teams.
Yeah, a lot on the line. Of course, Thieves have kind of awoken from the slumber that has been stage 2 for them. OpTic, with the surprise drop in early, have looked pretty good since then. So I'm just very curious what kind of game we're going to get between these two. Usually, it's a banger, and I'd imagine that everybody here inside the venue and at home will be wanting to start off Saturday with just that. Having a look at the maps and modes, though. It's a bit of a difficult one to try and understand. Of course, many people would still give control over towards OpTic as the higher seed. They will always be picking Tuscan. Tuscan hardpoint for them, very, very good. But outside of that, it's something to talk about. It's not necessarily cut and dry each way we go. Thieves may well have had a bad stage 2 so far. But quite often something we've talked about is confidence. Will that team have confidence from their big, big win, their dramatic win against the Subliners yesterday?
Well, that's the thing coming into this one. All the talk, all the hype about how bad LA Thieves have been during the qualifier, that all gets put to bed if they win this next game. Nobody can talk after that. On the other side of it, though, defending CDL champions, dropped in the losers early, and now are trying to make the run, a historic run. If they can do this and get all the way back to the grand finals and go back to back, that journey starts here. We're going on the Tuscan hardpoint to kick things off. Thieves made this one interesting yesterday, but OpTic Texas do have the statistics on their side.
100%. The thing is, for Thieves on this one, I need to see more rotations than what we did against Subliners. They lost every single rotation that we've seen, apart from the final one where they won the game. You're going to need to rotate well. Their breaks are good, but they're going to be good enough going up against OpTic Texas. Let's find out right now.
Already, it's going to be LA Thieves opening up proceedings with a couple of kills here on the P1. And iLLeY will get a couple back himself.
Shots in from Drazah, seeing what he can possibly do. Kenny and Cole, though, will find the lockdown, and they're going to try to get this flipped around as quickly as they can. Shotzzy ready and waiting, though, to try and break this down. That's the second as Envoy falls. OpTic bouncing back quick.
Well, you can see already they're trying to get these points on the board for this first one here as well. The rotation is going to look like them if they keep this map controlled. And Shotzzy's already starting to try and put a little bit of hurt on them. That's a 4 streak from him as well, and he's going to try and farm them. Finds Drazah, that's 5.
And this is not what you want to see if you're an LA Thieves fan. Shotzzy heating up at the beginning of a series is something that maybe takes a little bit longer, but my goodness, it's not taking long now. He's had his Weetabix this morning. Is he going to have number 7 through the truck? Doesn't need it as Dashy is there, the rotation is there, and Thieves' problems continue. In terms of these rotations, let's see if they can find the break. First in break percentage though, and that might line up here.
Keep an eye though on the minimap. Octane is going to try and get a pinch. It's not going to happen. Eddie shuts him down. Shotzzy still looking for that streak. And he knows there's a lot of LA Thieves players in this area. He's going to get his teammate maybe to bait him out. He goes around the corner and Shotzzy! What on earth? How do you snap with a both? And he keeps on moving. A 9 streak for Shotzzy is cutting LA to ribbons. And this is a ridiculous start.
This is a dangerous prospect to absolutely everybody in the tournament, and no more than the LA Thieves. Shotzzy is 10 and 2 to kick things off. It is 11. He doesn't need it. The rest of his team do follow, and eventually Thieves will find a break. And for all that, I mean, my God, Shotzzy still absolutely frying. For all that, and for all the work that Texas have done, it is a 30-point lead. But this is what happened with Thieves yesterday. It always felt like they were in no control. They were nowhere near it, but they kept the game close. Let's see if they can continue to do so.
Well, Shotzzy going for another challenge, stays alive, gets it again on a 3 streak one more time. Eventually will get shut down. This time, though, LA Thieves are in a position to potentially get some time back here away from OpTic.
He gets somebody inside the point right now. It could be Envoy, but he needs to keep control of Broken. Eventually, Drazah inside. The break for Texas may well come through Dashy. Is going to find one, but look at the one player coming around behind. Scumpy could be the one to set up the pinch here. Drazah will find one. iLLeY and Scump combining. Envoy still inside the point. Shotzzy, can he find a kill? Yes, he can. Scump round the back. It's a perfect break from Texas.
It is. LA Thieves, though, not far away. They're going to try and make this one happen. Drazah goes in by himself, though. No trade available. Shotzzy waiting for those field players, and he knows He knows exactly where they're coming from. He's going to try and tangent again. Eventually will go down, but it's still going to be OpTic who have control of this hard point. And we are going to see a rotation now start to come in for the Green Wall.
That's a big gunfight win. That's going to be all the scrap going over towards OpTic Texas. Rotating around now. If you're Thieves, you need to maybe just calm it down a little bit. Go back to your fundamentals. Trying to start getting some of these gunfights your way, but Shotzzy seems an impossible one at times, and Envoy is he the next lamb to the slaughter. Towards the back, Envoy will find it though, and this could be a good rotation coming in here for the Thieves.
Yeah, this is what they needed. Get that rotation, trying to hold it down as well, and you can see the big fight going up top. Kenny and Drazah combining, and he's going to be looking for that second one, but Scump says no thank you. Don't jump down on me, and I will try and just gun you out of the ceiling, and eventually though, Shotzzy somehow wins a gunfight. He shouldn't, and both teams trading back and forth here. LA Thieves holding on though.
Oh, Envoy, can he find the final one? Scump with the pistol though. Isn't going to find a second. Octane ready and wins. Shotzzy comes sliding in. And we need to see a little bit more from Envoy than what we seen yesterday, because he really was one of the worst performers. We have seen him look so good in that LA Thieves jersey, but so far he really has been at the races at 11-9. But Scumpy and Cole, they're the ones heating it up. The third's not there, but Envoy is. He continues to lock it down here. He's had a great time over towards Church.
I'll tell you something, all the slaying is to OpTic, but they haven't got that big of an advantage. And this is LA Thieves' playground. They're going into P5. We saw them hold it yesterday for a practically perfect hard point. They can do that against OpTic now. They're going to have a very good time of it, but Shotzzy, he's going to get taken down, and it's Thieves again to hold P5.
Envoy very much in his head there. That's the kind of play you would see him make so many times. That flank round was very well read, and the Thieves really proving exactly why they are one of the best teams in the game at locking this one down. You're so right. You look at the slaying, you look at the kill feed. It's mostly been OpTic, but you look at the numbers that matter right now, and Thieves are not far behind.
They really are not. They are going to try and take the lead here if they can hold it though. Eventually though, OpTic have managed to get some bodies into this one and will take advantage. They have eventually broken that P5 away from the Thieves. And it looks like they're going to try and hold it here. The last few gunfights are about to come in as the Thieves try to contest at least a little bit with Kenny firing through a wall. Dashy and Shotzzy though reinforcing here, and they're going to get this scrap time. We are off to the races, and it's going to be Scump as he desperately tries to open up the door for his team. But let's find out what they're feeling with OpTic Texas. Listen in.
There's on you. He got it. I'm dead. Yo, one's you. There's on you. Chop it. Nice. I got it. I'll pick him in. I'm gonna get him. Yo, when you guys bump the top, Yeah, I'm right here. Yo, I'm close to you. They're you. And I can get it up. Yo, let's go to it. I'm gonna got it. And to their side. I saw their side as well. What's thumbing out? I'm here. I don't see him. I don't see anything. One more. Are you? I'm pitching in. Enter got it. He got me. He's outer block right now. Outer tree block. There's a hill, Dylan. There's a hill. He's on left. Third. You. Where's you running? There's a you. He's still there. Our side you. Our got it. I'm trying to go for center. Yep. Take your time. Kenny pushed out, bro. He pushed out. Yo, what is fucking working me? I'm on hold. Hold on, I have plat right now. I have plat. Are you on hold? Look at radio. Try to need over plat. I don't see any on hold. Do not need like on top plat. I can still work the back side.
Well, OpTic do hold the lead down here at the moment, but it is tense. LA Thieves are not winning the slaying game, but they are not that far behind at any point, Ton.
Kind of the similar story as what we've seen yesterday. We talked about it a few times, but it seems to be coming to fruition now. The kills round towards the back, though, are important, and 3 of them fall OpTic's way. Envoy is the last remaining. It's a perfect break from Texas. All from Scump and iLLeY towards the back tag teaming. The player on the tank, and now Drazah and Co have to break back themselves. That nade is solid. Can he find the second here on a Shotzzy as well? The break on through is going to be there for Drazah as Dashy and Co still fighting. Over 30 seconds remaining here. Kenny from behind. That's the break they may well need. That could be 30 seconds over towards the Thieves.
Oh, Kenny's going to try and sit here. Unfortunately, there's a lot of OpTic to try and take him down. They do. OpTic take no scrap time for you today. And they've got the rotation. LA Thieves looking a little bit lost here. I thought they had the advantage. And while they will pick up some scrap time, they will get a team kill as well. Shotzzy's going to contest for just a few more seconds. And Thieves are going to have to find their way all across the map.
And the thing is there for Shotzzy, brilliantly well played. He may well be nowhere near his team to help them out, but the fact that he's just distracting Thieves, giving them absolutely nothing. He is in their face at every given moment, and now Drazah, can he be the next one on the chopping block as well? There's the help from Scump, very well worked, but the push for Thieves coming in from grass side.
See what now they're stacking, they're ready for the nades are flying in, trying to get this one done. Octane, Drazah, and one boy have managed to completely clean out OpTic Texas here, and they will take this time away. You can see though the pinch is trying to come in through it as well. Dashy holding down, Scump gets one at the same time, and Thieves broke and have been broken in return. OpTic say no, we will not go quietly on this hard point. You will not have this time as they continue to throw left and right hooks in this hard point.
Oh, they are swinging right now, both teams, and eventually it is going to be Thieves who come back out on top. So that scrap that has been fought over will go over towards the Thieves, and we still have a relatively tight game. This rotation over towards Church, though, is where it's important. What can Envoy do from this moment? Can they start to find the kills? The shots into iLLeY, you have to be careful. The Falk in hand is dangerous. Both teams are here. These fights are crucial.
Yeah, Envoy just trying to stay alive here. You can see the rest of Thieves trying to back him up. It will be OpTic Texas with this first bit of control. iLLeY just completely shuts down the back. Drazah's desperately trying to find something in the hill now as well. He knows there's players all around him as Octane gets two, and they are winning these fights here in the hill, but somehow staying alive. Both teams able to get bodies in here, and eventually Thieves take it away from Texas.
It's about a 20-point game right now. The Thieves have very much managed to claw their way and stay into it. They're hanging on to OpTic in every single moment. Can OpTic find the break here at Church? Dashy opens things up there as iLLeY follows in with the MP40, but Octane, an absolute monumental performance, 23 and 25. It's a 5-3 for him with the Volkstrom cover. Can he continue it here?
Well, this is where it starts getting a little bit anxious here.
That's big.
OpTic.
He's one off.
You really don't want to sit. I mean, he's one off, but he's going to have to change guns, by the way. No ammo left in that Volk. And this is the change. This is the chance. Thieves take the lead for the first time. OpTic, though, are ready and set up. Now, here they go. Already it's OpTic.
That's huge. That's huge. That's the glide bomb there, and that's this side of the map completely open. Can they find the push through the front? Pricey iLLeY will find two, and there's Shotzzy with another.
Well, OpTic have managed to hold this one off, even in the face of a lot of pressure coming in from Thieves. They are not letting them close here. I think he's going to desperately try and make a little bit of a push here. Octane and Envoy going hard. The slaying is not all OpTic's way anymore as Shotzzy still managed to shut it down as he continues to move in this hard point, but Thieves have broken in. They have found a way into this one as well, and iLLeY cannot get that kill either. Octane has caught fire.
Drazah inside the bottom and can't quite find it. Scump will find that kill. LA Thieves or OpTic, neither team have really got a lot of time, but right now it's the side from Texas. Locking in the time. There's 15 seconds remaining here. Envoy will find the kill, but this has been a really good hold by Texas towards the end. 10 seconds remaining. Drazah can do nil, can do nothing about it. And if you look at the rotation heading over back towards P1, it's the green wall ready and waiting for the side of Thieves who are going to try and knock it down here, and it may well take a rocket to do so. The glide bomb comes in. iLLeY may be the first to fall. Drazah will find another. Here comes the break.
The Thieves are in. The Thieves are in, but Dashy's trying to hold them back as well. Gets taken down by Envoy. And you can see OpTic are ready for this one. They're trying to stack it up. Shotzzy's going to try and hit the flag. He takes down Kenny. Kenny thought he was coming, but still wasn't able to do anything. And OpTic are breaking back in here. Envoy and Drazah still holding it down. Drazah's about to find two. Surely not. Shotzzy, how are you still alive? This just ran past another player, ignoring the bullets for it as well as Thieves continue to hold here against them.
The spawn in here for OpTic is not very good for them, though. They've got them exactly where they want them if they are the Thieves. And Drazah's just trying to lock it down. Oh, my word. Scump then falls. OpTic through the middle. Thieves in the lead. 15 seconds to go. They cannot win it here over towards P1. Neither team can. It's about the rotation. It is there for Thieves. These next fights are crucial. These next fights will win map number 1.
Well, there we go. OpTic, one last chance. They have to get here. They have to wrest this control away from the Thieves. And you can see the players on the minimap all stacking it already. A fight into Church for Drazah, and he's trying to stay alive. He knows he has to. He finds them, but not enough. Scump breaks through into Church, and now they get into the hill.
So
and it's Thieves who have to break.
Kenny finds two towards the back. The spawns are there for the Thieves. They've found their way in. It's only iLLeY inside the hill. iLLeY and Thieves first blood in the game.
Oh my goodness. Last time around, the Thieves did it against the Subliners, and now they've done it against OpTic. Tuscan hardpoint, that's where they come to play. And for the majority of that game, it was all OpTic Texas. They were dominating the kill feed, they had the slaying power, but they did not have the staying power to beat LA Thieves.
Thieves proving why they are the highest percentage break team in the game when it comes down to Tuscan. Let's have another look at that last 30 seconds because things got a little bit frisky for me there, Brycey. Back and forth we went. Last time they played this map, Thieves got 96 points. The confidence that is now exuding from these players is giving them life into this one. Drazah popping off towards the end of that game. He was the one that broke it open towards P1, that put Thieves within 4 before we headed over towards P2. Watch the rest of Thieves. The majority of them fall here. Kenny was the one, though, that found 2, that immediately puts OpTic under the cosh, and all of a sudden it's only iLLeY left. Nobody from OpTic Texas are close enough. And again, Thieves barely won a rotation. They start winning them towards the end of the game. They lock in the points. They lock in map number 1, which many people in this venue would have thought would have been Texas.
Yeah, an awful lot of people would have picked that first map towards them as well. And we've got to break down some of that hard point as well, Tom, because we spoke about the slaying. We were hype about Shotzzy. We were like, everything Texas is doing is removing LA Thieves off the map. But the problem was that even with that much slaying power, they were not that far ahead at any point. And as soon as Thieves turned the afterburners on and started slaying back, well, the tides changed and, well, you just saw what happened.
Yeah, what a game that has been. But let's have a look at the keys to victory for both of these two teams as we do delve into it. OpTic, for them, I mean, Tuscan would have been one of them, if I'm honest, looking at this side of things for this series, but continue to find success on P1 Berlin. They are one of the worst teams statistically on that map, but they've been outscoring teams by 19 points. If we head over towards a map number 4, which I likely think we will, I can't see them not taking a map here, then that's going to be a priority for them, and take the Barrage, search and destroy. Not very well storied on that map in general when it does come down to competitive play, and they are yet to play it since the bomb has changed sides. And fight for the ticks on Tuscan control. LA Thieves are last in average when we do get there, but OpTic are so good at control. Many would give them that map anyway, but we'll see when we get there. But nonetheless, a lot of those keys to victory for me, Pricey, are nullifying what Thieves do well. That's what they have to do. And right now, this Thieves team, though, I said that confidence is very clearly there. It's not going to be in their keys to victory, but the confidence is a big one.
Well, talking about Tuscan S&D and preventing that B plant. I'll tell you something here. The biggest problem I have with keys to victory about Thieves at the moment is they're basically breaking all of our statistics. The smart money was not on them doing everything they've done so far in this tournament. None of the statistics really match up for it as well, but at the moment, these are their keys to victory. But I'll be honest, the biggest key to victory for them has got to be keep on doing what you're doing.
I mean, nobody's ever doubted how talented this team are and how strong they could possibly be. We know very much that their ceiling is high, and proving it there in map number 1. And that is a stark contrast to what happened to the teams that when they played against each other last on Tuscan Hardpoint. It was such a dominant win. OpTic outslayed them by 45 the last time that they played and beat them 250 to 96. That is then going to be turned around with Thieves winning the game like that. Who knows, man? Who knows?
This is what I was saying. Like I said, the slaying was so far in OpTic's favor, and then they just weren't really able to get the time off the back of it. But enough of the hard point. Let's talk about the S&D between these two teams, because that's what's coming up next. And for Texas, if they can find this, they can get themselves right back into this game. For LA Thieves, I'm sure they would love to go up 2-0 on the S&D.
Yeah, it'd be feeling good because, again, when we talk about control, we will get there. We'll talk about it maybe a little bit more at that point. But OpTic Texas are very much the raid bosses when it comes to that game mode. But search and destroy. We talk about Barrage, and you would think about these two players. From a hardpoint perspective, these guys will be getting mixy, but it's about the routes that will be found, and it is no surprise to see that these guys are the leaders in KD for both of these two teams so far this year. Shotzzy with a 1.21. One of the players, as far as movement goes, as far as the gun skill goes, that was shown in abundance at the beginning of that map number 1, but they could not convert it into much. So can they turn it around here in the search and destroy, and can Shotzzy be the catalyst to do so?
Well, we're going to find out. And everybody at home, this game has taken on a very different flavor. Everybody was picking Texas. Everybody was doubting Thieves. Now the shoe's on the other foot, and as we go into this S&D here, you can see the statistics for it. Offense, it's LA Thieves. Defense, it's OpTic Texas.
But that's based on just a 1-1 record. To the side of OpTic Texas, they have not played this game or this game mode map specifically very much in competitive play at all. That's only over 2 games. They have not played it since that bomb site moved over towards A, so statistics throw them out the window. at this point and see how this one goes. LA Thieves will be feeling exuberant and confident, and it feels that way with their engagement here into the start of it. It's an A-hit going to come in for the LA Thieves. OpTic Texas going to be ready for it.
You can see they're waiting for this one as well. Scump just hiding by the water wheel. And they are looking to take this side here. There's an awful lot of OpTic players, and Dashy has to try and get away. And they are doing everything they can to stack up around this. Texas are ready.
Look at this from Kenny. Look at this from Kenny. Is he going to have reading it better than the rest of the OpTic side? Drazah, Envoy opening things up, but Dashy can find one. Kenny, and it just explodes. And now Dashy left it at 1 versus 3. Thieves start off where they left in map number 1. And things get very, very mixy around that point. And for OpTic, they didn't really have too much Grandma's control. And then all of a sudden, it's only Dashy left. And Thieves take round 1.
Yeah, can't say enough about Kenny's flank, actually, by the way. OpTic gave it up. They're compressed, ready for a retake and a showdown with Thieves. The problem being the trades were not going to be efficient because Kenny took Scump out of the game, the player they were relying on to get that trade, and then he gets the final kill as well.
As we said, that's sloppy from OpTic. You would at least expect that to come on through. Nobody watching the B side, you all stack towards one moment. In one certain area, things can get a little bit mixy in that sense of things. But shots in towards Octane. Traded away. Shotzzy, he's not going to get away. Kenny will find him, but Scump will trade that out to 3v3.
They're rotating here. The Thieves are trying to figure this one out. At the moment, OpTic playing a little bit coy, a little bit forward as well. Dashy's just in all the information and got away with his life.
Did he get all the information, though? Did he see all 3? Because there's not much movement from Texas.
Well, they haven't. The Scump have seen it now. Kenny's trying to stay alive. How on earth are these gunfights going down with nobody actually dropping as both teams are wolf packing? There's a lot of movement on the map. And this is where it gets a little bit interesting. The first fight going down again. And Kenny will call this out to his teammates. Are they all there? Where can we push? How do we break this one down?
And something there for Thieves as well. The utility is gone. The grenades are gone. But is there enough control here for Texas to warrant this bomb going down? iLLeY comes in with engagement up against Envoy. He's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Will find 1 2v2. Dashy's coming in to trade, though. And Drazah now needs the 1 versus 2, and it's Big Bruce that gets the job done towards the back. A strange round of search and destroy. OpTic kind of pushing and pulling with Thieves across the map, trying to fight for some control around a bomb site. All of a sudden, they kind of know exactly where Thieves have to be because where they are, and all of a sudden, the gunfights go their way.
Well, that's good regain there from OpTic Texas, and they held their nerve very, very well. Played as a unit and didn't let anything slip in any direction. Could have got a bit different, actually, if that player wasn't running with a pistol out and chose to switch, but at the moment, it's good. OpTic Texas, though, will be on the defense this time around. LA Thieves are going to be looking for some sort of advantage. And Shotzzy goes for it, somehow just jumps past him. Says, all right, thank you very much. The 2-hit works.
Oh, Drazah. Drazah's got mixy here. Oh, and he gets caught in between all of them. I like the play from him. It's aggressive, but this time around just chooses the wrong direction. And all of a sudden, Thieves have a mountain to climb.
And Texas are bedding in. They know they have the advantage. They don't need to play sloppy or fast. Thieves are going to try and find some sort of weakness. Some first kill to give them an advantage here as well. And he's found Dashy. He hasn't got... Oh, no! Dashy has just destroyed him on this map. And Texas take that round.
Well, I mean, these are the things you can't account for in a game. I will say it was not the easiest of gunfights to have to try. It was one of those where it's over the top. You know what happens with auto-aim in those situations? You all do it. When you're playing at home, it's a tough one, but I don't know, sometimes those kind of moments can swing a game. We'll have another look at it on the right-hand side. And this was the point as well where Drazah dropped in. He nearly gets to a point where he can maybe turn that round around for the side of Thieves. But yeah, that's a little bit of a tough one for the side of Envoy. Oh my word! The centering from Shotzzy to kick off round number 4, though. Kenny will answer back. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, that all went down very, very quickly already, though. You can see OpTic Texas trying to get through as well. Drazah trying to hunt Scump, and he's not able to get him eventually, though. Kenny will get the trade for his teammate.
It's bombed down as well.
Texas looking to regain here as well, and it will be Dashy and iLLeY who try to find a kill and figure out how to regain in this scenario. And iLLeY finds Kenny. Back down to a 2 versus 2.
Is he ready for Envoy coming around the time and not quite going his way that time?
And this is where it gets a bit tense. All these players trying to figure out where the others are. It's all about information.
They're all so spread out and they still haven't seen each other. They're covering a lot of the map in between all 4 of the players that remain alive. And yet 0 information has been found by anyone.
He's just tense. Although that hit marker coming in might do something.
It's the info for you. Oh, Envoy will find iLLeY. As that goes on, though, as the bomb is then picked up, they know where Dashy is here as well, 1v2.
Dashy, though, doesn't have time. He does have bomb. He's going to be looking for it as well. But I think LA Thieves are playing this one a little bit cautious. They know he has to make a move as well. So Envoy goes for the challenge as well, and Dashy does get him. A 1 versus 1, but the time is against Dashy. Can he find something with this one? Drazah is hunting, looking for this player desperately, and he's going to find him. Takes him down when he's planning. And LA Thieves going to round back on the board.
And as you said, time just not on Dashy's side there. Drazah knows exactly where he has to go to plant that bomb, and the only thing that Dashy can do is either plant and hope he's too far away, or bait it and hold the bomb site and try and guess, but it's such a risk to take in that scenario. You're always better off just trying for the bomb. Does not work out this time for Bruce, though. And what a tight search and destroy this has been so far. Back and forth, nobody gaining any sort of advantage. Kenny having a great game at 6-3. Octane yet to find a kill, but 2-2. Between these two teams, it's hard to judge which way it's going to go.
Well, you can see again, LA Thieves trying to find that information already. Getting a little bit mixed here at Grandma's house, and this might be a big hit coming in from them. They're looking for these players. OpTic have chosen to stack A. Drazah just waiting patiently. Envoy opens up proceedings, though, managed to get that first blood. The trade has not come in from Texas. And now they're a little bit floundering, like how on earth do we deal with these players all around our battle line? And it might come down to Scump and Shotzzy. Shotzzy already gets one, though. He finds Kenny.
He's in such a good spot. He's in such a good spot as that bomb goes down. Keep an eye on Scump with the minimap. Shotzzy trying his best just to stay alive because they're working on Scump on the flank. There's Octane. It's now a 1 versus 2, and it's going to be Envoy falling. The patience from OpTic. The gunfights from Shotzzy, they fall his way. But he plays his life superbly towards the back. They pinch, they kill, they win the round. 3-2 to OpTic.
Just making sure that there is a time to be aggressive and a time to be fast. There's a time to do nothing. And Shotzzy did it great there as well. They were waiting for Scump, but it must have felt like an ice age for him. So much time just trying to sit in the corner knowing your teammate's already gone down the map, but Texas with the ice that round, and they will take the lead in this search and destroy.
It's been very hard to work out which way this one's going to go. Neither team is dominating in any specific areas. But in that scenario, I really thought that Thieves would take it away. They had plenty of Grandma's control, just didn't make it work. The big plays from Scump on the flank get the job done. Now for the Thieves, it's their turn to defend. Looking like an A-hit coming in here for the side of Texas. It's about finding that opening kill, and well, Shotzzy is going to be caught by Envoy. Pushes forward, that's bombed down, 4v3.
And OpTic didn't get that trade either, and they want it. Scump is hunting, looking for a player, desperate to bring this back to 3 versus 3, and Kenny, though, takes down iLLeY. And that's going to leave Scump high and dry. He's all alone. Can he make the hero play here at any point? He just managed to get away. There's a lot of gunfight going down around him. But OpTic is still outnumbered here.
Scumpy trying to just find a kill here, but it is going to be Dashy to open things up. Is he going to find Drazah? Has to be so careful of what's going on towards the back, but I think if you're OpTic, just a little bit of Grandma's control would help out a lot. There's the bomb. Envoy knows exactly where that was. He spins around. But are OpTic going to make the wrong move? Yes, they are. Right into the clutches of Envoy, and all of a sudden it's Scump in a 1v3.
Can he do it? Phenom himself looking for it. He finds the first though, but time. There is so little time remaining for him as well as he flies round. But Drazah denies him a legendary moment. And we're back to tied up here on this search. There is nothing between these two teams.
Most of the defenses go in the way of the defensive side, whoever is on it, of course. It's feeling like it's been all defense. Nobody able to break through. I barely see a bomb go down so far. Teams just pushing and pulling over control around Grandma's. And right now it's working out for both teams in that respect. Now the push comes on through here for the LA Thieves. Can they find an attack underneath their belt? It's shocking all through the middle. And Envoy's the first one in. Can Scump answer back? Yes, he can, but he falls. 3v2.
Well, it's gone chaotic in the first few moments. And you can see now they're going to try and regain Shotzzy. Looking for the player. He hasn't found anybody, though, but he is aware of where they might be. And if he can find something here, bring this back into a very, very close game. And he's seen the shoulder and coming in. Takes out Octane as well. Turns and burns! And it's Shotzzy again! Oh! Shotzzy with a 3-piece! Just annihilates LA Thieves! Oh my goodness!
It's absolutely ludicrous from Shotzzy. He sees the guy on the right, finds one, finds two, and it's Drazah from up top, and he picks him out the air before his feet touch the floor. Shotzzy, an enigmatic moment in their search and destroy. And that puts OpTic up again. Defense winning every single round so far as I can recall, at least anyway. Thieves need to bounce back with a defensive win of their own.
They're going to try and do exactly that. Can't have Shotzzy completely ruining your S&D here, but OpTic have changed tactics. It's no longer the mixer around A. They're going for B as well, but Envoy gets that first blood. Bomb down now for Texas. LA Thieves swinging to action. Drazah gets the second one as well, a 2 versus 4. Scump brings it back to a 2 versus 3. Can they clutch up again here, OpTic? They're looking for it as well, and he's going to find it. It's now a 1 versus 2, and he can't escape. LA Thieves bring it back to a 4-4 again. There is no getting ahead for either team here on the search and destroy.
It's just hit after hit after hit. I like that from OpTic. They kind of change it up a little bit over towards B. Scump kind of finds that first kill inside a tunnel though, and you can somewhat get stuck there. There's only one way in and one way out. And at that moment in time, they know he's not going to go for the wrap. They will have to cover that. He retraces his steps, and I believe it's Envoy to win the gunfight there, which was important because that would have turned a 4v2 into a 2v2. So Thieves bring that round back after a very quick plant from the side of OpTic. Now, how do things change up here? Thieves, if you can win your attack, you head into a defense with the lead.
Already, Thieves looking for that first kind of ingress. They've not really found anything yet. OpTic just ready for it. And he's sitting to the wall! Drazah's taking down Shotzzy. That has not worked for him this time. Advantage LA Thieves.
It is wide open. It is wide open here.
However,
side of OpTic, though, the grenades go in, but don't find the target. Drazah, Envoy combine well, and Dashy's got 4 players running at him.
And they managed to find Shotzzy early on, and that just opened the door for Thieves. And they embraced that opportunity every step of the way, and Dashy had a target-rich environment. Unfortunately, those targets were shooting back, and there was nothing he could do. LA Thieves, though, 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series. What do OpTic have left in the tank?
Can find an attacking round of their own now. Thieves under the defensive side. Octane, this is a 3v4 game from the side of Thieves right now, and they're winning it. Octane maybe put under more pressure here at 0 and 7. They're hitting his side. Can he find the important kill here in the round to maybe win it for Thieves and put them 2-0 up? He cannot. iLLeY will find first blood. Drazah will be able to bounce back. It's a 3 versus 3.
Kenny might be running into a little bit of trouble here, and he does. Shotzzy's ready and waiting. There are fights going down. Envoy's trying to do something. It's now Envoy in a 1 versus 3. He's found the first. There are many players running at him, and we're going to a round 11.
Of course we are. Of course we are. Neither one of these teams have been able to be separated in 10 rounds of search and destroy. And now it's the time to bring the levels of composure that we've seen from both these teams in this final round, and who can do it better. Right now, Octane is having a horrible game. But it does not matter when you go into round number 11. If he can get the job done here, all will be forgiven. But the situational players from Thieves so far have been phenomenal. We know they have not been good throughout this stage. But it's OpTic on the attack. The round 11 record slightly over towards the Texas side. Who's going to be the first to fall?
This is very much staring into the abyss, and who blinks first? OpTic, very, very cautious on this one. They do not want to give away first blood. And Thieves trying to figure out where this hit is coming. I don't think Texas have given them an awful lot of information yet.
Information trying to be found by both two teams, but nobody giving an inch so far. Plenty of control in Grand Mars for the side of Thieves, and that's why Shotzzy's very, very weak. He's trying to get out and does so.
And they have got to be sick. They did not take down Shotzzy there. OpTic are rethinking this. They're trying to figure it out. It's going to be Octane this time around who's going to be the player that could be so influential. And they see as well. He gets out of it at the same time. OpTic taking more control over towards
That's a big
B.
nade. Bombs going down. 4v4 retake for the side of Thieves here. Dashy will open things up. Octane falls once more. And do you think about it? If you're the Thieves, is this the moment to try and do it? Is it Drazah? Is it the balls on the table again? Yes, it is! They're out!
LA Thieves just went full composure. They went for the ninja in a LAN environment. They didn't care. They held the ice. LA Thieves always about blowing it up, but all they're blowing up today is our expectations.
Oh, if you were Octane, that's a nervous smile as he walks off the stage. But Drazah goes for it. How many times have we seen it on Barrage Search and Destroy over towards B? You got to watch the bomb. There's a lot of cover around it in the sense that it's so low down. You have to look over to get yourself in a position to stop that defuse coming through. And Texas give up complete control of the site. And Drazah says, yep, thank you very much, jumps onto it. The chaos erupts. And Drazah comes out with a smile on his face.
There is a part of me that wants to make fun of Octane right now, but I will give him this. A lot of information from his point. He had 6 assists. He had a decent amount of damage as well. And you can say he's a passenger, but I tell you something, winning is winning. And somehow LA Thieves are up 2-0 against OpTic Texas, against every odd, against everybody's opinion. And I don't know what, maybe it's us.
Don't
Oh, yeah.
don't do that. Don't tell them that.
Ignore everything I've just said. What we're going to do is we'll see you after the break. Don't go anywhere, because this one's been great so far, and it will continue to be so.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Minnesota Major. The Call of Duty League is alive and well. The game on the main stage, OpTic Texas versus the Los Angeles Thieves. And we have had what only can be called a rip snorter, a barnstormer, a game for the ages. At the moment, LA Thieves coming into this one. They were 0-5 in the qualifiers. They were down and almost out yesterday against the Subliners, but now, against a team to beat, the defending CDL champions, they have found their way to a 2-0 lead.
And a 2-0 lead against a team like OpTic Texas is sometimes needed if you want to find a series of them, because they are so strong across the board, and no stronger game mode for them than Control, and no stronger map than Tuscan. The first time they lost it since week number 1 was, of course, on Thursday up against Surge. Can they bounce back here, though, with the win as we head into map number 3? Look, ultimately, I think a lot of people would have been looking at this series, and I don't think it matters which way you go, where your biases lie. You would have said to yourself that Texas should take map number 3. They would be looking at this as not quite much as necessary as a banker, but it's one they would have looked at and know to yourself, we should absolutely win this map. I don't think they would have counted on losing the first 2, though.
I'm not going to lie to you, I think OpTic Texas counted on losing a lot of these maps here at this event, but you are right. The numbers for OpTic say that this should be them. Their control record is second to nobody in this league at all. They were on an incredible winning streak as well, and there you go, that kind of sums up what we're talking about. OpTic Texas are 10-2 on this, Thieves are 2-6. But Thieves come into this tournament ranked 12, and they're still here.
They're still here, and they're 2-0 up, Bryce. Yeah, it's very, very hard to put too many statistics on this one with a LA Thieves team that is just looking phenomenally better. And look at that confidence from Envoy, straight down the middle of the map with a pistol. It's not going to work out in his favor as Thieves control mid-map as best as they possibly can. Dashy kicking things off nicely for them. It's transition over towards B that Thieves will have to answer.
Already they're being very, very aggressive. OpTic are taking no prisoners. They decided that nothing should happen here. We're playing TDM.
Has anybody on Thieves found a kill yet? This has been all OpTic. They can now stack it because of the respawn. Shotzzy is up in your face. That may well be B gone. We've seen Thieves do this so well yesterday, but they will find the retake. But a lot of damage done already. If you're OpTic, you may not find B, but you take that all day long.
2 ticks to the girder, and now Drazah's going to try and get something going. And Thieves were definitely shook at the beginning of this one. OpTic trying to capitalize on it now. If they can get A, if they can get anything, they're in a very, very good position. Now it's a little bit of back and forth towards the middle of the map. Both teams going for it as well. Keep an eye though, Shotzzy might be trying to cause some problems towards B, and LA Thieves now cannot afford to not go over to that site.
They're down 5 lives as well, so bear that in mind. And the church control is what they're looking for, and Shotzzy is just constantly in there, finding routes around. He's now found himself over towards B, and the problem is exactly what you said. Thieves have to answer that call immediately, and Shotzzy is the only one here, and it might only be need to be the only one there for the side of Texas, but that now gives the pressure away from A. Texas will take this pretty freely and have a full minute and 43 seconds and a 6 life advantage to try and take B.
This, if you've watched this game before, this seems like it should just be OpTic. It should just be locked in. They've done so well already. Now they're stacking, they're ready, they want this first wave of kills. Kelly, though, just denying the one, denying another one. Nearly's the only one trying to hold the door open, and LA Thieves have thrown up the curtain. They said no more. Now they're going to try and push out, put OpTic on the back foot as much as they can. Envoy and Octane. Octane apparently has found a tactic he works as S&D and is trying it on this map as well.
Oh, the crowd like that one. It's not often like you're funny. Here we go with Drazah trying to lock this one in. Scumpy will find the kill on through, as will Shotzzy. These expansive kills coming in here for Thieves as Octane finds his first kill within 2 maps. And a second one to say that as well. Much better from Octane, and Drazah is there to follow. And all of a sudden, that life advantage that Texas had has disappeared.
So here's the silver lining for Texas. They've already got 2 ticks on the B. That could prove crucial when we go through this one as well. The other benefit for it at the same time is going to be if they make one good break, one opportunity, they may take this round.
And they're probably relying on their main man, Shotzzy. But they need to give him some help first.
Envoy has been an absolute nuisance over here. It's a 5 spree. OpTic haven't even got close to the point. They've been trying to go through tiles, but LA Thieves have just been dealing with them. There's 25 seconds for them to find this break now, and could it be through radio? The grenade is there, the info is there for Shotzzy, as well as it is for Envoy, who backs on down. And the 5 spree is going to be found by Shotzzy, though, which is a big, big kill. Can they find a route in? Shotzzy stops the clock.
Well, this is it. This is all OpTic need. One big push they're going to go for as well. And Shotzzy stays alive. Octane's gone down. Drazah's gone down as well. And he's looking for it. Kenny's going to get it. No! Kenny gets 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough. OpTic Texas are on the point, and they are going to get that first round. That's all they needed. One opportunity.
And the damage was done off the rip. That's the problem there for Thieves. You can play the rest of the round as perfectly as you want, but it takes one, even semi-decent break from OpTic to win the round. Herzen thinks the reverse sweep's incoming. I'm not going to lie, I had a conversation with you during the break that kind of felt along the same line, that it is very, very possible for this OpTic team to do that. They need to start doing it with a control window, and there's no better way to start it than with an attacking round. Going your way, can they hold their defense with Dashy finding 2 to kick things off, and the crowd may well just be waking up for this OpTic side.
Alright, Scump's getting ready for this one. He's going to try and cut through. It doesn't manage to get anything going here. OpTic still being aggressive. They do not want to let anything go. And it's Shotzzy again looking for Drazah, and Drazah's like, why is he all the way back here? Somebody please help me.
Shots in from Kenny. Good work by Thieves over towards A. Plenty of pressure here, not much going on across the map, but it looks like OpTic are happy to give this one up. iLLeY going to try and protect the back here as Kenny should fall. And the kills start to come on through for Texas. They sat very, very deep there, but that's going to give them a bit of a room to now push up halfway up the map.
And this is the issue. It's not about A. It is about B. LA Thieves are going to have to break open the green wall. A few kills going down as we'll give the map control.
And immediately you see the kills come in and Scump moves forward if you can find that kill towards the back. Now, obviously, Thieves will know about that. They then need to think about that with their push. They need to clear their flank out. That is what you have to do to find an attack around over towards B. There's one of them gone, but then Shotzzy's there as well, who will find 2. And it's always about the flank when it comes to both sides of things. On this map, you have to cover it as best as you possibly can. Thieves couldn't do it that time.
Well, it's still Shotzzy, though. He's still going to be an issue. Looking for more kills. He's found Drazah and just chooses to let him go. He's called that out to his teammates. That information is vital. And at the moment, LA Thieves are trying to figure out how on earth do we get through these players? Where are they? And how on earth do we get to B?
And OpTic's tactic on this map is just to let Shotzzy run free. It's a tactic that's worked time and time again. Scump will answer back with a kill onto Octane. Now gets himself inside the point, just trying to back it up with the rest of his team. For OpTic here, this is very, very sat back in defensively. It's working out for them. Shotzzy pushing forward will be dealt with, as will Scump then come on through and trade that out. So Texas, it's working out for them. Thieves really pushed back, and they haven't really had even an inch to play with. It's been very, very difficult to even get a touch on the B, because OpTic are defending it so well.
And this is the issue. Every time they think they've got an advantage, there's a little mini-map player. You can see him doing it again.
Every time.
It's going to be Shotzzy one more time. However, the push comes through here. LA Thieves going to try and do it, and guess who's here? It's Shotzzy one more time. Shuts down the push from LA Thieves. They do have players towards this one as well, but Scump is here with a 2-piece and says, thank you very much. That's the easiest one of my career.
Fantastically done by Scumpy, finding these kills. But as he said, Shotzzy is just he's honestly a pain in the arse on this map. You'll find the kill on the front flank and then just push into mid and just find a different route to play with you as best as he possibly can. He's in a position that you would never expect. But for the side of Thieves, can this big break towards the back be the catalyst for them? Scump can't find a kill, but he will back up, he will survive. Dashy will open up with a kill onto Kenny as Drazah then trades it out. Drazah will find a second, Octane a third, and Drazah gets a little bit of purchase. His problem here, he doesn't have a lot of teammates and they don't have a lot of lives.
Well, they've got 2 stacks on it. That first tick is coming in very, very rapidly as well. They're already seeing the flank come through at the same time. OpTic are going to hit this from the front. They're looking to try and take down the Thieves here right now. And Kenny gets one. Shotzzy's got another though. And there are still players on it as well. Shotzzy goes up top. Of course, he's on the flank. And OpTic reject LA Thieves. Glimmer of hope. They do not have the time. All the players. And OpTic will go 2-0 up in this control.
As expected, very well played from OpTic on Tuscan. And again, it's just so difficult. How can you keep track of Shotzzy? It's impossible. You cannot do it. And time again, the Thieves are struggling to do so, and he is ramped behind in every single moment of asking. If you say to yourself, right, okay, where's Shotzzy? Could he be here? Just think the opposite, and that's where he is.
And to give context to this, by the way, it's not just the fact he's hitting them on the flank every time. It's the fact they have to divert resources to watch their own flank. There is one player who cannot always be involved in the gunfights, but I say that OpTic Texas are looking to go for this one aggressively again, straight on to B. They're already here.
Scump inside the point. Shotzzy just running forward, as he so often does. Now he has control of back tank, and this break-off from OpTic worked the last time. It's working again. It's only Octane who can really do too much about this, and he's going to fall also. Dashy inside the church is lighting it up. OpTic just continuing to put this pressure on, but here comes the utility we speak about it so often, but also here comes Shotzzy. Not quite there for OpTic yet. The second tick about to come on through, but the rest of 100 Thieves trying to find this break as best as they can. There's one guy left from the side of OpTic, and that's Dashy. The pressure is still there.
OpTic haven't managed to get that second tick locked in, but they do have the opportunity to do so. Drazah's going to be cleaning this one as well. He knows Dashy's still here, and Dashy wins that gunfight. LA Thieves are reeling. They cannot get a handle on Texas at all on Tuscan.
And their struggles are coming to the forefront here for the side of LA Thieves before their game yesterday, where they won it in emphatic fashion, 3-2. They hadn't won a round in the last 2 games that they'd played on this map. And that is showing right now. Shotzzy at 23-12, and he just continues to streak. How on earth is he surviving so many of these gunfights? Now OpTic have to concentrate themselves over towards A. They need to lock that in to extend the time to have another hit at B. A 3-0 win would be a good way to kick off the reverse sweep.
Well, this is the issue now for LA Thieves. Obviously, those ticks have gone away from them, and you can see OpTic are determined to put this one completely down. They have the life advantage. They can continue to throw bodies at this as much as they want to. The expense does not matter. They just need to get it through as well, as Shotzzy gets another kill. And OpTic swarm onto the B side again. And Thieves just cannot get anything going for them here. This may end right here.
The thing is here for OpTic, they're not even concentrating on it. You can already see that iLLeY is making his way through church. B now ticking in very, very quickly. The push in from Thieves has to come in, and has to come in quick. It's going to be 3 kills that come their way. It's Scump to find 2. Can he break it open on his own? The key lives on! And it's all 4 for Scumpy! Can he find a 5th to maybe lock it in? Not quite. Stop the music, we're not done yet!
It's close, but it's not. It is very, very close. And well, a 2 versus 14. I don't think we've ever seen this done. OpTic Gaming are just going to start strolling, start strutting towards B, because they have had a phenomenal game. LA Thieves would have to pull off one of the greatest holds in the history of Call of Duty. A 1 versus 12 now for Drazah.
Play the music.
Down he goes. That music rocking as OpTic Texas have just bodied Thieves out of the control. And yes, Tan, I know, that smirk. We could be looking at another reverse sweep on main stage, but this time the other way around. Who knows?
Big map, big map for Texas, and what a way to do it. If you want to come back in a game that is the best possible way to start it, LA Thieves did not have a sniff of winning that game. A ridiculous performance from Shotzzy again, but it was Scump who will find the headlines with that moment towards the end. A 3-0 win shows the strength of Texas's control. But maps 4 and 5 are coming up. Well, maybe map 5 if we do to get there, of course. But if it goes like that again for the side of Thieves, you'd imagine we'll be back on Tuscan again for Search and Destroy. But to me here for OpTic, their defense is just, it's so sublime. And that B hit, they did it twice. It worked twice. And they do the damage initially. And because of that damage for Thieves, you've got to kind of think, right, okay, well, we need to defend B. Let's just give A up. But then Texas hit B time and time and time again. The damage was done there. So many different moments. I think for Thieves that they never really found that flank play. You know what Shotzzy's doing. He's the best in the game at it, don't get me wrong. But you never really had that guy in radio causing those issues for Thieves to try and find those defensive rounds, to try and find those routes. And Texas have got somebody there all the time on the defense. They've got somebody there all the time on the attack. And it's just gunfight after gunfight. And this is the one that does it. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Scumpy.
An outrageous performance. It's the only way to really sum it up, Ton. That was so heavily control-based, and we spoke about the statistics coming into this game. OpTic are the best in the game at control, and they have been for quite a while. They have lost one this event, but apparently that doesn't matter.
No, apparently it doesn't. But map number 4 is a very, very, very different story. It is really arguably the worst map for OpTic in their pool, you would say, when it does come down to Berlin. Yesterday, they did go and play it, of course, against the RØKKR here, and I feel like it was a test to try and get this one under their belt. A 1-4 record for them. Their first win came on it yesterday. Can they get something done here to force a map number 5? It's still a very difficult one to call, because the way that OpTic are playing right now in that control, if they can bring that sort of fire into map number 4, I don't think it matters about the rack records. But it isn't a good map for them, Brycey. You've got to bear that in mind.
I feel like we're telling the same story over and over again, statistic-wise. Kind of doesn't really mean an awful lot here at the Major. Here are the statistics, but ignore them if you're watching at home. Well, there is an awful lot now on the cards. LA Thieves, they win this map, they do the impossible, the biggest upset we will see at this tournament maybe. Taking down OpTic Texas. However, if OpTic can find this next map, the reverse sweep is on the cards.
Bear in mind, this is 12th versus first seed. 12th versus first. And I think that is just such a testament to how good this Thieves team can be. And it's how good the Thieves team haven't been that has caused their issues, of course, but the confidence is now flowing. And I think they would have known themselves that Tuscan was always going to be difficult, that control was always going to be tough. But with that 2-map lead, you're heading into a Berlin. This is not the ground where OpTic Texas have naturally reigned supreme. It's Thieves' playground to a certain degree, and can they get the job done here? Can they close it out in 4 against the favorites? Or can OpTic turn that voodoo curse around that they've had so much on Berlin and eventually force that map number 5? The reverse sweep would then be on the cards. I think we're in for a good one.
There's only one way to find out. And only time will tell us the answer as we head into Berlin Hardpoint. The fate of these two teams is not yet written. And only they get to figure out how it all ends. Oh, I can feel the tingles. Let's find out though. We're kicking this one off straight on board with OpTic. They have the better side. They will get to P1 first. And already they're in. Here comes the hit though. And it's nothing. LA Thieves have found nothing off the rip.
And when it comes down to teams who are good on Berlin, well, I mean, OpTic are not one of those teams. Shotzzy will find 3, but their break percentage and their hold, the amount of points they pick up on P1, for all their 1-4 record, they are the best team in the game at holding this hill, and that is the way to start things off. If you are OpTic Texas, as Scump continues things off, but it maybe would have been expected for Thieves, who are going to start rotating for P2.
You already see though, OpTic are here and ready and waiting, and Shotzzy on another streak to kick things off in another hardpoint. At the moment, while they will get this scrap time, the LA Thieves, it is not looking pretty for them. And Shotzzy is still on a tear, by the way. He's still alive. Eventually goes down. Huge kill from Octane to stop that streak.
Dashy towards the back will help OpTic out with the spawns. There's a moment of pause, a moment of respite in what has been a crazy, crazy series so far, and will only continue to get a little bit wacky. Dashy towards the back. Maybe the entries are here for him and Scump, as iLLeY will find another Drazah. Last one alive momentarily.
And this is where it gets tricky. LA Thieves want to get somebody's with it as well. Drazah goes in by himself, gets out at the same time, finds the second kill! Drazah still alive, causing problems for OpTic, and he's firing left, right, and center, and down he goes. But Thieves have found their way into this one, and then the door has been shut as Scump says, no thank you, we would rather like this time. Get on the rotation.
They're on the rotation. Octane's the only one who could maybe do something about this final 25 seconds that are being played for here. He will get himself in, he will not find a kill, and neither will anybody else on the side of Thieves. They will spawn over towards P3, but you've got to shut the doors, you've got to lock them very, very quickly as OpTic are on their way. It's a 3-pronged attack. You've got somebody outside towards the dock, you've got somebody in fire, and that somebody over towards the dock is Scumpy on a 5 spree. He's found one. Can he find a second onto Octane? And the spawns have been broken, the hill has been broken, and OpTic Texas may well have broken the will of the Thieves so far.
It's still Scump looking for this glide bomb. Going to be sitting straight as well. Kenny comes in from long range. A denial coming in from the Thieves, and they really need it. However, they still have to get past Dashy. If they try and challenge him, eventually will get that trade coming through. And that is something that Thieves desperately needed in this game. They have not been firing on the same intensity as OpTic.
They've come in very, very cold in the map number 4, and OpTic have found themselves with a 50-point lead thanks to that. Fire control is crucial here. This gunfight could be big, but Kenny will find it, and a ridiculous amount of kills go on inside the point. It's only Envoy momentarily left as the rest of his team now start to spawn up. Dashy is there, should be traded, is traded. Kenny will find that kill. 17 seconds remaining here for the Thieves. Scump's going to be the only one to maybe fight back against it. Drazah will find the kill, but Octane in the spawn here may well help his team out over towards P4.
Oh, I think it's been found as well, and they have managed to catch him before he could do any damage. OpTic are here first now, and Thieves will try and figure out how to break this, but Shotzzy will be the gatekeeper, and down he goes to Kenny. Drazah also getting one at the same time, but that time slowly ticking up for OpTic. Scump is still holding this fort down. 10 and 5 eventually gets dropped. And this is where Train gets a little bit mixy. It's not easy to hold for either team.
Where the spawn's going to come in, they're still not there. To the side of their lane, Thieves towards the back. The gunfight from Dashy is solid. Shotzzy still locking this in, and as you can see, just peeks the spawn to stop it even possibly coming in for the side of Thieves. They're all spawning over towards the side of the trains. Can they continue to find this push? Shotzzy up top. He's going to try and deter that as best as he can, but it's been a really, really good haul for Texas so far.
They are pulling ahead again onto this one. Like I said, not an awful lot of time gained here usually, and this is the reason it's difficult to get a player on there and staying alive. But Shotzzy doesn't care. And as we head over to P5 here, you can already see the push coming in from Texas. They'll be looking to try to get around fire and flip this spawn back.
Shotzzy with a fight here. Trying to find Drazah, and for the side of OpTic, they're kind of in the prime position to maybe lock some of this in. But Thieves thankfully on the other spawn, which is what Shotzzy is going to try and flip. There's one onto Envoy. Kenny is ready and waiting, but it's the goal! What? What was that? Tell me he was weak.
Please. Oh my goodness, at the moment, it's just not LA Thieves' day. They are failing in the front of Texas.
They're not in a bad spot spawn-wise though, but look at that spawn that comes in from Texas. Now they have fire control. If you're Thieves, you cannot get white tier as Dashy will find another. Drazah crucially answers back. Thieves are finding and chipping away at the time here though. They're finding a couple of seconds here and there. OpTic now have them in a spot where they can potentially pick up this final 20, but it's about the rotation over towards P1. How good were OpTic last time around? They're going to try and do that again in about 14 seconds time.
Well, the pressure is going to be on LA Thieves to break this one. Let's find out how they are feeling with a listen in.
Like can't get him. Okay, get down. Yeah, I got it, you're good. I'm playing through fire with that. I'm fine. A little bit.
Hey, one behind me, hit ult. Shotzzy's ult.
Absolute ult shots.
Okay,
they might hit our B4 breast.
Secret.
Outer late. Left side outer late. They're back windows. Oh, outer. Still outer. One got time, bro. I see him. Outer, dead. Nice. Back left. Close time. One got a deep bus. One still on pins, bro. One still on pins.
Close up.
He's close right. I can't get time. Get nades out. Quick. I can't down. He's outer door. Down here. I got a nade on him. Outer door.
We cleaned up.
Back left.
Stone heady.
I'm getting one baby.
Back left.
Just you there. I'm secret with you. Step.
Stone secret.
I'm playing this ult.
You're back left. There's two at all.
Okay, so. I can help you on this one. Let's play this.
I don't see any mid. Mid.
Go outer time. He went there.
One shot at ult, Bruce.
Yeah.
He's in office. Add ult.
Listen, Seth is going our glass stairs, bro. I'm already outer bottom.
Wow, a lot of calls there coming in from Thieves, but not a lot of kills. They really haven't managed to get any of this lead nailed down. You can see OpTic Texas are just going further and further forward in this hard point. Do Thieves have anything ready for Berlin? Because at the moment, they are not able to try and match Texas on this map.
They haven't been able to stay with them at all, have they? That P1 hill once again. Frugal for the side of Thieves. You really couldn't get much, but OpTic Texas are very much locking it in. Scumpy on a 5 spree now as well. Streaks will be something else to try and contend with if you are the Thieves, and they may well be coming, but Kenny finds the kill. This is a break for Thieves, and we need to see some good points. We need to see then a good rotation over towards P3, and then maybe we've got a game. Dashy trying his best towards the back as the rest of OpTic Texas now finding this push up through. That's disgusting from Bruce as they lock it in again. That lead is growing.
He's currently 25 and 10, and this is what we talked about with slaying, but Thieves get themselves a nice 12 seconds of scrap time, but they don't need 12, they need a big rotation. Shotzzy, though, continuing to just be a problem for them. Can Thieves make magic happen while they're 70 points behind? It wouldn't be the first time, but at the moment, OpTic Texas look untouchable.
For all that, Thieves have really not been able to race this so far. 80 points is a lot. It is a lot. But it's a decent hold away from being in touch. It's one decent hold away from maybe making OpTic a little bit nervous, but they're currently locking down P3 very, very well. Octane is the only one who can answer back. He will push towards the back. Where the spawn going to come in here for OpTic, it is out. But that kill from Dashy will negate the pressure. And if anything, it creates a problem now for Thieves because they have to concentrate on trying to break the hill. And everybody else who is in mid-map, the only one who can get near is Kenny, and he falls. OpTic break 200 points. They're not far away from forcing the map 5.
They're not going to try and play for this one because they have to, but Dashy says no. Doesn't matter, scrap time's all ours, rotation's going to be ours too. And as they go onto the other side of the map, it's still going to be OpTic. They've still got the rotation. They are so far in the lead now. LA Thieves need a miracle.
LA Thieves absolutely nowhere to be seen on this map. It's Scumpy towards the back. He's got iLLeY for help. Envoy, is he the next one to fall? Shotzzy is also there as well. As OpTic Thieves continue to lock it down, they continue to find points. They continue to dominate the kill feed.
And this is it. Thieves have to go. They have to break this one now as well. But oh my goodness, there's fire going down from Zin. And oh, the pistol doesn't play at the end, but Dashy's here. Dashy versus Drazah. He's trying to get him underneath it, and he does. Dashy on a 5 streak. You can see LA Thieves are trying to get towards this hill. They are trying to deny OpTic, but OpTic are just refusing to lay down anything at this point.
And the problem is here for Thieves, you may well get inside the point, but you need to find the kills in mid-map. They haven't done so. It will be Octane and Envoy, the ones who find the break. But now for OpTic, could they maybe just in the game here over towards P5? This rotation for Thieves is so important. It's a hill that has become maybe a little bit more attainable to try and find some points. But the problem is you are 130 behind. It needs to be monumental. It needs to be perfect.
Here they go, the first gunfight is going down around P5. Scump jumps on board with it, and they can't afford to let him stay there. They cannot afford to let him stay there. At the moment, they have managed to get him off, but Thieves are behind in every sense of the world, as Shotzzy just opens up as well. He'll dive on for a few points, and Thieves now have to find him. Thieves have to move. Stop fighting him, Ticket. You have to go. It's only a few more seconds, and it will be Texas to take us to a map number 5. The reverse sweep is on the cards, but it's LA Thieves who are about to be done in 2. We're going to S&D.
It's a dangerous time to be an OpTic member. It is an OpTic Thieves on and on at this point. This game has been so back and forth, but it's a dangerous time to be a LA Thieves player. Because ever since that map number 2 ended, this has been lights out from Texas. It was just a flawless game. And when we talk about this map, we talk about the rotations and how important they are. And you talk about your ARs and how solid they have to be. And no more solid than the 36-12 game. Out of Dashy, nearly putting up the 4K damage. On the other side of things, Octane just could not match it whatsoever. And OpTic, they forced that map number 5 on what was arguably their worst hardpoint game for so long. They've very much turned it around. They've turned this series round, and we will see a Tuscan Search and Destroy to close out the series. I said it after map number 2. I'm feeling it here for OpTic still, because the control is just so one-sided for them. It brings them that momentum that they possibly need to get back into this game. And here we are at map number 5.
We certainly are. Well, if you're waiting for the conclusion of this one, so are we. We're going to take a very quick break here at the Major. Don't go anywhere. We've got to find out how this ends right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and live here at the Minnesota Major. And it has been a game so far. OpTic Texas and LA Thieves have been going at it back and forth. LA Thieves took the early lead. 2 close games, the Hardpoint and the S&D. And then somebody lit a fire under OpTic Texas. They have bodied them on the control and destroyed them on the next Hardpoint. And this is one of the reasons Dashy has arrived.
He finally has arrived after a relatively quiet maps 1 and 2. And my goodness, that was ridiculous on Berlin. But if you're 100 Thieves now, you need to regain that composure that we've seen in maps 1 and 2. They got it done in round 11 with a reverse sweep, with a reverse sweep, with a ninja. Honestly, there's so many terms that I'm having to come to just get into my vocabulary right now because of how crazy this game has been. We head into a map number 5. The reverse sweep is on for OpTic Texas. Can they do it here on Tuscan? When it comes down to search and destroy on this map, both teams are relatively decent records. But honestly, when a map 5 reverse sweep is on the cards, do you count on them? Do you think about them too much? I would say probably not. 5 and 3 for Texas, LA Thieves, 4 and 4. And keep an eye on the B-bomb site when it does come down to this map. Both teams like to play with it, but OpTic the most successful in general. And when you lock that site down, it is the hardest site on the game to retake. But what about that? 100 kills over 4 maps for Dashy. Can OpTic Texas, though, can they complete the reverse sweep here and search and destroy? As we head into map number 5, we're back on to Tuscan, or can Thieves cause the upset?
And it's the elimination game. 1 round of S&D to essentially find it out. Right now, OpTic Texas have gone bold with their play here. It's going to be LA Thieves who have to react to it, and almost Kenny's not going to get anything. Shotzzy opens with the first blood.
And as I said, the retake of this B site is very, very difficult to do. That bomb has not quite gone down yet.
And Thieves, they've used their tacticals. They've tried to get their nades coming through it as well. OpTic are holding fast, they're playing this for kills, but Thieves are not baiting the bait right now. They're going to go for it as well. He's found one, and he's found the second! Not the third, though. Octane's still alive. It's a 1 versus 3. He finds the second as well. Hope still alive for the Thieves, but Texas are trying to find him. And Octane did not have a lot of kills in the last S&D, but if he pulls off a 1v4 here, all will be forgiven.
He's read it. He's read it correctly, but is he going to get the timing? Is he going to get the look? He backs Sundown. Believes he was seen. Look at OpTic Texas hunting. 15 seconds to go as time dwindles. That now is on Octane's side. Is he going to check this left corner, though? No, he is not. And OpTic Texas will open it up with a round.
It's close, but not close enough. Texas do eventually convert. And this is the big 2-piece from iLLeY. Finds him as well. Look at this. Even the second player who came out, it was going to be Drazah. Fortunately, Octane managed to take him down before he could do anything. And Octane with his second kill, he put the 1v4 on the cards. But it is going to be OpTic Texas. 1-0 up now on the S&D. The reverse sweep is now only 5 rounds away.
Hit coming in here for the side of Thieves, but you've got to be careful for iLLeY. He's going to find the information and back on down, but bear that in mind as Scumpy. On a little bit of a route here. Thieves, though, a lot of presence over towards that A side. Octane is ready and waiting, but nobody really with a lot of control of anything. But Drazah pushes out. You'll find Dashy, and maybe that opens the floodgates now for Thieves. Bomb going down. iLLeY will back up. It's a 4v3 retake in the advantage of Thieves.
iLLeY trying something. Hasn't found it, though. At the moment, advantage to Thieves. Kenny and Scump.
Staying alive, that's huge. Because OpTic now have to hunt for him. They know he's on the flank. It's either that or you push through the front door. Kenny towards the back is going to fall. iLLeY will find a kill over onto Envoy. It's all of a sudden a 1 versus 2 for Scump. Then a 1 versus 1 for Scump. As Drazah answers back. That got very, very mixy, but it was always Thieves in control. They always have that extra man because of that first blood pick. And the trades fall their way, and they tie up this game.
Again, we are in for another incredible S&D. I can already feel it. It's going to be a lot about first bloods on this one, though. And while it's 1-1, is the dream too sweet already to hope for a round 11?
And we had one in the second map, of course. over on Precaution. It was Thieves who walked away with it. But both teams very much easing themselves into this one. But Scump coming under a lot of pressure, and Drazah will find that kill over towards B. Had absolutely no support from the rest of his team. Thieves get aggressive over towards that side, and all of a sudden, it becomes very, very difficult now for Texas to try and do anything here. But iLLeY from behind will find Envoy. And that bomb is now being retrieved.
That's so important. It gives OpTic so much more to play for. Shotzzy's also going to be looking out Church for them at the same time. Many things will have to react to this. They don't really know what's happened with the rest of OpTic yet. They haven't seen them in a while. Kenny, the only player who can really play this off against him, but both teams desperate for information, desperate to make a play. Obviously, OpTic will have to go first, and iLLeY, with the sniper, looks for something. And both teams are probably a little bit confused right now. They have a rough idea where the other team is.
30 seconds remaining here for Texas to get this bomb down. Very much taking their time. It was a bit of a hallmark of their play. They just are not sure where Thieves are, but are they trying to bait them into something? Are they trying something maybe a little bit different as they look to try and now clear out mid-map? Kenny is a sitting duck, and surely he will be taken down. He will be. That opens up the site. 10 seconds to play with. If you've got a grenade here from the Thieves, or somebody just overlooking the bomb, that could be huge. Octane trying to put the shots in. iLLeY's been taken off it. Was there time there for Shotzzy to plant? The bomb is going down. Is he going to get it down in time?
No! LA Thieves dragged that one out of them. The tiniest of margins, the smallest of gaps.
Oh, and that's huge from Drazah. That's so clutch.
They have pulled that win out of nowhere. And that is what happens when you burn time like OpTic do. Well, Thieves now in the lead.
And I'm very curious as to why that bomb wasn't going down sooner. I know for us, look, we have so much more information. But, I mean, Octane is going to remove Shotzzy from the round as well, but they had so much information over towards green side. They had control of the site, but chose not to go for the plant, and will they rue that mistake?
Oh, here comes a big push-up, by the way. Scump.
Got to go huge.
The flayed hem. Oh, he's not going to get anything. Drazah takes him down before he can do anything. Dashy not able to get the trade. It's now a 2 versus 4. Thieves in control of this round as well. And Dashy's going to try and do something. Already. iLLeY and Dashy combining. They've got the first one down. This is a big retake turn.
Grenades to play with here for iLLeY. If they can find somebody in one of these little corners, but it's such a hard retake, but that might just help things out. Kenny's gonna be the first to fall. iLLeY goes around the corner, and Dashy is not there for the trade. It's a 1v2 for Bruce.
He's looking for it. He needs to find this first one and stay alive. After the in time, he doesn't. Octane will take him down. LA Thieves, they play bold, and they get away with it. It's 3-1 now to them. And I've got to say, this one, Octane has turned it on for Mack number 5. Finds the first blood and finds the last kill on the round as well.
And they've really stunted the progress that OpTic had been making throughout this series. Obviously a 2-0 lead for Thieves. OpTic comes screaming back, but that is those kinds of rounds, that little lead that you have in that search and destroy, that might just put them back onto their heels. Texas now having to attack, and look at this from Thieves.
Aggressive, it's forward, it's already the first blood. They're going for a Dashy, trying to get Kenny down, he doesn't get it. And now they're worried. They know there's an aggressive push coming in for it at the same time. Drazah though, Dashy! Shuts it down! Thieves went aggressive and Dashy says no! Advantage now to OpTic, it's now a 1 versus 3. And Octane's left alone in a sea of trouble. He's gonna try and make this one though. You can see Scump ducks down, he knows he's still planning. Doesn't get him as well! The turn and burn! And Texas ruin Thieves' day.
And that's all on Dashy. That is all on Dashy here. He's holding the angle, he knows they're coming. There's one, Envoy not close enough. 20 HP in a dream. As Dashy gets away. And that's the player that wins the round for Texas overall. And it'll bring them back to only 1 round behind.
Well, LA Thieves went aggressive and it did play out with that first blood, but they then lost all numbers for him in that one. LA Thieves, though, now will be on the attack. It's Octane again going to be looking for that first blood. There's a bit of a fight going down in mid-map, but nothing really happening for them otherwise.
OpTic getting aggressive, and once again, look at Shotzzy. Look at Shotzzy making these movements towards Octane. He gets the better of him. It opens things up. For all he's had a bad map number 2, his team still win it, but he has arrived finally here for Thieves at the right time in map number 5.
However, this has been read by OpTic. This has been Red. Scump's going to try and find him at the back here. He stays alive, but they have committed numbers to this one,
He's in
Texas.
trouble.
They brought it back down to a 2 versus 3. Octane has found one at the same time. Dashy looking for Octane. Envoy's got the second one as well as Octane shuts him down. LA Thieves now go up 4-2 in the search. And Octane's looking like he's trying to even out his KD between both S&Ds because he is on fire.
7-3 out of Octane is huge here for the side of Thieves. Finishes the round off with Dashy getting his head removed. And Thieves have looked so good in this map, number 5. The composure, the mental strength from them on the main stage against OpTic. You're potentially about to get reverse swept. And you are now 2 rounds to the good. iLLeY has to back him down. You don't want that challenge, but Shotzzy, he wants them all. Envoy will be first to fall, and Shotzzy will get away.
Well, that's the movement Shotzzy is known for. Does stay alive. Advantage to OpTic Texas now. The map is their playground. Can I do anything for this one? And iLLeY runs out of ammo. And somehow still stays alive. However, Octane brings it back here. He has now taken down Octane down to a 3 versus 3.
Octane getting rid of Shotzzy as well. He has constantly been on his back. And Shotzzy hasn't even been able to get close to him. Octane on a 3 spree. We see OpTic setting up for something that they like to do over towards being one of the teams who do quite often try to get this bomb down, but they maybe just rethink this one now for a second. And bear in mind, this is losers bracket still, and well, Kenny falling off the map after being wiped down by iLLeY. Now a 3 versus 2 for OpTic.
Wait a minute,
Maybe
wait a
they
minute.
switch it up. Octane.
OpTic are playing this a little bit crazy. The double.
Did he see them? Did he see them?
I don't know. I don't think he did. OpTic can get through. They're going to see them now, though. Drazah's going to go down as well. It's now going to be on Octane for a 1 versus 3. There's no way, surely, he can get this one down. He finds it. No! And he shuts him down. OpTic Texas will not take that one laying down. They brought this back. This entire game is resting on a knife edge. This Major's great.
You having fun?
I am.
Big round out of iLLeY there. Found that rotational kill onto Kenny. And then OpTic switch it up and bring it back over towards B. It's a big play call to come out with on their attacking rounds, where play calls have maybe been their issue, if anything, in this game so far. Remind myself of that decision not to plant that bomb over towards A, where Thieves clutched up. He's still in the lead here, though. The LA side looking to make a movement over towards A. OpTic not here to answer it. May well have to be a retick coming in here for the OpTic Texas side.
Well, that nade going down, they're going to get a little bit of information for it as well. They're trying to back off before that second nade does come in.
Kenny needs to go huge over towards B side. He's going to have some problems coming in very, very shortly, but that bomb has not been planted yet.
Thieves cautious. They did not want to lose their bomb planted to a grenade here, but iLLeY is going to be in a great position for it as well, and he tries to get that first one. Envoy gets away, but the pressure's now going to be on LA Thieves because OpTic know what they're doing. They are trying to close this here.
I don't know how nobody's died up until that moment. Trades back and forth as far as bullets go, but no kills actually landed down. Dashy will eventually find Kenny and just makes the job a little bit more difficult for Thieves to try and get this bomb down.
This is it, they're waiting. They know they don't really have the map control.
Did
That's
he
what they
see
know
him?
about him, and he has got it. Octane again! Opens it up, but unfortunately, Shotzzy gets Drazah.
Scump on the flank. Scump on the flank. There's Envoy. He falls. Octane now left in a 1 versus 3. Now a 1 versus 2. Now a 2 versus 0 as OpTic bring it back again. That's 2 rounds in a row.
Well, I'll tell you something at this point. Both of these two teams will be feeling the pressure here on the main stage. It could go either way. They are dialed in, laser focus. So much to play for both teams. The reverse sweep or dropping the favorite out of the tournament. And it's OpTic on the attack this time. iLLeY's on a 3 streak. He's 10 and 6, and he's going straight for the middle as well as Dashy gets Drazah. That's first blood for OpTic.
3 kills in a row for iLLeY. He's really started to heat up now for the team. OpTic Texas. It feels like they're in the driving seat now, although the game is only tied. But the attacking round coming in decision making is really what has this game as close as it is. As Thieves took advantage of that when OpTic did not plant the bomb in that previous round. Now they're taking it nice and slow and steady once more. Can Thieves find a pick to make this 3v3? You can look at the map control that Thieves have. It's pretty solid for the most part. They're getting a lot of information by where they are and the fact that they see nobody.
Yeah, OpTic are trying to bait them out here and trying to figure this one out. I think he's just sitting maybe. Dashy might have been seen by Envoy, but they're going to have to make a move here eventually, OpTic. They have to go for it, and this could be cut timing. Keep an eye out, there's only one player left. It's going to be Kenny, going to try and find one. He does, and he somehow gets alive. Stays away from it. Kenny doesn't get a second, though. And now it's Envoy in a 1 versus 3. And I don't think he can stop anything, really, surely. He's going to go straight for this one as well, looking for it. Is he going to get it before that bomb goes down? He's not. Wait a minute, he did. He did. That bomb is not down. He needs to stay alive.
Did they get over? They got over in time. That bomb will now go down. That's a big play call coming in here for Texas. That bomb will go down. And now Envoy in a tough spot. OpTic, map point, match point, reverse sweep point is on the cards. The green wall have willed them on this far.
One more round for Texas, one more round for OpTic. And the reverse sweep of the Major to stay alive in the lower bracket. The green wall is up in arms. And they are feeling themselves. Here we go. This could be the end of Thieves. The defense coming straight in here, of course, for OpTic. It will be the attack for LA Thieves on a very crucial round. Elite going for the first pre-fire, not finding anything at the moment. Drazah does get away with his life, almost lost the first blood again. Oh, never mind. Shotzzy with a long one from downtown. And Thieves are on the back foot one more time.
It's a 3v4 round for Thieves to now have to plant the bomb to stay in the game, to stay in the tournament. They have a little bit of control over towards here. This next kill will be crucial as Shotzzy going for the wall bang over towards the side, but Illy finds another. It's a 2v4. The bomb now going down here for Thieves. It's a 2v4 hold that they have to hold here.
And here they go. Here comes the green wall. They're going for it as well. Octane's gone down. It's just Kenny. It's only Kenny, and down he goes. The reverse sweep of the Major. OpTic Gaming dump Thieves out of the tournament in dramatic fashion. They keep on moving. The defending champions are still here. The reverse sweep to seal the deal. And oh my goodness.
That green wall is made of very strong stuff. It's made of resolute concrete that cannot be broken, even by a 2-0 deficit. They bring it back, but that was stressful for the side of OpTic. It's not how they would have wanted to kick their Saturday off, but will it give them that momentum to continue this streak, to continue the run through the losers bracket? What a game from iLLeY. So many first bloods from him with the AR. He really stepped it up in the second half of that Search and Destroy. Thieves were 3-1 up and then got 5-1 back to back to back from the side of OpTic Texas in the next 6 rounds. It is a phenomenal performance in the Search and Destroy by OpTic. They get the job done, but just about.
Hey, that's why we love events. That's why we love coming to the majors. OpTic Texas get it done in 5. LA Thieves will be going home. But I tell you something, silver lining for Thieves. They have looked like a very different team to the qualifiers.
Yeah, 100%. They've come up against some strong opposition in this losers bracket side, but then that's what happens if you have a bad regular season. To take nothing away from OpTic. The control always going to be strong for them. But ever since then, it felt like the Thieves we see in the maps number 1 and maps number 2 were just not at the races. Berlin was a whitewash, as was the Tuscan control, of course. This was obviously a little bit back and forth, and with the start that they had, I really thought they were going to turn that around. Octane had a hell of a game, but he just didn't have as good a game as iLLeY did.
Wow. That's certainly one of the more entertaining games here this weekend. Can't believe we've cut a 2 reverse sweeps ton.
It's a nice change, it has to be said. But what great games we've had over the past 2 days now. And this is the best way possible to kick off Saturday. And what does that do for OpTic's confidence? I think they will be looking at that, and there's some things to review, especially the Tuscan hardpoint, the barrage you fall to. What is a ninja defuse in from Drazah? But you do not let that deter you. It's back-to-back-to-back maps for OpTic Texas. And they continue their losers bracket run, which will not get easier, it will get harder. They will need to be better than that to beat some of these teams who may well drop in. That was not the best performance whatsoever from OpTic, but they will be happy to take the reverse sweep there, and maybe it gives them the confidence heading on the rest of the day.
Oh, I think you're going to be confident. Speaking of confident, we're going to go to the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight on the main stage with Shotzzy.
Hey! So, did you go so hard for this comeback, you lost your shoes?
Yeah, I don't know where they're at. Does this work?
Yeah, no, we hear you. But you were going so hard, you just kicked the shoes off.
Yeah, they don't let me wear slides, so you know, I
No,
just wear
looks
socks.
good. It's impressive. You're comfortable, but all right, let's talk about this team, man. You you're in the O2 hole to FaZe last event. You're in the O2 hole here to Thieves. You just never seem out of it. What is it about this team? Where's the magic?
We know we can come back in any single series against anyone. You know, obviously third map is Control, and that's one of our best game modes right now. So we're never out of it, regardless if we're down 0-2 or anything like that.
Is it sort of just as simple as that? Like one map, you guys feel good and get a win, it's just off to the races.
Yeah, every single time we get one map win, everyone's riding their momentum, and you know, we just go from there.
All right, now let's talk about you a little bit. I think over the last couple of years, we've talked about your movement, the gunny, but I just feel like more so, people are starting to notice what you're doing on the minimap, being in the right spots, making the cerebral plays. What is it about this game or this team that's allowed you this freedom? You've been incredible. You're the best. That's one way to put it. Yeah.
Every map is just a playground to me. You know, I find openings.
I like that.
I do my own timings and stuff like that, and yeah, honestly, it's just simple as that. Every map is just my playground.
All right, well, hey, you got to make this run now. You're doing through losers a little bit different, but dude, you've been incredible. Props to you and the squad. Good luck keeping it going.
Thank you. Shout out Greenwall.
Shotzzy from OpTic Texas. Every map is just a playground to me, but nameless. Back-to-back events now. LA Thieves got reverse swept out of the tournament, and OpTic Texas were able to capitalize to pull out that reverse sweep, man.
Listen, man, that guy on that stage scares me. The way he plays Call of Duty, he literally was dropping LeBron numbers all series long. Like the first two maps, he was doing it all, and throughout the rest of the series, continued to pop off in that Control. Everybody came to life. It was extremely dominant. You could tell how angry they were after they lost that Control to Seattle, moving in to their next two series. Like this OpTic Texas team to come back from what Thieves were doing, how Drazah was playing, like, that is impressive.
It was solid.
They could make this run. This is how it started like last time, although it was like a winner's bracket match. They went down 0-2, reverse swept, and didn't lose through the rest of the tournament, so it's getting scary for the competition.
Right? aLLeY, after all that we just saw right there, LA Thieves, they were so close.
They were so close, and it's really painful, right, to go up 2-0 and then get 3-0'd in a Tuscan Control. Obviously, that was more in OpTic's favor already because they were on a huge win streak when it came to that map and mode. But then to head into the hardpoint and get absolutely worked by Dashy, he dropped a 3.0 KD on that hardpoint and then have to go into your worst game mode in the game 5. That's got to be heartbreaking.
Got that right. Now, the Scump played a game, had to feature Shotzzy and Merc. We saw it in the back room, man.
Like, what is this?
That three-piece was filthy.
I mean, pick your poison. I really don't know what this man is doing. Drazah right
What
here.
is that?
I'm not exactly sure what Drazah is saying. Like, hey, dude, can you see if there's gum under my shoes or something? Like, I don't know. He's trying to kick him in the face, but he's got an MP40. Like, this dude, he's able to read the map so well. But I'll tell you what, we could have picked that play. We could have picked plays from map 1, map 3, map 4. Honestly, yeah, playground is the best way to describe it. The way he is playing right now, he is the best player in the world today. Like, he truly is. It's been so fun to watch, and, well, he's still alive in the tournament.
And I agree with that. Even in that last round, the nade that he hits over P5 to get the first blood, like, this kid is literally going off, and you could see it throughout that game 5. You know, some rounds, he just feels like he has to be that guy to initiate in the round. He's pushing up. And, yeah, some rounds he might die and get first blood. It happened a couple times in the bow cage. But more often than not, he's getting pushed up, he's getting that damage in, and he's making an impact on that round. So, you know, to have a guy that's confident to do that even after getting blooded, to still go out there and make those plays is so crucial. The composure that OpTic Texas had in that game 5 is insane.
Right now, Shotzzy is just heating up, and OpTic Texas are doing the same. But at that main stage, we got a little peek about the next matchup here to come. It's going to be between the Boston Breach and the Florida Mutineers, and in that series, winner gets top 3, and it is oh so important. Things are just now heating up for day 3 of Major II. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major II out here at the Mystic Lake Casino. And what we just came off of right there was absolutely insane. And you're on the desk, you grabbed one of the casters from the last series 10. You did a fantastic job, but also, I have a question for you. In that series right there, were you more let down of LA Thieves throwing that away or seeing OpTic pull off an amazing reverse sweep?
You know, I think for OpTic in that reverse sweep, though, there's going to be things to look at. I don't think they looked at their best. They haven't done so far this weekend. The reverse sweep is always a nice feeling, don't get me wrong. But there's things to look at there. I think if they play like that against FaZe or Surge again, then they may well be in trouble. But for Thieves, I think, you know, overall, they've got better over this weekend, but is it good enough for Thieves moving forward? That's the question.
Stage 3 is going to be a big question, but the biggest question right here is what's about to go down in this series? We got Florida Mutineers versus the Boston Breach in a matchup that, this is going to be a coin flip of a decider.
Hey, I mean, if you told me that this would be a winner's bracket semi-final, I mean, I wouldn't know what to tell you at all, because everyone really thought that London would be in this position, probably against Boston, but Florida have come out looking very, very hot.
Yeah, so when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Zini and the boys are looking forward to locking things down. What do they got to do?
Continue the elite breaks on Berlin Hardpoint. Boston outscoring teams 34-9 on the opening hill on Berlin. That's going to be game 4 in this series. Boston was on a crazy hardpoint streak. And since then, you know, it's been a little bit more wonky, but going up against Florida, I'm expecting them to take it. And then lock down the Desert Siege S&D. Florida is 11th in round win percentage on Desert Siege, 0.66 team KD. I believe that they are, they are 0-3 on Desert Siege Search and Destroy. So if it goes to that game 5, Boston has the massive advantage. Then tick-based control dominance, Boston 4-1 in control since the segment update. We saw them in that London Royal Ravens game in the qualifiers, how better they played on control because they were able to get that defense, not based on kills, just based on getting on the point and stacking it. So they could have some success there in game.
You got that right. And when it comes to this matchup, Boston are definitely going to have to bring it because, Nameless, you and I, we agreed just a few minutes ago that this is a scary matchup, man, because we really don't know what's going to happen with which Florida we're going to get in this series.
Yeah, that's the big question is like, which Florida are we going to get? They've been wildly inconsistent for quite some time, and you just don't know who's going to perform. Like, they have star talent on this team, but sometimes it's a little bit too individual. But what we saw versus London Royal Ravens was they put it together. Dave Patty had an incredible series, and the teamwork was there. It's not easy to beat a team like that, especially in control, and we saw some great team pushes. But for the game field keys to victory for the Mutineers, aLLeY, what are they going to have to do?
Well, Gavutu Hardpoint is going to be the first map of the series, and Boston is 6-2 on it. In Florida, well, they got to get off the momentum of their first win on the map versus London, and it's going to be the Battle of Berlin. Boston is first in offensive win percentage on that map, and Florida is first in defensive win percentage. And learn from Gavutu Control loss last weekend. Lost 2-3 to Boston. Reaches 2-6 overall on the map, so it should lean in Florida's favor. But again, since the tick change, Boston has been looking much better in that game mode.
Right, but speaking about being much better and looking good, the serious question is, how good exactly are the Florida Mutineers? Because we get different peaks of them, man. We really don't know who they are yet.
Sometimes they look like a team that really just kill hard, and that's been their big problem. They have the talent, but sometimes it just doesn't really come into anything. So if they can bring it and they can actually convert some of these kills into map wins, then of course they look very, very solid. They've got Slayers on their team. We know what they can do on that front. But sometimes a lot of people would argue they've got too many ARs as well. It's a weird, weird team, but sometimes if they can find those moments where those ARs can work together, they seem to work well.
I kind of get Minnesota Rocket vibes. Like, you can't ever count them out, right? Like, when they're behind, you literally cannot count them out. That's the scary thing about Florida Mutineers. But their edge is that they have players like Awakening and Vivid, who just, out of nowhere sometimes, will just drop 8 engagements on the map. So Boston Breach is going to have to handle that.
But the thing is, we haven't seen Boston Breach's peak either. And with that being said, it's about time for pick'ems. You got something with that Zinni shirt day one, and I'm rocking hard with this team. Florida's inconsistency kind of scares me a bit, but we know what those boys are all about on that team. But Ton, when it comes to you, you rocking with Florida or you rocking with the Breach, man?
I think it has to be Boston. I think they will be the favorites going into this game. Florida have looked scary, but I think that Boston's ascendancy will continue. I think the AR battle, I think Methodz going to have a big game, and I trust him to do so.
Right, Florida came into this event with a huge upset. They found their way here, but do you think Boston's consistency in stage 2 is going to lead the way?
Absolutely. I think Boston is definitely the better team in this series just because they don't have on and off days the way that Florida does.
No.
So they're on an incline. I'm going to go with Boston Breach.
Are you rocking with Boston as well? Is this a full Boston table, Nameless?
Listen, I think it's going to be a Florida on day. I think Florida Mutineers are going to take this series. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of players like Awakening. He has had an amazing stage 2 so far. I think they take this series, Velen.
Let's actually talk about one of the scariest ARs that's going to be in the lobby. Real quick, Ton, when it comes to Zenny, do you want to see another spectacular performance?
Yeah, I think we need to on some of the maps that look really good for him specifically. I'm thinking about Berlin. That's going to be the one where, that was the one where we've really seen him start to arrive on the stage here in Vanguard. We started to see a little bit more from him on that map in particular. If he can play a game like we've seen him have that big power, I think it was 35-6 or something that he went. If he can have that kind of game, they're pretty much unbeatable on Berlin. So let's see if he can do that. If he can do, then Florida are going to be in trouble.
You're right. He makes it look easy at times. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to lock in for the second series of the day. The Florida Mutineers against the Boston Breach. Let's get into it.
But it's Methodz. Capsidal. Cap says, you know what? I would like to continue. For a 1v1. Team first DJ now looks to find 4 of his own. And Nero will find insight. These rooks are hungry. Hey, girl. Got a man. Don't play. Said she always wanted me with okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into another game here on the main stage of the Major. And these two teams be looking to go even further in this tournament than they already have done. Everything on the line, trying to make it into the winner's bracket final. Boston and Florida so far have been magnificent. Let's get this game underway. Introducing first to the stage, the new boy to the CDL, the Boston Breach. Capsidal, Methodz, TJHaly, and Nero.
And Boston have continued to look a lot better. They've got the new intro video, which always gives me good hope on the squad. Let's see if more signing can lead to more wins for the Boston Breach.
Well, one team is sat down. Their opponents are ready to join them. They've already caused an upset here at the Major, and they're looking to go even further. Welcome to the stage, the Florida Mutineers! Vivid, Skies, Dave Patty, and Awakening.
Nobody expected it, but this team right here, they're going to be a problem. Take a look at Big Wake on the main stage, absolutely going crazy, walking into this series with a 1.16. But the question is, can everybody on this roster pick it up one more time for a big upset? Because that top 3 is right around the corner. Bryce, let's go ahead and get this started.
Oh, I'm ready, Belly, don't you worry. I know somebody else who is ready. Our beautiful and magnificent casters, over to Chance and Miles.
Mate, thank you very much. This should be an absolute treat. Chance and I be taking you through this one. And again, playing for top 3, 2 middle-of-the-pack teams we didn't expect to see here, mate. But hey, this Major has been nothing short of crazy.
It has been a ridiculous time. I mean, a day one of nothing but 3-0s, reverse sweeps on reverse sweeps after the fact. I mean, OpTic nearly were in top 12, so it has been a wild one to say the least. And now, like, especially for Florida, in my mind, I mean, there were guys that thought they were in the D tier, now 3 maps away from fighting for a guaranteed top 3 spot. And of course, Boston, who have had an electric stage 2, but doesn't matter how good you were during the qualifiers, only matter how you do during the major. And very interesting maps and modes we have, because adjustments have been made. The story before this major for Florida was, if you just ban Bocage against them, it's a free win, because they did not have a deep map pool in the slightest. And well, you see Boston take care of that. No Bocage, which means 2 Gavutus. Now that is interesting, because the other day, Florida actually win both of their Gavutus, and Vivid was the guy that has had that turnaround. He has gone from the very bottom of the league in KD. He never had a single map positive, hardpoint or control the entire time. Dead last in everything, and he's sucking away the team's death as well. So he has not had performances until this major. That's that asterisk at a bottom from a 0.62 to a 0.98. And the main reason why, he's pulling out the automaton so much more. So he might be the guy, the key factor. The Gavutus are coming through, but if he can perform, this team can start winning those maps.
It's a miracle you have both your eyes, Chance, with knowledge like that. But Reese Vivid, he will be the player to watch for the team of the Florida Mutineers. He's done an incredible job to get them this far, and we'll see how far he can take the squad. Boston Breach, though, no slouches Chance on any of these maps and modes.
And look, like, these guys have played a couple times at the last major just a few weeks ago in the stage 2 qualifiers. Boston has had their number. Most of the maps, though, super tight. Boston's won all 3 S&Ds. That's 2 round 11s and a round 10. So it is truly neck and neck. The only really blowout map that there has been was a Gavutu hardpoint, where Boston beat him 250 to 124. So obviously they're going to be happy to play this map, but I don't know exactly how prepared they're going to be for the Vivid or turnaround that Vivid might have.
He's had an incredible run so far, and again we saw him really turn the tables on the London Royal Ravens again on a map and mode that they were happy to play. But here we go at map number 1, Boston Breach, Florida Mutineers. We are playing for a spot in the top 3 here at Major 2. Nades up and about. It's an absolute cacophony of chaos as we roll now into P1. Capsidal, a player with plenty of, let's say, exciting plays thus far in his short term of the CDL, and the man is doing no different so far. A beautiful 2 to get things started. The opening few seconds going the way of Breach.
And always these P1 holds, as soon as you get this hill, it is incredibly difficult for the other team to break. But you see the idea, Awakening was taking his time outer beach, and he's picking up a couple kills, and Vivid right back in the action, able to pick up 2 and give them all 3. But already you see what he's doing. He's permanently trying to keep that automaton in hand, whether he starts with it by switching the class or picking it up off the ground. You'll see him way more in the feed with those automaton kills.
That's been the difference maker for him here so far. Looking at that killing spree now for Big Wake, Awakening on the 5. Thus, as again, the time keeps going the way of the Mutineers. They've got themselves a sweet lead so far. Rotation's done and over towards the boat. P2 now up and about. And it looks to be Boston's for the time being. It all comes down to DavePaddie. He's been a little quiet so far, but here comes the rest of the Mutineers to back him up and try to retake ship. Awakening spree comes to a close. 6 in the end, that'll be good enough for now. Boston Breach, though, back over to the point. It's all theirs.
And it can't be understated. That is a massive kill by Methodz, just to make sure Awakening doesn't get the glide bomb, because the glide bomb's hyper effective on this map. And not only that he gets the kill to shut down streaks, but he also buys his team time over towards this P2 hill. And you got rotational battles potentially starting 30 seconds in advance. Nero's going for him, but the Rees are there from Florida. They shut that down and keep those spawns. But at the same time, this is a massive amount of time that Boston has gotten on P2.
Supreme comeback now from Boston Breach after what was quite a dry P1 now. Second point coming to a quick close. 13 seconds remaining on that. The battle for ring control going the way of Vivid so far. Quick peek towards top 3rd. Eyes towards the top right-hand side of the minimap. All Mutineers. They've got that beach control. Looking now to lock this one down. Here comes the hit, though, from Boston. A slow one from TJHaly. He's waiting for the rest of the crew to back him on up. Hard points up. Over towards the beach we go. And so far, so good for the Mutineers.
Great read by TJ just to make sure you take him down. So Florida should be secure, at least for this initial push. And, well, 10 seconds have gone by, and they've been able to get it all. You see a couple kills coming through, and the nades raining out as well. And that's enough to take down Florida outside of the hill, at least for a moment.
Yep, Capsidal on the 4th spree now, pushing his way forward. Nice break out of Breach. Here they go, trying to take care of the members of the Mutineers on spawn. A little bit closer, and you'll catch another. That's going to be number 5 now in a row. Capsidal looking to heat things up. Here comes, no, saved by the DavePaddie. The Guardian Angel right now for the Florida Mutineers. They try to continue the break. The contest is still on. TJ fighting tooth and nail. Now down to the rat. Brought down once again by DavePaty. Here go again. Nero Methodz into the kill feed. They hold the line for now. Next 15 going the way of Breach.
Look at this spawn. So Boston just figured out they had no idea that Vivid actually slipped through the crack. So that was Call of Duty timing at its finest to get Florida to this position. But obviously they need it. You have a P3 Money Hill where Boston straight up bullied them away from a point. So they'll take those moments. It was Vivid that got them here. Now they need to deliver a full 60. You are right back in this game.
I'm interested to see what Awakening's going to be doing from this sort of further forward position, finding kills either side of the map. Nice stuff out of the Mutineers, looking to bounce back into this one. This hard point, an interesting one indeed. Looking to hold on to time while at the same time trying to let your opponents in the back, get them those back spawns, and then run across the map to P5. But for now, you're going to soak up as much as this as you possibly can as the Mutineers, and chance DavePaty doing just that.
He needs to be the guy to step up too for the squad. I know he's the rookie, but in the comms, it feels like he's the vet for the team, the IGL for the squad. And now Vivid again, this is a pretty good hold already. 30-35 seconds have gone their way, and Boston at least partially chalking up and going towards this rotation. TJ though again there to shut him down. Rotational gunfights always key, and now look at Boston actually trying to contest and at least chew away at that time towards the end, just to strip away a few seconds. But that is a full 60 that Florida needed to get right back in this game. But to P5 we go, another Money Hill.
And it's a happy one to give up that time on the P4, of course, for Breach, because they got P5 sorted now. Down by the docks, fast hard point here in the set, and already Methodz lining up those kills. 7-7 so far. Looking to find one more here. He spotted Vivid, looking for the bank. Nice nade. No! Really? He catches Nero instead. Still, here comes the attempted break from Vivid, who again is having a great map so far. Decent stuff out of Methodz. 115 and climbing now. Zinni keeps the kills going, finally brought down. And the fight now right on top of the point. Nero back in the respawn, saves the day, holds it down for Boston.
Yeah, better when Nero's not getting, well, naded by the enemy, naded by his teammates, and everybody in moments like that can cost you a game. So Methodz has to make up for that later on, because we talk about this being a Money Hill, Florida. They had made it Mixie and made amends for that. Now 15 seconds to scrap, and it looks like there's still gunfights going down. By the way, on rotation, DavePaty is here, but even towards P5, that was messy for both of the teams, and Florida, they will absolutely take it. And if you get this P1 control, this is where you can get the ball rolling. Florida here first, all 3 and 4 players nearby looking for another stronghold.
Yeah, not the most profitable hill there for Boston Breach, but still back over towards P1 we go. Second set now upon us. DavePaty locking things down. He and Awakening getting those kills. Good stuff again from Awakening. 15 and 10. Now on a 2 for DavePaty at 13 and 11. Locking this down still. Time ticking in favor of Boston Breach. Up over to what we call an unfavorable position, but DavePaty making it work. Boston Breach now on the break, trying to get themselves forward. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Right now. There's 2 on me, 2 on me.
The ring tank.
I'll see the T's, I'm pushing up. One shot, wait, we got her.
I put the nade in time.
I have pitch right now, other side. No, our steps. Our fun house. Our ring stairs.
Okay.
Our ring stairs, Caesar.
You ran that mid.
Caesar's our ring stairs.
Caesar's new. He went new.
Okay, let's go.
That Caesar.
Nice, let's go. Fight to do.
Guys, I'm pushing out cliff, guys. You can be top out, guys. I'll push that cliff.
Yo, ring tank.
Play the guy deep right. I'm get time. I'm gonna go top out. Their steps with stun cliffs. They're pushing through cliff. Guys, ring at me. 2 hold. At least 2 hold.
Okay, wait. I'm flanking the guy's ring. I don't see him ring.
Top cliff. Go to low cliff. Low cliff, Caesar.
Orange tank, yeah. Orange tank.
Okay.
Ring tank, one shot. Nice. 3.
I'm attaching one. I'm gonna take clips open, guys. Going top ring right now. Their steps. Yeah, guys, you got it.
Caesar, one shot. Low hole, weak. Caesar, weak hole. Caesar, weak top cliff.
Go south. Kenny, nice.
Made it cliff.
Who are we looking for? I don't know. They're cliff.
I don't see anything cliff does. Weak cliff for the mid.
Neck and neck hard point coming in now in a P2. Methodz on a 5. Things starting to go the way of the Mutineers only for a brief moment. Let's now dive in for a quick listen in with the Mutineers.
Guys, we have to wrap. He's gonna be in ring and once he C1, okay? Yo, Joe, I'm wrapping to the truck to look over you, okay?
Listen, I want C1 for sure.
Go middle. I'm trying to
play the role.
Getting ring right now?
Yep.
Caps on only.
Native. Yeah,
I saw him ring. He's ring stairs.
I'm going low beach.
I got it. You hit me.
Yo, he's inside the tank and you. He's inside the tank.
You saw me?
He's inside the tank. Yo,
Cap my pinch.
God heady and hill. God heady and hill.
Mid-boat.
God heady, one shot.
Just hold it mid. Cap's only middle. One hill.
One hill.
There's one shot.
I'm getting
They know.
Yo, see, on the rock hill. He's on the rock hill. You can nade it.
This guy's gonna C1 or pitching a ring.
Yeah, he's on rock hill.
On the rock hill. Yeah,
behind the tank. C1 dead behind the tank.
Nade rock.
I'm gonna challenge this guy to ring.
C1.
C1.
I got naded. He's behind the tank, And 1C1 cutting. He might go research.
I think one's trying to go around the cap.
Yeah, play for go around
Nero.
We need to check some time.
Got Heady, one shot. He's one shot, got Heady.
Hey, I'm on rotation.
Got it, one shot.
Chance, the Mutineers are drowning slowly under the pressure from Boston Breach, and things might have just gone from bad to worse.
Mutineers in the middle of just losing this game on rotation. By the way, Methodz has gotten through. He's in the top of the tower, or maybe he jumps out, but they don't know he's here yet, and now he's striking. Oh! That's number 5, but still they're spawning in the back, and maybe he gets a little too aggro. Maybe he can gut him, but he maybe should have played a little bit slower. All those players spawning in the back, and that'll be a small gift for Florida. They are down by 80, but this is the hill where they have had the most success on. A near full 60 the last go around. They need to have the exact same thing happen once again. If they get broken, even for a moment, they're going to lose this game. And keep in mind, they got to focus on the rotation, too.
Yeah, we're thinking about P3, they're thinking about protection, and that is exactly what they need right now. Methodz, he's coming in, baby. Oh, he finds at least one. TJ's on a 5 now as well. There's a couple more players here to deal with. One more, that's it. Breaks on for Boston. You still have the Mutineers spawning back left, and this is the death knell right now for Florida. Dave Patty, cut to ribbons. TJ's getting involved as well. Absolute massacre on the beach as Boston Beach take map 1.
Beach or breach doesn't make a difference. Boston in 3. No, we're just kidding, but that was a phenomenal game. Number 1, Boston makes sure to bully him out in the end on that final hill. But honestly, I think P2 is the biggest difference maker for this team. It does not happen very often that you can turn that P2 in the boat into a money hill. Boston did it both times around, and I mean, hey, for Florida, Vivid certainly performed better, was actually picking up the kills, only -1, but his entire team also went negative with them. So Florida, not quite enough on Gavutu. That is honestly exactly why Boston Breach wanted to play that map.
aBeZy, the only player that really had a tremendous amount of kills for his squad, 25 and 15. He was putting up the big numbers. Everyone else, great job all around from Boston Breach. I mean, hey, man, we're not pushing things here and saying that was pretty much open and close from start to finish. They had a wonderful turn of events. Mutineers only managing to pull the lead back at one moment, and again, second set, as soon as that P2 ship went down, it was all Boston all day.
And just because of like how hardcore you can hold like, what, 3 out of the 5, actually 4 out of the 5 hills in this game, in all honesty, you make one mistake, it can cost you. This was mistake number 1 for Florida. It was on that P3 hill, they had the spawns, but they get bullied out, and I think even a little thing like that can be enough to cost you. And even later on, Florida maybe had 1 or 2 good hills the entire time, but Boston on this one completely bullied him out. Kept the spawns the entire time, ran the score up, never allowed those spawns to flip, and they just chained all of those hills together. And I mean, this is a moment that certainly looked good for Zinni to get the kills, but obviously he gets wiped out after that, but didn't make a single bit of difference. The slang for Boston, they brought it to the table for map number 1, taking care of business.
Massive break there towards the end again to nail it, and that was a wonderful opener there for Boston Breach. The beach is all theirs. They'll take it. Search and Destroy on its way now, Chance. And again, for the Mutineers, a tough one, mate. I mean, not like the game mode they wanted to be, playing. They've obviously had difficult runs of that one. Maybe, I don't want to say a fluke, but a very, very strong performance all around when they played the Ravens. Not to be had here against Boston Breach. Berlin, Search and Destroy coming up next. Of course, followed by that Gavutu Control. Mate, Berlin, we trade the windy, crazy, rainy skies of the Pacific Islands now for the crazy, windy, rainy skies of Central Europe.
A lot of rain. A surprising theme of this year for Vanguard, but Berlin is also a map that has been a theme for both of these teams of being an incredible strong point. I'd say Boston especially 5-1 on the map, and the #1 team on offense in the game. They mix up their strats constantly. They will hit both bomb sites. They are incredibly difficult to read, so they have an elite record. They're already up 1-0 in the series. They're happy to be here, but funnily enough, where Boston is elite on offense, Florida may be the perfect stylistic matchup to try to take them down. #1 on defense, and admittedly when it comes to the first bloods in the 4v3s, Boston, it's a slight edge, but it's not like Florida are too shabby, right? They're still middle of the pack in most categories, elite on defense, and obviously that 3-1 record. Boston are going to be happy to be playing this map, but Florida might very well be the team to take them down.
It should be a very, very well contested map 2. Again, Berlin, Search and Destroy, about to dive into this one. A chance for the story of these two teams overall, we get very, very different spots. Mutineers, not a great run through stage 2. Boston Breach, way stronger in that regard.
And that's like the theme in my mind, right? Boston certainly have been on the up and up. They had a couple players, well, the rookies, obviously, that were pretty inconsistent earlier on that, I mean, they're getting better and better. Like, they already had a handful of electric moments just at the kickoff, but now they're really starting to smooth things out. Had a nearly perfect stage 2, and again, now for them, 2 maps away from guaranteed top 3. And I was thinking for Florida, if you can just strengthen that map pool just a little bit more, that might be the thing that bumps them up. Well, obviously for the Vutu hardpoint, did not go their way, but a map that they will also be happy to play to try to get that bounce back game.
Big bounce back game needed indeed. Mutineers fans are of course smacking their lips knowing full well that they managed to roll over the Ravens and make their way forward now into the winners bracket, but they've got to get through Boston up next. Bounce back needed indeed for this Berlin search and destroy, as we will see what happens. Slight air lobby issue, friends. We diving back into this one, but hey, this should be a very, very interesting matchup again. For the Mutineers fans, Shotzzy, I think it was a bit of a surprising after a rough run throughout the stage to even be in this position. Of course, the Ravens, again, commiserations to Trey. Hope you're feeling better, brother. But at this point in time, it was a wonderful turnaround for them. Mutineers look at the best they've looked for a really, really long time. Was it a fluke? I think this series helps decide it.
Yeah, I suppose that gives us a bit more in-depth answer. I mean, I think the Gavutus was a big theme in my mind because those were the 2 maps that Florida went against Ravens, who were on point on that map. And obviously for game number 1, it doesn't work out, but who knows what happens in the control. Also on Gavutu, last time Boston and Florida played that map, it went to a round 5, and the music here, loud and ready for the action. And so are the players once we get into the Berlin. Again, a spicy one at that, expecting the control to be close. If there was one map I would have picked for a blowout, it certainly would have been the map 1. After that, I genuinely think it could almost be a coin toss with how competitive it might be. And when it comes to search and destroy, Methodz, I mean, he was, what, through stage 2, #1 in every single game mode. So you know he's feeling himself, but I think Skies might be one of my favorite players this year to actually watch play in search and destroy. Him and quite a few guys on Florida always playing the S&D 8s, playing against the best players in the world. And Skies is very much a guy that knows like the nitty-gritty details of a map. Will have these clever little ways he plays. Sometimes generic positions where you're used to like AR players play, but he'll have his own little twist just to give him that extra edge. So always got to keep an eye out on Skies on the map in this game mode and get your hand towels ready. That's not a bad idea.
Not at all. It's very, very intense matches here. Major II has stunned and shocked the Call of Duty world for sure, and this series could well do it again. Here we go, Berlin. Search and destroy, map number 2. Here we go, and again, chance for the rookies in this matchup. But opening seasons again, the debut of Capsidal and Nero here in the Pro League, and they've had a great turn of events. And again, for DavePaddy as well, he's turned heads and had a good run. Still waiting for his magical moment. We really go, hey, he truly is a wizard, but we will see. Berlin may be it.
And I've heard Methodz comment on, like, you know, he thinks both of the rookies on his squad are making an argument for Rookie of the Year, and part of the reason he gave is they are playmakers in search and destroy. Capsidal will be aggressive with an SMG. He will also pull out the sniper, but Florida on offense, they love going towards A. 4-man hit off the rip, and hey, trades come through. You got a 3v3, and Boston now starting to wrap back potentially towards A. At least they send number 3 TJ back over towards Fire, but Florida, they are forcing this through. They love this A side.
The Boston defensive holds changed again. They're now looking back towards A. DavePaddy could go huge here. Nero's going to not check that corner. How Diddly Doodly takes care of that one. That's going to be now a 2v3. Boston now starting to bleed out. DavePaddy back over on the offense. Looking to now plant that bomb. It's going to be awakening for TJ. Sneak his way through, levels the playing field. 2v2 now. Will the bomb go down? Will the Opta now make a play? Boston holding firm.
Right now, I think Awakening with the bomb is waiting for Skies to make a move. He's actually wrapping out of sight because until they have intel on TJ, you cannot afford to be comfortable, but they're making the commitment. They got Skies in the back. TJ might try to catch Awakening here in this moment, and Skies knows the Methodz is up top.
TJ sneaking again. TJ's got shots in the back now. Skies down, holding the line, not letting the pinch come through. Here comes Methodz, finds the first now. It's a straight up 1v1. We've seen TJ in these positions before do some unspeakable things to his opponents. 30 seconds on the clock. TJ's got to get the kill and the defuse.
And he's got so much time to work with, though, so he's actually trying to clear out the back, waiting for Skies, but Skies has made an adjustment. He's playing a deep corner, and I think Skies is just trying to play the game off time.
Time ticking. Skies. He's got a little bit more pep in his step. I don't know if you saw him, but I think didn't. No, TJ did not see him indeed. Here comes the clock. Sky's going to play this one perfectly as you called it, Chance, and there we go. TJ not able to dive on the defuse. There's the kill. Skies. The Mutineers take round 1.
And I'm telling you, this is why Skies is one of my favorite players to watch in the game mode. We see time and time again AR players just play in their deep spawn in train for those clutch spot situations. How many times have we seen a player play it like that? Sometimes with an SMG, but he's playing outer. He knows the timing perfectly of when he needs to go and check the bomb, and this is clearly a player that has invested in his time in this game mode, ready to go. We'll take that first round win. Florida, they love the A side on offense, take care of business. Now the question for me is, can they stop Boston on the attack? Again, this is the #1 team on defense versus #1 on offense. And Cap with that bomb over towards A.
Statistically in their favor. We'll see how it plays out in real time. Slow looks from Boston, the offense. Again, we're watching TJ's POV right now as he tries to climb and ascend towards the top of Berlin. It is very quiet in here. Thanks for the gunshots. There we go. There's a slight opener. With now a minute to work with. Neither team making too much happen. TJ takes a couple of tags, dips on out. Nero the same. A-bomb site should be the site where we do see some action, but again, it's slow, steady, methodical from Methodz, and here we go. Opening kill from Vivid. Can't get the second.
And that's bomb down, but you're also forced to go to the site, or at least you got to go pick that bomb up, so it's not like Boston can wrap this out quickly. Bomb's still not in hand, and TJ overchows and gets gunned, and you already got the flank coming through. DavePatty's here, Methodz is going to fall, and all of a sudden Nero in a 1 versus 3, and they know exactly where he is.
25 seconds on the clock, not a lot to get anything done here, as Nero will have to throw himself into the fray, and this is not going to work out. And hey, that is a different look on defense. Florida Mutineers eliminating the options of Boston Breach. Nero is going to get anything out of this, maybe a couple of bullets for his troubles, but what a look there from the Mutineers. A solid round. They will go up 2-0. The defense, mate, yeah, called it. Very strong.
And it's just for the fact that it's the bomb guy that goes down first. You don't have the opportunity to wrap back. You can't really make the adjustments. You're forced to make a play, and I mean, TJ gives it an attempt, but you're dealing with 2 different players that AR's posted up, and he put himself in a spot where he had no cover. After that, a hopeless situation, and Florida 2-0 up. Working on that bounce back game.
We'll have to see those offensive rounds get a lot more aggressive, I think, for Boston Breach. Once you let the Mutineers set up and play their game, that's exactly what you're going to see. Another round win going their way. Boston looking now to get on the board on defense. Let's see what happens. Looks like a heavy hit towards A. We're going to have a 2-2. Number 6 guys right at the back. Here comes the side door push from Capsidal. Waker's going to lock this one down. Methodz with the first blood. The flank's already on them from Vivid. He's managed to get one, get in, get out, 3v3.
And now it's a little bit confusing because you have no intel on where Vivid is. He could be anywhere, so TJ forced to back up and play a deep pocket in P3. And I think Vivid gets spotted. It's actually Nero that takes him down, and Cap strikes at the same time. All of a sudden, just like that, Dave, for the 1 versus 3, he's trying to hunt down Nero, but they know where he is. And he might be able to get that kill, but they will have intel this entire way. TJ able to spot him. Stuns are raining out. He does have 40 seconds to work with, but he's got to take a hike across the map.
He does indeed. It's a 1v2, but it's not impossible for DavePatty. The opportunity is here for the clutch. Just about 30 seconds to work with as well. He has players around him. This could get ugly real quick. Capsidal may have just been gifted, but it's not over yet. Here comes the fight. DavePatty, the stun's going to connect. Oh my, he's fighting this one out. Here comes TJ. Reinforcements arrive. And Breach get on the board.
Boston making the plays. Again, sort of a similar situation where the bomb just goes down at the wrong spot. And DavePatty, pretty much just nothing he can do in that situation. Great picks that Boston was able to get. Had a very strong setup. Making sure that they don't let Vivid cause any confusion. Like, they gave up the flank for free, but bounce back pretty quick.
Good stuff again out of Boston, keeping things alive. A little bit of nervous tension there from TJ. A huge series to win here for the squad for Boston. What a look it would be. The debut season here in the CDL, and Capsidal. He has been a playmaker. Ricochets off the tank there. The second doesn't land either. As DavePatty, ears might have been ringing after that one. Still, his teammate TJ does get the first blood. We'll see what Boston do with it.
They're trying to wrap quickly. I think DavePatty might be the guy to try to get the cutoff. You see the angle he's working with, like they cross lower trains. You won't be able to see him, but there's a couple players near P5, but Boston right now, they are taking their time. Dave looking for it though, and he can't find it. The patience pays off for a moment.
Here comes Vivid though. Oh, Teach! So much damage dealt there. You know, he was screaming, go, go, go. They're weak, they're weak. TJ managed to clutch up, nail the fight, not let Vivid get any more there. Smooth shots to keep Boston going another round.
And that is almost a page out of OpTic's book, right? Just group up together, play for picks. You got plenty of time to work with, and everyone there set up for the trades. And I thought for a second Dave might have had the opening, but he's dealing with Methodz on a barrel heady of sorts from the back, and of course other players nearby. So clean round, 2 bounce back rounds for Boston. Right back in the mix. As Florida, who almost always lean towards this A site, playing a little bit more neutral. Waiting to see if they can find a pick, and I think Nero might have gotten spotted, or maybe just trying to shoot through the wall to open things up. But Boston not baited by this at all. They still have heavy pressure over towards A. Capsidal, the first one to strike.
Don't forget TJ still on that 3 spree. Methodz in a spot of trouble here over by Planters. Vividly on the inside of this one. Bomb down over towards A. Mutineers are going to have to recover that one. Vivid's just trying to keep this map presence, trying to keep this real estate covered. I think he's going to be too ambitious here, but hey, if Methodz knows he's on the other side of this one, things get real ugly real quick, but here we go. Bomb recovered, 45 on the clock.
Yeah, how often do you think Methodz is going to be pushing in, though? He will stay here for a long time and look for the kills, and maybe Vivid gets jumpy, and well, he gets punished. Methodz much slower player, but in a 2v4, you have the bomb down, opportunity to clutch. Someone needs to get it too.
Dave Patty saw him, it doesn't matter, he gets brought down. Skies, oh, Teach wins another big one, and that is another decisive round. No one drops. It's 3 in a row for Boston.
And TJ bringing the gunny today is what it looks like to me. That is 2 rounds where he is just frying, and in spite of that, again, the patience from Methodz. Vivid in an interesting spot, but he's one of those players that just gets a little bit itchy, right? If he stays still for too long, just feels that pressure and tries to make a play, but gets caught and punished. And that is now 3 in a row for Boston Breach.
The patience of a saint. 3 rounds in a row. When will they stop? Mutineers have got to start getting things going. Defensive round could be exactly what they need. A slow move now out of the spawns. For the Boston Breach, they managed to not necessarily grab the bomb, but here comes a 2-2 split. 2 towards A, 2 towards B, mid-map, blown wide open. Methodz with the first blood, awakening and immediate trade back. We will see. Stuns coming through. TJ, he's flying. TJ's got another. That's 5 now in a row.
I mean, they're just playing TDM, trying to run straight through the middle of the map, but it is trades on trades, and all of a sudden, 1 versus 2, Vivid is flying. He has dead silence pop, so I don't know if they heard it, but 2 players focused. They were looking at the back. I don't think they have any idea that Vivid just pushed through.
They posted up. Oh no, it's a corner. Pick a corner, any corner of Boston. Another good round. Vivid could not get it going there. The 1v2 clutch was on, but Mutineers, all their options are just being completely eliminated.
And they just can't stop the bleeding. I mean, Florida doing a nice job on defense to try to deal with again. Boston has a ton of different strats, and they get the trades toward the middle of the map, but eventually, once they had that man advantage, again, they will play off the time. They will be patient, get cornered up, wait until you have the intel before you make a move. And now they are just preparing for their next round. Florida back over towards A, a round that they need to get to stop this bleeding.
TJ smoking them at 7-3. Methodz takes a couple of tags from Skies. Good work. Capsidal on the close spot. This should be his 5th in a row. Plays with it. Ends it. Capsidal continues to be a menace. And he's out. Real action movie stuff. Bullets through the glass windows. He flies through it. The Capsidal now the last player left alive for his team. This is exactly what the Mutineers needed.
And he's on a 5 spree. I was going to say maybe be patient and try to play for the glide and take your time, but he was trying to find an easy pick off bomb. Maybe try to get that and get out of dodge, but that is Florida doing what Florida does best, getting the pressure over towards that A site. And, I mean, just bullying them out. Methodz gets caught. And after that, players just fall like dominoes, 1 by 1. Around Florida needed to get to stop that bleeding. That's the attacking round. They are going against the best team on offense on this map, Boston. They mix up looks all the time. Florida still need an answer.
Sees 2 on the cross. Plenty of information passed over. It should give a lot more clearance towards that B site. But again, oh, Skies, first blood might change that up for them now. Here we go. Capsidal looking to make the entries. Oh, and he's planting it. He's got no idea. Skies may slow peek this one. He might be able to catch himself at least one. Ooh, the shots are there. Doesn't get the kill. Capsidal will live to fight another day at 6 HP.
I mean, they have him trapped, but I can't believe they didn't chow instantly. Now he chows out, but Dave Patty, the hero for his team, catches him. TJ should know that he is being hunted in this back room. He's ready for the gunfight. Takes one down, able to stay alive for a moment. The trades are in, though. Florida have 3. Methodz has to go big.
He's got to go big. The coverage. All the members of the Mutineers still alive, trying to keep him safe. Dave Patty dropped, but plenty of time. They didn't need a body block hit, and Skies will get that defuse. We're all going in, even Stevens. 4-4.
I mean, maybe that is good discipline for Skies to not chow when he has the guy one shot. To me, that is a risk. That is a gunfight. I want him to finish, but aBeZy, the savior in that moment to catch Capsidal, because by God, did he almost make that play. But that's the response you needed. You get that first blood from Skies, you make the big play, and you clutch up that defensive round, and we got ourselves a tie game. This might have round 11 written all over it. These guys have played 3 S&Ds. Boston have won them all 2 round 11s and a round 10. Mutineers trying to change that narrative.
We called it. It was going to be a close matchup, and it's exactly what we're getting. 4-4 now. Mutineers now on offense. And slowly but surely towards the site we go. Capsidal tagged up. No deaths just yet for him. Boston on the 2-2 split on defense. You got aBeZy, top right as well.
I think they're going to take their time. If aBeZy is playing this deep corner, he can see the full flank. If you cut through P5, if you go all the way around, Dave will have that read. But for Boston, they're not taking any bait for the moment. Not biting on anything. So Florida clearing out this ace site, and with those nades coming through, they should know it's open, but they should also know Zenny loves to play in this B3 spot.
Yeah, he's a very, very patient player. He's been here all match long. And we'll see what happens again, keeping a vigilant eye over across that A-bomb site. All 4-4 now. As again, it is a very, very tense search, and this is what we saw again when the Mutineers, when they were winning their rounds. Oh no, it's changed indeed. Methodz with the first blood cracks the map wide open. It's now forced movement out of the Mutineers, and they're right into the jaws of Capsidal, eating them alive. 25 seconds, Sky's last man up. He's going to make a fight of it. Gets at least one. A 1v3 now, he's got to get out and get good. But again, for now, the time is all on Boston's side. They can sit pretty and let this happen.
And TJ, by the way, I think him and Methodz are the 2 players that wins them that round. There was a moment sort of in the middle when things were stagnant where TJ spots a player from a cut in towards P5, leaning towards the A site, and they said, hey, if we see him still over at A, no one needs to wrap around, no one needs to go on the flank, we can just wrap back. So that spot that Dave was playing in, the strat that Florida had, well, TJ with the intel knows they don't have to take that bait, and obviously it doesn't hurt that Methodz can shoot through walls like that. That laser vision on point. 5-4 lead for Boston. #1 team in the game on the attack. They want to close it out here.
Map point looking to go up. 2-0 in the series. Capsidal impatient at best. They're looking to get there immediately. Sky is over towards the B-bomb site, having a back on up. Here comes Boston. Pressure now mounting as they make their way forward. Capsidal up the back line. You've got Nero already on the bomb site. And oh no, Sky didn't see it. He didn't see it. He leaps out. Cleans him up. Bomb being planted to B. TJ on the defense, bringing him down. It's all over the big wake of the 1v4. And this is seemingly impossible, even for Demon Joe. What can he do now with the bomb planted? A clean 1v4. This would have to be truly historic, and he's a dead man. Boston breach. They managed to steal the search and destroy after an absolute blowout on the first map. 2-0 here in the series.
And honestly, that is not a team that plays like half their squad is rookies. I mean, just veteran stuff from start to finish. Perfect strats. They were patient when they needed. They get the offensive rounds, and again, even little moments, like it's not just the first bloods that Capsidal was getting. Obviously, those are nice to have, but moments where TJ is getting the information where they just know exactly what kind of play call they need to make. I mean, TJ, honestly, putting in work, 10 kills, most damage in the lobby, making those mid-round reads, and obviously, we definitely caught more of it early on, but he brought the gunny today.
He barely lost a 1v1 fight. I mean, Sky's put up a decent amount of damage as well, but just not enough. Florida Mutineers unable to get anything going here in the winners bracket. 6-4, the final score on Berlin. And hey, man, good looks out of Boston Breach. The first 2 maps in the series, relatively comfortable ones at that. Gavutu control coming up in just a moment. And Chance, before we go to this break, I've got to do it. I'm so sorry, brother. There we go. Had to do it. I just had to. That's brilliant. There we go. Right. Let's go to a quick break. On the other side of this one, Gavutu control. Could be a 3-0. We'll be right back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Boston Breach seemingly leaps and bounds above the Florida Mutineers at 2-0 here in our winners bracket matchup. And oh baby, what an event this has been so far. RØKKR Major II has been a treat for all. And this is a view of the VIP room. Food, snacks, drinks, and all sorts of fun things available. If you got yourself one of those VIP tickets, get in there. Look at those two guys. That almost felt scripted. Sushi and everything. My word. Can't believe it. Might have to go in there after the series, Chance.
I was like, where is that?
It's just outside, literally right out that door.
I need that food. That looks delicious. Actually,
so
I'm there for that. I'll be there
if
after
you're
the
here in the
series.
venue and you're in the VIP room, we might have to see you in a mo. But before that, it is strictly business. We have ourselves a Control and Gavutu to play. This is a last-ditch effort here in the winners bracket for the Florida Mutineers. We have to see the turnaround because right now it is all Boston Breach.
I mean, just in a phenomenal spot. The stage 2 that these guys have has been electric. The rookies have been stepping up. Methodz, I mean, could be just the #1 overall performer throughout this stage. But this is something that we talked about as soon as the tick change came through of Boston. Their record before this was abysmal. Their KD was not great, but they were one of the very best teams in the game at actually playing the objective. So as soon as that switch got made, well, here they are, finding all the kills, playing the objective. It has had been a ridiculous turnaround for this squad, and they were just waiting to play that OBJ role. Into Gavutu we go. I'd say for the flip side, in my mind, similar story for Florida. Vivid, I mean, this entire year until this major had not gone positive on Gavutu, hardpoint or control a single time. But the 3 Gavutus that Florida have had, maybe he's not taken over the map, but he has certainly been on point, always near even, and he actually went positive for the first time. So that's the player I'm looking at for Florida. Of course, though, for Boston, I mean, it was just a few weeks ago that they played Florida on this map. They beat them in a 3-2 fashion. And obviously, there it is, the average ticks. That is where Boston thrives.
Yeah, look to see them capture the objective plenty of times here on our Gavutu Control. Methodz has had one hell of a series so far. Brilliant stuff out of the old fella. And again, I say old, he ain't that old, but he's making it look great so far. The gun is still 18. Here we go, though. Mutineers, Boston Breach. Map number 3. A must-win now for Mutineers to stay alive in the series.
And one map away from that guaranteed top 3. How badly they want us, and well, not a bad opening break either. A couple kills go their way, plenty of presence over around the ship. I think Nero's by himself on point, and maybe has a little bit of coverage from up top, but a couple players fall, and Boston forced to dip out for the moment. But you can never afford to lose this boat control, and for the moment, so far so good. Capsidal and TJ putting in the work to try and keep it, or then it'll be there to shut him down.
Nice work again, just to slow that one down. You lose one segment at A for now. You got a little bit of work to do still for Boston Breach over there. But Vivid, the one man right now, locking down the boat, seemingly alone. The rest of the squad now making their way forward, looking to reinforce the position. The A zone, it is not safe just yet. Big kills from his teammates either side. It's a 2 spree currently for Vivid. Looking to find a few more, but up the beach we go. Great stuff out of the Mutineers.
And that is a great read by Dave Patty as well. Methodz was trying to do his best zero impression and find an opening towards the beach, but he gets shut down, and Boston really don't have much map presence at all. Awakening wins the next one, and maybe TJ's taking his turn to work over towards P1, or maybe Boston, they're going for a B hit in the middle of this round.
They're trying to make something happen. TJ's going to be the player getting ever so close. Vivid on the other side. Just a tippity top of his cap. Shots are in. There's the trade. Kills coming through. Awakening now trying to find something through mid. Skies is going to get the help as well. Here comes Nero trying to support those players at ring. Oh no, and he's just turned at the wrong time. 27 seconds now remaining. They're off the B zone. Over towards A we go. It's Methodz. Awakening's made the read. Should be able to slow him down here. Final 20.
Yeah, Boston not making a good enough reads. You have to keep ring control forever. So as soon as Nero wants to look over his teammate, you lose ring. Well, you have a 0% chance of capturing B after the fact. And now you're worried about the pinch. You're worried about everything. You are getting chopped down one by one. And they were so good at capturing ticks, and now they only have one. Florida have annihilated them on this round. Unless there's a hero play, which there isn't, Florida as good as it gets to kick off this control.
One segment capture towards A. That's all you get. That's all you get to take so
That's
far.
basically nothing.
That's not a lot. A's been a real gimme zone here throughout Gavutu Controls. It seemingly gets captured every single time. So wonderful work from the Mutineers, keeping that first round things going good. Boston Breach, we'll see them now attempt to keep the Mutineers at bay. Florida, we have not seen them lift a trophy or even get even close to a finals since, what, the 2020 season. Of course, when Big Wake joined the team, it's 3 back-to-back. Incredible work for the Mutineers, but for now, we'll see what happens. Sky's first blood. Over towards the middle of the map we go, looking to get themselves in on towards A. Boston breach, the defenders, the numbers dwindling.
You get 3 kills. I would just stack this point as quickly as you can.
Stack
Vivid
it.
pushed out, but he lets someone pass, but that should be a free kill. And able to stay alive, and the more he gets, the better you will be. He's a cut-off man, so right now your man on hill, Dave Patty, his job is comfortable, but even Dave from the hill is helping out. Vivid's still trying to be that roaming slayer. He's the guy for the team where if he turns his Gabutus around, this is where Florida can shine. 4 automatons is what they're rocking, and already a second tick about to come through.
It's working great. They've already done a much better job than Boston Breach did in the opening sort of 20 seconds of the round. They're looking to close out A. And it could happen any second now. 2 remaining members alive at the moment in time for Boston Breach before the rest get on spawn, and here they go. Over towards B, trying to keep the play alive, but already Mutineers, they've fought their way forward. They've got presence now over towards B, and Vivid, a couple more kills, they can dive on that as well.
And they got an open lane. Awakening's already found the first one. Looking for the Chucky, can't quite get it, but you still have that presence on point. Dave Patty right now, he's on a 4 spree. He does not have to worry about his flank. His teammates have ring control, so Florida right now in a very strong spot.
They're starting to capture B. It's nearly gone. The first segment, it's only 1 player for now. It's Vivid, and he's slaying his way through it. Nero trying to escape, finds 1. Here comes the pressure. 2 minutes to play with, and right now, I don't think the Mutineers need it. If they can take care of Nero, this could go great. Dave Patty still alive and kicking, kills going his way. Vivid as well, gets a second. That is tremendous. Second segment of B gone, and we might be looking at an offensive round win in a matter of moments.
They are going to get this, and Dave Patty, 1-off streaks. If the nades don't come through in time, he might be good enough to get it, but no! Get shut down in the nick of time, but if I'm Skies, get on that point. You are right there. You are an inch away from winning it.
Stays alive. Is he going to kill Methodz as well? Sky's doing everything he possibly can with a rat in hand. No. My word, we were a pixel away from a perfect round for the Mutineers, but now, still loads of time to work with, but Boston Breach have been given second wind here in round 2.
I mean, surely there's no way that they dropped the ball when they got that close. I mean, you still have Vivid putting all the pressure in the world, 13 kills already to his name, and Dave Patty right there with them. The slang's been on point, and well, obviously it is an 18 versus 5. If I'm Florida, I don't know how you orchestrate this, but you try to capture the tick before you kill them all. Right now, I think Boston, I mean, they're looking for the miracle if they can find it, but just make sure that last tick doesn't come through. It honestly might be better just to die if you can't find all these kills.
Yeah, you don't let them cap it. Final 4 players now remaining for Boston Breach. Methodz, last chance, brought down. There we go. Vivid does find himself in a 5 spree. 15 and 5 overall. Gabutu's very own Giant gets himself another one. Capsidal
this
last
is the
up.
moment. Just capture it. Just capture it. Do not kill Capsidal. You have 14 lives to try to get that extra. Okay, or not. Look, it might not be necessary because you're up 2-0. You're feeling great anyway, but at some point this year, I think there might be one very specific moment like that where you just want to get the tick instead for that, like, advance for that round 5 defense. Admittedly, I mean, that is 2 perfect rounds from Florida. That is as good as it gets, so they're in a great spot, but there is wiggle room for the 200 IQ play. I'm just saying.
And what a moment it may be, Chance. We will see, though. But either way, a nice bit of a turnaround there. It is. Great work on offense. They captured so many of those points. I mean, what? They're up by 3, I think, at this stage. We'll see how it fares now. Vivid does manage to get himself streaks. Glide bomb will come in handy a little bit later. It's a 2-2 split now on offense for Boston Breach. But so far, nice looks out of Mutineers.
And when, again, I was saying it earlier for Vivid, he is on a 10 spree. He is 21 and 5. This is a man coming into the tournament, had not gone positive on this map a single time. And here he is, quadruple positive, dominating Methodz, who has been, you know, one of the best ARs, if not this, like the best AR this stage. Still, you got to make sure you close this game out, but right now, the slaying prowess that Florida has, I mean, it cannot be understated. They're, what, like plus 25 in kills right now.
First segment over towards A has been taken care of. Kills going the way now of the Mutineers. Nero's trying to stop these players out. 3 clean for Boston now as they approach rapidly towards B. Look at this onslaught, trying to cut the spawners out. Vivid goes down, trades come through, and if not for Dave Patty's 2-piece there, that could have got real bad. He stays alive on B. All he has to do is deal with Methodz, and at this point, can't even deal with that fence.
I mean, that is one of the most difficult things in this game, to run through the fences, to break them open. It is very inconsistent about when it works. So Methodz struggles a little bit, but where he struggles, Florida just taking full advantage. I mean, you have to win this round. You have 45 seconds left on the clock. You are still dealing with players in your spawn, and that's a nice start. Get 2, but still Awakening on a 4. Whoa. Everybody is here from Florida. Piecing them up. one by one, clean 4 down, and honestly, that moment right there, Florida will be able to get this 3-0 win.
Oh, that could be a 3-0 right then and there as Big Wake's let a couple through, but for now, he's just going to have those later. Unbelievable. 20 seconds remaining here as Big Wake letting them know, here come the streaks.
The fastest Gavutu control we have seen this year, without question. What a ridiculous turnaround for Mutineers, and unless they can slow down the clock towards the end, but you're down on lives, you don't have that map control. Finally, they take down Awakening, and actually, funnily enough, TJ's trying to make a hero play over towards B. Nero's picking up a couple towards the middle of the map, so there's only 5 seconds on the clock, but then the next glide bomb comes in. Good luck with this one.
Okay, they opt to go for A. Here comes the player hit towards B. There it is. Kills come through. The Florida Mutineers absolutely eviscerate Boston on Gavutu. Okay, friends. Pens and paper out. We're going to be dissecting that one for a hot minute. Boston, no idea what went wrong for them there.
We will dissect this one for 5 seconds. Florida outslayed them, not even remotely close. You get all the kills. Wins are that easy. Analysis done. Now I want to talk about the fact that 2-0 leads are not safe. I know day one was filled with 3-0 after 3-0, but you can ask Nate Shot of the LA Thieves how comfortable a 2-0 lead is until it is over. It is not. And that is double negative for half the players for Boston Breach. That is an absurd stat line for all of Florida. Maybe nerves were in the bag for like map number 1, because that is a absurd performance they just threw on Gavutu. Vivid, especially that turnaround, 22-10. I mean, he deserves all the credit in the world, at least for that one map.
And he really was the X factor for his squad there. We've been giving him nothing but props, a lot of chit-chat towards the start of this one. And if you watch across the highlights, he really was the man dominating them as well. Big Wake with a great spree towards the end there. 2 sets of streaks used very well indeed by the Florida Mutineers, but that is what we expected out of a team we saw absolutely slap London on day 1.
And that's honestly, I mean, that's completely wild. Like, I don't know if they switched sides of the stage or what happened, or if there was just some absurd pep talk from the coaches of Florida. Maybe Ogre 2 just got in their ear and gave them some of that GOAT level advice, but whatever the case may be, Florida certainly not out of this series. Dominance on Gavutu, a turnaround they will obviously be happy to have, and the Gunny, there is no question about it. It is certainly hot. Funnily enough though, the next map we have is Berlin. Florida Mutineers, it's not their auto veto. They've only banned it 20% of the time. 0-0. They literally just have never played it. They have had so many 0-3s and so many 3-0s that the map 4s are occasionally rare, and I mean, we honestly have no idea what to expect.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one indeed. Again, this is Awakening spree towards the end. Rat came to play, and Demon Joe flayed them alive. That was a great run towards the end. Buying times all over the place, and good looks, mate. And you know what they say? I don't know if anyone says this, but when the GOAT bleeds, you reverse sweeps. So let's see if that Brilliant Hardpoint could be the start of something truly special for the Mutineers.
I like it. I'm cool with that one, but Berlin, a very interesting one. And just because you're 0-0, there is no intel. It's not like Boston can do their homework. They're obviously going to play the map. They will happy to be here as well. It's not like they're too shabby. 4-2 record for Boston Breach, and I'd say really hard point is where Boston was able to shine throughout stage 4. 8-2, well now 9-2 in their last 11 in the game mode with their map 1 win. And certainly it is a mode where they have had Florida's number as well. An interesting one to say the least. I mean, if you're not working with the stats, I don't even know what to talk about, Mark.
Well, plenty we can talk about, Chance. Pressure is now on, though, for Boston Breach. Again, we've seen how well they can play when they're up, but now with their backs, not necessarily against the wall, but we're one step closer towards that sweet, sweet game 5. And you call it, mate. 0-2 leads are nothing here in Vanguard. Crazy things have been happening all day long. Of course, we saw the LA Thieves take an extremely dramatic dip out of the tournament early on. Mate, I don't know where we go from here, because again, there's no records against Berlin here on Berlin rather for the Mutineers. Outside of scrims, scrims are only one thing, and as we've seen time and time again, no matter what you're doing in scrims, no matter how you're performing, when it comes to the main stage, that's really where the difference is made.
And it's also, you can't afford to make any mistakes, right? I think that was the thing for Florida, just a couple very small moments on Gavutu where things just spiral out of control. It's not quite as extreme on Berlin, but you still got to make sure on point with the pressure on. Boston still 1 map away from locking in top 3. Florida, a long way to go. And even if we get to that Desert Siege, these guys have squared up on that map twice. Boston has beaten them both times. Once in a round 11, once in a round 10, but Boston not afraid of the desert.
Last major as well, mate. It was a game 5, and it was an incredible play out of Methodz, a ninja defuse to seal the deal against this very team. Will it be a repeat? Another showdown in the desert for game 5. Got to get there first. And the road to the desert starts here in Berlin. And again, it is nervous tension across the stage. Many of these players have been here before, Chance, but again, for the rookies, this is a massive, massive opportunity to get a great spot early on in their career here in Vanguard.
And it is not always easy to bounce back after you get destroyed like that on Gavutu. Again, that literally might be the record for the fastest Gavutu control this year. And you get outslayed by 25, 30 kills. You got Awakening lighting up the kill feed. You got Vivid dominating you the entire time. Not an easy one to try and bounce back from.
Damn.
Again, his single best performance on that map this entire year. Couple captures as well, and 19 non-tradeds. Vivid certainly looking to carry that momentum over to Germany.
But here we go, map number 4. We're still on match point for Boston Breach, but this could be the beginning of the reverse sweep now for the Mutineers. Hard point it is, first to 250. And this is an absolute must-win for the Mutineers too, because again, the team that has not had a whole lot of luck when it comes to reverse sweeps is 3-0s or side 3s, you name it, but here we go. P1's up, let's get it.
And the good news for Boston, they are coming in from the good side. I think it was a key to victory early on. They love the opening breaks on this map. I think they're outscoring teams 31-9, but Vivid strikes with 2, gets the quick flanker. Maybe slow down the pace. That is a lot of attacks flying your way, but the contest is in the hill. Vivid trying to time out the flank, and there it is. Boston where they dominate the P1 off the rip. Florida there to shut him down.
Oh, he's not stopping here, baby. Oh my God, he was a second away from getting his 5th in a row. Stays alive. Vivid still on a tear. Time going the way of the Mutineers, and what a wonderful opening it was. And Okie dokie spots himself another player, Capsidal now. The approach from Boston, 3 players making their way in through the front, now making 2. Sneaky moves out of Boston, looking to make the break here, but it's slow, it's steady, it's TJHaly, but it's still Vivid. It's still, no, he can't get any more. Boston with the time.
And hey, you'll take those final 8 seconds to scrap. That is an opportunity. Vivid gets both those kills. You're coming off spawn and you lose this rotation towards P2. But now as soon as the hill pops, Boston already here to swarm. They're actually inside the hill first. Nero top 3, looking for a couple kills, but he can't get him. And look who's in the feed again. Vivid was the man that picked up 2 on that rotation. Florida, he has been their hero these past 2 maps, and hey, he's not stopping.
Hits the brakes once again. There we go. Now Nero trying to get to the point. Dave Paddy brought down. Capsidal backing him up. Here we go. 2-man pinch now towards the point. Awakening's up first. Big kills. Trades are on point, and Skies, last man alive in the point. How long though can he keep it going? Here comes Tej through the window. Finds at least one with a rat, and there we have it. Brakes are on for Boston, and it's on Vivid once again, trying to be the hero.
Yeah, Vanguard though, man. Methodz can't punch the walls and Vivid can't run through them. Always so awkward in those moments, but just an inconsistency you gotta deal with. Skies, by the way, picking up 2, and I think Awakening looking for his second that he cannot find. That is a quick look at the problems he has been having, but now Vivid on rotations. He has been elite, but this time gets shut down. A little too quick on that corner is Capsidal, and Boston will be secure over towards P3. They're down by 20 seconds, but they can obviously turn their game around right here.
Big rotation. 2-2 split. Capsidal and Methodz make it just a 2 split. Nice work out of Breach now. Time going their way. Looking to take the lead and exchange hands here. As Florida Mutineers trying to find their way forward. Capsidal continues to run amok. His iconic 9 spree. The kickoff classic. Very similar shades as he keeps things going. TJ now locking down the other side of the map. We've got a contest for a brief moment. Skies is in, but Awakening with an 8.
All right, trying to be that opener. Skies can find one, but yeah, well, a teammate will pretty much shut that all down, and the nades come through, and that'll be not quite a full 60, but I don't know, 50, maybe 52 that Boston be able to get right back in this game, and then some. Taking that lead, and TJ thinking about rotations. He's working with his teammates. They're trying to fight this through train, but Florida, a couple players stacked up. This flank might be perfect, but he gets caught. You got Florida 2 on point, 2 clean with it. Secure rotation over towards this new hill, but obviously they're down by 30. A back and forth game.
Train yard trying to turn it into a fortress. Happening. Fortress train yard. They're going to lock that one down as Skies atop his perch. Sweet shots to be found. I think he may have seen the shadow of Methodz there atop third, and he's definitely saw the bullets of Methodz there as he brings him down. Awakening still soaking up the time. The hill kitten purring. Time ticking away. The Mutineers looking to get back into this one after a shocking P3. Unable to make the break, but so far it's looking okay.
He need that one gunfight though, right? You got Awakening just with 2 kills, and he finds that one. He can continue to be that super soaker, but Boston get him out of the point at least for a moment to try to chip away this time, but this is the power position on this hill of all power positions. Vivid helping out his teammates, being that cutoff man, and now trying to get those final few moments of scrap. Methodz trying to buy his teammates time, and I think he might have just done enough. Tax coming through, but I think Florida nice and secure. This has been the lead being exchanged 4 hills in a row, back to back to back to back. Maybe now Boston's turn to try to string something together on P5.
Yeah, the lead may change again. P5's up now, center of the map. Difficult hard point to hold. We've seen a few teams master it somewhat. The destroyed wall is now open for business. Here we go. Methodz wins a big one against DavePatty as the kills coming on through. Capsidal, close range engagement now against Big Wake, brings him down. Skies is up next. No chance though, over to the point we go now. And still, no one managed to really get in this one. Both teams doing a wonderful job contesting it from afar. And finally, the Mutineers get in there and cross the 100-point mark.
And a bunch of gunfights being won like around the edges of the map as well, just to make it a little bit more difficult to collect time. But with that one from Skies and that one from Vivid, the outside lanes were almost covered. TJ, the only player that can maybe find the opening, but DavePatty just soaking up all this time on P5. And if you don't have those spawns towards P1,
wow,
you are happy to collect it. This has been a pretty strong hill overall for Florida. And about a 35-second lead that they'll have, but the good news for Boston, you have those P1 spawns, and I mean, this is a hill that you can absolutely turn into a decent chunk of time. So Boston, this is their moment. Try to take that lead once again.
We'll see if they can take the lead back, because again, that's basically been the name of the game here on Berlin. Shots out of Methodz, 11-9 for him. He's had a little bit of a slower run so far, but there we go. A big flank now. A huge one from Skies. A very sneaky one. See if he can break that point. He's going to find at least one. Pressure is now on. Here comes Methodz now trying to run back, reinforce the point. TJ, though, the bastion for Boston Breach.
And you take that route to go on the flank, but everyone else loses the gunfights in train, so Boston turn up, and now they just have to turn around. And Capsidal, this timing might end up being beautiful to shoot a couple players in the back. Florida trying to set up the pinch, though, win a couple intros. Now the pressure is on Boston.
Here comes the hit now. Boston trying to hold this one down. Methodz down low, watching the kill. Skies trades about. Here comes DavePatty, though, from upstairs.
Nice
into the point he goes, wins it. That's going to get the break for now. Boston still have Capsidal close enough with a contest. Finds one as Capsidal still alive. Rotation now going down, and it's Vivid over by the mailroom. He versus Nero now with Methodz involved as well. That's the rotation fight done. It's all going to go the way of Boston unless Mutineers can get close.
I mean, this is what, the 5th or 6th time that the lead is exchanged, because Boston will be here early on. So I think this game is being set up to be an absolute battle. While Skies is roaming over towards Docks, Boston giving him nothing. They have stacked up second story, third story, and first is theirs. Give him an elevator. They got everything covered, but Skies trying to pinch.
Here he goes through the window. Eyes up, trying to find anything. Sees a shoulder. Almost gets a lot more for his troubles. Time, though, still in the favor of Boston Breach for now. They've got numbers still on point. Kills coming through from Methodz. Skies got to pick a corner, man. They're absolutely everywhere. There's no cover left there in P2. They've blown it all away. The battle's still going. We're thinking about next again for Methodz. Big brain on Nim, trying to stay alive. Nero, though, bringing the gunfight up close, managing to win a few more. And there's 20 seconds here, Chance. This is very valuable time.
And number 7, by the way, taking a route. So him versus 4 have a big gunfighter, an important moment. But this scrap time right now, you're actually fighting for it. And Boston get it out. Methodz is on a 5.
Uh-oh.
The rotation, Florida had to win, but Capsidal picks up 2 and shuts them down. They get him out of the scrap. They win the rotation. That moment right there might be the one for Boston where they win this game, as Tony right now cooking them up.
He's cooking them up, looking to get streaks. Awakening's up next. Tags are in. Vivid saves the day for his squad for now. Capsidal puts him to bed. 50 seconds here. And this should be it. A massive pinch. All angles covered. That's a break now for Florida Mutineers. Time surely going their way.
That could have been the moment for Boston to take this game over, but they dropped the ball, and Florida now take over this hill. Again, we might have the lead change hands as you see them all stacked up in and around the point. Capsidal, though, the intro man, him and Nero working together through fire, but maybe chopped down before he can make a move. Both of them fall in 25 seconds to go. Florida, they had time to make moves on this rotation. Plenty of scrap time left on this hill.
The lead changes hands once again as Florida Mutineers remain firm here on the hard point. Rotation's already down. Those green arrows making their way to the lower right-hand side of the map. That's where the next hard point is, and they've got themselves set up. Great time for the Mutineers to be grabbed here. The rotation's going down for them. They're making their way across map. TJ, he can only do so much. Awakening takes care of him. Next hard point's open. Here we go.
And you're having what for Florida? Maybe one player going on the full flank, couple players through P5, maybe through the train sided thing, but TJ on the cross, he's in that power position, catching them all. Methodz is posted up in his tank, and TJ winning a couple intros. Florida nowhere near being able to set foot inside this hill until they shred him through. DavePatty taking off heads. Capsidal Capsidal, the next in line, and there he goes. DavePatty, the hero for the squad.
There's time going the way of the Mutineers for now, but there's a bit of a crossfire. You've still got to worry about Nero alive on the inside of the warehouse. Here he comes, jumping to the point. Brought down immediately. TJ there for the trade. Skies cuts him down. The war raging on the point, trying to keep Methodz alive. He's got one angle of attack to work with. His teammates are getting taken care of. 20 seconds here, the Mutineers could have it. Here comes Boston though, still alive in the fight. Methodz gets another. That's the back line open now. 10 seconds to Boston.
This has been a map of endurance, lead exchanging multiple times, but who can make the plays for what I'm expecting to be these final two hills? This will be a constant battle for the left side spawns that for the moment Boston have. That is step one, but step two, you can't let them collect all this time on P5. Florida, they actually thrived the first go around on this hill. And right now they're trying to set up for it, but again, you can keep the spawns for Boston. You're still in a good spot, so Methodz winning these gunfights over towards trains, always important.
It's a delicate balance now for both teams. Boston Breach can't let the time go all their way. Mutineers don't want to lose those spawns either. Boston Breach are not out of this yet. Kills keep coming on through. Skies on a 3, makes it a 4. Picks up time as well. Over the 200 point mark, Nero managing to stop him down. Oh no! Nero gets both of them on point.
And that's some big kills again, but number 8 taking the round again. You need these left side spawns the entire time in Boston. Do they read this flank from Awakening? It's looking like no one is going to do it for the moment. Methodz the first one to fall, but Awakening by himself has to pick up the second, but he gets shut down. All for maybe a 1v1 or a 1v2. Vivid just gets caught. The rotation is there. The reads are in. And Boston here first, down by 15, but they can go on a tear in this moment. They can win it on P1.
P1's been very kind to them now. Capsidal trying to slow the push through mid. Here comes the hit through train. Chef Tony's got that one, cleaning them up. Looking at that game clock as well. Minute 46 to play with. Not a whole lot of time. Here comes Awakening though. Last man up, TJ. Trying to keep the defense alive. He gets brought down, and it is DavePatty. That is a big win. And now the time going the way of the Mutineers. 30 for the win.
And that's a break that if you're Boston just can't happen. Now the pressure's on, and you are in the blender. You get the dog spawn, and I mean, number 3, TJ, he's got to wait for his teammates, but you are getting chopped along the way. DavePatty, the hero marathon man in this hill, shredding them all, winning his team this game.
That's a 7 for DavePatty. That's 10 seconds for the win. Here come the streaks as well. And I'll tell you what, you're a wizard, Patty. You've absolutely slayed this one out. You've locked the time down, and you have just bought your team a ticket to Game 5.
Florida Mutineers. They came to play, they came to slay. The bounce back from being down 0-2. Skies, lights out performance the entire time. DavePatty right there with them with that spree towards the end. I mean, P1 again, you can lock it down, but Florida took it over and dominated them. They didn't win that rotation battle, but they won nearly every single gunfight after the fact. I mean, Dave got the 30 bomb, got a third of them in that final hill, and Sky's there that entire time, and even Vivid. Maybe 27-30 doesn't look great, but remember the start he had to set the pace of that game. Florida were 0-0 on Berlin hardpoint. They got the only win they needed.
Slow and steady now for the Mutineers. They've crawled their way into the Game 5. The reverse sweep is on. When the goat bleats, you know the rest. There we go, though. We're looking across the maps and modes, and once again, history repeats itself. Desert Siege, the showdown, map 5 here in the winners bracket. Last time these two teams met in a tournament. Oh, baby. It's going to be another one. And hey, John B, I'm 10 years old and at the reverse sweep, and you may well see 2 in a day. Hey, what a day for learning for all of us. We've seen some crazy angles, we've seen some magical moments, and hey, we may get another reverse sweep, but that chance is going to be something we will see after this quick commercial break. Don't go too far, friends. This could be an absolute banger. When we come back, Desert Siege awaits.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Straight into it. Our Scuff play the game. Dave Paddy with the diamond hands, holding on to the hard point at the final moments of this Berlin to force the game 5. And damn, son, he was throwing.
I mean, literally the 6 spree that, like, well, 6 kills inside the hill. They got him here, and he fried them. I mean, just undeniable how clean that wizard shot can be. And that's the turnaround in Boston. They got to be feeling that pressure in Florida. They got to be feeling those vibes. All of this, though, just to force that game 5 to Desert Siege we go. These teams have played it twice. One was around 11, one was around 10, and this was the final map that they played at the Major 1. Obviously, that was Methodz, hopping the bomb, making those big, I was gonna say a word, plays, big brain plays. We can go with that, B. That works so much better. The Methodz clutched up in that moment. Florida looking for revenge, trying to make sure they get that top 3 placement in a reverse sweep fashion. How sweet that would be.
Both teams have found themselves in an incredible position, given how they've stacked up in the league so far, finding themselves here playing for top 3. This is going to be an absolute banger, friends. Florida. The Mutineers looking to right the wrongs of what has been an ugly stage so far, but top 3 at the Major, nice. And for Boston Breach, of course, for them. 2 rookies here on the team trying to show the league they're made of some real tough stuff. Here we go.
And Florida Mutineers, again, 0-3 on this map. One of the worst round win percentages on Desert Siege. But when they go against Boston, they go toe-to-toe. They are neck and neck, and obviously they will be doing their homework. They know this map is going to get through. Mutineers need something special, and for Boston, I mean, this is just operation. You got to keep the confidence. Do not choke. Close it out in the search and destroy. They are perfect in search and destroy against Florida. And even in the map 5, they have that edge.
Mutineers trying to turn over a new leaf here in the Minnesota RØKKR Major #2. And already a quiet start. Quite a tense one at that as well. Vivid. Definitely saw TJ's head there. Pressure now towards B. Here come the nades. A pair of them. This could kill Vivid if they land, but no. Only one does connect. Oh, that was close. Pressure still towards that mid-map now. And oh my word, Dave Paddy could honestly pop off. He's very sneaky indeed. Oh, big win. Stays alive.
He does get caught though. Now Awakening, maybe the next farthest player pushed forward, but no pressure on A just yet. The bomb is actually down, funnily enough, and Boston haven't quite yet made that move. 35 seconds in this round, bunch of holes open. Capsidal looking for the timing, and he gets it. Next one is strike. 3 versus 2 for Boston.
Powerful patient play out. Capsidal now. TJ getting involved. All to Vivid now in a 1v3. 25 seconds left though. A-bomb can be planted fast. Here comes the nade from Vivid playing the long game. He still has to take care of Capsidal. That's one step done. Gets out with his life. Sniper in hand with an automaton.
He's been the monster as well. They know he plays out with the sniper. You got to be delicate about your angles and got to be on point up top. And there you go. Gets taken down. Boston get that first round. And I already can't remember. I think it was TJ. We saw him in the Berlin gunning a few players down. I'm pretty sure in that round, Skies, who was up top on this very plat, it looked like on the mini-map, TJ gave him the gunning. Got to make sure you do not let TJ get hot. He can absolutely take over games of search and destroy and at least gets his team that bounce back. Again, you lose a couple games in a row, you need some semblance of confidence, some semblance of momentum. Boston at least get that first round.
Tight one indeed. Vivid. An offensive round now for the Mutineers. He's hitting the deep backside. You're going to have a perfect spread across the left hand of the map. And Sved's sneaky Capsidal again, just working with the woodwork here on Desert Siege. Time ticking, nades exchanged. Not a whole lot seen, but Vivid's trying to shoot at pixels at great range.
I was about to say a couple pixel fights going across the map, right? All the way at the bottom of the mini-map and also all the way at the top, those outer lanes. Just looking to zap someone off the map for that first blood. Skies, we talked about how creative he can be. A lot of times you'll see him cook nades and then try to jump up and get shots in and time it perfectly. And no nades to work with, but an angle Skies is used to.
Nero does get the first blood. He takes care of Vivid, so as Vivid tries to get ever closer, it doesn't quite work out. Dave Paddy, plant and run, gets out with his life. TJ now trying to make something happen over towards the bomb. 40 seconds for the defuse. 2 remaining members now of the Mutineers. Capsidal now gets his hands dirty. Tej looking to find the third. Skies, nice shots on the Nero to find it, and here we go. The slow exchange. The 1v1 against TJ. This is going to be huge. He has to win this one. TJ now with the coverage. His teammates are there. And that is it. Boston Breach. The cleanup crew come through the backside of the map. Trains all taken care of. There's the defuse. Boston go up by 2.
Fantastic first blood and a fantastic swarm as well, right? Skies is hoping that his teammate Awakening can just watch his back, but Awakening meanwhile is fighting a 2 versus 1, so Boston gave them nothing to work with. Swarm is on point, 2 rounds in a row. But if I'm thinking that back to that Berlin, right, I think it was a team built a very solid lead, a little bit back and forth, so no lead is safe. Boston happy, though, to get those back on board.
It was a 6-4 victory on Berlin for Boston Breach in map number 2. Looking real comfortable again for them. So far, things looking fantastic here on Desert Siege. We'll see what happens though for Capsidal now. Boston Breach on offense. Bomb in the hand of Nero.
And waiting for some rotation, right? A flank from either side of the map. They have tripled up over towards mid, and they have Methodz in the back watching over, so they are waiting for Florida to overcommit and make a mistake.
Bit of a porcupine right now, very quickly in the middle of the map. All angles covered. Anyone comes close, you're getting it. Here we go, though. Nero and Tej, ants in their pants. Sky sees one. Vivid eliminates Nero. A nice shot from the backside of the map with a sniper there. TJ now, quick bomb recovery. It's a 4v3, but they're remaining in that middle of the map position. Not letting that setup go. Methodz lose it to Dave Paddy, and it's starting to fall apart now for Breach.
That's the gunfight. You got to go towards the middle of the map to try to make these plays. TJ, though, on a 3 makes things a little bit more interesting because now Florida has to think about it. They don't know if they're out or A, so they're sending players on the rotation. Meanwhile, Vivid, they might try to pick him off. He's going back as quick as he can, and he gets out in the nick of time. And TJ just gets caught. Florida looking for dominance. It is now a 1 versus 2, but shut down instantly. Florida taking care of business. They get that bounce back round.
And this was the shot onto Nero. Oh, see you, mate. Great shot out of Vivid there.
And the most important thing, even after this, is just Methodz forced to try to find the next pick, but Dave Paddy wins it up top, and that is very much a kill that could open things up for Boston. But Dave, we saw what he was doing on the Berlin, taking care of business as well on Desert Siege. Always a battle between these two teams in Search and Destroy. Always a close game.
This is going to be no one home for Vivid on this side of the map. It's all over towards A, and it's an aggressive one at that. Awakening may be able to catch a player or two here as he makes his way through the bottom side of what many call Palace. Nades are up. Skies with the opening blood on the Capsidal. Beautiful work from him. And at this point in time, you're feeling very, very good as the Mutineers.
Still, though, number 2, Methodz, I mean, he's up top, couple players down low, and well, Vivid was looking for the pick, but he couldn't find it. But hey, you force him down. That's the opening to try to go for this bomb plant. Nero, though, he's thinking about that full flank.
He's thinking about the full flank. Again, the high caliber round coming out of Vivid now is going to be the dinner bell being rung, and Nero's hungry. Eats him up. TJ gets another one. It's going to be a 2v3 now. Boston Breach with the numbers. TJ can't win it again in mid-map, so now back to a 2v2. 45 seconds on the clock. Methodz eats Awakening. Sky's now in the 1v2.
Oh, Awakening, I think, might be cost him this round, not only for that kill, but he was supposed to be the man to watch the flank. I thought he had the angle forward, but Vivid just got caught completely unaware. Put Skies in a position to make this play. Obviously, he has a little bit of time to work with, but Methodz all the way in that deep corner. You go towards B, you're going to be seen. You go towards A, well, I mean, Nero in that power position, such a difficult situation.
How critical Skies be in this spot now. It's a 1-1 split for Boston Breach on defense. Time's ticking now. Check your corners. There's Nero. That's a kill. He's got time to get across the map. Does Methodz have the time to get across the map? Because the bomb will get planted. Nothing to throw at him. It's all going to be the automaton. Skies, has he saved the round? Here comes Methodz! Just in the nick of time, an easy defuse. Boston will go 3-1 up.
Nearly gone away, but Methodz has Marathon Pro equipped. He can sprint across that map, and I will say, I mean, I was just trying to see it from the mini-map perspective. Awakening the corner he was playing towards the middle of the map, I think he was responsible for that flank, but whether it was bad timing or if Nero just found the perfect route, he opens things up on the flank, and that is a massive round for Boston to be able to get. Methodz with a little bit of love after that little bit of clutch. 3-1 lead for Boston.
He made Brandon cry. Here we go, another round. 3-1, sorry, for Boston Breaches. They're looking great. Desert Siege has been there, saving grace in these game fights.
And it's the same thing. I love this setup. Again, stationary towards the middle of the map. Yes, they got sniped last round, but it's just an idea of saying Florida, if they ever want to be aggressive on the flanks, they will get punished. So I think they're just kind of conditioning the Mutineers not to play up on the map at all, but still, if you don't get that first blood, at some point Boston will have to make a move.
It looks like they're starting to commit now towards A. And once you commit, it's hard to go back again. If the Mutineers decide to hit a wrap, this could be over. Nero with the bomb forward he goes. He's going to peek at Dave Paddy. He catches just the top of his head, but no shots fired just yet. As again, here comes the nades. Dave Paddy eliminated Nero. Beautiful work from him. Still with the bomb in hand. Forward he goes towards A.
Just that clean first blood. You spot him out, get the nade timing, and make sure you get the shots coordinated to perfection. Nero delivers for the first blood, and I think Vivid may be forced to try to find a hero snipe. You know the B-bomb site is clear for the moment. The players trying to sneak by. Both of them tagged up, but both get through. The angle's not there. Vivid got picked in the meantime in Boston. 4 versus 2. Skies, though, trying to be the hero. He picks up 2, but all of a sudden, that is to deliver Awakening to a 1v2.
Awakening now on the bomb. Oh my God, TJ in the 1v1 against Awakening. This is massive. TJ hops off the bomb and absolute chaos. As all the players catch their breath. When all the sand is settled, it is TJ who's up on top. 6-2 for the kid.
And a good try, but Awakening just can't get anything going. TJ too quick for that clutch. And talk about a massive round, Boston. I mean, it should have been easier on paper with the 4v2 near bomb down. All of a sudden, Skies just flies in and pick up 2. And that is one hell of a try, but to no avail. You are now down 4-1 in round count. Boston running the show.
We'll see if they can still keep it going as Boston Breach have ignited here in Desert Siege, game 5. This is for top 3. Skies with the bomb. Closer and closer he gets to the B-bomb site. Nero's going to be the player to watch him out, but again, Vivid with that sniper, he has not been as impactful as he can be on the map. The most accurate player statistically in the league. We'll see if he can't find some of that special sweet sauce now. As now with a minute to work with for both teams. That bomb still edging towards B.
Both of these teams slowing the pace down, waiting for the moment to strike. Creeping up the map, you know where Nero's going to be. This might be the nade coordination from Skies. Maybe try to hit it and jump at the same time, but he's too far away, and Vivid gets spotted a little too thick, and Nero gets that first blood.
That takes care of it. First blood now going his way. Bomb point delivered towards B, and Nero, he didn't see that one go through. He still has that positional advantage. Big weight, wins a big one. Cut down immediately by the team fire of Boston Breach now. Once again, all down to Skies. Technical 1v3. He may be able to keep this alive, but he's got to play perfect. Here comes Capsidal. He's got Methodz backing him up. This could be huge. Finds the beat down. No! No more kills to be had. Capsidal battered, bruised, but now on the defuse. That is going to be match point. Boston Breach.
Completely and utterly running away with this game. Looking to deny the reverse sweep, and right now on Desert Siege looking dominant. I mean, just about every single first blood going their way. Boston perfect in search and destroy against Florida Mutineers, and here in the game 5, it's looking to be no different. Game's still not over yet, but a 5-1 lead, a massive one. Pressure on the Mutineers. Nerves setting in.
Not an impossible situation to be in. We've seen it a few times here in Call of Duty, but a 5-1 deficit. Because Mutineers gotta go big.
And this is the first time Mutineers trying to play aggressive at all. This is what the setup from Boston has been able to do. If you try to be aggressive on these flanks, they have all the angles covered. They have been waiting for this push, but Skies literally so close. Awakening finds the first blood. Skies moves. He gets caught. Another pick comes through from Vivid.
Vivid sniper does hit its mark here. 2v3. Boston Breach looking to make something happen, and Capsidal may be the man to get it done. The top of Dave Paddy gone. Methodz now makes it a 2v1. Awakening, last man alive. Here comes Capsidal. 6-1 as Boston Breach have secured top 3 here in Major 2.
A nearly perfect performance throughout stage 2. Coming into the major, Boston Breach continue to deliver. I mean, they were looking at a 3-0 early on. Things got spicy, but reverse sweep Boston, they've never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Not going to happen today, Boston Breach. Proving why they deserve to hang in the upper echelons here of the Call of Duty League. The 2022 season, welcome friends, not only to the league, but now the top 3 at Major 2. Game 5 after game 5, nail biters, but that last one, that was all Boston, baby. Beautiful stuff.
And you got to appreciate the resolve from the team, because there was no shakiness in that map 5. It felt like they were not feeling the pressure at all after those 2 games previously started to slip away from them. Take care of business and execute. When you're going against Florida, these 2 teams always play on Desert Siege, and Boston clearly have done their homework, mixing up the strats. They were consistent on their attack on offense, and I mean, honestly, just time and time again, the first bloods, it seems like more often than not, were falling their way. A couple of moments where Florida nearly were able to clutch, but every time they just got shut down. Players on Boston taking turns, delivering the round wins.
Yeah, definitely they've done their homework here on Desert Siege. Last time we saw the matchup, it was way closer than this. Boston Breach securing themselves that spot in the top 3. They will roll on into the winner's bracket, but now for Florida Mutineers, they fall into the pits of hell right now. They've got a lot of mean contenders down there in the lower bracket. It is going to be a very, very, I mean, I don't even know the word now. Is it a struggle? It is just going to be one hell of a run from them. They're going to need to see to get back up into the top spot. Some mean teams waiting for them down there, but kudos to the whole squad. Everyone playing fantastically hard fought to get here. But the run in the winner's bracket comes to a close. Boston Breach, GG's.
And honestly, I mean, their teamwork has been impeccable, at least for the maps that they're winning, I suppose. I'm sure they're not exactly happy about the Berlin, certainly not the Gavutu control. But, I mean, across the board, though, in this Game 5, everyone delivers, right? Methodz is getting the clutches. There was the 1v1 that TJ is able to win. Capsidal on point with the first bloods, and Nero also on point with the first blood. So Chef Tony, fantastic performance towards the end, but that is credit to the entirety of Boston. I think maybe at this point, maybe the coaches are the guys we need to start giving more love to.
Nothing but love to Denz said, of course, but there we go. It does say, I mean, no, it doesn't say it. There's no words with it. Not quite. But hey, you know what we were going for. Final Game 5 comes to a close, 6-1. Final score there in Desert Siege. And hey, what a series it was, friends. Exciting stuff. And Boston, welcome to that top 3 spot once again. GG's all round. They're going to be feeling fantastic, man. First time that those guys have been up there. I think most of them for the first time in their careers. And Zinni, looking to get back on top.
I mean, this is genuinely a team. I was expecting to be at the bottom of the league potentially all year long because they're bringing in the rookies. Like every other team in this league were able to form their squad before we knew Boston was going to have that 12th spot. And, well, they apparently built the perfect team that they had players access to. Guaranteed top 3. They have been improving all year long. And, I mean, if they already got the guaranteed spot, now the question is, how far can they go?
We'll see. Now we're going to hear from the winners themselves. Our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Brycey on stage. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined here by Capsidal. And I tell you something, I've been looking forward to this one. First of all, I've got to get your reactions for that. You've just won a game. Very tense fashion there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, it's just a new feeling going into we're top 3. We're going to be playing tomorrow. So I feel excited. Last 2 respawns were kind of sloppy, but we've closed it out in the S&D, so can't really ask for much.
No, yeah, definitely closed it out, and they're happy to see you as well. So I got to ask, your journey has been incredible. You've been a challenger player just a little while ago. Everybody was asking questions. The pressure was all on you this season. And just 2 majors in, you're top 3. I mean, just give me the feelings for that one.
I mean, I can't even describe how I'm feeling right now. You know, being just having the opportunity to show what I can do, and our team's playing really good, so I'm excited for what we can do.
Yeah, no, I tell you something, you are playing very, very well, and that kind of leads into my next question. Last major, top 6, a lot of people wondering how much further you go. How has Boston gotten so much better in 3 weeks?
I'd say it had a lot to do with our mentality-wise. Zen and Tej, they've been outcasted basically, and me and Dill, we're rookies. We're hungry to win, and I'll say it with the coaching staff as well. I mean, they're always on us. They're always trying to keep us, I'd say, on point. We might go slack a couple times, but they make sure they keep us on check.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's really good to hear as well. And I'll tell you something, you've got a lot of fans that have become just kind of hugely involved and engaged in your story and your team so far. So what do you want to say to not everybody just in the audience who's making a lot of noise for you, but everybody watching at home?
I say keep supporting. We're going to do big things this tourney.
All right, well, that's been our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Capsidal. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they made of that game.
Oh, that was a phenomenal series, and it just looked like Desert Siege worked in Boston's favor. And when it comes to Big Cap, Nameless, I'm loving everything from him this year.
I mean, especially in the search and destroy, right? We've seen so many big plays, so many first bloods out of the Boston Breach, and when Florida would overexert themselves and push out to a spot that they didn't need to be, Boston was always ready for them. We saw multiple rounds. We saw Awakening give up the flank. Nero ends up getting behind them. He pokes out. Methodz gets the kill. This is just a cohesive unit, and in search and destroy, those were the 2 maps where they had had the massive advantage in this series. We looked and we're like, okay, these searches are probably going to go to Boston. That's exactly what happened, and they closed it out in Game 5.
Right, and aLLeY, when it comes to this team, top 6 in Texas, top 3 currently in Mini. I mean, how far can they possibly go?
I mean, I guess the ceiling's kind of unlimited, right, Cap?
Yeah.
I feel like he still has so much more room to grow, right? Like, there's still some times where you're like, oh, that was a bit of a rookie play, and then there's times when he pops off and saves the round. But actually, for me, this series, it had to be TJ and Methodz, because for me, TJ has been kind of a little bit above average, but in this series, I feel like he truly popped off. I mean, he went on a 6-free at the end of the first Kabuto hardpoint. Methodz went 25-15 with 21 untraded. Cap across the board has been kind of like the duo in S&D. Like, I feel like
Big
when it's
time.
like it comes down to 2v4s, 2v3s, it's always Cap and somebody else, and they usually clutch it out in the end.
Yes, big time. Now, let's talk about the statistics leader here in Stage 2. It's going to be Methodz. He's been doing everything consistently, Ton.
Yeah, he's been looking really good over Stage 2. And a lot of people questioned him coming into this year. Of course, what happened with Ultra, and then they went on to do so well. Would he be still able to live up to his reputation of what was being a very decent player? He's went beyond that, I would say, for the breach. He's looked really, really good, especially over the last stage. And long may it continue. He's looking good up there.
All right, now, this is going to be the scariest part now. Florida just lost that game in English. They're going down to the losers bracket. You know who they're going up against, right?
It might be chalked for the Florida boys. I'm not going to lie. The way Shotzzy was playing earlier, I just don't know if there's a counter to him on that team.
No, not at all. All right, aLLeY, Florida, they had a good showing so far. Top 3 was in their grasp. Do you think that series is going to be pretty much in their favor or not?
Florida in this series, if it doesn't explain the fact that they are so on and off better than the way this laid out, I'm going to be completely straight with you. When that control started, I had to pee so bad. I walked out that door, and when I came back in, we were loading into Game 4, and I was like, hello? What just happened? So Florida, we don't know what we're going to see out of them, but OpTic is just a different beast.
I mean, the biggest thing is just in their search and destroy, there's so many rounds where they're throwing their lives away, right? Like, even in some of those clutches, they had big opportunities. Yeah. You just have to wait. Like, even on their defense, force them to plant the bomb and try to retake or something like that. It just seems like everybody on Florida is always trying to make the play. And on Desert Siege, when you try to make the play, there's so many different angles, even from their spawn, where they can pick you off. And we've seen it happen time and time again on that map. Or just putting yourself in a bad spot. Like, there's no reason Capsidal should be able to run through mid-building, open a door, and pick you off of a heady. Yeah. Those are things that you have to clean up. You have to value your life in search and destroy. Florida did not do it. And going up against a team like OpTic Texas now in the losers bracket, Shotzzy will pick you apart. He will push up towards your spawn. He will find that gap in your setup like Awakening was giving up on that map. So they're going to have to clean it up fast because they play in a couple hours.
Yeah, when they turn on the burners, though, it didn't look like that was going to be a Florida series, but Boston held out strong. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have a Titan hit in the main stage. It's going to be the Atlanta FaZe and the Seattle Surge. We're going to find out if they can upset another great top CDL team. We'll catch you on the other side of the break to continue on with Day 3. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of Major II so far. Shout out to the Minnesota RØKKR for throwing a phenomenal event. But right now, we're gonna have a matchup to see if the upset train kind of continues with this event. And Chance, we got the Seattle Surge, the team that knocked OpTic into the loser side of the bracket, and now they're going against, what, another top 2 team, man.
I mean, this is I don't even know what direction you would call the upset, because, like, I mean, I've been thinking FaZe for the past couple of years, but Seattle has genuinely had their number.
I
think, yeah, Lando was saying it's been 10 months since FaZe has actually beaten, like, this organization.
The Nicky D curse?
Yeah, the curse of Nicky D lives on.
Yeah, we got that right. All right, so aLLeY, when it comes to this matchup right now, the one thing is Seattle Surge are looking so hot, kind of get a little bit of kickoff classic vibes.
Oh yeah, they have been absolutely on fire. I mean, they are undefeated so far against Atlanta FaZe, and the thing about me for this squad specifically is how well these two teams match up, right? I feel like when it comes to the rest of the 12 teams in the CDL, there might be 1 or 2 players that can match up with maybe, their SMG duo might be able to match up with Simp and aBeZy. Their flex player usually never matches up against Cell, but maybe their AR matches up against Arcitys. But on Seattle Surge, every single player can match up against the respective role on the side of Atlanta FaZe.
Bingo. Now, Chance, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, this team, they're not looking to go to the losers bracket at all.
No, not at all. I mean, they're just staring at like they want to win. They want championships. This team has been to damn near every single grand final for years now. So we know that we can expect excellence, but to continue the narrative, like as good as they are, there is no team that I think can actually have a mental edge against them. I think Atlanta FaZe, normally, you're almost terrified to go against them because you're just beaten like into submission. Seattle might be like one of the only exceptions that hey, we know for a fact we have done it multiple times. We can take this team down, and I think FaZe, if nothing else, they want to change that narrative as quickly as they can.
And as for the game field keys to victory, I mean, I'm gonna add one. They're gonna have to shut down Mack. He was frying his last series. Another thing is, last time he played this FaZe roster, Mack dropped a 2.0 when it came to the hard point. So gonna have to try to shut him down in any way possible. Continue P2 dominance on Tuscan hard point. #1 Tuscan P2 team in the league. Average plus 18 net points. That's fantastic. And also take Bocage hard point. Atlanta's 7-0 on that map. So that's funny. It's a key to victory. But what have we seen out of the Seattle Surge? In the last 2 times they played OpTic, they've looked so good on Bocage. And also be prepared for the creative Seattle attacks on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Seattle goes B 33% of the time. Highest B attack percentage in the league. They got to get that bomb down though. So as long as Atlanta can be there, slow them down, they can have some success.
And even though all the talk is about Seattle Surge, you know, trying to win this little upset battle, I mean, the fact remains Cellium is one of the most terrifying people in this whole entire event. 1.22 so far walking into this match.
I mean, he's probably the toughest kill in the entire league. Like, there's a couple, like, Shotzzy is like one of the hardest players to call out, but Cell will do the nerdiest things. At all times, he will just work like 110% for every single gunfight. So we already know he's one of the best. He's not a fun player to have to deal with, and you know when it comes to a major, he's going to be bringing his A game.
Now, Seattle's going to have to bring their A game as well, nameless, because when it comes to this roster, there's going to be no days off against Atlanta.
Yeah, for Seattle, I mean, they've been a little bit inconsistent, but as of late, like, they play so good versus the top teams. It's really been the difference in Pred and Simp. They've started to step it up. They stopped red dot chasing, as I like to say, and they're playing with a little bit more teamwork. So this is a Seattle team that is confident against FaZe. I remember I was looking at like the press conference thing, and Simp was like, dude, we're not afraid of anybody. Like, stop asking if we're worried about going up against FaZe or OpTic, because we are not, and that's the type of confidence that you need in a match like this. So as for the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what does Seattle have to do?
Well, they got to work on their Tuscan hardpoint breakoffs when it comes to first hill. They're last in the league by losing that breakoff, and refine your A strats on Berlin S&D, winning 75% of B breakoffs, but only 40% of A breakoffs. And take advantage of new spawn change on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Seattle is 2-11 on slow A attacks, 8-6 on fast A on Tuscan. We know the spawns have moved up a little bit closer to Church when it comes to that map, but for me personally, I think we're going to have to see Mack fry once again.
aLLeY, are we feeling the upset being possible in this series right here?
I wouldn't even call it an upset.
Okay, Seattle, we're going to see if Niggas, you got something to say.
Of course it would be an upset. Of course. It's Atlanta FaZe.
Well, Seattle, they send OpTic to the losers bracket. Let's see if they can do the exact same thing to the Atlanta FaZe. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I'm ready for this game.
Either way, accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gonna fly. Would he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive.
Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can.
What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
Still, if fire works out, do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5.
The Young Guns in round 11. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Take that.
Winner, winner, winner. Winner, winner, winner. Winner, bury me a sinner.
Let's get this show on the road.
Cellium fights 2 right off the rear. Makes it 3.
Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Easy way to pound. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the minimap. FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Hello, Minnesota! How we doing? Back-to-back game 5s. Think we could get another one? I think we actually could. This could be something special. 2 teams with a spicy history. A little bit of upsets here or there, but today, something in the air here in Minnesota, and it ain't the smoke at the front of these stages. It's the potential for historic Call of Duty performances. Let's get out on the stage. Our first of 2 teams here in this winners bracket matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Atlanta FaZe! Cellium, Simp, aBeZy, and Arcitys.
The last couple times Atlanta FaZe has played Surge, they have faced defeat. They're trying to break the curse this time around. It starts with that Tuscan hardpoint. Can they come out hot in this series? Let's bring the next team out.
Coming out hot in this series is going to be very, very important indeed. And the teams that have no problem with being hot or indeed ice cold are the next ones I'm about to bring out. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Seattle Surge! Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred.
Accuracy and his kids is what it looks like up on stage here as they have been lighting it up. Sib, Mack, and Pred, these 3 rookies have been making a name for themselves on this main stage.
Here we go, friends. Let's see if it's going to be an upset, if it's going to be old Atlanta FaZe back on their BS. Let's get it on! Lando, Standy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles. Yes, Jay, this is it, man. This has been the rivalry. For the longest time, this is going to be their 4th time matching up, and in the last 3 occasions, it has been the Seattle Surge, the underdog, coming out on top. But we're going all the way back to Cold War. We're going back to Major 5, where Nikki D was doing FaZe dirty. Then we got the kickoff. We got just a few weeks ago at the Major 2 qualifiers. You think Seattle can do it again?
100%. We've casted every single series that these 2 teams have went head-on strong. So I think Seattle, even though they are the super underdog in this series, they definitely still stand a chance versus Atlanta FaZe. But when you take a look at our maps and modes, something that's completely different from the last 2 times that these guys have matched up, Atlanta FaZe win the coin toss by simply being the higher seed. So they're going to get both of their best hard points in this series. And it's usually, whenever these 2 teams match up, they start off with that Bocage. It's usually Atlanta FaZe going up 1-0. The answer for the Surge always comes down to that Tuscan Search and Destroy. They've won it twice in a 6-5 fashion.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And one thing to keep in mind, right, when we take a look at both of these teams, Tuscan HP, it has been a situation that we've seen a lot, right, for both of these rosters. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe with the preferred record, sitting at 7-3. On the other side for Seattle, a 4-3 record. But Jay, take a look at those numbers, man. I mean, they're the #1 team right now in hardpoint win percentage. FaZe is the best team right now in hardpoint that we've got in the game. And as you said, buddy, they've got 2 of their best for the Seattle Surge side, right? Again, coming into this match as the underdog.
Who are you looking out for?
I'm definitely looking at the young guns all on the side of the Seattle Surge, because if you saw that last series versus OpTic, you had Pred put up a 1.15, you had Simp put up a 1.17, and Mack puts up a 1.04. They just are simply allowed to slay whenever they want. They need to have that same aggression here, because you're going up against Atlanta FaZe, they have nothing but firepower on their side. And when you take a look at these stats, #1 in rotation, #1 in holds, #5 in breaks on the side of the Seattle Surge. Completely opposite though for Atlanta FaZe, 10th, 4th, and 4th. So if I'm Atlanta FaZe, your main focus has to be on the rotations. If you can win your rotation gunfights, it'll be so huge in this map #1.
Here we go, Minnesota, make some noise! There we go, we gotta wake you guys up a little bit. It's been a long day, but hey, the matches have only just begun. Seattle, as we talk about in regards to these opening hardpoints, have been great as of lately, but Atlanta FaZe cannot be understated. One of the best opening hardpoint teams that we've got in the game, as the P1 break is already in. Seattle with the early seconds, but FaZe, they knock on the door, and now they have got the time.
And this was the key to victory right off the rip for the Seattle Surge. Usually their breakoffs is where they tend to struggle. They have started on the better side for this P1, but Atlanta FaZe are able to do a great job of at least getting a good chunk of time off this, but the spawns do flip. When you take a look at the way that this map is usually broke down, Atlanta FaZe, they usually dominate that P2 and that P4. They average about 30. On the opposite side for Seattle, it's P1 and P5 where they average 30. So both of these teams are evenly matched up.
Yeah, heads up play there from the rookie just to secure spawns for next. I mean, what if they don't break it P1? This could be FaZe in a much better position and really in scary territory already off the rip, but Simp trying to watch the back toward the tank. Not just goes for one, but also takes down two. It is the rookies who take down 75% of Atlanta, but arguably one of the scariest percentages left is gonna be aBeZy. Right inside of the hill we go, but accuracy on cue. FaZe rush on in, and as you said, Jay, that P2 dominance already being displayed right now at Column. They walk through the door, but Mack may have the answer. He gets dropped as well.
And Atlanta FaZe is doing a great job of just holding this from the front side. But you see on the mini-map, Seattle Surge, they're going to be able to spawn out towards mid. Atlanta FaZe are going to be able to get this remaining time on this point, but now you're forcing Seattle to hit that rotation. aBeZy finds a huge kill onto P5. There's only one player now, which is going to be Mack. He has to try to be big.
We'll see if he can possibly do that. Sniffed out by Arcitys. Meanwhile, it's Simp, who now sits on 5 in a row. A great little team spree granted for the Atlanta FaZe. As they break in at P1, they break in at P2, and now they have got the rotation here at Fountain. A great situation already for FaZe. As Simp now makes it 6 in a row, one more for the glide bomb. Has to be careful making his way inside of you. He gets taken down. With that, the spawns will be close still for FaZe, but here comes Seattle. Knocking on the door of Fountain. They want, and most likely need, this time at this point in the game, the great two-man rush as they set up for the push, and the push they will get. The fights only look to continue, but right now Seattle very well may have done just enough to be in the favorable spot for the last 20.
Last 20 seconds, Seattle need this time, but Atlanta FaZe still putting a lot of pressure because they know that they have those spawns for that P4. But look at your mini-map, #8, which is going to be Pred, trying to go on the route already in towards Church. You should be able to at least capture a couple of these players from Atlanta FaZe off guard. First gunfight's in, he's able to win it. And just like that, Seattle Surge, they're able to flip the spawns.
And this just wasn't the same plays, right, that you've seen from this Seattle team. A young roster, as Nables has talked about. You know, at times, red dot chasing, kind of maybe preferring the kills. A totally different story right now for Pred. He has been playing for spawns. Well, it's been FaZe. Looking great so far in the scoreline. Surge have done the right thing in regards to the rotations. And right now, it's paying off at Church. Let's step aside, though, and see how FaZe look to break this. And listen now with Atlanta.
Back door, side door, and smart wheel. Nice hit out. Good try, good try. They're gonna be pushing out field. Field again? I don't see him field. I don't see him field. I don't see him field either. Oh, are you guys? Are you? I'm gonna rotate. You guys hit that. Mack on old weak. Nice. I'm hitting this. Get that gold. Get that old time. They're gonna be right. Spawn out. Okay. I'm going new tether. Oh, yeah, both of you go mid, okay? Oh, tether. I'm with you. He's top radio. On new dead. Radio dead. I'm with you. There's gonna be one more on new. He's probably their door. Oh, he's gonna kill me on one shot. He's there. Mack is their side. Nice, good job. Have one time. Follow me. Nice, good shit. He's shouting on me. Push. I'm gonna go middle. Okay, go mid. I'm watching the help. They're all three front. No, one's middle. Top plat, Mack top plat. Yeah, Mack top plat. I need arch, guys. Yeah. That's one plat again. Arch
A very locked in and focused Atlanta FaZe trying to set up each other for success, but Surge once more living up to the stats that we discussed. A great P5 team. They break right on through off of a great little spree they're granted from Atlanta. But now Pret finds himself on 4 in a row, and Jay, we have got ourselves a neck-and-neck game.
Yeah, that was a beautiful hold coming in from Seattle. They pushed out towards top plat. They forced all of Atlanta FaZe to spawn so far that they were able to basically get a full 45 seconds on that P5. Now the rotation comes in. This is where Seattle tends to turn up on this P1. Not off the breakoffs. Can they hold the early pressure coming in from Atlanta? Accuracy finds one, Pret finds two. As it's gonna be 3 dead. Simp, the only player left from Atlanta FaZe on the point. He gets taken down. Now it's time to put some spawn traps on as Pret is on a 7 spree.
On a 7 spree, thankfully manages to escape with his life. Not often getting caught in the middle of a reload. Do you manage to stay alive eventually? Gets found out there from aBeZy, but the first 30 instantly going the way of the Surge, as now the break could be possible. A trade potentially imminent, but Cellium once again comes out on top. Has had such great numbers, Jay, so far throughout this season, and he is beaming right now at the field.
15 seconds remaining. Now you have to start thinking about that rotation, though. Seattle do not want to give up these back spawns. They're going to try to hold down towards field as Cellium picks up another kill on a 5 spree. 2 kills away from picking up this glide bomb. You already see number 3, though, in aBeZy. He sneaks his way into back of the P2. Can he find this kill towards the back truck? Pret takes down one in Cellium. aBeZy, unfortunately, does not find the trade, so Seattle, they're able to hold on.
Seattle managed to hold on. Last time around, it was not at all the case, but the nade, at least for the time, will settle and make this hard point vacant. Accuracy realizing such, decides to hop right back on in. The pistol not gonna land there for Pret inside of the church, as now FaZe are able to stack up 3. Simp, the sole man on the point, nearly takes down 2. Big game as well for Simp, cannot be understated. The rookies, the importance for these guys to turn up. And I mean, what, Jay, in these last few matchups where they've had these big games versus Atlanta, and obviously just a few days ago versus OpTic Texas, it was the rookies who went off.
Yeah, they definitely stepped up in their series. Right now, you see Pret sitting at 21 and 18. Simp kind of having a slow game at 14 and 20. This game is basically going to be tied. It has to literally come back. Uh-oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
What just happened?
I don't know. Tie game.
Tie game indeed. I'm bumping things up here on the stage. I can't even focus on what just happened. But yeah, folks, we'll be doing our best to try to give you all the information that we get in our ears here in just a matter of moments. But yeah, Jay, I mean, I don't know. Did you see anybody on the map that maybe was like stuttering around or anything like that?
No, I saw early rotations coming in from Seattle, though. It looked like they were set up. You know, Pret had the glide bomb.
Yeah.
It's just definitely unfortunate that now I'm pretty sure we're probably going to have a restart.
I feel like you have to. I mean, what? Both these teams were neck and neck all the way throughout that Tuscan. So we apologize, folks. Folks in the crowd, it's our bad.
Sorry, guys.
We'll take it on ourselves. It clearly was our fault, but no, it just didn't. Just in general, we actually have been given an update. We're being told that Mack is sick right now.
Oh, my.
I've never seen this happen, Jay. Literally in the middle of the match, it might be a substitute coming out. Jay, I got to point out something. Nicky D is in the building. Nicky D is in the building.
He's here. He's the Reaper.
This might happen.
I don't know, man.
You and I just got to, obviously, okay, real quick. We got to be honest. Mack, we absolutely hope that you're doing well, buddy. At the same time, though, it does make us that much more interested in terms of what's going to happen next. Folks, we will be doing our best to try to provide you guys with updates. An unfortunate little reset, but we will be having game number 1 starting right after this break. Make sure to stay with us. Atlanta versus Seattle will continue.
Hey, last match before the major, boys. Yep. Let's go.
Game ready.
Game ready, sir. Come on!
Thank you.
Blasting off again.
Can get it, boys.
Oh. Oh, lad.
Hey, buddy system.
Ah, dude. I hate people.
You need 110p right here. 130. Woo. Hey, ref, what time is it now?
Time's made up. Think of your imagination. It's not
Time
real.
is fluid. Time is a figment of your imagination. Time's a fluid, bro. Never heard about a face sound fluid.
Nah.
Okay. Wait, space.
What type of fluid?
Fluid? Fluid.
What type of fluid?
They actually, like, they think space, like time and space is like a fluid.
For the fact that time is relative is like kind of crazy.
Time might be that, no cat. I drink, I lose time.
Oh, the space has me twisted. He's got all the liquids.
Homie's got the liquids.
And then me with just the water.
That's my genuine laugh, bro. That's my like genuine
Bro,
like.
you need to laugh like that all the time, bro.
It's literally my bro.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
There's no way FC likes light.
I like light. I think light.
Apparently, space-time is made up of microscopic particles on a deeper level of reality than our instruments can reach. Therefore, it may be a liquid. Oh, so is it a fluid?
I create.
The world may never know.
That's a double shot of time.
Bro,
I create time.
You found my master plan.
I need chopstick, bro.
When?
Capstick. Chopsticks. I need chopsticks.
Someone could save an egg.
No, that.
Yeah.
God, I'm handsome.
What's wrong with this guy, man?
Just play our game. Anybody need anything? Water? Snack?
Nah,
Massage?
I'm good.
Apple fritter?
A massage.
You can tell we're tense right here.
On God, I can tell we're super tense.
Yeah. Get that shit right. Get that shit right, man.
We're getting nice and loose. Okay. How's
Yeah, I'm
that?
feeling dangerous.
They're definitely gonna put that in the comms video. I will sue, dude.
Methodz here. I play for the Boston Breach. The Call of Duty. One more time. What's going on, guys? Methodz here. I play for the Boston Breach, the Call of Duty League today. I'm joined by my teammate TJHaly. What's going on, Teach?
Not much. And today we're here to go over some map callouts to help people in ranked play climb up the ladder, and that starts with good communication. So let's get right into it.
That's right. We want to help some of you scrubs get out of that yellow specialist rank. So let's get into it. The first ever episode of Pro Callouts. We're starting on Bow Cage. All right, start it off. Let's go. Ladies and gents, here we go. Bocage, Bow Cage, whatever you call it, hardpoint. One of the most hectic and chaotic maps in Call of Duty Vanguard. A lot of close range engagements, a lot of doors. We're going to do our best to iron things out for you. So starting off in spawn here, we got 10. Usually you'll see me posted up with my AR, peeling wigs from right here.
Yeah. And right here we call this, like, I guess, barn tank, P2 tank. Run through barn.
No. This is front 10 tank. This is P2 tank. And this is whole tank, and this is God tank. There's a lot of tanks.
Yeah, this is the best tank of all time.
Yeah,
man.
This tank is like Optimus Prime. So you got God tank, so it's just tankception. God tank, whole tank, P2 tank, front 10 tank. Then we got barn, and then, okay, so here's the tricky part. Here we got doorception, right? So here we got hole. Obviously, you Kool-Aid man that, it's whole.
Oh yeah.
Then you got front doors.
And then we got front door. Yeah, and this is the truck door right here. This door, and then this door over here is tree door.
That's tree door. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll explain it. So you got tree door because there's a tree there, and truck door because, well, there's a truck right here. But don't forget, you also got the back door. And then up top, you got two hop-ups, right? So you got the hay jump over here. You got the hole jump right here.
A lot of entrances in barn.
And then here's probably one of your best spots if you're an AR player or SMG. MP40 shoots nukes. Perching up here, side roof of barn is pretty good.
Let's talk about this spot right here. This is the best spot to cap the hill in P2.
Yep.
And behind these barrels.
Yep.
Can't
Barrel
really get
spot.
shot at.
Barrel spot. So yeah. Barrel spot and behind this tank are the two most popular ways to capture the hill. Moving forward here, another chaotic area of the map, we got house. So in search and destroy, the A-bombs right here. And in hardpoint, this is what we call A-plat. So this is A-plat. This is A-search.
This is kitchen. And then this is like bottom house, top house.
Yep. You got back window heady.
Stuff.
Right here, if you're holding this P3 hill, back window is probably one of your best spots. You got the head glitch here. You can help pick up kitchen. You can help pick up street, this is obviously called street because it's a long street. You got some black cars, right? So you got close black car, far black car, depending on where you are on the map. This spot's an AR's paradise. You've got the silo right here. Our coach calls it Wizard Tower. But you can post up here. You can look out to river, look out top gate. You can come back and help your teammates in the back from the segway. So pretty good spot to have if you're an assault rifle player. And then moving forward, we have these back tanks, right? Well, we're more tanks. So we got, this is probably one of the biggest spawn traps in the game. If on this P3 hill, you can trap the team in the back over here and you hold this tank, they'll keep spawning there. So usually you'll see whatever you have, AR, SMG, post up right here and cut them spawning in the back. After that tank, we're going right to top house. So we didn't forget about it. Real quick, let me run you through these callouts real quick because it can be pretty hectic. So you have front kitchen door, back kitchen door. You have back door, and this is obviously on P3 hill. You got back window, you got front door, you got street door, you got street window. So it's pretty hectic. Also, don't forget these stairs, right? Breaking from top is pretty optimal.
We can't forget this spot right here. Oh, we're not throwing over spots. Come on. Go.
Yeah,
continue.
Yeah, you're good. TJHaly loves jumping into this window from right here, and then breaking the hill from these stairs. So from these stairs, you kind of have a lot of map control. You have the hill, you have the back ladder window, you have the front hop, or well, I guess front window hop and front hop. So pretty good spot. Hold on, don't forget gate heady right here. All right, let's go. Lead the way.
This whole area over here is, this whole street is called a river.
Can you tell us why it's called river?
Because it looks like kind of a river, Zen.
Thank you.
Yep. And then back here is, we call this L wall.
What, Tej, why do we call it L wall?
It is the shape of an L, Zen.
Correct. All right, yeah, L wall, if you're an AR player, this is a really good spot to hold right here. You're holding the segway, you can look at top gate, you can help the guy coming front from this little ledge right here. You can help silo. L is probably one of the main power spots. It probably is the main power spot on this P4 hill, so. P5?
P5 hill.
P5 hill, sorry, P5 hill. You have Hut right here. Hut is an SMG's paradise. You can pretty much get to 3 different lanes. You can get to mid, you can get to street, you can get to river. So a lot of SMGs will play tin. And here you got stable. Tej, why is this called stable?
There's this, what is this, a tractor?
Yeah,
nice little tractor.
It's like a little stable.
There's some hay here. Yeah, it's a nice little stable area.
And don't forget God Heady. So God Heady is a popular call out in among the pros. There's different God Headies on different maps. This is the God Heady in this map, right? You pretty much have all mid. You have back barn. You can help look towards P2. You can pick up river. So yeah, God Heady is what you're calling that.
This area right here is called, we call this awning. It's pretty good to like jump top house for like the P3 hill and even like the P1 hill sometimes. This is a pretty big spot that I think a lot of pros abuse.
Well, guys, that's it from us. Hope you're able to learn a thing or two today about bow cage hardpoint. It can be pretty hectic, so we did our best to iron it out for you.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of calls to keep track of, but here's a recap of the calls we use most often. The first call out we use most often is the God tank here. It's a power spot for the AR players, and yeah, it's pretty dominant of a spot.
Number 2, I'd say top barn. I think having top barn control, you can get out to mid, you can get out to P2, you can look into lower barn. Top barn is definitely one of the most used spots at the pro level.
The third most key spot on this map is top house. You can see a lot. You can see top mid. You can see the A side, and then you can also see the back ladder. This is a really good spot for SMGs to just run around and nest their life and get a lot of kills.
All right, guys, we did the hard part. Now go out there and flourish with your new call-outs. This was Bow Cage Hardpoint. I really hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to support your favorite CDL team, the Boston Breach. Obviously, yours truly, TJ, repping the Boston Breach this year.
Yeah, we hope these call-outs can help you guys out in ranked play. Have a good one, guys.
Make sure to stay tuned for some more episodes of Pro Call-Outs. Thanks for watching, guys.
The best thing about the RØKKR supporters is that they're with you through the bad times and the good times. No matter if we're down 0-4 and they're pretty sad at the watch party, but they're still there for us, or when we start to mount that comeback and win one map at a time.
One thing I love about the Minnesota fans is the amount of energy and passion they bring to our games. Seeing your fans always supporting you makes you want to go harder and makes you want to win for them as well. So shout out all you guys.
I think just their intensity and like passion, just to watch us succeed. They're always supportive, so just I think that passionate and just intensity about them
What's great about the Minnesota fans, I mean, man, they be going crazy every time we finish a match. We'll go on social media, go on Twitter, and just see them all screaming, yelling, you know, getting hyped. So, I mean, it's awesome, man. And I see like a lot of the same people too in those videos, so it's cool to see like we have a nice core like fan base and that they're always out there showing love. So I'm excited to see them at the event.
This is our house.
Let's go Rockers!
Let's go RØKKR!
Let's go RØKKR.
Let's go RØKKR, baby!
Let's go RØKKR!
Let's go RØKKR!
Come on, baby, let's go! Ah!
Howdy, everybody, and welcome back. We have got a few updates. So, if you're just joining us, maybe if you just sat in the crowd, and you're like, "What's going on? Why are we watching all these videos?" There is a reason for it. So, we were in the middle of that Tuscan hardpoint between the Seattle Surge and the Atlanta FaZe. Mack ends up feeling sick basically throughout the game. Unfortunately, he throws up a little bit, so they end the game, and we will be restarting the hardpoint fresh. The thing to keep in mind, right? We're all wondering, is Classic going to be standing by somewhere? Given the interest of the series, given the upsets that we've seen, he is standing by, but Mack is going to try and make a comeback into this game. So we got to give a lot of props to good old Mackenzie. He's doing his best to try and fight through the sickness. Jay, it's an interesting situation right now for Seattle.
Flu game, man.
Indeed.
Flu game.
Flu
That's
game.
all I'm thinking about. The fact that Mack, you know, after everything that he just went through on that stage, he's going to come back because he does not want to leave his team hanging. Very typical to the young man.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got to show some love to Mack. Guys, we're going to do our best to try to hop in this game as quick as possible. We had to clean everything up, make sure that we're good to go, but we promise that this hardpoint will be up in just a matter of moments. As we said, Mack is going to be returning. We hope for the entire series, but if not, Classic will, in fact, be standing by. You see the players entering in toward the stage, but as we said, things still somewhat questionable right now. Jay, I don't know, man. I mean, from like the Seattle perspective, like, it definitely messes with the mental a little bit.
A little bit. Definitely a little bit, but the fact that we're having a complete restart on this map, number one, they're probably going to go back and fix a couple of those little mistakes. You know, that early rotation for that P3, they only had one player go there, and in Atlanta FaZe, they opened up to a 70-point lead. So restart, not too bad.
Yeah, definitely not for either side, but as we said, it will be the flu game all ready for good old Mack Melts, folks. We will be back with that game right after this quick commercial break. Stay with us.
Hey guys, this is Afro. I play for London War Ravens. We're going to do a series today called Pro Callouts. Today I'm going to be doing a map. That map is Berlin. I'm going to show you all the callouts, all the situations I get into, get little cool spots, and yeah, let's get right into it. As I said before, we're going to be doing Berlin. Honestly, this is probably the most well-rounded map. It's played both in hardpoint and S&D. Personally, it's probably one of my favourite maps as well. Yeah, it's good. It's 2 sub maps. You have 2 subs and 2 ARs, and yeah, just go through it. Okay, as we see, we start on the spawn. We spawn in P4 actually, but this is the bad side, if I'd say, for Berlin. So you don't really want to spawn here, you want to spawn the other side. But for the break, what I like to do normally is I come right side broken, or P5 tank, it's up to you guys what you want to call it, but P5 tank, top 3, both sides. Then you can go catwalk, all the way to P1. This is where the first hill is, P1. A lot of people like to wait here, play for this gunfight first before you jump in, either or people like to push through the left side arch, play for these gunfights before you actually break the hill, but yeah. This is what we call outer or long, it's up to you, and these are the ticket doors. And one of the most important parts of this hill, well not this hill, but this hill building is Cubby or Secret. Opens up the map, you can pinch from here, you can pinch this side, you can pinch this side. Really good part of the map. I'll take you over to P2. This is statue, just so everybody knows. This statue with a big horse, big one on there. Then we come back to Broken. This is second P2. This is actually a big part of this hill as well. If you have control of the top, most likely you're gonna control the hill because you have the upper advantage of this door and this door. Yeah, P2. Now this is for our team. We call, there's 2 rooms. There's this room, and then there's this room over there. We like to call these B1 and B2 so you don't get confused. This one's B1, that one's B2, goes in order. And you obviously have that door and front door. Honestly, we have no reason, it's just B1 and B2, just so we don't get confused. B1 is right here. B2, yeah. So I've just showed B1 and B2, now we go to sandbag. Or sandbag tank. This is actually P control as well for P2. Yeah. And this is BS&D. we call this BSND. This is what the B-bomb insertion destroys. So a hard point or SND, we call this BSND. And that battery in there is also bricks. We call this bricks because obviously there's a lot of bricks. Good for watching bomb, for the B-bomb, I guess, for BSND. Yeah, I'm gonna take it over to P3 now. This is what we call street. It's a long street. And in the middle of the street, we have fire truck, fire tank, and then blue truck. Then obviously down here, we have docks. Docks is quite a good place to sneak if you want to get the spawns for P3. This is another good place as well, to blue truck heady, egg all the street, and all the BSND. Really good place for rotation kills. And we have this big little thing here. Big little thing? A massive thing, we'll say. Big crane. And then back here is a Unreal head glitch. You can hold the back if you were trying to play for a kill before you break it, or if you're just trying to break it in general. And we have P3, or we call it flags, but P3, probably the better call out. Yeah, P3. Has 3 main entrances. You have P2, which is from fire, and you have one from front. And we have the triple window, which is a really good place to hold if you have an AR. Hold in front. Yeah. And if we just push out a P3, we have plants. Plants is just a connection from P1 to P4. Really, for this hill, you don't really want to be pushing this out. Only pushing fire out. Yeah. Not really much about P3. It's probably the biggest money hill in the game. I mean, in the map, sorry. Yeah. From P3 to P4, we have fire. This is quite a cool spot, can't lie. You can jump up to top 3. Free fire, which is a good spot if you want to.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to Seattle Surge versus the Atlanta FaZe. There you have it. Good old Mack, aka Mackenzie, returning to the stage just moments ago. He was throwing up on the stage, not feeling well. We were mid-Tuscan hardpoint, and we had to end out the game. We thought, hey, maybe this could be the opportunity for the substitute to come on through. Max said, no, I'm getting back in this game. We're going to take down the Atlanta FaZe once more. Jay, you got to give a lot of props to this guy. I mean, literally was throwing up just moments ago in the middle of a big game, but does not want to leave his team hanging.
100%, man. Nothing but props to Mack. When you're throwing up on that stage, you're probably thinking, I just need to get myself in a bed. I do not need to seat myself right back in that chair, but he loves the main stage. He loves this matchup versus Atlanta FaZe. So let's get it going all over again.
All right, Minnesota, let's do this again. Let's make some noise. Hopping into the reset, Tuscan HP. We've set the stage. We've talked about all of the stats in regards to these teams, but you can see it in your bottom left. Atlanta with the better record, but Seattle, in terms of really overall percentages, #1 in rotations, #1 in holds. Well, they may not win it as often as Atlanta, Jay. It's much cleaner.
Definitely is, but let's get into it. This time, Seattle, once again, starting on that better side. So they're going to be able to start off with this initial P1 time as Cellium finds that opening kill with the nade. A lot of pressure from Atlanta FaZe coming through the middle of the map. The hill is going to be contested. As Accuracy is able to find 2. That's a clean 4 dead to start this game for Seattle.
All right, Seattle just into the game, and just like that, 4 on down. FaZe instantly in the back of the base, but how about Mack? Off to a 2-0 start, now make it 3. He is feeling fine, eventually gets dropped, but Surge are walking away with all of the seconds. A current 1v1 onto the point, while Simp looks to play for spawn, sitting on 3 in a row. Nearly guarantees the 4th spot. Arcitys, there he is. How about this play from Seattle, Jay?
Beautiful play coming in from Simp. Great trigger discipline. While he picks up that 3rd kill, his teammates pick up every single kill in the feed. So Seattle, perfect off the rotation, are going to start off with this initial P2 time. Atlanta FaZe had to try to break in from bottom church. You have one player, which is going to be aBeZy, trying to attack from P5, but it's all going to be about holding down his back spawn.
Great position right now for Simp. As we said, sits on the spree, continues to watch his teammates spot up next to him. Atlanta trying to make their way through the alley as well as through the radio. Mack prepared, but Simp watching over for him. Mack continues to dominate inside the middle. Eventually traded, but here comes Simps. Opportunity, does not want to lose the chance to keep going on this spree. Now it's 6 in a row, stunned, dazed, but still continues to fire hot. Simp drops 2 in the meantime. Mack hops in the objective for the moment, but he sets up Cell, cannot get the final kill. 4 HP on Cellium. That extends his spree and puts to bed what could have been a glide bomb there for Simp.
And now this is going to allow Atlanta FaZe to have that easy rotation over towards that P3. You see Mack with a huge kill onto Cellium. Simp does find 2. So he should be able to get this remaining 5 seconds, but it all comes down to this rotation. Mack Such a big player right now to at least influence the spawns for his teammates. As he's controlling towards top roof, the pinch is coming in. One player actually spawns on him as well. Mack wins a huge one-on-one. Can he get the second? Flu game so far, looking nice.
Without question, Simp now just behind him, trying to make the place. Mack eventually gets dropped, but Seattle can still benefit based off the play that Mack's able to help provide for them. Pred with a nice kill, but the fights only continue to spring on through FaZe. A nice little break with the two-piece coming in from aBeZy. They're now prepared and set up quite nicely here at Fountain. Seattle just on the verge of what could be another break, or will it be a rotation possibly? Zip tempting for it, but Cellium continues to go off. It was a 7-8 spree, now a 4 spree for MC.
And that was a beautiful setup from Atlanta FaZe. They were continuously spawning all of Seattle Surge out towards that roof side. They were cutting off top fire. They were cutting off that rotation back, so they're able to get right back into this game. But you see Seattle, they're prepared. They're ready off the rotation. They just have to find a couple of these players on Atlanta FaZe. One player in Arcitys trying to sneak his way through the back, as Simp does find one. Arcitys picks up this kill, such a big one. The spawns are now gonna flip. The pressure's here, and Atlanta FaZe break in.
Nice little break once more out of the Atlanta FaZe. As we said, a roster that is so great at really just dominating through these hills, pushing their way forward. At times a critique, Jay, in regards to this team, a roster that has been, at times, you know, talked about how they don't rotate, but clearly, the way that they play the game has been excellent. Right now, the #1 hardpoint team in the game, and they're putting that on full display throughout these final rotations. It's the Volk in hand right now for Cellium. Does get taken down, but the dent has been made.
This has been a full 60 from Atlanta FaZe. Now Seattle just have to cut their losses. You have to start thinking about that rotation. As aBeZy finds that first kill on accuracy, just get traded by Mack though. But we saw it before the replay happened. This is where Seattle were able to grow the lead. Can they do it again?
You're gonna have to do it, Fred. Nice little nade and great little reaction as well. Push his way through P5. That'll be the continuous talking point, is really, can Pred handle the pressure of the tiny tear, Simp and aBeZy? Without question, a formidable opponent on the other side. But right now, P5 handled well from the surge. Mack tosses out a nade, and he also tries to come up with the kill. The unfortunate team nade will eventually come on through, but Surge, they've now got the lead.
Now with 30 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe, they know that they have to put the pressure on. As Mack finds one, it does get traded. Another team kill coming in from Atlanta, but now they have the man advantage. They just have to locate Pred. They take him down, so this final 20, you still see Seattle trying to attack it. They do not want to give all this time up. There's 15 seconds remaining. You have to start thinking about that rotation. Simp from Atlanta FaZe is already set up.
Sib already here. Final 1v1 is going to go the way of Atlanta. They'll grab the scrap seconds. Actually, no. It's Mack who decides to challenge for those final few. And they will have a slim lead coming into the second side of rotation. That's about to change. Let's go and step aside and see how the comms are sounding. As we said, a fluke game right now for Mack. Let's see how that affects the comms of the Seattle Surge.
Back off, weak. He ran.
You ran their side?
Yeah. I was thinking, okay? Right here. He can flank medallion. I'm medallion.
Fire tree, cell one. Fire tree, cell weak.
aBeZy, weak under broken.
Fire tree, cell. Outer dead.
Nice.
Our wall and our con, too old. One's in the middle. Nice, three. Last guy was old.
I don't know where he is. I'm nading outer, Dante.
I'm nading over.
I naded outer. He's got it. Arcon, absolute. I slid. He's Arcon one shot still, and Alex dick.
They're dick, Simp, one shot.
Alex dead too. Let's go right. Come on.
Shout me a close wall, cell.
I'm trying to get a kill P5.
Yeah. I'm going mid.
They're curve wall and one outer P1. I hit the plat. Okay, there's two old. He's starting plat.
Top church.
One shot.
One stop church on me, one's old.
I spawned in the back.
I got the guy old.
I'm going to the back right now.
Windows in.
I don't know where he is on top.
Break the hill, they're spawning back probably.
He could be back alley. I think he's back alley.
Yeah, he went back alley.
I don't know about you, Jay, but it sounds like everybody's good. I feel like Mack was one of the more vocal players throughout that listening.
100%. The only thing is that Atlanta FaZe, their P1 setup was flawless. They were able to get at least 50 points there. That's why they have such a lead. But Seattle now trying to attack from the front side of this P2 hardpoint. They're able to find 2 kills. Trades going back and forth. Cellium, he's having himself a map. 27 and 13. He's so dominant on this. Overall on this map, he's sitting at a 1.2, really answering in this first map.
Another unfortunate teammate there out of Seattle. Simp takes down Pred and ends up getting dropped himself. A 2-for-1 special there for Atlanta as Simp rushes his way on through. Just a matter of moments before FaZe
can reach that double century mark, they'll be ever closer to eclipsing it, as now we'll prepare once more for Fountain. A massive hill and a huge rotation currently for the Seattle Surge. An HP that very well could bring them back in this game. And they're gonna need everybody to be focused, to be prepared, as Mack is able to handle at least the first wave. And accuracy, holding things down over at that back heady. First wave conquered there for Seattle. Somebody is gonna hop on the objective. That's gonna be Pred, trying to weather the storm of these nades.
And if you're Atlanta FaZe, you are going to try to break into this because you know how powerful you are at that P4, but that's going to be Seattle finding all 4 kills in the feed. Now Atlanta FaZe all spawning out towards field. Simp wins a huge one-on-one versus Mack towards the middle of the map. But you see, they're still putting a lot of pressure. They do not want to give all this time to Seattle Surge, as accuracy is not missing on a 6-3 before he eventually does get taken down. But such a great hold coming in from Seattle to get right back into this game. It's going to be a rotation battle now for P4.
Yeah, it's going to be a race over toward the church. FaZe break in for the final few, but at the least it could be a great opportunity for Seattle. Right now they've got numbers. The current 4 versus 2, as it's Arcitys and Cellium trying to lock things down. What a great game it has been so far for MC, but as the Titan falls, so goes Arcitys. Accuracy up close. He was a turret over at Fountain. And looks to continue that spree now over. And our next rotation, aBeZy, a thorn in the side, makes his way on through, as that'll be 3 for him. The solo break out of aBeZy, the excellent plays, and another successful rotation granted for FaZe currently. 4 in a row, can he make it 5?
And Seattle, they need to break in on this because it's going to basically put Atlanta FaZe at 240. 10 points away from closing out this game number 1. As you see Seattle still trying to attack this from that field side. 13 seconds, you have to start thinking about that rotation, but Arcitys is already set up. Yeah. It's going to be a huge one-on-one between him and Simp.
Big 1v1 to take. Arcitys is there to find it, so it's Cellium for the scrap, and it's Arcitys off the rotation. He'll look to push this one out, and they're going to be aware of the spawns. FaZe 15 points away from claiming this game 1. Somehow manages to get the final bolt to connect with Mack, but time starting to tick. Seattle, they've got to make something happen. It's got to be perfect HP. Simp rushes on through and is able to clear things out for a moment, but P5, incredibly chaotic. One player on the flank, that's going to be Arcitys. So many things to come, so many things to think about right now if you're Seattle. A lot of players to deal with as all 3 right now sit inside of the HP. Arcitys falls, but there goes Simp as well. 1 more second away. Can Cellium seal the deal? He finds both. He just has to hop inside the objective. Back and forth we go. Seattle still alive, still hanging out, but it will be Atlanta getting that final second. And despite the reset, they come out strong and do not allow for the comeback once more. Atlanta 1-0 in the series.
Atlanta just did a great job on the second half of those hard points. They dominated that P1. They were able to grow the lead by 50 points. And then you see Seattle with a great P2, a great P3 to get right back into this game. They found that 4-piece to off the rotation towards P4, but when Atlanta FaZe broke in, they held it down for every single second. Just got closer and closer to that 250 mark. At that point, it was difficult for Seattle because they know we cannot give up this time. We basically have to give up the rotation. And when they were late to that rotation, eventually you saw Atlanta FaZe. They were properly set up. Arcitys, he works his way through the middle of the map, climbs in towards top fire, and once he finds that kill, like you said, the communication on the side of Seattle Surge, it has to be chaotic because now you have to watch your front, you have to watch low, and now you have to watch your back. And at that point, it's just too many angles to watch for the Seattle Surge. Atlanta FaZe get it done in map number 1.
When you're also a P5, you're also thinking about the constant nades coming at you, the tacticals as well. So many things to think about if you're Seattle, but it was a great start out of the Surge. I mean, Mack was frying. Accuracy was taken off at P1, but FaZe, as you said, Shay, the constant breaks, time and time again, really sealed the deal for the team. And I mean, it also helps when you got MC going for 35 and 22, some unbelievable numbers. I mean, he was pulling out the Volk, he went on constant streaks. An excellent game out of MC, an excellent restart for aBeZy. He was having a slower performance before the reset happened. He's also one of the primary difference makers for Atlanta as they strike here on Tuscan.
And now every time that we have casted these 2 teams, it's usually Seattle Surge going down in that map number 1, but they always bounce back on that Tuscan Search and Destroy. Last time these 2 teams matched up, believe it or not, you're not going to believe this. Atlanta FaZe got 10 first bloods out of 11 rounds and still lost to Search and Destroy. They were basically playing man down. That's insane.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Especially for a team like Atlanta. Like, you feel like, I mean, what, if you're getting 10 out of 11 first bloods, it already kind of scares me a little bit because clearly you saw around 11, but incredible stuff. Let's go and see how Social is reacting to, I mean, what, Jay? What is this storyline in this game? Obviously, it's Seattle versus FaZe, a huge game right now on the line, but you see Social reacting in a positive way. Mack Melts playing through it like a trooper. Obviously, we absolutely hope that he is doing well. And I don't know, Jay, obviously we're not on the stage. We can't really check in right now with Seattle, but it felt like throughout the communication, it felt like at least off the start of the game, he was playing just fine.
He was, man. He started off that game like 11-5. Like, he was just slaying, not missing any shots. They just started to slow down towards the later half of that game. Atlanta FaZe, they were just doing what they do best. They're not really thinking about the rotation. They're thinking about breaking into that hard point. The P4 was the biggest difference. I'm pretty sure they held it for a full 60 the first go-around, and then they broke in with about 40 seconds left and held that the entire time. So as long as you got to go back, if you're going to go back and look at that, that was definitely the turning point in that game.
Without question, man. And also something to think about, too. When we talked about this matchup, and so far throughout Vanguard, right, it is Seattle, if you are including the Kickoff Classic, 2-0 in this series versus the Atlanta FaZe. A lot of the time it's been Mack, right? He has been the guy who has dominated, right? When they were in that situation just weeks ago with the Major II qualifiers, he went off on that Berlin hardpoint Game 4 to get them to that Game 5. And really, in terms of Search and Destroy, he's also been the talking point. Not a great performance so far in Vanguard.
Yeah, 100%. In that last series that they played in Hardpoint, like the Death said, he put up a 2.0 versus Atlanta FaZe. On the series, he puts up like a 1.2, the only player on the side of Seattle that was over a 1.0 KD. But like you said, his struggles right now are currently in Search and Destroy. I'm pretty sure he's sitting around like a 0.75. So you need to try to step it up here because this is a map that they need to take because like I said, they didn't control that coin flip. Now that the control game mode is going to be counted by ticks, it's only going to get scary because Atlanta FaZe are just going to continue to grow in that mode.
Yeah, and as we said, right, if we get back to those maps and modes conversation, you and I are coming into this series, we're like, okay, what is the veto going to be for that control? Because historically, right, FaZe is a team that loves Tuscan, not seen any success on Gavutsu, but with the recent change, and I guess based off of, you know, Seattle's nice W versus OpTic Texas on Tuscan, that ends the incredible 14 control winning streak. FaZe, I think it's fair to say, man, given the matchup, given the history between these two franchises, respecting the other side.
100%, especially if you're beating the best team that is currently in control at their best map in a 3-1 fashion. It was dominant on the side of Seattle Surge. So Atlanta FaZe said, nuh-uh, I'm not even going to try you today. We're going to go out there and we're going to play a Gavutsu where we both tend to struggle on. A little bit more on the side of Seattle Surge. They only have like a 7% win rate on the offensive side.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
It's difficult for them.
It is. It absolutely is. I know we're getting into this Tuscan Search Destroy in just a matter of moments, but we've broken down the players. We've talked about guys to look out for, and the biggest thing, Jay, if we are talking about Seattle Surge, right, in this matchup, I mean, historically, when we've talked about Atlanta versus Seattle, Surge have always been the underdogs. Yeah. And the biggest reason right now that they're going to have to be aware of is the guy that sits in the bottom part of the screen, right there for a moment, MC, Mr. Cellium, #1 Search Destroy KD right now in the CDL. Jay, what's he like, a 1.5, 1.4?
On this match specifically, Cellium's sitting at a 1.45.
Oh my God.
He's dominant.
Right,
but on the opposite side for Seattle, you also have Preto sitting at a 1.37. So that tells me something right off the rip. If you're Seattle Surge, you know exactly how Cellium's going to play. On the offensive side, he's going to be super aggressive towards bottom middle, try to find that first blood in towards top church, give the information to his teammates if they try to be aggressive. But you see his stats popping up. Right here for Fast 8 for Atlanta FaZe. They have an 8-5 record. Slow, it's not too good for them.
Yeah, definitely is not. As we said, FaZe versus Surge, the rivalry continues, and it will continue on the very same map that we see so often, a massive team fight inside of P5. Unfortunately for accuracy, he has to watch his boys get taken down, but they are aware of his position. A great hard counter already off the rip, but it is the Iceman after all. In improper territory in Minnesota. We'll see what he can do. A lot of times to work with.
And you can never count accuracy out. He has so many clutches this year alone. He's gonna try to go pick up that bomb, but he runs into 2 players of Atlanta FaZe. That was just an all-out brawl to start that first round. Everyone just goes towards P5. Simp is able to come out on top with 3 kills in a row. That was just a good early aggressive round from both of these teams. Atlanta FaZe able to come out on top.
Great starter there. We'll get
Look
to
at
watch
this.
the replay. See it from Simp's perspective, and you can just tell, not expecting to see 3 other members of Atlanta, but clearly FaZe has done their homework. We can't stress enough the importance of this search destroy, what it has meant for this matchup so far throughout the year, what it has meant historically. Surge have needed to win those game 2s, and Jay, so far throughout Vanguard, 9 out of the 10 victories that Seattle have got come from this very search destroy in game number 2. A big mode for them as Mack now put in the primary position. Fires away a few bullets, but none of them equal out to an elimination. Pred trying to make the call instantly. He gets caught out as well. And we say goodbye to accuracy. A very fast 1v4 from Sib. Clean round number 2 there out of Atlanta.
That's just good work out of Atlanta. They just basically work that B bomb site, make sure no one is in towards that P5 area. They know that someone has to be playing in towards top radio, but that's where you see the teamwork, the chemistry starting to show for Atlanta FaZe. One player slides, they pick up that kill onto Mack. Then you saw Pred, he was trying to at least get him off of that bomb, but unfortunately he runs into a pre-fire, turns it into a 4v2. 4 up, 4 down, Atlanta FaZe up 2-0.
2 great rounds out of FaZe already. A few players sitting on sprees, 3 for Simp, 3 for Arcitys, and 2 right now for MC. Last time around on the attack, it was Seattle getting bruised.
Look at this.
Inside of P5, Simp decides to rush his way through, and take a look at the bottom left of your screen. The mini-map FaZe with the clever strats enter into every single lane that we've got on the Tuscan, and they win their 1v1s, clean round after clean round. FaZe, picture perfect throughout our first 3.
And right there, it's probably throwing Seattle Surge off. Like the first round, you seen that Atlanta FaZe, they were super aggressive in towards P5. This time on the offense, you're probably expecting them to be super aggressive towards middle, but they commit once again towards that P5. Not a single player on the Seattle Surge was on that side of the map. They get to that flank easy. They give only information of what's going on towards the middle of the map. They force it into a 4v2, allow aBeZy to hit that late flank, and eventually close it out with the last 2. This has been flawless search and destroy from Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, they've only died twice. Yeah. And we've seen 3 rounds. It's not a good sign. And right now, Simp is the only person who is on the board. Well, he tosses out some good stuns, and he'll also, manage to find Cellium. So the story will remain the same. Accuracy, Mack, Pred. Still trying to get on the board, but this could be their chance. Another B hit already for Atlanta as Pred quickly making his way on the flank. Mack able to bring it now to a 4v2, now make it a 1v4. aBeZy down, and a great counter there out of the Surge. Pred on the flank is able to find 2.
No one got blooded right there on the side of Seattle Surge. They get that first blood once they find that pick with the nade. Once Sip gets that player towards that back alley, it allows Pred to eventually commit towards that late flank. Mack did a great job at least finding 1 kill from the front side. Just eventually sets up Pred to close it out with the final 2. Great shots onto aBeZy to get their first round.
That's the way that you want to get your first round on the board, right? We're talking about coming into that round. Sib, the only guy with kills, totally changes things up. Mack with 1 and Pred with the other 2. As the B site continues to really be the talking point so far of this search and destroy. With the recent spawn updates, the defense now having better clearance of that A site and of middle. And obviously it's changed things up a bit. Seattle with the early 2, but just like that, Simp tries to even things out. Now a current 2 versus 3, and Seattle are making their way quite heavily into that B site. And that plan's gonna go down, Jay.
So now in a 3v2, Arcitys in the closest position to at least find 1. You see Seattle there, fully spread out, 1 player playing bomb, 1 person watching the spawn, 1 person watching flank. Simp and Arcitys are gonna link up. It's gonna be Mack to give the information. Can he try to get 1 or at least get out with his life?
Oh, no, managed to do so. Great setup there. Leads in accuracy for 1. Arcitys will eventually get cleaned up, and just like that, Seattle answering back with 2 rounds of their own.
And I thought that round was not going to be good for Seattle. Once you see Arcitys hit that stun grenade right over that P5, you basically stun every single player on the side of Seattle Surge. You've seen that right there, Atlanta FaZe, they try to attack towards mid, but Simp and aBeZy were not looking towards lower fountain. They allowed that player to eventually come behind them. They force it into a 3v2. They get the bomb down, and Mack does a beautiful job of just staying alive, not committed to the gunfight, playing the man advantage correct.
Atlanta, another opportunity here on the attack. Accuracy tosses out a few shots toward top fire. As we said so far, the conversation has all been about that B site. Mack currently sits here and waiting Meanwhile, it's Sib hanging out over at the field. FaZe looking for that pick. As they'll now look to seize on forward, mid-control. Right now sitting firmly at the hands of the Surge. One man who can make all the difference is going to be Pred. And they check the corner. A great first blood for aBeZy, traded out by accuracy.
Look at the bomb almost goes down, but Simp is able to get him off of that bomb site. Simp does find a huge kill onto Mack to make it a 3v2. So the bomb could potentially start hitting that rotation, but Arcitys with a huge one-on-one. Now the bomb's gonna go down for free at this B site. Sib in a 1v3.
Huge clutch right now for Sib. The instant challenge onto the bomb site. And Jay has a few shaky shots. I mean, what, he walk away, or rather if he's able to walk away with that first kill, maybe things are differently. FaZe are set up, but a lot of that comes down to Arcitys' kill that he gets inside of Church. Giving FaZe the numbers that much more. They play around the objective, and FaZe able to get a response after what was a great little resurgence there out of Seattle.
Yeah, right there, Atlanta FaZe, they just gained the information that no one is watching over the middle of the map. They attack it right down that middle alley, and aBeZy, great awareness to at least check that corner to find that first blood. As they were able to secure the round, Seattle trying to attack this towards A, but look at Atlanta FaZe, super aggressive in towards you.
Very, very aggressive. Mack called upon, and he will deliver. The first blood, and with the bomb on his back, you couldn't ask much more there from him, but Arcitys with a great nade ends up shutting him down. Player one also gets dealt with. We say goodnight to Cellium. Accuracy, take a look at the play. Take a look at the play right now from Accuracy. And he will be able to successfully apply the pinch. The veteran-like plays there out of the Iceman as back and forth we go. And it's Surge's time.
Good work finding that first blood. Eventually it does get traded, but you allow your players, your teammates to eventually make plays. As they find those trades on towards that A bomb, eventually Pred doesn't really find anyone on that late flank as his teammates were picking up those kills. But Seattle staying in this game, currently down one round. Atlanta FaZe back on the attack. This time Seattle are going to be super aggressive towards A.
My goodness, take a look at the utility that is tossed out here on Tuscan. The echoes throughout the Italian streets. And Sib is able to deliver with the early kill in this round. Oh, and Simp wants some more. Simp versus Sib. Try to say that 5 times fast. Not gonna be easy. Cellium still checking, still rating shots throughout middle. But with that bomb being where it is, it could be set up for a rotation. You see Simp trying to be prepared for what could be the flank. Nobody yet to do it from Seattle though.
Pred is at least able to get some information if these players do drop down towards lower fountain. So now with 35 seconds left, Mack, he's gonna be the player that has to hold down this lane. As the push is about to come in, but look at the bomb. The bomb is still all the way towards that back A site. They're gonna actually bring this all the way back. Can Sib find that kill? He does, forces it to a 4v2.
Cellium trying to even out the numbers. There goes aBeZy all on to MC. A 1v4, bomb is down. And 10 seconds left. It will be a round answered once more out of the Seattle Surge. And I don't know, Jay, but once Simp finds that first blood, Simp kind of hangs in the back of the spawn. I thought for a moment it was either going to be a rotation, then it felt like it could have been a bait maybe toward P5, get a few of those Seattle players out of the field to set up Simp for the plant, but maybe running out of time there.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful round from Seattle. Once they find that first blood, you saw Atlanta FaZe. They were trying to play for any bit of information that they could have gotten. But Seattle, they do not give up anything. As they play patient, tie this game up at 4 apiece. Sib really turning this game around. Mack with the first 2-piece, makes it a 4v2. This bomb should be getting planted towards A any minute.
Okay then, Mack delivering early. Sib gets found out, but now it's Pred's opportunity. 2 for Mack and 2 for Pred. Seattle stormed their way through and now put themselves on map point.
That's 3 rounds back to back to back, where not a single player on the side of Seattle Surge has dropped. They're making the mid-game adjustments. They're 1 round away from closing out this search and destroy. This is the map that they need to take in this series.
And this has been the map that's been the ticket for them.
Yeah.
Every single time. It has always been the Tuscan Search Destroy game number 2 that is allowed for the Surge to answer back in these games. but each time it has gone to around 11. We'll see if FaZe can force it for the third straight time. Utility tossed either which way is aBeZy. Manages to find himself in church.
aBeZy's gonna be the guy to make the play. aBeZy's just trying to play for information, or at least play for one player on the side of Seattle Surge to play the rotation. As they're just taking their time. Right now, Seattle Surge have two players that's sitting over towards that plat side. Accuracy gonna give the call out that he at least spots one towards top fountain, and this is where aBeZy can strike.
It absolutely could. aBeZy here to strike indeed. Taking away accuracy, but Pred instantly on the reply. Simp nearly turns, but Mack will deliver with the double. Traded out, but will give his teammates the 2v1 advantage, and Simp finding the ending kill. Seattle Surge down but not out. Come back from being down early. And much like they have in every single encounter so far, win that search to destroy on Tuscan. But this time, no round 11, Jay. They get it done in round 10. One more round.
4 rounds in a row for the Seattle Surge to come out and take this map number 2. They just had such a great game plan in that search and destroy since the middle half of that game. Once they were finding those opening picks, they were making Atlanta FaZe work so hard to try to get any information on the map. Eventually, they turn it into a 4v2. They're not choking these man advantages. Atlanta FaZe, right there when they were trying to push out towards that P5, Mack puts himself in a great position to take down 2. And at that point in the 2v1 situation, Arcitys doesn't really have a lot of time to work with, but now we have a group to control and guarantee the bouquet's hard point.
Oh my goodness. Like I said, when we take a look at this map set, Jay, you and I did the prep covered into this one. It looks the exact same. I mean, every
100%.
time it has been that bocage hard point for Atlanta early throughout their encounters together, and it's always Seattle who was able to win that Tuscan search destroy. So far, history has repeated itself, but maybe it could be changed up as we have got a Gavoot to control up next. Folks, make sure and stay with us. Atlanta FaZe, Seattle Surge will continue after the break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Minnesota Major. Right now, we find ourselves in the middle of an excellent series going down between arch rivals. Atlanta FaZe versus the Seattle Surge. We are through 2 games, and right now, it is an even affair. It was an early hardpoint victory from Atlanta, but as per usual in this matchup, it is the Seattle Surge replying in the S&D. Gotta show some love. Oh, we got Coach Crowder's parents out there, Jay.
It's beautiful.
Show
Love to
some
see
love.
that. Love to see that.
Absolutely.
Love to see that from Atlanta FaZe. You know, obviously, they do not want to drop that search and destroy. Now they're going into a Gavuta control where neither one of these teams have really seen a lot of success. 3-6 on the side of Atlanta FaZe, 1-4 on the side of Seattle. The biggest thing that I took away, though, when we look at the stats, is that on the offensive side, Seattle only have a 7% win rate. So that tells me one thing. They need to make sure that they're completing these ticks and guaranteeing their self-defense.
Yes, did you say 70? No, 7%. 7, that's it. And you were kind of surprised, right, that we did see a Tuscan, or rather that we saw a Gavuta control, not the Tuscan. I know, Jay, you were assuming that because of FaZe's strengths, that could be one they bring out, but I guess, like you said, respecting the opponents for Seattle.
It's a scary thing, because you saw before the stats went down, Atlanta FaZe are last on the defensive side. They're going to start on the attack. A lot of pressure coming down towards this A point. aBeZy finds that first blood. Trades going back and forth, but Atlanta FaZe are able to get on this A point.
Get that A zone, that B zone, 3 ticks on either end, and really the amount of ticks that you can get on the attacking side will allow you to have that round 5 defense. Defense is preferred and controlled, especially on this very map if you are new. Some early exchanges throughout the map, but it will be Seattle getting a nice flurry of kills. Last player alive is going to be Arcitys to the top side of the boat. He still hangs out, no ticks yet to be successfully done so far out of Atlanta, but now they call upon the Aussie to fly and now to fry, sitting upon 3 in a row. But as we talked about, Arcitys is still here, eventually found out all that progress totally turned around. But take a look at Simp making a play at that B zone, wins his 1v1 and stops the time in the process.
Huge work from Simp to keep that clock to continue on. As Simp is doing everything he can to hold down this P1 area, finds great shots onto Simp to eliminate him from there. But Atlanta FaZe, they're able to win a couple of these gunfights, put a lot of pressure on towards A. Closest player up is going to be aBeZy. He finds one, but he does get traded. There's only 35 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe, they got 1 tick at B, but you have to make sure you close out A.
Without question, partner, Cellium trying to push out that known position for the attacking team. They often rely on that building in green, but right now Simp from range doing an excellent job. Known for the SMG, but absolutely can get it done with the AR as well. But his tiny tear duo going off right now on the bottom side of the boat. Meanwhile, it is good old MC toward the top. Seattle yet to really break, yet to find an opening so far at this A zone. And they will go ahead and give it up. FaZe successful in capturing A to start this one off. But as Brycey likes to say, Jay, it's not about A, it is always about B.
Always about B. And the way you want to attack this is taking control of this top ring area. See 2 Atlanta players trying to attack from the backside, but accuracy in a great position to at least cause them some problems as he finds that first kill. It's going to be on Mack, though, in a great spot to at least eliminate 1 as Arcitys wins a huge trade. Can he try to get any more? He does not. So Atlanta FaZe still have to fight for that P1 control. They currently up by 1 live. There's only a minute left, though, so they have 1 or 2 more good pushes.
And they made a decent dent, but they absolutely want to try to secure this round, maybe get 1 more segment on the board. Fred in a huge spot there, able to eliminate Simp. He will catch the attention of Atlanta, while it is Cellium also getting the job done up close, but accuracy like a turret. Beams one down from the beach as MC continuing to fry. He was amazing in that first hardpoint and picking things up in this next respawn as well. FaZe sitting on the point as Cellium looks to extend the spree. It's aBeZy as well, doing damage from range.
No more respawns, though, on the side of Seattle. Simp is going to drop, so now with 20 seconds left, all you have to do is stay alive. All of Atlanta FaZe, the only 2 players in this play that could potentially get towards this point. What can Simp do? as all Seattle have to do is just hold on the defensive side. Last push coming in, Mack finds one. Still pressure coming in from the front as Cellium takes down one to get on a point, but Pred goes massive to find 3 kills to close out the round for Seattle. They hold on the defensive side.
And that was somebody that we wanted to see have a great performance in control, specifically on Gavutu. Jay, he goes big for 3, and right now, he sits with the lowest KD for this team on Gavutu. The reason why Seattle hasn't wanted to play this map is really because of the struggles across the board, but rather specifically for Pred. The rookie really yet to get anything going so far throughout the season, but in that moment, saves the round for Seattle, and now they will have their chance at attack now. We'll see if Pred can extend the streak. Making his way in the middle with that MP40. Maybe thoughts on a pinch, thoughts on a flank already, but he gets dealt with, and so does Simp.
Yeah, and your focus for Seattle in this round has to be at least getting 1 tick completed at that B point. Because Atlanta FaZe, they're already up by 4. But Atlanta FaZe, they're finding every single kill in the feed. Accuracy does win that one-on-one towards that top brink, so he's going to try to get out towards B. But you already have another player watching that cross. Simp is going to be able to take him down. Right now, Seattle simply can't get out of the spawn.
Yeah, the only problem right now for the Surge is that the only kill that they've got was the one that Accuracy found at the beach. Other than that, nothing. 29 to 22 already in lives. Thankfully, Mack is able to find one, but right when he does, Civ happens to team nade him. It is chaos right now in the spawns for Surge as aBeZy does enter into 7 spree range, so he will have a glide bomb throughout the remainder of this match. 25 seconds. Cellium finding one onto Civ. Oh my goodness, pulls out the pistol as well. And great little kill there on the Pred. Nobody from Seattle really being able to make a dent in this one. Could come back to bite them in the end, Jay. A very slow attack, but it's FaZe dominant on this defense. Goodness sake.
That 7% offense definitely showed right there. They couldn't even get out of spawn. They didn't complete 1 segment. So now Atlanta FaZe, they're in control of this game. All they have to do is just simply capture that A every single time. And they should have that defense going into that round 5. Just in case it does get there. But what a defensive hold coming in from Atlanta. Obviously, aBeZy goes on that 7-3. He has that glide bomb to work with. Potentially could come in on this offensive round.
Yeah, absolutely could. How Atlanta deems to use it. Great start for them already throughout this game. While it is 1-1, they hold the major advantage. If it does, in fact, go toward that round number 5. We'll see if they can continue to stack on that success or if Seattle can halt the progress. Any segment is great right now for FaZe. And if you're Surge, it's going to be hard to let this A zone go quickly. The trade still favoring Atlanta for the moment, but Pred at least providing some great pressure. Simp gets found out as well. A nice little wipe there for Surge, and I believe that first tick did in fact go through for Atlanta before those eliminations ended up happening. A minute on the clock, and now Pred trying to make chaos happen again in the spawns.
Now all of Atlanta FaZe spawning out towards lower beach. Do they read the pinch coming in from Pred though? As he finds that kill onto aBeZy. Mack is also winning a huge one-on-one to keep them in their base. They're trying to attack towards that P1 area. They find that kill onto Mack. They should be able to get it on this B point.
Wow!
But Pred is going massive in their spawn, getting spawn kill after spawn kill.
FaZe does make their way into that B zone, Jay, as you called it. Sheesh! My goodness. Also, having some words for Arcitys. Simp taking fire from pretty much every single direction, but he has allowed for a lane to be established from P1 through the beach. Atlanta FaZe, as we said, any segment is great. They got 1 at A, they've got 1 guaranteed at B, and it could be a 3rd one so far in this 3rd round. Great work being done from FaZe despite the great little flanks. They are still seeing success. Everybody going on sprees, and Simp has had so much help. Finally, somebody's here to contest it, but it doesn't matter. B zone moments away from being captured, but it will be the trade that still favors Atlanta. They captured the B zone despite what was great slaying out of the Seattle front. It turns out to be an even better situation than Atlanta could have even hoped for.
It makes it a little bit easier now that you only need 2 ticks of aggression to complete this A point. You can potentially still invest this glide bomb if you want on the side of aBeZy, but Simp, he finds a 2-piece before he eventually does get traded. Seattle, they need to hold. Accuracy starting to turn up. Finds himself on a 3 spree as Simp finds that 3rd kill. Now all of Atlanta spawning out.
Atlanta spawning out as Surge. Look to sink their teeth right now here on Gavutu. Don't allow for any unnecessary ticks, but still a lot of time to play with if you are Atlanta. Cellium pushing forward, having a great game right now. 21 and 11. Give me a break. MC just does not have bad maps. And performing right now for Atlanta as he opens things up right now for the team. And will continue to find himself on spree after spree, now on 3 in a row. And with that team support, if MC is doing things like that, it makes the job so much easier for Atlanta as that A zone will be captured. So many segments to deal with. Up 2-1, and they have got a guaranteed round 5 defense as well.
Yeah, it all comes down to just finding that kill onto Mack towards that P1 side. Once they do that, there was not a single player on the side of Seattle Surge who were able to fill that gap or at least get into the play before Atlanta FaZe put a lot of pressure on towards B. Simp stays alive the entire time until to the last tick, about the final couple of seconds there, and then eventually his teammates jump back in. But when you complete that B point, you know how easy it is to go try to attack towards A. Up by 10 ticks currently.
That's all.
And you still got aBeZy with that glide bomb in the back of his mind.
That's true, man. So many things to think about if you are Seattle. Down by 10 ticks, yeah, it's not possible. But we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can do. Scorecard confirming that defense for round number 5. So it will have to be back-to-back attacking rounds for Surge. A very tall task indeed, but we'll see if it can be Mack to try and lead the charge. Simp manages to sneak his way on through, eventually handled. Arcitys, in the meantime, will make his way to the backside of the spawn. Seattle paused the time at 1.
And that's great work from Arcitys to take the long route. Just on a base should keep this push from the Seattle Surge. A little bit stagnant towards that A point as Mack is going to come off spawn once again. Arcitys tries to pick up this kill. He's not going to spot him below, but Simp is able to take care of him. So now the second tick of progression is already in for A. A lot of pressure from Pret in towards green. Currently up by 1 life. If you could potentially pick up some kill streaks, that's the way you can win this offensive round.
That's a great call, Jay. Streaks would be massive right now for Seattle. We'll see what they can do. Another minute added to the clock. And so far, it has really not taken a ton of eliminations for Seattle. FaZe posturing for position. Now for this B zone, accuracy starting things off well, not just for 1, but also for 2. A great double kill, but Simp looking to reply back on cue. It's accuracy to find all 3. But it is Cellium in the back of the base. He gets dealt with, and just like that, Seattle do push their way now into P1. The close spawns as they look to group on up, but FaZe are ready. FaZe are prepared, and that nade does all the damage that it has to.
They're able to find a 2-piece, and now you see aBeZy starting to put the pressure on. He does get traded by accuracy as he's on a 5 spree. If you're accuracy, you just want to play your life. This kill streak can be so big as he finds that 6th kill onto Simp. Now the pressure's starting to come in from the front. What can Cellium do? He does get traded. Oh, unfortunately not able to win the gunfight. So now Pred, the farthest player pushed up on the map for Seattle. He finds it too. All you want to do is just play your life though. Allow your teammates to get back into play.
Such a risky play there for accuracy. No streaks to work with. That would have been huge, even if he dies. Finding 1 kill could have set up for this glide bomb to be used on this B zone. But right now, 14-13, 45 seconds on the clock. Atlanta with great positioning. 3 players pretty much pushed all the way up in P1. Accuracy gets dealt with the sub out of Arcitys. Some great work coming through from aLLeY, but as we said, that time continues to tick away. We take a look at Mack trying to cause some issues on the flank, but he also ends up going down. Time dwindling, kills favoring FaZe, and Pred doing everything he can just to keep this dream alive for a little bit longer. A great headshot in response with the pistol, but the nade comes in from the top. It ruins the progress. 17 seconds left.
And keep in mind that aBeZy still has this glide bomb to use it. So he's going to be able to at least eliminate this closest player from the top ring. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player closest to this point is going to be accuracy. He goes down. This map is Atlanta's.
It is Atlanta's in Simp, dominating toward the stretch as FaZe have had issues on Gavutu previously, but not on this day. Now up 2-1 in this series, and Jay, it was dominance all the way throughout a 3-1 dub. And I mean, no, man, like the amount of ticks that they got, Seattle, the slow attacking round. It's a difficult task if you're Surge, but a very well answered round out of Atlanta. The back-to-back respawns, and again, it is MC 26 and 16. Great performances across the board, though.
They started off this map by getting 4 ticks of aggression. That's great work on the offensive side. Usually do not see a lot of offensive wins, but getting those 4 ticks puts you in an advantage because, you know, a majority of these teams just simply only capture A. Once they do that, they go into the defensive round and dominate there. Did not allow Seattle to get a single tick on either one of those segments, and then eventually aBeZy picks up that streak. He does not even need to invest it until the very last couple of seconds of that final round. And then they go into an offense. The fact that they were able to only kill Mack towards that top ring, once they find that kill, they get on that B point, and they do a great job of completing it. You know, if you capture that B, how easy it is to get A. Seattle simply just didn't have an answer. Even if they would have won this offense, they needed 2 back-to-back offenses to come out and close this map. Not an easy task to get done on the side of Seattle Surge, but now they find themselves down 2-1.
And that Kavutu investment that we talked about, you know, maybe it ends up paying off, maybe it doesn't. It works out here. Decide to play Kavutu instead of that Tuscan, and now Atlanta FaZe in the driver's seat. And the problem being is that we have got a Bocage hardpoint prepared for this game, number 4. Jay, why is that so terrifying?
It's terrifying because Atlanta FaZe have yet to lose this map the entire year. They're sitting at 7-0 compared to on the side of Seattle Surge, but they're sitting at 3-4. This is not going to be easy on the side of Seattle. It all comes down to the way that Atlanta FaZe love to play this map. They dominate P2, P3, and P4. They average about 25 seconds on each one of those hard points. Seattle, they do a great job at least P5, but when you're giving up that much amount of time in those 3 spans of hard points, that is where you start to see Atlanta FaZe start to run away with the map. And they also have Cellium on this team. He's at a 1.4 on this alone.
Yeah, we always talk about, right, it's going to be the Tiny Terrors. You know, you don't want to face off against the, you know, those 2 players on Bocage. When in reality, not just is it those guys, not just is it Arcitys, but it's also Cellium. Incredible stats across the board, and these are the Bocage rankings right now for Atlanta FaZe. Number 1 in record. The average point differential speaks for itself, Jay. And also on top of that, the hold percentages, the break percentages, those are excellent. They've also got a 1.14 team KD. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, this team is disgusting at this map. But Seattle Surge, they're never out of it. They're always found, at least in the last series that they played, they found themselves down 2-1. The only difference is it's not going to be a Berlin hardpoint. We have a Bocage. So I'm looking at the young players to really step up. We saw Mack he started off that early hardpoint really dominating. But I need Pred, I need Simp for them to step up and play alongside Mack, because on a map like Bocage, you know how mixy it can get. You need these young guns to really just go out there and fry.
Yeah, and OpTic fans do remember this well, right? Whenever they did face off against OpTic Texas, Seattle Surge did win a Bocage like 250 to 159. I want to say that was somewhere around the score. So they've done it recently, but now in the biggest of situations versus the best hardpoint team in the game on their best map, that is what it's going to take for the Seattle team to force that game 5. But if we are looking at history, and so far it has repeated itself continuously throughout this matchup, it has always been the game 4 win. Seattle have always answered in that game 4 hardpoint versus Atlanta FaZe. In these last 3 games, can they make it 4 for 4? I got to say, Jay, this would absolutely rattle the Atlanta FaZe end if they do drop this, right? Considering that they have been perfect on this map so far. It's the best hardpoint team on their best map. They're not planning on losing this. This could be the perfect chance for Seattle, who, like we said, just beat OpTic on this.
100%. And then if you're Atlanta FaZe, you're probably thinking we're going into our best hardpoint. We stand a really good chance at closing this out. But you have to think what Seattle were able to do versus that OpTic Texas roster, smoked them on this map. Need to have that same impact, man. I told you. That first series, it was Simp, it was Pred. Both sitting at like 1.15s. They need to slay on this map if they want to force that map 5.
And Jay, in that game versus OpTic Texas, here on Bocage, where they did win. Yeah, I got the official number, 250 to 159. Mack went 35 and 26. Pred 32 and 30. It has been all MC to start, but now we turn our attention towards Seattle Surge with the restart, with Mack being sick and with the historical significance on Surge having FaZe's number. Can they dig deep and do it again and force the game 5? It is time to find out. Prepare for chaos, prepare for madness. Bocage, here we come.
1v1. Not really focused for both of these teams to try to pick up that time. We're just trying to pick up these kills and at least focus on these spawns. As Atlanta FaZe are still controlling towards that back 10 area with 25 seconds left. You see Seattle trying to attack from that tank side. A couple players trading back and forth through the map, but you see Atlanta FaZe, they're stacking this. Accuracy has to try to go big from the tank. He eventually does get traded, but look at those spawns. Look at the spawns. Seattle start to spawn towards lower trenches.
And as we said, really neither team heavily prioritizing P1, as Simp does hop inside of it. It has been all about these spawns, Jay. Back and forth we go, but as the dust settles, it looks like it could be Seattle's to hold for P2. Arcitys gets dealt with a great read there out of Surge, and the guy that we said needs to turn up right now, it's gonna be Mack. A great start right now at 4-2, trying to push out these FaZe players and make their lives difficult coming out of Granny's.
He's doing a great job so far. Atlanta FaZe cannot get past this plat area. 40 seconds remaining on this P2. aBeZy is able to at least find that first kill onto Mack. So now this allows Atlanta FaZe to try to attack from the front, to try to attack from bottom barn. As Arcitys is able to stay alive towards that god tank. 25 seconds left. The pressure's here. They find 3. Atlanta FaZe break in.
Oh, but Simp at least is able to find 2. Enters into 5 spree range, but Cellium there to cut him down. So no glide bomb, at least for now. There at a Simp. FaZe break in for the final few seconds of scrap before Seattle do get the final word. Back and forth we go, but now it's time for the rotation here at Grandma's. And Jay, really one of the primary success points for this FaZe team has been on this hill and the following ones.
Yeah, this is a huge hill for Atlanta FaZe. They usually dominate this, average about 25 points, as Simp is able to find that 2-piece. All of Seattle trying to attack from the front. aBeZy takes down one towards tools. Accuracy, unfortunately, is going to get shot in the back. Pred and Mack find 3 in the feed. They're able to flip those spawns. And they actually flip right on back. Atlanta FaZe still spawning on the backside, but Seattle have control.
Flip after flip. Grandma, I don't know what you did with the spawns, but you've absolutely ruined them. Civ comes through with 3. Accuracy on the 4th. And now they've got FaZe right where they want them in the spawn trap. How do Atlanta look to break? And it's going to be based off of teamwork. Mack's at least able to find the head of Simp before heading back into Grandma's house. She'll happily take him back in. He's been a good boy. Simp tries to jump on through, but he also gets taken down. Seattle prepared for Barn in a very well-controlled hill out of Surge, all things considered.
Now the rotation comes down towards this P4. Simp is able to find at least 2 off the rotation. But Simp, he shuts down that pressure. They keep the spawns from the back. Simp finds 3 in a row. Ay, Dios mío. He's not missing right now.
He is not. Somebody who's not seen a ton of success on Bokash historically is going off right now for Surge, but right on cue. FaZe, known for a breaking team, and they do exactly that. Rush right into Barn. As Pred also will fall, nobody from Seattle can get an answer, as it is all red before Accuracy's at least able to drop 1. A great hill opportunity for FaZe to get back in this game and maybe even take the lead. Simp trying to cause somewhat of a dent right now, having a solid performance, but FaZe stiff him out as well. The teammate comes through, and that will not make things that much easier for Seattle, as FaZe will take the lead. And now we head to the final hill of our first set of rotations.
Now you need to focus on holding down the back, as Simp is able to find another 2-piece in the feed. 18 and 10 to start off this first rotation of hard points, as Seattle are fully set up for this P5, but that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is going to be Accuracy. He gets naded, and Atlanta FaZe break on in once again.
Another break for FaZe. Can they make it P4 and P5? A great chance to do so, but now Pred from the skies, the Aussie doesn't solidify the kill. Finds one onto Cellium, so never mind. It works out perfectly, Jay. I don't know how that ends up happening, but Pred, by accident, will then allow for Seattle to get the break on reply. FaZe with close spawns, but Simp continues to beam at 19 and 13 as he will fade on away. Final few 1v1s going down. We'll see if Pred can start to get that MP40 fire. They're going to need him on this second side.
Right now, Seattle, they're going toe-to-toe with Atlanta FaZe on their best hard point. The young guns are coming to play. Simp at 20 and 13. Mack on his flu game, sitting at 16 and 12. Basically a tie game going into our second rotations. What can Atlanta FaZe try to do? As you see, Cellium from top Grandma's is not able to pick up that kill. The spawns now, they do flip for Atlanta. They're starting to spawn out towards lower water. aBeZy, he's able to find 2 in the feed. Last player up is going to be Pred towards top barn. But Pred's focus is just trying to stay alive, trying to flip these spawns for his team.
Yeah, that was literally the focus throughout the entire first set of rotations. It was all about those spawn flips. Right now, a 1v1 for it, and Pred, the nice little beam there onto Arcitys. Seattle having a few teammates come on through. So they are locking down this time. It is still a battle for the backside of Barn. And it currently will be Surge in control of it with 18 seconds left at P1. A great job so far on handling the Atlanta FaZe. But Jay, in a moment's notice, this FaZe team can start to go off, but not if Simp has got their number. A slight lead advantage for Seattle as now it's time for Field. Arcitys and co leading the charge. 3, make it 4 in a row. Eventually found out, back and forth we go.
This allows Atlanta FaZe to put that pressure on from the front side. Arcitys with a huge multi-kill opens that up for his team. But Simp, he's not missing. Accuracy finds a second. Simp and Arcitys, though, they tag team and find 2 of their own. So right now, trades going back and forth. Atlanta FaZe still have control of it. They do not have the spawns, but with 35 seconds left, they want to stay on this side of the map.
Nice little moment there for Mack. Traded out his FaZe still with the time. Arcitys putting on a show so far throughout this last minute of Bocage. With 20 seconds left, it will be the veteran-like plays and of accuracy trying to think about that rotation. They'll send one to try to go for the scrap, but as he falls, it will be the battle now for the backside of Granny's.
Wow.
Oh,
look at the timing.
Mack with some shots. We'll take a look at player 2. Simp's back here. Some good work there for Mack and accuracy. Trying to hold this one down. It will be accuracy who does hop inside of the objective. MC gets dealt with inside of the sewers. Simp dips in for a moment, but it's Seattle with the 4 feed.
It's a clean 4 dead. So now the spawns flip for Atlanta FaZe. Seattle should be able to get back in this game. But great shots from aBeZy. Cellium follows up with the second. So now the pressure's gonna come in, but Pred and Mack are able to find 3 kills in the feed. Mack on a 6 spree, 28 and 17. 1 off of picking up this glide bomb. He's going insane right now.
He is not. What a drop to the Atlanta FaZe. Can he make it 7? Yes, he will. The streak earned for Mack. And Pred is not far behind. 2 more for him, and they've got double glide bombs to work with. They've taken the advantage, and they've also flipped the spawns. Long-range shots right now out of Mack. And now prepared for next. Seattle have turned this game around, but Mack is feeling himself on fire on Bocage. Eventually drop, but boy, has he made a difference in this game. Momentum, it feels like, is on the side of Seattle.
And unfortunately, Pred does get taken down, so he does not earn that glide bomb. But Seattle, they need a good hold here. They allowed Atlanta FaZe to break on it and grow basically a 30-point lead. But so far, they're doing a great job of doing so as trades are going back and forth. Pred finds 3 in the feed. Last player up is going to be Arcitys. He gets taken down. Pred with another multi-kill to secure the spawns and now secure some time for his team.
Last time around, it was Atlanta FaZe who brought the game back and really took the major advantage on this hill, and it was because of the break so far not happening. Seattle will not allow this to go the other direction. Mack is frying, 13 seconds left at Barn, and you know both of these teams are gonna fight for every single second, tooth and nail. For these seconds, Seattle with a slight advantage, and now we go back toward River. FaZe here early. But can it be Mack to break things open again?
He has that glide bomb to invest. So this is the hill where you're gonna use it. He invests it, should be able to eliminate this player on that point. As that's gonna be 2 dead, so now this allows the pounce from Seattle. Pressure coming in from the back, pressure coming in from the front. And look at Pred, he's just trying to finesse his way, but Atlanta FaZe are able to find every single kill in the feed. They were able to neutralize that glide bomb, keep control of this hard point, now continuously growing this lead.
Yeah, that is the perfect situation for Atlanta, allows for them to get set up, and they know exactly where Seattle are going to be coming from. aBeZy, the first line of defense, he gets dealt with. That's going to be 2 in a row there for Surge. Simp at least for 1 on the reply. So despite the far out spawn, Seattle have pushed their way into the HP. They are happy to battle face to face with the Atlanta FaZe. The Titans of the CDL from last year are getting met stride for stride with fire. A basically tie game as we head now into the 3rd set of rotations. Mack nearly at 40 kills. It will continue to be the battle for those spawns overall. as Pred gets taken down.
If I'm Atlanta FaZe, your main focus is just flipping these spawns. 2 times now, Seattle have been fully set up for that P2. They're able to take control of Waterside. Now you have a couple players trying to attack from the back, but accuracy wins that huge one-on-one versus Simp. Mack finds a second. So now if you're Seattle, you want to try to get as much time as you possibly can. Now that you do not have the spawns, that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player on that point is going to be Simp. He is going to get traded, and Arcitys on a 7th spree picks up a glide bomb of his own.
That's going to be great. Thinking about the future for Atlanta FaZe, as we discussed, field a very wide open hardpoint could easily come into use as P1 continues to transfer either direction. Mack with a trade, Cellium as well, jumps on through. Accuracy now with the timing. Arcity's been so great throughout this HP, levels things at 200. But as we said, streaks to work with. Now coming in toward P2. FaZe with spawns, and here comes the glide out of Arcitys. And he'll be able to take down accuracy with it, 3 down.
And that's going to be 3 dead. If you're Atlanta FaZe, you want to try to get pushed out towards Plat, but make sure you keep Bar in control. As Pred is causing problems in towards Barn, he finds that opening. Simp finds the second. Pred does not find the second kill, though. As trades are going back and forth, Seattle, Mack having himself a map 45 and 26. He might break the record here.
He absolutely could. He could become the king of Cage in his flu game. A tie game right now. Surge not going down without a fight. Mack eventually gets dropped, 15 seconds left at this HP, and now it could be a prime opportunity for Pred to take on off. Final 8 seconds as FaZe are going to be prepared for next, but take a look at that kill there for Simp. Seattle can have the lane as the turn of a lifetime comes in through there at a Sib. 220 to 234. Mack inches away from the 50 bomb. Seattle are here.
Unfortunate team stun though. And that's going to be 4 dead. Now the spawns do flip. Seattle starting to spawn out towards the back. Atlanta need to try to hold from the front, but Pred, he finds 2. Arcitys and aBeZy trying to do everything they can to stay alive, but Sib finds another 2-piece to secure the point. 10 points away from closing out this map, number 4.
They're so close to doing so. 5 seconds away. Can Seattle force the game 5?
Gotta go.
MC has got to sprint on in. He falls, and that will be the game. Seattle Surge digging deep. And in the flu game for Mack. Unreal. What is it about this matchup, Jay? The best hardpoint team on their best hardpoint just got taken down.
Insane stuff from Seattle, especially Mack. Flu game to the T, man. This guy is insane.
I gotta see the
Did he just put up 50?
47 and 29.
Unbelievable performance out of Mack.
Look at Simp's damage.
He started off the game. Like, Simp was starting up this game, going on 4 sprees, going on 5 sprees, just really taking over. But towards the later half, Mack, you see it right there. Mack is cracked. Almost puts up 50 kills on that map number 4 to now force us to a map number 5. This series never disappoints us. Every single time, it's always going to this game 5. And that Berlin search and destroy. If history tells us anything, Seattle really liked this one.
Jay, last time that these teams met up, just weeks ago, it was a game 5, and it was Berlin search and destroy after a wild comeback on the game 4. Just like we saw here, Seattle carried that momentum into the game 5, and they've got the opportunity to do the same. I mean, this is story-like stuff. You couldn't
100%.
write it better for the matchup, the way that it has gone historically, and for the way that Mack is playing. It's crazy.
He was throwing up 40 minutes ago.
I know.
He was literally throwing up 40 minutes ago. Now he's dropping 50.
There were chunks on the stage that we had to
nothing
clean
this guy
up.
can't do. Nothing.
Now he puts up 40 plus a Bocage now to send us to a game 5, folks. I'll tell you what, get ready, get the popcorn, get the game fuel. It is time nearly for another incredible finish to what has been an incredible story. Atlanta FaZe, Seattle Surge, it is going the distance again. It is time for Berlin Search Destroy right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to what has been an unbelievable series between Atlanta FaZe and the Seattle Surge. It is quickly turning into a classic matchup between these two franchises. Seattle were down 2-1, coming up against the best hardpoint team in the game on their best map. And Surge in that streak with the flu game out of this guy, Mack, dropping, I don't even know how many kills. It was a wild performance from this guy. And Jay, now we have got ourselves a game 5. You can't write this stuff.
You really can. You really can. And when you take a look at Shotzzy's, Mack Melt is a different breed. Flu game right now, Mack is diffy. Someone get Mack a cold towel. He's on fire. Hashtag drown him out.
Is that Dave Patty in the top right?
I don't know. It looks like
it. Looks like Dave Patty. I have no idea.
He had a bucket hat on. He was looking good in that.
Maybe it's a burner. I have no idea.
Right.
But no, I mean, like we said, man, this has been, like we said, Jay, I mean, an unbelievable turn of events.
Yeah.
When we have watched these two teams battle it out. For those that have not heard us talk about it constantly, Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge, going all the way back to Cold War. Major 5, or rather the Stage 5 Major.
Yeah.
Nikki D goes off for the team. It was the 12 versus the 1 seed. Seattle Surge gets the W, puts Atlanta FaZe at their worst placement yet. We then come into Vanguard. Think surely this can't continue. At the Kickoff Classic, Seattle do it again. Weeks ago, in our Major 2 qualifier, Seattle get it done again versus Atlanta. And now they have the opportunity to do it for a 4th time in a row. Mack throwing up in the very first game. We had to restart the entire series. And so far, he has been beaming a 1.09 KD. Will history repeat itself, or can FaZe finally prevent the Nikki D curse? I know he's somewhere in the building. That could be their chance. That could be their opportunity. Minnesota, make some noise. It's time for game 5.
And here we go. Atlanta FaZe, when they see a lot of success on this map, it's usually at 66% towards these fast A attacks. As you see a lot of pressure already at that 8-point accuracy. He's the player that's going to give the information to his team. But look at Pred. No hesitation on the flank. Unfortunately, Cellium does get out of that position. As Atlanta FaZe are going to be full A control now, but Pred, he's going to be the guy to make the play.
Yeah, tricky play. Off the rip from Atlanta. They fade out the B push, when in reality it is all about that A push. Sib starting things off well. The nice first blood. How about the jump spot? Prime position to find one arm to Arcitys. He'll do exactly that. The first 2 found from Sib, but the time continues to tick away in the bomb. There's somebody inside of this site. It's actually going to be aBeZy. He and Cell combined for 2. We say goodnight to Sib. A 3-kill swing, as now it is all on to the Aussie, the rookie, in a 1v2. 20 seconds left. The challenge on to aBeZy. Impatience will pay off in round 1.
And what a play coming in from aBeZy. It was a 4v2, but he times it beautifully to find that first kill. At the same time, Cellium picks up a kill as well, forces it to a 2v2. And right there, if you are Seattle, you had no awareness that he was in that position. He eventually finds the second, and then Pred, the player that was going on that flank, eventually gets into the play when it's a 1v2 situation. aBeZy goes huge in that first round, picks up 3 kills. Atlanta up 1-0.
Nice try. It was a good effort. Maybe in the future. Into this round number 2. And how about the scope out of Simp, bringing out the car. Knows that it's time for business. We'll see if Seattle look to deal with the young god, but already in toward this round number 2. Seattle down a man, and with the Mack, with Mack having that objective, they look to stall out for the time. Some shots exchanged, and MC has to back on up.
They're just trying to get some information, or at least force Atlanta FaZe to try to make a play, as Simp is going to be able to spot that player on towards top tank. You do not want to get picked by accuracy. He's going to have the angle, forces it to a 3v3. 35 seconds left. Cellium has to try to go big at B site.
He absolutely has to. Accuracy nearly rips him off with a great cover fire. Cellium and Arcitys, a great pinch established, and now Mack in a 1v3. He gets found out as well. The early 2 going the way of Atlanta. For the most part, well controlled.
Yeah, once Simp finds this first blood onto Pred, right there you see Seattle already in the man disadvantage. They're just going to slow down, try to play for a pick. They force it to a 3v3, but Cellium does such a great job of just staying alive at that B site. He allows Arcitys to set up that team fire, force it to a 3v2. They find the other kill. Then eventually it's all up to Mack left in the 1v3. Crosses to that B bomb, eventually gets taken down. Atlanta FaZe are 57% on their defensive rounds, and it showed there.
Definitely did, partner. As we talked about earlier, Seattle slow in the early rounds of Tuscan, but they fire back 4 rounds in a row to claim that Game 2 Search Destroy. Have actually yet to lose an S&D versus FaZe in Vanguard. Something to think about. Is into this round number 3. Arcitys has made his way into docks, but it has taken a player. Simp falls in the process. And Simp could be in a great position. He tosses up that stun. He gets all the information that he needs. Arcitys stalled on out. And taken down. Great play there out of the Rook to now give Seattle a 2-man advantage.
Now in a 4v2. Pred, it's time to attack. He's going to spot Cellium. Fortunately, not able to win the gunfight. But Mack's here for the trade. Mack finds one. He knows that Cellium is still in the play. He's not going to commit to the gunfight, though. Great play out of the young man to play the man advantage. He's eventually going to get traded. Beautiful heads-up play by Mack to just simply play his life there. You do not want to give Cellium an easier opportunity to force it to a 1v2. He backs out, gets the help of his teammates to close it out. But what a heads-up play from Simp. Throws the stun, opens both windows, slides right on in, finds that kill on the Arcitys to take him down. Great plays from Seattle to stop the bleeding.
Great plays out of Surge and veteran-like plays already displayed out of Mack and out of Sib in that round. Something to keep in mind, Jay, as we talk about it. Sib was on the bench for Atlanta FaZe last season. How annoying that must be for this 4-man lineup, right? The guy who's been on your bench, the guy you were trying to train on up, now has beaten you in the last 2 occasions. A great situation there as it'll be the first round for Surge, and all eyes once more fall on to Sib. As he'll look to find the first pick through middle, it is Seattle so far pushing over toward A, but it looks like it could be a rotation. First player here, though, it's going to be Cellium. And he'll cut off that lane.
Finds that first kill, so now he basically has all of B cut off. If you are on the side of Seattle Surge, your main focus is try to eliminate this player. As actually does spot him, unfortunately not able to hit him with the nade. They're wasting a lot of time trying to invest this kill onto Cellium. As the bomb is starting to approach over towards that A site, aBeZy in a great position to shut this down.
Very similar to the first round. He's hiding behind the desk this time. Hanging out in small room. 4-1 start right now for aBeZy. A pick here would be everything, but they do get the information. The stun is out. They know that he's there. Pred decides to push, but aBeZy takes him down. The instant 4v2, 20 seconds. Accuracy's at least able to even things up that much more, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's all on to Mack. 40 seconds to play with, and MC handles business.
It all comes down to Cellium. He finds that first blood. Eventually, he keeps control of that positioning towards that B site. So accuracy, he was trying to take him down from that back bow house, but eventually you have to give him up. It allowed for them to commit towards that A bomb. The fact that aBeZy finds that kill in small room and gets out with his life, beautiful play by him. And eventually you allow Cellium to hit that late flank, finds that kill on the accuracy, finds the final kill to get 3 kills on the round. Atlanta FaZe, once again, great defensive win.
Great defensive win of Atlanta. Cellium and aBeZy going big in that last round, now to give themselves the advantage. But as we said, it was the exact same situation in that game number 2. FaZe up early, and Seattle late responded with 4 straight rounds. They're going to need that same magic here versus a Titan-like roster in FaZe. The push now being made toward the back alley.
And this is where Atlanta FaZe find a lot of success, just attacking towards this A bomb. They are going to get that information that accuracy is towards Plat, but he gets out with his life. Do they know the positioning with Pred, though, as he's going to be sitting on those steps, which is going to be Mack, actually. But accuracy, unfortunately, breaks the window, runs right into aBeZy, and aBeZy, with 2 in the feed, forces it to a 4v2. Both players from Seattle trying to attack from middle.
It's on to the rookies, a 2v4. Bomb is down, and everybody from FaZe sitting in a great spot. Pred for 1, traded out in the end. All on to Sib, now to 1v3. Finds the first one on Arcitys, 30 seconds on the clock, as he'll have to make the play. The tiny terrors to deal with, and the objective still to defuse. Can Simp come up clutch? Looking for an entry, looking for the opening.
And it simply all just comes down to aBeZy and Simp pushing out that plat area. aBeZy, he gets that nade indication onto accuracy. He backs him down. That's what allows him to eventually get this position. He finds that first kill, beautifully red play to get the second onto Mack. And then no hesitation on the bomb plat. The young SMGs, the tiny terrorists coming out in this game 5.
You see them communicating there. Thinking about the next round, how important of a victory this could be for FaZe on the other side. A must-win round if you are Seattle. Cannot afford to go down 5-1. And it just feels like this round could once more come down to the presence out of aBeZy. So great so far throughout our first 5 rounds. Feels confident to rush on through. Pulls out a few shots, still hanging out, still alive, nearly turns on for one, but Pred dropping that first blood, accuracy as well there for the clearance. Pushing their way inside of the office and getting work done. Cellium falls, and that is the round that you had to have, and it comes in dominant fashion.
And that was just good work from Seattle for no one to get picked by aBeZy. They eventually allowed for Pred to get into the play to assist them of taking him down, and then Accuracy does a great job of just sitting in the top of the base towards that top warehouse, watching those middle steps. He finds that second kill. Now in a 4v2, you know that they're going to attack this from top plat. They play the kills. They're able to close it out clean, 4 dead. Clean round for Seattle to get on the board.
And now time for the swing round. Instantly for Seattle, a 1-4 start right now for Mack. Again, had a slow start in that S&D and had one round where he went off. But they will call upon Simp once more to try and have a good performance to make a major play. Did so already over at the docks. Has some shots in, but FaZe early to get the bomb down. 2 players here, Simp for one and Pred with the other. Great work.
And they find that first blood. But look at the play coming in from Accuracy. Accuracy works his way all the way around the deep flank. I don't think Atlanta FaZe is going to be able to read this as Accuracy finds one. Cellium does eliminate that player from bomb, but Cellium goes big to at least force it to a 1v2. All left up to Simp. 15 seconds left. All you have to do is eliminate this player from bomb. But Seattle, they wait. They stall out the clock. They wait for him to try to attack it, to eliminate him. They both have their guns up, ready to go. Seattle with a successful retake on that B site.
A successful retake, but like we said, Jay, it comes down to the rooks. I mean, we came into this series talking about these guys, and a lot of times it gets assumed that it's about the respawns, but no, it's also in these clutch situations. It starts with them and it ends with them. The Iceman makes the play on the flank, and it's up to the Young Guns to give them another chance. Another chance at the attack here for Seattle as they aim to make the push over at that B site. Nades exchanged early, and Pred very well could find the first blood, and he'll make it land. Taking down MC, sent flying.
Now in the 4v3. If you're Seattle, you want to try to just get this bomb down at B as fast as you can. As the pressure from Atlanta FaZe is going to come in through front door, they're going to attack him. They're going to be able to even up the numbers now in a 3v3 situation. Bomb is going to start to get planted, though. Atlanta FaZe trying to attack this from the middle of the map. You know that Accuracy likes to sit towards the top warehouse, but now they have a lot of time to work with.
A lot of time to work with. It was Seattle who got the retake last time on this site. Now can it be FaZe's turn? Can they slow down the momentum? They find that early pick, and now it's time for aBeZy to go off as well. On to Accuracy in the 1v3. Beams down 2 and now has the angle. Arcitys trying to hold true onto the site.
Shoulders got to be tight. Your shoulders just got to be tight. All you have to do if your Accuracy is just stay alive. So Arcitys is going to commit towards the gunfight. What a play. 3 seconds left. He stays down. Accuracy once again. The Iceman gets it done to tie the game up at 4-piece. Goes so big on the backside to find that 2-piece. But if I'm aBeZy, I don't know what he was doing. You do not want to just stand on that bomb, basically giving that free line of sight to Accuracy to even up those numbers. It was basically an impossible round for Arcitys to try to close out, but the Iceman does what the Iceman does, clutches it up in the big moments, tied 4-4.
Never a doubt. Down 4-1, and now we're level at 4 apiece. Seattle will not go away.
Look at this.
And now it's a chance for FaZe to end off this momentum. But Accuracy replies with the first blood again. The Iceman going big for Surge to kick off this round.
They find that first blood. So now Atlanta FaZe in the man disadvantage. We're still trying to commit towards attacking this A-bomb. But Seattle, they're perfectly ready for it. Mack should have an engagement here in a moment as he wins the gunfight. The second one is gonna come in as well. Mack finds the 2-piece. Cellium left in the 1v4. 40 seconds left, bomb is gonna be down. The kill, at least he finds one, but Mack, the flu game, the best game so far of his career, is stepping up to whole new levels. That's 4 straight rounds on the side of Seattle Surge.
Take a look at this again. Arcitys and Simp. Incredible. Four rounds in a row. Can it be 4 series in a row for Seattle in their exchange versus the Atlanta FaZe, or do we have a round 11? It is time to find out, as here we go. Mack right into the offense, aggressive to try to plant down the bomb. A quick trade, nice and early.
Makes it a 3v3. He's able to pick up that kill and at least get out with his life. So now Cellium, so that player for Atlanta FaZe at that B site, does he decide to go for that late flank? What you see number 4 in Arcitys, he actually finds an opening. He should be able to come up these back steps. Finds that kill into bomb, at least gets out with his life now in the 3v2.
Oh, and Simp right around the corner, nearly turns on him. A current 3 versus 2 in favor of Atlanta. Bomb still has to be picked up. Accuracy happy to put it on his back, as now he'll lay down the plant. A nice nade tossed on out, but no real damage done. Take a look at Cellium.
He didn't see him.
On the flank, he doesn't spot him. He doesn't spot him, and now it comes down to Accuracy once more. A 1v2 for the Iceman, but Arcitys takes him down. And now we have got ourselves a Game 5, Round 11.
Round 11 for all the marbles. This has been an insane series, an insane day so far. Every single series has went to a Game 5. Can Seattle complete the Cinderella story of beating the 2 top teams that we currently have in this game and guaranteeing themselves at least top 3? As we're gonna go into this next round, so much on the line for both of these teams. Oh my, there it is, look at that. Round 11, baby, round 11.
Here we go, Minnesota. 1 round to decide it all. Is it Atlanta's time, or will history repeat itself for Seattle? Bomb looks to go down nice and early here out of Arcitys. Last time around it was Simp making the play. Tries it around the corner. The nade actually gets banked off, but it does not land. Arcitys throws it back inside of the docks. And this could be the opening. This could be the opening for Simp, but no! Taken down. Now a 3v4 for Seattle.
All you have to do if you're Atlanta FaZe is just basically stay alive towards that back warehouse. Do not allow these players to go on that flank. But Mack in a huge one-on-one towards the backside. Arcitys doing everything he can at B. But now all left up to Mack in the 1v3. 15 seconds left. Not gonna be easy. Atlanta FaZe are able to clutch up in the Game 5. Arcitys goes big on that B bomb to close out the series and solidify top 3.
The Nikki D curse officially broken. FaZe, after so long, after 10 months of not beating the Seattle franchise, now have got the dub that they so desperately have been waiting for. An incredible game, an incredible series. But Atlanta will hold on in the winner's side. Seattle will then move to the elimination bracket. And that's got to feel good if you're FaZe, Jay.
100%.
I mean, the amount of times that you fall into this team, the storylines that have come after they've dropped to rosters like this, to now take this roster down only promotes them to move on in winners. And now that sets them up for what could be a finals appearance.
And they got to play against Boston. And Boston have been playing lights out as well. That's an insane series that we're going to have tomorrow. But this series, speechless, man. Seattle faced so much adversity in this series. Mack wasn't feeling too good, doesn't matter. They beat Atlanta FaZe on Bokeh's hardpoint, which is their best hardpoint. He drops basically almost 50 kills. Seattle Surge, they clutch up in the map 2, winning in the 6-4. They got absolutely smoked in the control. But in this game 5, they were able to bring back round after round. But at the very end, Atlanta FaZe, they did not make the same mistake once again. Once they get that bomb down towards B, they were not going to allow anyone to go to the flank. Arcitys goes so big on that site to find that two-piece to close out the round. Atlanta FaZe finally come out on top in this one.
They finally do. It took them a while, but it's got to feel good. It has got to feel sweet. A date prepared now with the breach coming into tomorrow. But a great job done, and you got to give a lot of props, right, to the Seattle end.
Yeah.
Obviously, they dropped this series, but they take down OpTic 3-0, and they send Atlanta FaZe to a Game 5, Round 11. I know while the team isn't going to be happy with a loss like that, I think from an outside perspective, they have absolutely delivered on the expectations and even outperformed what we thought that this roster could do. But they're the real deal, but Atlanta FaZe will have their moment in the sun here and now. Jay, it's been a crazy storyline between these two teams. And while, you know, the Surge don't get the job done today, it is another excellent chapter and what I imagine will be a continuous story.
100%, man. And now for Seattle, since they do drop this series, they're going forward throughout the rest of the day. They're going to go up against LAG. So the way that they just played that series, keep in mind that they 3-0'd OpTic on the first day. They just pushed Atlanta FaZe all the way to a round 11. Game 5. Like,
scary team.
That team is insane, man. They're so good.
They absolutely are. Well, while the series is done, it's now time to find out what aBeZy thinks about this game. Miles, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. It'd be another Game 5, by the way, dude. Congratulations. This was a nail-biter to a grueler. How you doing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm doing great, you know. Thankfully, we actually iced up 5-5 because I feel like this year we've had a few, like, blunders in 5-5, so it feels good.
You got a spicy history now with the Seattle Surge team and the organization. I mean, this one was a real fun one. You told me that final call was all on you. That round 11. Walk me through that one.
Yeah, so 5-5, I was like, they're going to probably play A again, like, hard, because that's the only rounds that we really won on offense. So I said, let's fake A. I'm going to throw my stun outer, and then we're going to wrap the B instantly and plant the bomb and get it down. So, you know, thankfully, we clutched up in the end, so.
It was a ballsy call, man, but it worked out. Of course, you know that Mack was sick prior to the matchup. You're aware, you know, you've been through the same situation with Simp not too long ago.
Yes.
What goes through your head as a teammate, and what do you think of the whole situation?
You know, you got to feel for Mack. I mean, for him to come back on stage, though, that man's a warrior. Seriously. Big round of applause for Mack. Let's go, yeah. Oh, yeah, that guy's a beast, though. He really is. And I think even in the Bocage, he was absolutely frying. So, you know, much respect to that man.
You guys have sort of gone under the radar here. I mean, you're not one of the, you're obviously a favorite coming in, but there's a lot of more, you know, folks favoring OpTic coming in this one. How does that make you guys feel? Like you're not truly the top dog in a lot of teams' eyes?
You know, it doesn't really affect us. I mean, we just, right, obviously we lost Major 1, but, you know, going into this Major, you know, we were really hammering down on the small things and everything that we were kind of like messing up in the matches during Major 1. So, you know, it feels good. I feel like we're on a roll right now.
You're certainly on a roll, mate. Any final words you want to say to the fans here in Minnesota before we move on?
Shout out to all the fans of the crowd. You guys are absolutely amazing. You guys have been so loud. Seriously. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
GG's again, mate. Enjoy that rest. Desk, take it away.
Atlanta FaZe beating out Seattle Surge. Nameless, that was a really close one, man. Game 5 was crazy, especially with Arcitys going big both round 10 and 11.
Dude, that was an insane Game 5. High-level gameplay on both ends of the field. I mean, for FaZe, they kept going A, like aBeZy just touched on, and they weren't even watching the cross. They were just playing aggressive. That's why they had the liberty to go up the stairs and get control of the plat. And then you saw Seattle bounce back, and they addressed that. They played aggressive towards A. That's when they won that round where they stopped FaZe on their fast push. So what does aBeZy do? What he just talked about in that interview. He calls the B play because he knows that they found success playing aggressive, trying to counter them, and Arcitys pulls out an SMG, grabs the bomb, plants it, and clutches up for the squad. Like, that was an immaculate gameplay on both sides. I hope Seattle can walk away from that series with their heads held up high.
Yeah, him getting that kill on Simp opened up the door for everything, right? But Chance, FaZe moves on. There's no upset story, and now they're looking at a championship game after one more series.
I mean, no surprise there. This is the team that they've been to like almost every single grand final for the past like 2 or 3 years. Don't get me wrong, they are having to work for it this year, but I think his name was called it out. That's the play I want to talk about is Arcitys. How many mid ARs, not just in this game, but like in Call of Duty history, are pulling out SMGs and making those aggressive
grabbing
plays?
bomb.
Yeah, one of the best to do it, the bomb carrier. Arcitys literally Mr. Do-It-All, incredibly tippable.
Right, aLLeY. Yeah, the prediction that you and I both had about Seattle.
That was an upset, by the way, in your guys' eyes.
Okay, David, shut up.
Let's just say it. So FaZe just caused the upset against Seattle. There we go.
There you go.
Smart ass.
I mean, technically, Seattle were, it was 5-4. So, I would really call that an upset because they were in a position off of that momentum to close out that search and destroy.
Yeah, FaZe definitely clutched out. So, Seattle's going to the losers bracket. We shouldn't feel worried about them at all, though, right?
No, we 100% should feel worried about everybody that's in losers bracket because, everyone left in this tournament, it is a bunch of sharks, it is a bunch of killers. We've seen upsets this tournament or things that may or may not be. It is just a dangerous place to be. So do I believe Seattle can make the comeback and bounce back? Yes, 100%, absolutely, but it is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, let's go ahead and jump into the Scump play. The game where aBeZy went crazy on map 1, breaking hills and making plays.
He just had so many moments this entire time where he's making heroic plays in the hard points in the S&D. He just puts on a masterclass from time to time, but it's just what he does best. You got to get cracked out, got to make the aggressive plays, perfect reads, great communication from his teammates. It's literally just perfect Call of Duty gameplay for a nice little stretch. aBeZy at his finest.
Right, and Atlanta put on one hell of a show. aLLeY, we do got to give credit where credit's due, though.
Absolutely.
Mack came out the woodwork sick and still put on one hell of a performance. Him and Pred were on fire.
The Bocage, Pred and Mack on Bocage was literally like the scariest thing I have ever seen. They both were just getting 2 pieces on 2 pieces on 2 pieces on 2 pieces on Atlanta FaZe. Their best map, 7-0 on Bocage Hardpoint, now 7-1. And this got to be a montage of this guy. He was literally having his sicko mode in this series. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to close it out though, Neymar.
Yeah, an underrated part of this Seattle search team on this map was what they were able to do on the P1 in the second rotation. Like, FaZe still had majority of map control, and they're so good at pinning people back into that tin spawn, where they did for the first 10 seconds of that hill, but Mack and Pred, they were able to get up the tank side, get a couple kills around grannies, while retaining that side of the map, and it really stopped FaZe from getting any time on that P1, where they usually run away on this map with the points.
And this honestly is wild to me. This is why Seattle are going to be a threat, for the rest of the year, obviously, through this tournament. They're beating OpTic and FaZe on Bocage. Now you have to adjust your pick and bans. We thought FaZe, or at least I did, they might have gotten undefeated on that map over the course of the entire year. They looked dominant, and Seattle took it to them with Mack being sick in the middle of it. It's an absurd caliber thing, so that's a great reason to have faith in this squad. Pick and bans get wild. They have that extra thing under their belt, and every other team now has to pay that extra attention.
You got that right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this series right here. But moving forward, we're going to see OpTic Texas take the main stage. But so far, what we just saw right there, Seattle Surge almost caused the upset, but they fell short against the reigning world champions, the Atlanta FaZe. We got some more action coming to you straight from you live from the Mystic Lake Casino out here in Minnesota. We'll catch you on the other side.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of the Minnesota RØKKR Major II. And things are getting good right now. On that main stage, we're going to have OpTic Texas face off against the Florida Mutineers. And as you see from the crowd right now, the seats are absolutely packed. But here on the analyst desk, we actually have a guest. Doug Sensor.
What up, Doug?
How you doing, man? Welcome to the desk.
Yo, it's nice to meet you, Belly.
Pleasure to meet you, too. Oh, yeah, so I have to ask you, and everybody wants to know at home, how's Challengers over there, man?
Listen, Challengers is the passion pit. It's the heart and soul of competitive Call of Duty. We've had a lot of great teams coming in and out of the doors from all regions, and it's been a lot of upsets. It's like March Madness, and it's so much fun to compete in it, honestly.
Hey, I'm going to be real, man. It's good to have you on board right now, but out of all the teams out there, what do you think is going to take the whole thing?
The entire tournament?
The entire thing.
Well, right now, Boston Breach is looking pretty good right there in the final 3, right?
Oh, you're talking about, no, not the CDL main stage.
Oh,
I'm talking about the Challengers. Damn.
Well, I think it's probably going to come down to that Toronto Ultra Academy North American team, and it's probably going to be Texas Nation coming from the loser bracket. Those are the 2 best teams in North America right now.
And they beat them once, right? Like that was who knocked Texas Nation down.
They knocked them into the losers bracket, and they're in the winners bracket in the final. They're actually in the grand finals waiting for tomorrow.
Okay.
So.
All right.
It's going to be lit.
All right, we got it. So let's go ahead and jump into the next matchup right now. And Sensor, I got to ask you, what's your feelings about OpTic for Major II?
Well, I mean, OpTic's the best team in the game right now, right? I mean, yeah, they're absolutely the best team in the game right now. They're still the best team. They just won the last championship. I said this in the beginning of the year when FaZe was playing OpTic. I said until FaZe loses at something important, I can't say OpTic's better than OpTic. Play them, reverse swept them, play them in the finals.
Okay.
Right? They won again, so OpTic's still the best team. And look, they're still in the tournament. They have a chance to win, right? So you can't say that if a team won the last tournament and they're coming to this tournament, they lose a series and it's close, that they're not the best team still. So I still have OpTic as the best team in the game.
They're in the loser side of the bracket, but we still got to respect them. They're the Major I champions, right?
Absolutely.
All right, now when it comes to the game field keys of victory, nameless, what do OpTic have to do to run away with this?
Dashy and Shotzzy leading the way, baby. What we saw earlier was Dashy popping off. I feel like quietly he's always like double positive, but Shotzzy, for me, the most impactful player that we've seen throughout this tournament. He was lighting it up. Even the first 2 maps that they lost, like he was hard carrying, solo making massive plays. Yeah, he's the best right now. And then continue improvement on Berlin Hardpoint, 0-4 entering this major, 2-0 this weekend. A lot of their points coming from that P2 hardpoint as well. They've been frying. And then Tuscan S&E battle if we get to game 5. Round win percentage on Tuscan. Florida is 2nd, Texas is 3rd. So that is going to be a battle if we somehow manage to get all the way to a game 5.
Right now, aLLeY, I have a question for you right now. OpTic going against Florida right now. If Shotzzy is putting on the same type of performance that we've been seeing all event long, Florida's going to be in trouble, right?
I think it might be a fairly quick series if you ask me with the way Shotzzy was shooting earlier, but Florida are coming off a tough loss to Boston Breach. However, there is a Gavutu control in the lineup where it was probably the fastest Gavutu control that we have seen thus far. So they have some momentum on their side, especially when it comes to the map vetoes in this series. But again, they're going up against our Major I champions, OpTic Texas, and they have been frying across the board.
Right, Doug, when you look at this team, who do you want to see go crazy right now in this matchup?
Shotzzy. He's the most entertaining player.
No, for Florida.
Shotzzy still, right?
Hey, that's a good answer.
I like it. I have a good answer. I have a good answer for you guys. I'm going to say their rookie, Dad Patty. He's a fellow Long Islander.
Yes.
He lives 20 minutes away from me. I'm always going to root for someone from my hometown, so I'm looking for Dave to
love
this match.
Yeah, and for the game field keys to victory for the Florida Mutineers, you have to review Gavutu HP VOD from earlier today and fix your P2s. Florida's 1-4 on Gavutu, outscored 99-1 on P2 versus Boston today. That's absolutely unacceptable. And then one time they even lost the rotation to P3, so got to get better at that point in the map. And then find offensive success on Berlin Search and Destroy, 63% is 1st in defensive win percentage, 48% is 6th on offensive win rate. We see them trying to go to A all the time. Maybe throw some different looks in there, like what we saw FaZe just do with the slow B. And then hand OpTic first loss on Gavutu control. Florida beat Boston 3-0 earlier today. Texas is 5-0 on Gavutu this season. But what do we see? Florida in back-to-back series, they have now won Gavutu control. Dave Patty has been popping off both times. And in that last one, it was your boy Vivid who was going crazy, playing aggressive, getting in their spawn. He looks way better. He pulls out the auto and starts frying on that map.
I'm saying it one more time. Florida Mutineers could have definitely been in that top 3 spot, but that loss to Boston Breach got him in here, and they have a tough hill to climb against OpTic Texas, but it's going to be time for pickups. I'm going off the team that looks best on paper outright, the Major I champions. The best team in the game outright is going to be OpTic Texas. Doug, Who you got?
I got OpTic Texas. It's a no-brainer, man.
Obviously,
OpTic
right?
Texas.
It makes sense. aLLeY, no hot takes right now, right?
Absolutely no hot takes from me. It's going to be OpTic Texas.
All right, Nameless. We all on board with the OpTic
Yeah,
train.
I'm going to go with OpTic Texas in this series. I mean, they just look like the better team. How can you go against Shotzzy right now? He's been frying. I mean, everybody stepped it up in that one. Reverse sweep against LAT. They're going to beat it.
Right now, aLLeY, when it comes to this Florida Mutineers team, we all saw what happened when Vivid started to warm up. And when he's there, Florida just looks like they're on another level.
They do, and to me personally, I think Vivid probably is their best player. I mean, he's getting the kills, he's being the route man, and what I'm hoping for right now actually is going to be some consistency in Skies and Dave in the respawn. We've seen what Dave is capable to do on a place like Ubuntu Hardpoint, so hopefully heading into it in this series, we see a little bit more out of the rookie.
All right, sister, before we jump into this game, man, I want to hear your own thoughts, personal, honest thoughts. What are your thoughts about Major II overall?
Amazing tournament. I'm just really happy that we have these real tournaments back again.
Finally.
Obviously, being in Challengers, not having real tournaments has been really terrible. So being able to just be here in person, see all of my friends I haven't seen in a long time, watching some Call of Duty. We have a great crowd here, guys. Shout out to you guys for all coming out.
Go make some noise!
And let's just finish this week strong with some good Call of Duty.
All right, so I have to ask, so we have you on the desk for a limited time. All right, so we have OpTic in this matchup right here. I'm guessing they're one of your picks to go into the finals. What do you think the finals matchup is going to look like?
Looking like a Boston versus OpTic matchup.
Boston versus
OpTic. We got
OpTic.
green versus
He
green.
did just join Boston Breach.
Bias caster.
They haven't lost a series at this event, right? Were they a top seed online too?
You know, that was just
You're right. You're right.
Hey, this is all them. They're doing
He has a point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into the next matchup right now. You have OpTic Texas and the Florida Mutineers. Let's get this ball rolling.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after a lot. Hello, Minnesota. How we feeling? Now listen. Last time that I was up here, I made you get all on your feet, and I'm gonna ask you to do the same thing again. Let's get on your feet. Let's get on our feet. Ladies and gentlemen, so far throughout the day, it has been all game fives, and we have the potential for another one. It is an elimination match where the loser is gonna be headed home. Now, it is time for us to introduce our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the stage your reigning, defending Major I champions, OpTic Texas. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump.
We got a 1.41 out of Shotzzy, a 3.0 from Dashy, a 10 and 7 performance in an S&D. OpTic Texas, off their last reverse sweep, are looking to make this a quick series.
They are indeed. And now, like we said, so far throughout the tournament, it has been a run of the Cinderella stories. It has been all about the, I guess you could say, lower seeded teams making a run, and this roster is looking to do the exact same thing. Minnesota, make some noise now for the Florida Mutineers! guys, Dave, Patty, and Awakening.
I'm gonna be honest right now. I love the fact that we're getting the crowd just cheering for him. And if you ask Ogre 2 about this roster, I'm gonna be honest. I felt like they should have beat the Boston Breach. The fact that they're down here now, yeah, they're the clear underdogs, but I want to see them really pull out something special. Let's go ahead and get this game started.
Let's do it, Belly. As we've said so far, these games have all gone to Game 5. Could we have another one in the books? Minnesota, make some noise again. There we have it, and now it is time to send it over to our commentators. Maven, Merc, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Lando. I'm fired up. Listen, it has been all Game 5s today. I need another one. Let's keep the magic going. Let's hang out here till midnight. It's going to be Sunday by the time we're done. I'm loving it, Joe.
I don't know if this was going Game 5. I mean, we will see. But, I mean, this OpTic team, they were able to survive that match versus LA Thieves. Florida, you lose a match, you got to bounce back. You know, unfortunately, it's against the best team in the game, as the desk was saying.
I'm fired up. I wasn't feeling great earlier. I took a power nap. I woke up, just been a game feel.
Nice, you're twisted.
I am. Did you see me dancing earlier?
You did. You had some nice moves, dude.
I did.
Looking limber.
I'm excited to see if OpTic Texas can keep it going. You know, the crazy reverse sweep. We were able to cast with the Mutineers' first match. We were really excited. It was a team that it felt like a lot of people were discrediting them, you know, whatever tier they thought they were in, whatever performances. When you looked at it across the board, they're floating around like a top 6 team. They're a map away from maybe being into the top 3, and now, yeah, it's a tough test. Your toughest test so far.
No, it really is. And I mean, looking at this map set, I don't think it's honestly the worst thing for Florida Mutineers. Gabutu in Berlin, right? I think that's an opportunity where you can have your ARs, maybe get a little bit comfortable. On the OpTic side, though, you're thinking, all right, Gabutu control, we're undefeated. Gabutu Hardpoint, we have the clear-cut stats. Berlin Hardpoint, where we were 0-4 coming into this major, we've won back-to-back Berlins, and we have looked incredible. So, yeah, I think you take this.
How does that, have you had that, like, in some of your career where like, you're really struggling in a, let's say, a map and mode leading up to an event, and maybe it wasn't even your pick, but you start to get a lot of wins there, or does that suddenly has come into your picks?
I think it's more like this. I think they know their record. They probably circled that in practice coming into this event of where are we going to adjust our vetoes later on, right? Expanding that bat pool. It's always a discussion that we have. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, we don't see every scrim, but I always wonder if like it's got to be weird if you're struggling.
Usually it's the opposite way. It's like, yeah, we have a really good map, and then we lose like 2 or 3 in a row, so we just throw it out the window.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get into it. Time to get rolling. OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers, as we continue on this day 3 in Nero. Our team's down. It's an elimination match, and it's Dashy's POV. Looking to make some noise here at Ring. Get out of my way, Wood. All of it.
I think there was a clip of like Methodz just like missing it 3 times. Dude, he had a little T-Rex arms. It happens to the best of us, but a solid start here for Florida Mutineers.
Not to me, I have long arms.
As they're gonna get these early seconds. And for me, really the key is obviously the slaying has to be there. We saw what Dashy and Shotzzy were able to do. Even Scump had some great moments. I'm looking at this man right here, Vivid and Awakening. These two can be superstars. They can do it with any weapon. They got to slay, can make the game a little bit easier, put the pressure on OpTic.
Well, so far so good for Awakening. I mean, he's got, what, 40+ seconds in the hard point. He's 4-0, yet to die, looking to keep this ripping and rolling. We'll see how things look in transition. Good skies on the cross and a little bit of a snap there for Awakening, but it's Dashy who's able to shut down any kind of streak progress. Both teams just kind of looking for an opening, some kind of foothold into this hard point. OpTic might be the first in. That's going to be Scump that's going to start to rack up some time.
And when we watched OpTic on this map the other day, what was it about? It was about Shotzzy and iLLeY really taking those long routes, sneaking on through. Will Florida Mutineers be able to, you know, their communication, where is that going to sort of be at? You know, making sure you are tracking players. So far, it is just a fight over the middle of the map. If you're Florida, you're taking this, you have the spawns for next 20 seconds left, and you're up 40 points.
Well, I would think, you know, if you were prepping and you watched that match versus RØKKR, yeah, you saw kind of the glaring weaknesses and what we have to make sure we're doing. You're iLLeY, you're Shotzzy. Just do not let them sneak on through, and so far, they've got it locked down for next. They're in good position, as you said. We have a fight coming up on Ring. The forward person really going to be iLLeY. That's trying to find some kind of an opening, but it's going to be Dave that's going to get the peek there. He's able to take him down. And they'll enjoy some time. You've got a nice lead here. but now it might get a little bit scary. You're going to get a close spawn in for number 5. That'll be Vivid trying to rally back into this, but it's really just guys trying to play his life as everything falling around him.
Yeah, now OpTic going to try to get a bit of a crossfire here. You see Scump, he's still alive. He is basically spawn killed him, but to be Awakening taking him down. iLLeY though on the point, earning some time, and this is great now for OpTic. They have the front spawns. It's an early rotation over towards P4, where you can earn, so many points, a full 60 to get right back into this game. But Florida behind Skies and Awakening, Vivid, everybody finding kills for them to get right back onto the point.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, like, how much do you put into this, knowing how difficult the next rotation can be? And they said, what, 3 over? They have one that leaks through.
Skies is kind of sneaking around.
Skies had one kind of run right by him. I think just a little bit of trigger discipline to try and get on through, but you've already got iLLeY in the tower.
I mean, you have to assume that someone's looking for him now. Shotzzy, he's got to turn back around. He does that, but heads up play by iLLeY right there, just kind of knowing something could be open. Even though Shotzzy was on that side of the map, it doesn't allow Skies to make that play. Hey, you know what? That one Florida fan, they appreciate you. They really do.
Hey, keep it up. Keep the voice fired up. But Vivid now working on through. Perhaps an opening here, but iLLeY wants to sniff that out and shut that down as quickly as possible. He's able to do it. And if you rally together these next 30 or so seconds, you basically have a tie game. But yeah, I mean, great start from Mutineers, and then, what, just 3 and 4? OpTic Texas do a great job.
Yeah, they split majority of that time, over towards P3, now towards P4, it's all OpTic. You're going to send one more wave at this if you are Florida, but you can get some of the scrap time, and they're going to do just that. You're going to have the back spawns if you are OpTic. It's not really where you want to be. Shotzzy, yeah, we have seen some ridiculous plays with that pistol. Dave, he is going to keep this going. You have Sky spawning up towards B1. You have Awakening all the way back green. They're going to make sure no one's gotten through. Shotzzy up to 15 and 8. And it's a little bit of what we saw from their first match, where he was getting going. Now he needs the rest of the team. They have to make those plays, stick to the fundamentals.
I just love what he said to me in the interview when I was kind of talking about, people have noticed the gun skill and the movement, but I think really starting to notice his plays in the mini-map. And he's like, yeah, every map's my playground. I was like, oh, okay. Well, good for you.
Well, speaking of one of those plays,
awesome.
Speaking of one of those plays, it's Scump this time. He goes all the way through. He gets a spawn with iLLeY. This could be the hill break. Now Florida have to try to flood the front. But yeah, he might be like Park Kangaroo. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, he's having fun. I think that's just what's great. I mean, he's incredible, but just enjoying himself. Now Dave Patty trying to disrupt some of the front line of this, and him and Sky's at least able to drop a couple. But it's still time inside the point, even though the points are on for Skies, and the shot is on point. They're trying to extend this lead again. OpTic climb back into it. Now Mutineers trying to make the run, but we're getting ready to head into our second set of rotations. We're getting here over to ring. Mutineers have the edge. Let's see if they can keep it going. To listen in with Florida Mutineers.
I needed this. I needed the
Powder Shotzzy, weak inside. We got our left.
Yeah, there's three. Say like 0. Nice, we're gonna push. You're close to J, 3 up.
Yeah, I'm looking upstairs. Are you upstairs, Shotzzy? Nice. He's got me low, yeah.
I'll rock Dashy, I'll rock. He's healing us.
Nice. I'm in hill. I'm above hill. Yeah,
There's two.
Wait, bunker peeking. Left side hill is coming to south. He's going out right side. He's at close corner.
I got one.
I need to ring it. Nice, go deep. One's probably bow. Go. I'm playing. They're gonna play. Top pillow, dash. He's a bunker.
I just laid out.
Oh, sure.
Bro, what the fuck? They're not even. Did they leg out?
Okay. All right. So coming back to us, not entirely sure what happened. Crowd, sorry. We're gonna get a ruling on what exactly is going down. Frustrating moment, I think, for both teams. Listen, we love you. This stuff happens.
It's his fault. He probably tripped over a wire. It's definitely David's fault.
My shoe keeps coming untied this week, and I've fallen multiple times.
You're having all sorts of issues. But yeah, it's probably your fault.
Is that it? Yeah, but no, I'm not sure if it was a cable or a malfunction with one of the PCs. Not entirely sure, but as soon as we know what the ruling is going to be, considering pretty close in the scoreline, I imagine we'll probably have a full replay. Assuming that might be the case, assuming it's going to be a full replay, any big takeaways maybe you can take from either side to sort of improve on as you get back in?
Okay, so the slaying was there for Florida. I think you had Vivid that was positive, Awakening was positive, Skies was around even. I think that was important. There were still a couple of plays, though, where that allowed OpTic. There was a couple of race at P5, over towards that, P3 as well. It could have been a much larger lead. I think the fundamentals were still there for OpTic. Now, can the guns get going? And then Shotzzy on top of that, sort of the plays he was making on the map.
Yeah, he was around double positives, having an absolutely incredible map. But I think this is where you'll see the players kind of chatting, just probably having the discussion we are, sort of what can we clean up, where can we improve as we get back in, or maybe just complaining about the frustrations. I'm not entirely sure.
You gotta hit the regame button. I don't know where it is, but you just gotta hit it. There's nothing you can do out of your hands.
And that's something you got to think if you're OpTic Texas, you've got to be. I just think once you've won a tournament and you are filled to the brim with confidence as you are right now, I don't think this type of thing should phase you at all.
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all. I mean, you see these guys, they're locked in and
yeah, I just got told it's a game freeze, full map reset. So we're gonna start on over. We're gonna hop back in.
Yeah, it's basically tie score.
So maybe even if it doesn't go to 5 games like the rest of them, we got an extra map.
It was a warm up for you and I.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
We've been waiting to cast, so we just had to warm up our vocals.
Yeah, strange some days you're just casting once. Like, you get here at whatever 11 o'clock and you're just itching to cast. You just want to get involved. The crowd's all hyped up and behind some caffeine and some jumping jacks, we're ready to go.
You did some jumping jacks?
No, I would die, Joe.
I thought you would.
Yeah.
Maybe like 5.
Yes.
Probably tearing ACL. Maybe both.
Could
be careful.
Could seriously injure myself. But looking forward in this series, when you were taking a look maybe at the maps and modes, was there anything that really jumped? I know you talked a bit about the map 1, but as we have a little time to fill here, was there anything that really jumped off the page to you?
Nothing in particular. I think that Gavutu control is interesting because it's one where Mutineers, they did crush Boston Breach, in a 3-0 fashion. Maybe OpTic just saw some things that they liked. They're undefeated on it. Tuscan, obviously the map that Florida Mutineers is going to prefer. When I watch them play Tuscan, OpTic, and I know they probably always want to play it, but it's one of those things where you got to make the smarter choice. It's just a blast to watch, but we're going to go with that Gavutu. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out.
I guess the one thing I was looking forward to on the Berlin search when we get there for the map 2 is just, you saw the keys to victory, just how good the defense has been really for Mutineers, how OpTic might try to crack that open, and the fact that both teams kind of favor either site. Should see a good little map spread for both teams on offense where they like to go, but I think we are hopping right back into it. You'll see the pop-up on the screen just talking about hardpoint ranks for Gavutu for these 2 squads. The pressure on Mutineers, maybe you say to hold. I mean, you're 11th there, your rotation percentage is decent, but well, it's really just, it's the hold and the break. I guess, what do I say? It's like 11th and last.
Well, I think it's just when they're going to go on those early rotations, don't allow one of those players to try to sneak on through. We saw Scump do it at that P5. You have to make sure. It's difficult to try to cover all angles, but keep a tight setup. Make sure that communication is on point. The Mutineers, they had a great break. We're gonna do this again. Map
there we go.
All
right, crowd, time to come back alive. We're getting back into it. I know some frustrations, but we continue on. As we'll see what kind of start we get. Remember last time it was pretty much Mutineers early.
It was this.
Did a great job. It's guys just dancing. The 3-0 start, just trying to play his life and get the call-outs to his squad, just holding close. Shotzzy just comes bunny hopping around the side, but a teammate there with the assist. And basically doing exactly what we saw kind of Awakening do, right? Like he ended up with what, he was like 4-0 with 40 seconds in the hard point. I mean, Sky's basically replicating that.
Yeah, I mean, it's deja vu here at P1, but over towards P2, it was an early rotation for Florida. We'll see if OpTic are going to be able to respond, or is it going to be the Mutineers again? It's going to be 3 dead. The last player alive is going to be Shotzzy. He does find one, and look at that. The spawns actually do flip. Awakening gets so aggressive where I just think the timings of the spawns come through. Due to Shotzzy's position, the map flips. But now Skies is 6-0, 1 off that glide bomb, and he might have flipped him again.
That's looking to be the case. But Shotzzy is somehow still alive in that position. Like, he's on 4 in a row as well, so he's working on making it 5. He's been alive top shift the entire time. He's the only one up, and, well, it's going to be Skies. He's the one with the snap. He will get the glide. He will end the streak on the other side of it, so a big kill for multiple reasons.
And you split most of this time. I mean, you did have some early rotations here, Florida. If it wasn't for Shotzzy, maybe this looks a little bit worse. But they're going to get on it. Skies is 9-0. He's been doing it with the MP40 right off the break.
Look at that man's face. He's like a grizzly bear. He's locked in. He's vicious. Okay, he died. But
he's playing with a little intensity.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. You see the brow furrow just locked and loaded. Focused to get back into this replay. iLLeY trying to get something going. Really him and Scump. You got 1 in 5 and 2 in 7. Just trying to find a foothold in this map 1 replay. But to third we go. This will be OpTic trying to get the break here on the beach side of the map. looking to pick up the cuts. iLLeY able to do just that. It's Dashy over the top that's able to get the headshot, and they'll get right into the hard point. And now, I mean, can you get a similar situation here? It could be almost identical, right? You get about half the time, you get the rotation, it's hour.
I mean, it's almost the same game that we just watched. The only difference is Skies has the glide, so it's going to allow them to break on through. Awakening trying to make the play on the pinch, but he gets cut down, but they're just going to earn a majority of this time. You can already see iLLeY, he's focused on the rotation. Dave is cutting them off as they push out of ring. So you're going to have around an 80-point lead here. And we talked about Florida's, they're not the best break team on this map. So you're going to need OpTic to get that 50 or 60 at this P4.
Well, I know it's a different matchup, but if you go back to this map versus Ravens, it was this rotation to tower the second time through. It was a big break, big rotation that got them the win. It was a massive moment. We'll see if they'll have a chance to do it again. But yeah, you're looking at it, it's like, maybe not this time.
I mean, you have, what, iLLeY and Ship, you have Shotzzy here. Dashy's just making sure nobody spawns behind him, which that could happen. I don't even know if they're going to have a chance to push or get some nades on this. They have to deal with all of these players, and pretty soon, what OpTic is going to do is try to flip for P5. It's just, when is that going to happen? They're earning all this time. This is one of the best hills that we have seen all year.
30 seconds off, and no one has been near the hard point. Finally, now an opportunity for them to get in, see if they can grab some of this scrap time. But if they do break through and it flips, it's not the worst thing. If you're OpTic Texas, just get out and set up for pit. But we'll see if they can trap them in, pin them deep. Kind of a flurry of trades. No one really getting the upper hand. Just keep an eye on that mini-map to see who's going to be the spawner that starts to wrap back. That's going to be number 8. It's going to be Awakening. He spawns out. He starts to back it up. And even after that great hold, you're still up 50.
Well, I mean, what, the last 25 seconds really contested. iLLeY now.
And that's pretty impressive considering.
Yeah, no, 100%. But Florida, they do a really good job understanding we can keep pushing this. They're going to spawn towards that back rock. We're still going to have P5 under control. And I think that took some teams some time. I mean, to adjust to just realize with squad spawns, we can continue to put pressure on that scrap time.
Well, as they went to set up for P5, they were not able to hold it for long because Shotzzy is on a tear yet again. Tagged down to 30 HP and just trying to play his life, but it's Skies with a nade from top ship that will shut that down. Skies continues to find kills all around the map. He's at 15 and 7, just kind of matching the pace from Shotzzy. And it's Scump, I think, that's really kind of been struggling on the replay so far. 6 and 15 on the other end of it. Yeah, I mean, it's really just kind of Skies and Shotzzy battling.
Yeah, right. Everybody trying to deal with these guys. Dave and Dashy kind of with similar stat line over towards P1 though. 50-second lead. It is going to be Florida in a very strong position towards this hill. But you're going to have iLLeY and Shotzzy coming up towards those ring stairs, seeing if they can work a break. But over towards Low Beach, it's all about the rock fight, and Scump's going to win it.
And that's a big win. Maybe want to get the confidence going a little bit. You get a big fight for your squad. Work to get those spawns. You find some momentum behind it. And I'll be honest, I mean, how many times in Scump's career have we seen a slow hard point start and he erupts?
Yeah, it can happen at any time. And maybe this is it, right? He has the MP40 inside of P1. This is what we saw Skies do. He's able to find the auto. That's 3 in a row. And look at this. They have them pinned all the way towards the left side of the map. You're going to have iLLeY rotate over towards P2 to try to control a ship. It's an early rotation. They needed a break, and they got one there to keep them within 30 if they find all this time.
Yeah, I know you can chain hard points together here and really make a rally, but you just want to stay close. Keep it within a hard point. Keep it within one big hold, and they've been able to do that. Now ship will pop. As Dashy is trying to get vision currently, wrapping all the way around that wide flank. You see number 3, that's Shotzzy just going the whole way around. Now really setting up the pinch. Look at this two fork attack you've got onto the point. You got to think the break's going to come in. It looks like it's going to. Texas, they do it again, really, like, quite literally hitting it from every angle.
Well, and that takes a lot of discipline from this OpTic team, because really with squad spawns, the only time things go wrong is kind of when you go like 4 dead, right? Or if you're on the other side of the map and your teammates die. So as Shotzzy is going on that long pinch, his teammates green have to stay alive. They can't start to fight. They have to wait on him. He finds that now. Scump able to find another multi-kill. And with these 20 seconds, they will be within 10.
Fantastic break. But look at that top part of the map. You got all the white arrows starting to get set up, but Shotzzy's tear continues, now to 22 and 14. You see Shotzzy is trying to clear everything before he starts to pounce, and now they're going to start to go, but he's going to get caught. That Skies at the wide peak with the auto to chop him down. As Mutineers just try to push this out. It's like they're working on their safety net as Texas is trying to chip away at it.
This would be one of those holds that maybe decides the game. Can Florida hold on? Will OpTic break on through? You have the contest, so you'll take that. But the nades off a spawn, Vivid able to connect with one. Now they get aggressive. Can they get ring control?
Can you get this step one done? Get a little bit of map control as you start to push it towards tower. It was a thing of patience last time. This time, can the aggression get there earlier? And they're going to let some funnel through. Yeah, they're just going to run right past this. One's still going to spawn deep, though. Even with Vivid's position, you saw at number 4. And Scump, what a read by him to wrap all the way back and catch Skies trying to fly through for position back tower.
Yeah, but you can see, I mean, 50-point lead was similar as we got to this hill last time. We talked about it with Florida. When they were able to beat London, it was this hill on the second go-around. Can they make something happen? They're going to be up to 210 points on the map.
You can't allow a break here. You've got to hold down if you're OpTic. And oh God, the movement there
Almost
for Shotzzy. Just trying to dance with death. He's able to back it up for now, just distracting multiple players, and now the lethal out. That should hit.
I don't think most people survive that, honestly.
No,
Just those subtle plays like that, the way he's able to work his movement with his nades.
And I know he doesn't get a kill.
There's 3 dead.
He doesn't get a kill, but like he just freezes 2 players there. Like literally just locks 2 players there.
Okay, we talk about those routes. Look at this, iLLeY right off his spot. He is dipping. They know that the focus is ship side, but if they die, that's fine. There we go, Skies. He's gonna spawn up in the back. They did it.
Perfect.
Again, perfectly from OpTic on this rotation. Florida can still fight for the scrap, and they will. Dave and Vivid both gonna win it. So 13 seconds gonna go their way.
I think you'll take that 100% obviously if you're OpTic, but now you've just got to be lights out because they're gonna eclipse the 220 mark. Now, can you hold? You'd love to keep Shotzzy there at top ship. What a thorn in the side of the Mutineers push he could be. Oh, he spots it though. Scump able to pick it up. I thought Skies maybe has gotten through. And now a little snap back, as that'll be 2 in a row for Scump. And what do you know? He's heated up. He was -8, now just about back to even. Awakening, I thought, had it, but Scump says no, sir. As they rally into the point, now just down 10 points. Vivid gonna get cut down. Scump's floor continues. That's 4 in a row before he finally falls.
They're gonna have to break this. See, they can win off this hill. It's only a couple of seconds. The nades have to hit. The spawns come into iLLeY. He's gonna find one. You see the setup now. Vivid and Awakening are getting close. Awakening's gonna find a multi-kill, but it's on Vivid. It's on Vivid. He runs out of ammo, does Dashy. There's the nades, and Dave buys enough time. And Vivid finds another one, but it's about the rotation now. Look at all of the arrows. It's Skies and Awakening. Gonna be the first 2 here. Scump just trying to play his life.
Skies just trying to get the angles. Oh, and that is just a haircut and a half. As iLLeY gets ripped, 10 points away from victory for Mutineers. 15 needed for OpTic, and Scump is just a slithering snake in the grass, and he's able to pop and pounce, and that's 2. The teamwork comes through, iLLeY gets it. Everybody's gonna drop, and now you just gotta hold. 10 points now for the win for Texas.
They know they flipped it. They don't know they flipped it.
Oh, they're looking the other way.
They're looking the other way. Florida has a chance here. They have a chance to get onto it.
They're gonna get in for the contest for just a moment. 247, 247. Another contest is gonna come in. Dave Patty's here. He's just behind him. The shot is in. He hasn't been able to tie it. They're able to win it. I got no idea. It's Mutineers in. It's Mutineers that win it.
And well, I talked about those all dead situations, and you just saw that as soon as 4 go down, the spawns flip, and it was just like silence. And I just don't think OpTic thought that they were going to be behind him. That just give them 1 or 2 seconds to get to the hill.
It's just that little opening, right? I mean, it's like you're getting into the hill through a gunfight win, or you're just like la 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 la, and you just sort of walks up into the hill. Yeah, let me know what's going on. I know, dude. When it gets like that at the end, it's like a tie game of 2 seconds. It's just chaos. It's a
first of all, this starts with Scump, right? All of his teammates die. And sometimes we talk about, you know, just putting your controller down. This is one of those plays. He's just waiting and waiting, and then he's got to go, right? Just takes his time. His teammates able to get to this spot. All dead right here for Florida. And with that, with Shotzzy's position, they just don't know.
Yeah, You just think, I mean, he's all the way towards like green. That's a tough one. That is a tough one.
I have a lot of things I could say, but I won't. Because we just got hired back, you know?
I appreciate the discipline out of you, big guy.
Yeah,
Let me say the stupid shit.
Yeah, no, that was just not good. Oh, but I mean, You know, then it comes down to a couple of clutch plays. Florida, they played a disciplined game. They had the lead all game long. OpTic were just trying to fight their way back into it.
Oh, what a map and a half that was. I mean, you get the replay. It looks basically the same, but you gotta love that reaction from the crowd. Woo!
Map and a half. You also said haircut and a half. Is that like?
Dude, you saw like nothing but hair there. He just ripped him off the rock.
Well, here's a look at your stats.
I don't know what a haircut and a half is, though.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I mean, for the OpTic side, you know, everyone, it was very collective. For Florida, I mean, Vivid is double neck. He's just, you know, he's happy they get that win for sure. He had a much better.
Octane earlier with that 1-9 search win, just like, thanks,
boys.
Different,
yeah. But yeah, for sure. Oh, but you can see Skies, right? 28 and 19. Dave, 3,200 damage. Awakening right there with him. That trio put up some solid numbers. Gave Florida that win.
Oh, yeah, that or the final sequence. Yeah, one of the two. But it was interesting to say the least. It's, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's got to be frustrating. I mean, that's when you're look back and be like, all right, okay.
I didn't realize he was actually front green.
Got the better of us there. Got the better of us. Just, and you could tell how confident they were this bomb was coming at us. I mean, literally every arrow except I think the one player ringside was like kind of looking at it, but yeah, things might go a little bit differently depending on how that plays out. But the fact is the map 1 is in the books, and now we get ready for the search and destroy. We're going to be going to Berlin. And as we were going through it a little bit, just talking about Mutineers, their defense has been phenomenal there. Offense, you know, not quite as much. Each team kind of prefers the opposite bomb site, but oh, we maybe slow down a little bit, get a breather after that crazy map 1. There are a few things more fun than a wild hard point.
That was wild. It like wasn't. It was just like so like I don't know, slow pushes.
Yeah.
If you could break.
Saw a lot of discipline from either team. Yeah, I mean it was a lot of fun to kind of talk through how it was playing out, and then like it's so tough as a commentator sometimes in those sequences because like you know you want to have your eyes on the clock, right? It's like most of the time when we're commentating, you're looking at not the clock on the scoreboard. Most of the time you're looking at the minimap, right? That's where your eyes are most of the time. But during those moments, I'm just like so focused. I'm so focused on when that tick starts to go and they're gonna get the win. You're like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just looking for the win, seeing who's gonna close it out. It was an absolutely insane sequence.
And even
you guys having fun? Oh, I guess, okay, maybe not because it was a very heavy OpTic crowd at the beginning, so no, that maybe wasn't the most fun for you, but hey, wait, it's gonna pick up now.
Well, we still hope they're having fun.
Yeah, that's just Call of Duty. You know, we're watching video games. At the end of the day, it's a blast, Joe.
And you're here, so they gotta have fun.
Oh, I'm a fun guy, yeah.
That's what they say. Yeah. You can see, right? Defense, #1 for Florida, #2 for OpTic. The offensive win percentage, very good for OpTic. And you know, 6 isn't, it's not bad. It's just that's the clear-cut difference maker in this one.
Well, 1 and 2, yeah, so I mean, defense, you're strong on the side. I think it, I guess, talks to me more about Mutineers, just considering I know they've been a pretty solid search team, but they're just not OpTic Texas right now when you talk about the overall standing. So seeing them top that, I think it's impressive, but they're going to need every bit of that now. Can you ride that wave of momentum? Sometimes I don't even know if you want to ride momentum in a search. It's like you need to kind of change the pace, but Dave just gets put down nearly instantly.
That was literally off of small.
The shots from deep, yeah. I mean, there are a few that can shoot every gun as straight as Dashy can.
Wow, Shotzzy, I think.
Oh, I was thinking it was Dashy. Okay, well, you know, they're all pretty talented, Joe. Shotzzy, you know, the Ys at the end, I get confused.
And this is that site. I mean, this is the bomb site that Florida prefers on this map for OpTic. You know, they prefer kind of mid-map setup, so we're going over towards B. But look at #5 in Vivid. He's going on the full flank. And Florida kind of waiting on him, but yeah, they're going to come up here and not see anything. Skies is going to shot in the back, but it's a 1v2. 22 seconds left for Scump. Now to a 1v1, but Vivid, he got into that position, took a long route, able to win this first round.
He has another second. Maybe you could slide and snap, but they're able to get the win. I love this shot, by the way. I was telling our producers, like, I know it's simple. It's just a solo shot of each player, but I love it. I love it.
If it has the Maven stamp of approval,
I just thought back in the day we always had like graphics and stuff that would like kind of just get in the way. Like it's just there you go. The faces, they're locked in. I love it. Well, Mutineers able to get on the board first, and it looks like they might want to give them a taste of their own medicine. As they're working up on this A side as well. Tucked away will be Vivid. He's got a lot of help here, but Awakening, he's going to get caught. That's a first blood.
And that's just a setup crossfire, right? I mean, that's Dashy top 3 over there towards that B2.
Daddy's home!
They've been looking for number 40. He keeps going with his MP40.
Dashy is trying to make a play up mid. He's going to get caught as well, so it's all going to be on Scump. Can he pull off a clutch? Can he do it? Do a 1 versus 1, and this time he's got a shot.
A lot of time to work with. Now he does have to pick up the bomb, has to pick up the objectives, guys. He's going to know his position. Are you okay?
I don't know what sound that was. I'm sorry.
That's my turn.
Yeah, thank you. See, you felt the same thing I did, Joe. 30 to go. Is Scump just trying to work this 1v3? And around we go.
It's insane at the same moment they did the
Right,
exact same thing.
It takes 2 to tango.
And 1 to plant the bomb.
Yes,
Happy.
Joe. Math. Scump closer now to the 1v3 clutches. The bomb's going to get planted. Sky's now the work to do.
I mean, now Skies has to run across the map and also clear almost every angle on this map, which that's not fun to do.
He's 6'3" with a 4.240, Joe. He's going to get there, okay?
He hasn't really moved yet.
Time's a ticking.
But Scump's just got MP40 at the bomb. He's like, I'm not really moving.
Here he comes. Around the back he goes. And he's able to win it. He gets the angle right as he goes out the window. He takes his time. He gets the clutch and he avoids the 1v3 from Scump. Sky's making the play.
Some unlucky timing there for Scump. I mean, just individually able to bring that back. But look at that. He's like, all right, I'm just going to jump out the window.
Is that like you start to get anxious? Like so much time goes by? It's sort of
I
like...
think it's this. I know in a second or two he has to come to the bomb, right? It's right around 13 seconds. Yeah. If I can get out, wait 1 or 2, I check the bomb with the MP40, it's over.
Yep. And
that's all Scump's
it's just horrible timing.
The worst. We've all been there.
Yeah, nearly an incredible 1v3, but Sky says, not on my watch. Skies follows it up with the beams.
Look at this hit right down the middle, and Vivid is just still going. He's just trying to fly at iLLeY. They had the man advantage, and they give that up.
Vivid gets spotted on the cross, so they're just going to isolate him. I love this. They saw him on the cross, just isolate. They take the 2-on-1. They're able to drop it. To a 2v2 we go now.
Yeah, hurt that window.
Yeah.
Run through the door.
Dave Patty will get the plant. He's got the sniper to work with as well. Now OpTic's turn for the retake.
This is the duo. We know how much chemistry these two have. Look at these timings. I mean...
Okay, he's still able to wrap back and get it. And Skies wins another!
Unfortunately for OpTic, there's just 3 floors on that building, and I mean, Skies was on the second one when I think it was iLLeY or Shotzzy. One of them went up top. They jump across, then Skies hits the staircase, and sometimes just a couple of timings
you got a lot to clear there.
are going your way, and that's what we're seeing these last few rounds.
Well, I think, when Ray kind of tweeted about the stuff on Thursday, it's how day-to-day it can be. It's like sometimes those timings seem to come to you. Sometimes it's just harder. It just is.
But even that round, right? Just the pace difference from Florida, hitting down the middle of the map. I love the confidence. Now Skies on a 6 spree, 1 away from that glide. We're showing basically to a default B. Playing very quick, gonna be a 4v4 retake. Can Shotzzy get out? No, the nade slows him down.
Yeah, he went from dashing away with his movement to just not moving at all. Skies, he's gonna hit a snipe. I mean, what his map has been. It's at 7 in a row. That's the glide. That's a hit marker through a metal pole of some sort. Nice shots there from iLLeY though, but they are just gonna push him out. They've got plenty of time. Still picking them apart, looking for a 4-0 edge, and look at my guys, Skies. 8 streak, 9-1. He is on a heater. No, don't do it.
That would have happened. We would have had to. I don't know.
Just quick scopes. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, he is turned.
He is twisted. You know, we saw this. I mean, we've always known that Skies can be this player.
Well, you know, you heard Chance talking about it a little bit earlier. Like, even though he'll beat like, you know, default spots sometimes, like, he's got his way to put variation on it. He's always been kind of a nerdy Surge player, and it is very, very fun to watch.
And now they have to know that he has this glide, right? So maybe OpTic has to switch up their strats a little bit. It's a very quick flank from this team. And I think that was the glide being called in. It is. He's not going to see too much. He's going to see nothing. They're going to give him nothing. They got to be careful. He's on the phone too long, and he's going to get pushed. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The pistol does not hit. Shotzzy finds the first blood. iLLeY with another one bombed down, but it's a 2v4 in favor of OpTic.
I don't know. The Rat smoked that concrete. But Texas, how desperately you need a round. And now a chance to do it, but Vivid still trying his best to hold, but the stun is going to connect, and the collapse from OpTic starting to come in. Hello, sir, I am behind you. Awakening gets another. It's all a big wake. Now to 1 versus 1, but Scump is there quickly with the trade. Woo! They get around. I was wondering if they were doing some sort of like reverse sweep simulator or something.
It's been happening quite a bit. I don't think they want to rely on that.
No. It's got to be very stressful.
No, but they get to retake to use the glide as well, so you don't have to deal with that anymore. See if they can build some momentum. And this is what's been fun with this team, is how reactive they are, right? Just right to that play call. All right, they have a glide, it's probably going to be a B hit, and they just go right through A.
They're hammering through in the first gunfight. Shotzzy just loses it a bit, and Vivid able to make him pay. Now Scump flies in for the trade. That's big help there from Awakening.
Well, he thinks he's going to try to catch him running back, and Vivid is just hiding behind a pillar, right, with his teammate. It's kind of a bait. Now Skies on the rotation, deals with that. Skies! God! Another 1-2, and he's up to 11 kills on the map.
Little 1-2 punch, just laying him out.
It's like...
Hey, is that Mike Tyson?
It's not.
Oh,
but he's shooting like it right now.
It is crisp. Just less of the ear biting. Quality plays there as he is just crushing. He had an incredible map 1. He is right now 11-2 in this search and destroy.
Oh, that's a first blood. Okay. Shotzzy did it 1 round. Dave, he returns 1.
It's like you're barely into the round. It's just like, boys. My bad.
I mean, just trying to take a gunfight, get something going. Bomb going to be planted now. You rely on a retake. You're down a man.
Make it 2.
Make it 3.
Dancing. Mutineers just dominating. And that search and destroy. What a map from Skies and the squad. And dude, I loved it. Just how quick the help came in at times. Like, I don't know, when Vivid's hiding behind the pole, like different opportunities where like the teamwork was just there.
They were showing a lot of different things.
I think that even though it's like avoiding a 1v3 clutch, right? It's like, oh, you should have won that round anyway. That was a massive moment because I think if Scump clutches that,
the momentum.
Who knows?
Skies 1,300 damage, 11-2. Had a lot of first bloods. You just saw it in that last round from Dave. And yeah, I mean, Florida looking comfortable. We thought, I mean, you never know what could happen in series like this. We thought with OpTic, with winning one, especially the way that they did it, Florida losing one. But this is a resilience that you love to see from Florida.
And I think sometimes it's one small thing of the whole, but like when you watch Dashy's POV sometimes, there aren't a lot of players that you're snapped at the same time, but a lot of times with that auto, he's winning it. He's just a machine. But yeah, Skies was kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine. Like, he was just on point, like winning those gunfights where I guess a lot of times we do see them go OpTic's way. Like, Skies is just a beast, absolute beast.
And sometimes, though, we don't see it happen in maps 1 and 2. If you're Florida, you probably want to, win this control, right? Don't start that. Yeah, because we saw the momentum. And it's going to that Berlin hardpoint where OpTic has looked good if we go to that map 4. But I mean, OpTic undefeated on this Kavutu control, and we know how it's their best game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same story you've had a couple of times. Now OpTic had to bring it back, work on the reverse sweep. We know they're more than capable of it. They did it to Thieves, they did it to FaZe a couple of events ago, or last event. But Mutineers, they're looking so good. Just one map away from taking this series and moving on. We'll be back after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
We are back at it. We're going to take a look at one of the brilliant moments from Skies. What a map it was. This one, an ace, as he was just picking them apart. Skies, just so accurate throughout the course of this. Unbelievable.
Yeah, usually after an ace, it's sort of like a 4-streak. I just don't think we noticed it because he was already on 2 in a row.
Yeah, no, yeah, he ended up like an 8
really
spree or whatever it was.
into that 2v2, but he finds all 4 kills, and then you can see Social popping off. Yeah, Skies is that guy right now.
He absolutely is. You nailed it. He is filthy and he is on one. Now, can you keep it going all series long? Because the thing is, you know, let's say you come in and lose that control. Can you dig deep? Because we've seen teams.
It's almost like a different series right now, right? Just closing this out.
I interviewed Shotzzy and I flat out asked him, I'm like, you guys have been in this hole before. You seem to have faith in each other. Like, what is it? And he was just like, sort of like, we win a map, we're good. Like, once we get that map, we feel all right. Like, we're never out of it.
Yeah, never. You just don't want to always be down 0-2. It almost reminds me of, like, you know, last year's OpTic, right? I mean, just felt like they could not get going in those first couple of games. Not really what we've seen too many times for this team. They definitely don't always want to be down 0-2, but you can see there, 5-0 for OpTic, 3-2 for Florida.
#1 on offense for OpTic, 3 on defense. We know how good of a control team they have been. And that's also what he said. Like, we're a really good control team. That's part of the reason we're never out of Series 2. And yes, they've been sensational. Now OpTic look for a little magic again to bring it back against Mutineers. I know it's not as simple as this, but it's more, can like Dashy take over and slow down Skies a bit? I know it's not that simple, but I feel like you're gonna have to slow him down somehow.
Yeah, really. Besides Shotzzy, I think just the entire team really needs to step up here. Try to get something going. They're working towards A. You have Sky's working on that flank right now. He's gonna find one off a spawn. Dashy trying to re-pinch that, but on the point, different skirmishes going down. Scump and Shotzzy trying to do what they can.
Well, it's a one-on-one win for Dashy onto Vivid. That'll open it up to get him onto the B site. It's like you still have to win this fight here if you're Mutineers. The teammates off the spawn will start to track over. But it's going to be iLLeY here with the help, doing a great job just trying to keep Dashy alive and not able to do it. Vivid over the top of the pistol, able to take him down, clear the point. You get close to a bit of progress.
That
would
have been a take. Yeah, that 1v1 is so huge. I mean, that would have been a take. You would have had all the pressure from Florida to rotate over to B. Maybe that opens up the A zone. But now it's full map control for the Mutineers. So Vivid, with those 2 kills to clear B, gives them a massive advantage here in this defensive round.
Or they're going to take everything right over to A. Trying to sneak in behind enemy lines will be Vivid. You can see on the minimap, iLLeY's kind of trying to pick this up. He knows something's afoot, and he does a great job of that. He just reads it, doesn't allow the pinch to develop, relies on his teammates to win the fight to the front line.
I like that. Something's afoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I'm very cultured and read. I read books.
But you know, you listen to them.
Okay, all right. Still sort of reading. Now all that map control we talked about for Mutineers can be enjoyed by Scump and OpTic Texas. He's 7-2. He's on 5 in a row. Starting to feel himself a bit. How far can he push this now? That's going to be the 8-point done. As they start to push in, Scump is still hitting. Rat-a-tat-tat. I thought they were all going to line up. Did he get to 7 though? He got 2, right? So he got to the glide?
Yeah, he got the glide. Okay. So he has the glide, and now you have 2 players on this. The second take almost done. Florida, they have to cross through the middle of the map towards green. Here we go. We're gonna try to retake this. The slide is there. Here comes the rest of the team. Shotzzy though. Shotzzy able to stay alive. It's down to a 1v1. Scump has not lost one this map, it seems.
And now he is into it. The contestant is gonna come in. He's gonna need some help. iLLeY will be the first one in to try and provide assistance.
Still just a fight, but it's almost done. It's almost done here. Dashy looking over his teammates.
There it is.
Scump 10-3 has the glide. You can see the iLLeY is off his feet after that, trying to get his guys going.
Well, and it's got to feel good too, because I feel like it's sort of the nature of how this series has been. Like, they were struggling to get full of the map 3. They were struggling to find open. He had some great defensive clears from Florida Mutineers, but Scump was the spark, and then they followed through.
They were laughing a little bit there because I think iLLeY like dropped his control. I don't know. He lost like everything.
Spilled his drink.
Yeah, he was going to.
I thought the rat was just about to pop them both.
Almost did.
I don't know what that was either. I'm making some sounds tonight, huh? Scump is just centering on foreheads right now. Now iLLeY trying to get the boys fired up, but can he fire himself up a bit to start rallying in this map? 3-6, but who cares? He got that round 1 offensive win, and it was a big one. Now Mutineers trying to do the same, and iLLeY is just catching tacticals, bullets, dust to the face. And finally, Skies is able to push it out. Skies not leaving the mark on this map he has through the rest of the series so far.
Now the key here is though, Scump was able to earn that glide. So if things do happen to go wrong, just maybe one push on defense to get towards B, you can rely on that to retake it. You don't need it yet though. You have Dashy who's able to find a multi-kill, really slows down this push for Florida.
Well, I think it's so big too, because it's just like, you have spots where it's a difficult kill you really have to work for. Let's say in the ship at B, right? Like,
yeah, just
that really hard
a lot
kill.
Of the times if they have ring control,
and the glide can be so massive.
Just to deal with that one player.
Dashy will dominate over a ring, and Scump, he just wants to send it in with a pistol, but the information comes into Shotzzy, and Shotzzy will take down both. As the defense still holds strong, and until they're able to clear out Dashy from his position mid-map, as he continues to get shots in, call-outs in, and damage down at range, it's going to be hard to get across, and iLLeY has just pushed this out. He's flooded right up into the gut of the Florida Mutineers. As he knows time is a-ticking. Just around 10 seconds left to go. Shotzzy and the boys just sending it forward, flying and making sure they don't have a chance to get it to the point. That'll be 5 in a row. Bit of a streak for Shotzzy, and that is a defensive hold. You have, what, 1 bit of progress? 6-1? Yeah. Not sure it's going to matter, but you got 1.
Yeah, Shotzzy really turns it up. But I was joking, I think, with Nameless in the back today, just like, you'll blink at some point and Dash will just be like double positive, or he'll be like around even, and then like you'll look at the scoreboard again. And
that was the.
He's up to 12-3. He's quadruple positive. But, a lot of times we're not on his point of view because you have Shotzzy and Scump just making these amazing plays.
That us, we were casting. It was the RØKKR Major. He was like 4-12, and the next thing you know, he's like even to 20-20. I was like, all right, well.
Now he's 12-3.
A little different. Well, now the fans, once again, like, all right, it's control. We can rally behind the team again as they start to get going.
That's a B hit right away. 3 go down. 1 player is left alive. That is Skies. That's all 4 dead. Scump can use the glide if he wants to.
Oh, my God. It is just decimation on the objective.
Look at
1 bit done. 1 bit of progress. Hey, boys, I'm looking over you.
I got mid-map cross.
And they're starting to pick up apart a bit. Scump, though, is still here. How many can he win?
That's 2 takes,
take down anybody.
It's just so much work done at B.
That's some damage done for sure. And now you think you still got the glide. Like, you can get A, use the glide to open it up, get that final tick maybe. Right, that'll be the play call. It's got to be, I usually think, if you're going to have 1 mode that's like the most dominant for you, you take the search to the hard point, right? Because you play 2 of them. But it's got to be such a thing of confidence. Just know you're so good at control, you always have a chance.
Yeah, it just keeps you alive. You get that momentum going, right? Just get their confidence down a bit. We've talked about in the past where, that map 1, you go to a map 2 and it's a search. Things slow down. It's different with this map 3 because you go to a very fast respawn, boom, right into another one in that hard point.
It's more of a momentum carrier, 100%, than 1 to 2, yeah. 3 to 4, yeah, without question. That's just one of the many reasons they've been able to pull these swings. But now, it's really just a matter of the clock. I mean, you don't have a ton of time. I know you've got the 2 bits of progress on B, but you need to get the minute extension here. If you're going to try and close it out, just able to track. It's not easy to do when the slide comes in, but able to do it. Clock stock just under 5 seconds to go. This Scump is finding openings again, 22 and 9, like a man possessed. Those nades clear him off of it. Can anyone get to it? It's really just 1 person there, and they will hold. So, okay, I mean, I guess considering how good the opening was on to B, you think maybe that's where they close them out. They go for the jugular, they take it, but
yeah, I thought that was going to call in the glide, but doesn't happen,
yeah.
right? I think maybe with Dashy in the position that he was in, he was watching that cross, but it was just a good push from Florida. But I think you got 3 more ticks. They were already up. I think they're up around 8 now, so they've secured round 5 already.
Yeah, maybe just hold it for a defense, right? Unless he used it and I missed it, but I don't think so. Mutineers push this to around 5. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to win back-to-back offenses if you're gonna do this.
With Shotzzy in such a sneaky position here.
It's like a little catapult.
In case somebody goes B, right? If they're gonna go for a B hit, he's just watching the outer part of the beach. Able to pop on up now. It's on to Dashy. Through the pinch on Groupie 1. The pistol is out. He is so darn good with that thing.
Oh, big Brucey. making the plays. There's Shotzzy. Now tries to get top ship, and there's his pistol.
Little Cellium action?
Yeah, except he lived and got a kill. A little different, but
I did that earlier. He's like the only player I've seen do that.
Yeah, I know. See what they can do behind the opening. Plus 10 still for Scump. The timing there, right as he gives it up, the peek comes in. Some unfortunate ones for sure, but you've got 35 to go. You're really starting to work the progress now. That's a nice kill from DavePatty, is trying to alleviate any kind of pressure Dashy's been able to put ringside throughout the course of this, but the fact is you need an offensive win. It's not about ticks. You got to get the round when you get to the round 5. And are you going to be able to really stop the clock? You've got top ship control. You're relying on your teammates not getting position. He's going to send it yourself. He's going to send it, and Scump is there, lying in wait. Next on the attack will be DavePatty.
Yeah, only 20 seconds now, though. And they have a ton of map position. Does OpTic to close this series out to send us to a game number 4. Sky's the first man up, has the pistol. Not gonna work. Shotzzy was able to do it. Now Shotzzy getting the cuts. Dave has to get on the point. 2 seconds to go. He's gonna get on it for now. It's down to point 9. He's able to find a kill. Dashy, there we go. And of course, OpTic, they win the control in a controlled fashion right from that round 1 behind Scump.
They just make it look easy. And they stay in the series, but now can Mutineers do what many have not been able to do? Like, can you just regain here for this map 4? I think you really nailed it. I know many viewers probably understand it, but just you really can carry momentum a lot more out of the map 3. Just do. I know you got a break here, maybe a couple minutes before it gets started, but similar. It's a respawn, right? It's a respawn to a respawn.
Man, it's a respawn where they are honestly frying this weekend on Berlin Hardpoint.
Well, it was what? It was 0-4 before the weekend, right?
Yeah, just they're getting things going. We've seen them just right from that get-go, right from P1, get that early lead. Now just taking a look at these stats, Scump plus 10, huge aim out of him. Dashy 29, like I was saying. And the one thing here, if I'm Florida, if I'm a Florida fan, I'm looking at someone to step up for map number 4. The respawns, Vivid has struggled. We know the kind of hot and cold player that he can be, the pace that he plays at. I gotta see him step it up here on Berlin.
OpTic reverse sweep part 2. Yeah, it's looking like they've got a shot to do that. But to the controls though, like, I guess, they were so dominant right before the change, right? The change into ticks. Was there any concern for you that maybe they'd be less dominant?
No, I just think they really understand the game mode. And when you watch the content from OpTic, one thing their coach always talks about is their ability to play their life. I think you see it a lot more on Tuscan, just where it gets crazy over towards B, Radio and P5. Just that second or two, if they could vie for one another. It's just a difference maker. Teams trying to figure it out, but Florida not able to do so here.
All players just take a second to regain, to focus up. As those in attendance and those at home, thanks for sticking with us. We're going through the gauntlet today. It's been a long day of matches.
A lot of game 5s.
So many game 5. It's literally, it's the opposite of yesterday, right? When you just think about, wait, what was it day 1 that was all 3-0s?
Yeah, day 1.
Yeah, day 1, sorry. That was just like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Now it is just
high series,
game 5s. Yeah, right. It's kind of wild.
We got a best of 9 tomorrow night in the final.
Yeah, we're having fun. We love us some Call of Duty, but there's a reminder in case you're joining us a little bit late where we have gone, how it has played out in these maps and modes, and that is where we currently sit. OpTic trying once again to bring it back from the depths, pull off the reverse sweep and get a win in the game 5. They're able to do it. And I love this. I love this because it's fun to watch the test that is for the team that goes to an 0-2 hole and watch them claw out of it. And it's also fun on the other side, just watch if Mutineers now, how do they bounce back in this game 4? Does it start to leak a little bit? Or, do you get Skies back just frying and dominant in this map 4?
I think the one thing for OpTic, for me, just looking at some of the respawns, even when they've had slow starts or versus LA Thieves, there's always kind of one player who's just getting hot. I want to see a more sort of team effort early on in the respawn. It feels like midway, everyone kind of picks it up. But right from the get-go, can they get into the positions and get that momentum rolling?
Well, they're going to try to do just that, but big wake. Doesn't seem phased.
Is that a ghillie suit?
I can't see it.
I only see a floating head.
Oh, we are just sort of adults. as much as I just want a thrilling game 5, give me to around 11. I want to jump, like karate kick something.
Why do you want to karate kick?
I don't know. Oh, I am not flexible at all.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
My leg didn't even get up above the camera, but all right, to Berlin, card point. As OpTic fans start to really get into it in that map 3, they look to keep it going into the map 4. As the boys continue to write this comeback arc, just down 0-2, all right, we don't care. And it's always easier, I think, when your confidence is at an all-time high, when you've got an event win, and you're just like, yeah, anything is possible.
And we saw the stats there. I mean, I don't ignore OpTics a little bit, because it's turned around so much on this map, but for Florida, it's similar to what we saw in Yabutu. When they have the holds, they are so darn good. When they have to break, that makes it tough. Saw Vivid stats there. See if he can step it up here in this respawn. So it's not been easy for him. They're able to close out that map number 1 within 2 points. I thought we were getting going.
So did I. I was pacing, I was ready.
The music, dude, just get you locked in.
It does, it does. The music does everything.
It was a camera shot? Okay. There we
All
go.
right, I think you're just getting ready to reload it.
I knew something was afoot.
Oh yeah, I thought so. I thought it for a second too.
I learned from you.
It's got the timings.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
Surprise.
How we doing? I wasn't sure we were coming back to us, but we're just waiting. It's a small delay. They're just reloading it real quick, and we'll get into it. This is going to game 5. It has to, right?
I mean, does it have to? But I'm hoping so.
I want some midnight magic. Wait, what time is it?
Midnight magic. It's
only 9 o'clock. Okay, we got. Wait, that's gonna be a real long game 4.
Yeah, I feel like time is.
Ah, music again. There we go.
Yeah, we go. The map is loaded. There's the map preview. That means we should be underway.
Dashy, this match, how he has looked, 44 and 35, we're over the 1.26, 80% non-traded kill percentage. And this time we are in. Here we go. Game 4. OpTic looking to bring it back and push it to a map 5. Okay, I thought he was going to run right by, but the snap back and Shotzzy get put down.
Well, you have to do the sort of strong side if you are OpTic. iLLeY, he's going to find 2 early points. You don't know where. iLLeY with 3. He's not going to find the 4th, but he's going to give his team all of that time off the break. I mean, maybe with that first blood from Vivid, you're thinking they can get in quickly. Does not happen.
Shotzzy to the window, to the wall,
to the other window.
Yes, that's how it continues. Shotzzy continues to move around, just taking bullets as he glides throughout his playground. Oh, up high. Okay, his playground. I didn't know they punched you in the face in playgrounds. I don't think they do.
Yeah, I think you get in trouble if you do that.
Yeah, probably. But it's guys that's able to find the kill. But it is a 32-point advantage for OpTic early in this one, as they're now inside, and Vivid just looking to find the picks. Set up openings for his teammates. Got one more in the corner. The slide is on point. Skies involved in the action at the same time. It's really just going to be Shotzzy, but those situations where you get to, where the rest of your team drops, just gives you a chance to get back, but it's still going to be Mutineers inside.
Yeah, you're a little staggered here if you're OpTic. Shotzzy coming off his spawn. Now you can work together. Play this 4v4 push. iLLeY with, oh, I thought he had the timing. Now it turns bad, but he's ready for the next gunfight. He's able to find the second. iLLeY up to 7 and 3.
Yeah,
trying to play behind
screw that wall. Screw it all. Just put bullets everywhere. iLLeY is trying to light it up now. Dashy out of ammo with the AR right over the pistol. But you still retain a 17-point advantage. Now look at the top left of the map. You see street side control. iLLeY's POV is just trying to get the lockdown here.
Watch number 5 though, Vivid working towards the front. Does he find the timing?
Oh no, he
Vivid
sure
does get the timing. What's going to happen with the spawns now? The spawns are key here. They still spawn out. OpTic spawns right there. Wasn't sure what was going to happen. It's a P1 spawn for Florida. They try to get to their teammates. This is where OpTic can open up the map.
I'm not sure what Vivid's call out there was, but probably a little frustrated. He thought he had the back.
Okay,
broken.
Never mind. They don't need the spawns. Now they got them. They just break right through.
Yeah, it's like everybody kind of struggling to get any kind of semblance of a hold for a long period of time. You still have 30 to go here. What kind of mark can you make on the objective right now if you were Florida Mutineers? I thought iLLeY had the read, but Awakening gets around the corner and able to finish the kill before he gets fully healed up. Is Scump just kind of lurking? The rest of his teammates thinking about the rotation. And so, I mean, considering the chaos at the beginning and Vivid, you thought maybe a little frustrated, they get the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, nice. Very nicely done by Florida. Even at the P2, because there was a couple individual plays that OpTic had. iLLeY was finding multi-kills. Just the fact that they deal with that early lead from OpTic to bring it within a good amount of time, they get the break. Vivid, though, open that up. Let's see what they can find. Dave this time. Dashy's gonna respond. It's a 1v2 for Shotzzy. He's just trying to do what he can. We know how difficult it is to earn time here.
5 points separating the squads. And Sky's just focusing on the callouts right now as he's just laying prone, trying to soak up the time. Instead, he soaks up a nade.
He's just making sure everything was built properly up to code.
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't, because he got blown to pieces. There was no protection whatsoever, and he is gone.
Oh, damn, it's a concrete fault.
The grenade's fault, probably at the end of the day, but Vivid, he climbs up the tower! And on the third is a lovely bit of work. 5 in a row now for Vivid. And the stats, I mean, this guy is positive in a hard point, how ridiculous they have been. It's like the team flips on its head when you talk about win percentage. And you said he needed to step it up, but he's doing it now.
Yeah, now around, what, 25-point lead. OpTic, though, with that P5 rotation. You can chain this together into P1. See what Florida's able to break this mid-map setup. Vivid's trying to, I mean, probably find streaks, right? You're up to 5. Dashy just taking his time. They're playing very patiently, making sure nobody gets through. Train side, now trying to find the second kill and open up the hill, and he does just that with the help of iLLeY.
Well, OpTic, once again, trying to pull off this reverse sweep. They need the map. They need to get into a map 5. They're making the rally now, looking for a lead change to elicit in now with OpTic Texas.
I don't see him.
Yo, right side on, wait, he's weak.
Yo, he's gate reach, absolute, and one guy's left side glass. Left side glass. I spawn fire. He's right side, you see him, He's I'm going quick.
I spawn loading.
Glass, in small.
Yo, glass at time,
Glass one left side time.
Yeah, they're flooding from their side.
Yo, when is that gate right now? Gate? He's still there? Then he over?
Showing time. Nothing left window.
Yeah, I'm watching. I can't tell, guys. He's close right, so.
I'll pitch it up right now. Gate. Their side long. Their side window.
He's weak glass, bro. Weak glass, one more out of window.
Yeah. Let's hit the shit.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna go outer and iron over you guys. I don't see him.
Yeah.
Caesar left side. He's still there. He's not challenging me. Give me gate. I'm hitting outer.
I'm trying to get.
I need to get.
What's it fire, Dave? He's going to that statue or he's going?
I'm going glass. So here could be gate.
One is secret.
Yeah, he's back you. Yo, scary. Yeah, listen, get to new right now. Take a deep breath. Everyone reset. Deep breath right here. Get to new. I don't think so. I'm new right now. They might be hitting through. I'm watch out.
That's too loud.
I like Scump at the tail end of that, kind of like it was a frustrating sequence, right? Just kind of bashing your head against the wall. He's like, let's reset. They need to reset. They're down 70. It was a difficult push.
No, it wasn't. And, there was a couple of chances where the spawns flipped. You heard it right when we got to the listening. Scump was trying to find a couple of kills and breaking a P1, but it was a stronghold from Florida. Have to give them their props. Skies is now on a 4 spree, but over to P2. Can they reset? Skies is up to 5 in a row. It's another break from Florida Mutineers.
They continue to find these big breaks. Now can he find these streaks? It's Dashy outside, the snap! One more, but not able to do it. Scump is there instantaneously for the trade, but the same can be said on the other side. It is just a flurry, a bloodbath that is mayhem around the objective. Lead at 80. As Vivid is just trying to track back. Wall, desk, door. Where are they going to be?
In that, you're going to get some scrap time if you're OpTic, but those couple of kills from Skies are going to slow down this P3 push. 100%. Now they're going to go. I think they have the man advantage right now. Florida, this is where they were able to break here on this first rotation. A big money hill. We'll see if OpTic can do it this time. Gonna try and push through street side. Scump able to find one, but Vivid has been so good here on Berlin. The spawns nowhere close. Dashy's able to spawn on through. Dashy and Shotzzy. Can they work this pinch?
Oh, God, you think he has one, but Big Wing puts him in the dirt.
There we go. They're able to get him
iLLeY,
out.
though, with the snap and the headshot through. There's the clearance, and you needed it so badly. You're at 205 right now if you're Mutineers. Is iLLeY just looking for more, getting some information as the shot comes through on the other side of it. With 20 to go. Seems like you're still sitting like 2 players at it on the rotation early. It's going to be Dave Patty who's going to start to. I thought they were going to send it. It's like it's like they were kind of caught in the middle of fighting for scrap and rotating.
I actually really like that, right? Because the next couple of hills, if you're Florida, 44 points away, you get a few seconds at a time. This is not easy to set up on, but it could put the pressure all on OpTic now. They have to go. They have to make these breaks. So you just continue to flood the hill.
It's just, you know, it's every added second, but so much pressure. Now, where we saw Skies get naded last time, now he's finding doubles up to 22 and 16, and look at the map Vivid's having.
Yeah, 23 and 17, he's gonna pinch this. This is sort of a Shotzzy play right here that we normally see from him. He finds the opening behind enemy lines, but it's just a little bit too long. Can he turn into something? Dave stays alive. He's looking for number 3.
He hits a bullet.
Does hit a bullet. Can his teammate get the trade? And he does. And now you can get right back on it, right? Just try to farm as much as you can.
Just second by second, beam by beam. 18 away now. Our Mutineers from the win. The pressure all on OpTic now to get it. The Mutineers have regained this map 4. You at least are going to push it to another hard point with that burst on through.
It's like, great, yeah, but right now we're going to P5 where they can do the same thing. Just try to earn 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. You're spot on. Just chip away 3 to 5 seconds here or there.
Now, if it's going on a long route all the way through, there is sort of the other side of this. If they do not get out of this trap, it's where OpTic has the opening to chain this with P1, but Vivid's gonna find a kill. David's gonna get on it. There we go, Awakening, just trying to find as much as he can with his teammates.
They have
5
a chance
seconds
here.
away.
A chance to stun him. Mutineers back into the point. Just a few seconds away, the clearance is in. All the kills through for OpTic. They continue to survive, but it is scary territory now. If you are an OpTic fan, Mutineers, they can taste it, they can smell it. They are making a run. It started with an upset.
Hold on.
And a chance to maybe do another, but now you're right. It is not over yet.
This is an
OpTic has never been out of it.
insane spawn trap. Now it's 3 seconds, it's 1 break. They might be going for this. Oh, a teammate comes in.
Oh.
So they're set up at P1. They're gonna chain these together. That new hill is up. Now the spawns do flip. Vivid gonna be the first man in, and he wins the gunfight. Vivid's in. Vivid is in. The hard point though is on. It's 249 to 200.
One more tick and he closed it up there. You gotta be flawless. Now there's a pinch coming in. Will that kill do it? It might be the final second. It is. Mutineers with the shocker. They win it in map 4 and they continue to fight on. Unbelievable. And they did what so many teams have struggled with so many reverse sweeps this year. It's like the regain in map 4, the bounce back. They do it, and I mean, you talked about Vivid, him needing to step it up, and the hard points when he is positive, how massive it is. What a map it is for Vivid. The routes were there, the shots were on point, but Skies, my man, you had yourselves a series.
Yeah, I think just fundamentally for OpTic, I mean, you had the individual plays, but what? Both of the P3s, the second P1, where they've looked flawless at times, they've made a couple of mistakes.
So where's kind of that mark where it's like the chip away at it mentality, kind of like saying it's like that 80 to 100 point advantage, like somewhere that ballpark?
Well, I mean, once you get around 200,
yeah,
and you know the next 2 hills are P4 and P5, that's it. I mean, that's like the perfect scenario. 5 seconds at a time. Yeah, even 2, because you know for 2 minutes, they're not going to be able to hold an insane setup like they could at P1 and P2 or P3. Just the state of the map.
The Mutineers here to shut up the doubters, and well, they are silencing anyone who thought they didn't have the ability to make this run. I mean, they were a map away from being guaranteed top 3. Now they make it to a Sunday, and they do it with the hard points. And they are, I mean, the first one's a nail biter. That was just insane. You could be frustrated with the spawn or whatever if you were OpTic, but fact is they get 6-1 bodies in the surge, they dominate there, and it goes to a Berlin hard point. And Mutineers, They get it done. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And what a great job to answer back. And just, you know, the crowd starts to get into it a little bit after the control and just silence them as fast as you can.
Yeah, just to respond in those moments. I think even on this map, this sort of, you know, from P1 to P2, just right off the get-go, to just get 20 seconds, put your team in it. But right here, you know, we're at P2, it's a 60-point game. And for OpTic, I think the focus is probably on P3, but they got a majority of this time. I mean, Florida just played this so scrappy. I loved watching it. A lot of these hills where they were not earning a lot of seconds or where we don't expect it, they were doing it.
What an incredible win it is. And yeah, this type of weekend, you know, we were hoping, we thought the Mutineers had the talent. It was just so maybe when is it going to start to click? When are you going to start to take out some of the heavy hitters? And well, you certainly do it this weekend. I mean, you take out Ravens, say like a top 3 team coming into this weekend. Now the #1 team, you take out an OpTic. They are not phased by anything, and it's just massive. You go up 2-0, you give yourself a little bit of breathing room. I mean, the other side of it for OpTic, you just got to stop going to these holes. Somehow you got to figure that out. You got to figure that out.
From OpTic, but I mean, listen, this is a very tough league, very competitive, and we know how hard it is to stay on top. I mean, you just come off of that, and I thought, just from the momentum, because right after Major 1 finished, we jumped into Stage 2. And typically, when there's another event within like a month, that team just kind of rolls off, you know.
There was no break. Literally, the matches like start. Yeah. You flew back on whatever Monday, and matches were Thursday or whatever.
Yeah, they were right into that. But teams making adjustments. You got to give them their props. You're just trying to figure this out. You're studying those VODs. What is this team doing so well? Whew, back to the lab to go.
No, I think that's, you know, this is so impressive for Mutineers, but to your point about like, it is hard, it's very, very hard to stay on top in this league, and I think that's what's been so impressive about FaZe's past couple of years.
Yep.
Like, you have a target on your head. People are reviewing your VOD maybe more than normal. They are coming for you. Every time you are getting everybody's A game, and Mutineers, guess what? They brought their A game. They got the win, all 4, firing on all cylinders, some brilliant, brilliant moments. We go to stage with Dave Patty.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am joined on the stage by the man, the myth, Mr. Dave Patty. Minnesota, make some noise for Dave and the Mutineers. Dave, man, it's got to feel good, right? It's got to feel good for you guys coming into this tournament. You know, there were some people who thought, hey, there could be a run potential, but you start off, right? And the way that you guys find yourself now, wins over London, now a win over OpTic Texas, the #1 team in the game. What does that say about Florida?
Yeah, it shows that like any given day we can beat any team. You know, OpTic is the reigning champs. You know, we just took them out. So, you know, we can have it in us to beat any team in the game. We just got to have the right mindset, have the right focus, and we can really win anything.
Wise words. They're out of the Rook. Now, I got to go back, right, to the wild Gavutu hardpoint. I mean, it looked like for a moment maybe OpTic had it, then Florida had it, then OpTic had it, then you guys come out on top. What's going through the team's comp? What's going through your mind in a situation like that?
Well, I mean, it was just crazy, hectic comms, you know, in a moment like that, you know, like, you don't know what's going on. You're just doing whatever comes to your mind first. So in that moment, yeah, I was just trying to, like, stay up, listen to my teammates, you know, remain calm in that moment. And, you know, like, we were able to take out the dub.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. Now, getting back to the rookie conversation, because I want to ask you, in moments like that, we talk about composure that is often a thing discussed when it comes to rookies. Again, you're facing off against the #1 team right now in the game, OpTic Texas. How do you remain composed in situations like that?
I mean, yeah, in that moment, you're not thinking about, oh my God, you know, Dashy's coming for me, iLLeY's coming for me. You're thinking about, all right, I'm staying down on point, I'm doing what I always do in practice, I maintain composure, listen to my teammates, and, you know, we got it done.
You absolutely did. A great W again for the Mutineers. Dave, I'll ask you now, some great wins versus some of the best teams in the CDL, a W here versus OpTic. How far can the Mutineers go?
Tomorrow we're going to bring home a championship for the first ever for Florida Mutineers on stage.
You gotta love the confidence. You gotta love the confidence, Dave. Any final words for the fans out there?
Shout out to the fans, man. I mean, this is my first ever time really playing on stage. I mean, the first couple tournaments, you know, I was early exit, but now I feel comfortable and I'm, you know, really liking it here. Thank you guys.
We loves us some Dave Patty. Dave, GG's brother. Desk, over to you guys.
I'm loving that interview right there.
That was confidence.
I don't care about the names. We just gonna get the job done.
Dude, that was confidence out of Dave Patty, and I gotta say, Florida Mutineers played fantastic out the gates. I mean, on that second rotation, they get initial on that P5. They start to get some separation, up 50, 60 points, and from then on out, a good team like OpTic, they're gonna break into hills, which they did at the very end. They're playing off the scraps, but Mutineers were able to maintain that lead throughout the majority of the game. Now, we know the very ending, the spawn was a little sus, this and that, the third, but OpTic typically runs away with those games. So for Florida to maintain control, get initial, and I'm talking initial on the next 4 hills in a row on that second rotation is impressive, and we gotta highlight the man Skies. He popped off throughout this entire series. That is what you need when your team like Florida Mutineers can be consistent at times, as we always talk about, somebody to take over, and who better than Skies, your leader and this guy who's been on this roster since it began.
You got that right. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the Scump play of the game where Skies got a 9 streak and busted out the glide bomb alley and cleared the way for his team to go ahead and break a hill.
It was really Skies that was having himself an absolute series. Not only in this hardpoint alone, but in the search and destroy as well. He looked like a different demon on the map.
He's a beast.
Look at this.
He's
he
a
literally
beast.
has not died yet. Florida Mutineers, you can see they're up 67 and 25. OpTic finds some light at the end of the tunnel, and Skies just grabs on it with the glide bomb. I mean, Florida, they look completely different.
And I just want to give a big shout out to Vivid, because those first 2 respawns, he really didn't put up the best numbers. But that first map, it looked like he stood up and he was like LeBron after game 6.
He was hyped.
The energy on him, from him was insane. But for him to bounce back on that map number 4 and put up the numbers that he did, he had 29 traded kills. He was like 29 and 20. He was hitting those routes with that AR in his hands, and you can just tell it caused so many problems on the side of OpTic. They simply just couldn't keep track of him.
Yeah, man, Florida had OpTic caught in the loop. That's what OpTic usually do to other teams. Like, they're usually early, and then they rotate the next one, they break you. That's how they get the separation. But Florida, like, strategically on point. The teamwork was there. That was the first time we really saw the teamwork come to fruition for this Florida Mutineers.
And you know what? I feel like we do have to touch on Dave Patty, because he is a rookie heading into this year, and I feel like maybe he's not talked about as much because most of the rookies that get brought up are sub players. They're aggressive SMGs and Pred and Cap. And so for him to come out and make a name for himself as a main AR rookie, being an IGL for the squad as well, I mean, you have to give credit where credit is due, right?
Yeah, we've been always talking about, okay, Florida Mutineers, they're not getting the results that they want day in and day out throughout the qualifiers. But also, you know, once they get a little bit more experience, game XP, the team's going to dominate. Look at the teams that they've been beating in this tournament. And Jeremy, they just sit home. OpTic Texas, the Major I champ.
That's insane, man. OpTic Texas.
Those guys. Who would have thought that?
I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that, because when you think about a Florida Mutineers team, you're always thinking about, are they going to be on point or are they going to come out slow, man? They come off the gate and they go out on a Kavutu. Hardpoint goes all the way down to the very end, 250 to 248. But the big answer for me had to be the search and destroy. They dominated, put them in an absolute body bag on that map. And OpTic simply just didn't have an answer.
It's insane. And, you know, I want to see a bracket shortly, because the teams that's left in this event nameless. All right, we're talking about the top teams right now. London Royal Ravens are gone. OpTic Texas out of here.
And guess who beat both of those teams? London Royal Ravens and OpTic Texas, the Florida Mutineers.
Yep, that's wild.
These guys mean business.
So the middle of the pack now that we have in the CDL, they're turning up in the biggest way ever in aLLeY. I mean, we can't even guess what the finals are right now.
Oh,
Boston
no, everybody's bracket is
Look at this.
It is tossed in the absolute trash with that Florida Mutineers 3-1 win, and I don't know, maybe a breach and
FaZe Search Final. It's going to be lit. It's going to be an epic matchup.
And then there were 5. We have Atlanta FaZe, Boston Breach, the Florida Mutineers, the Seattle Surge, and now the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves one hell of an event. Steady, you're going to be off the desk for the next segment, but for Seattle Surge and the Los Angeles Guerrillas, what are your thoughts about that matchup? I won't be able to ask you.
Obviously, Seattle, they're coming off of that tough loss versus Atlanta FaZe, but they're losing their flu game. Michael Jordan and Mack, he's going to be subbed out. Classic is coming in. So this is sub on subs. Classic versus Spar. This is going to be an all-out battle, man.
And Spar's been popping off lately, too. So we're going to see what the subs are going to do in this matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been one hell of a day so far, and a long one, of course, right? But coming up next, we have our last series. It's going to be the Los Angeles Guerrillas versus the Seattle Surge, the battle of the subs and waves. We're going on a break. We'll catch you on the other side. Close out day 3. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, hello and welcome back to day 3 for the Major II. And everything that's been happening so far has just been absolutely crazy. OpTic Texas have been eliminated from the event. Upsets after upsets are happening right now. Teams with subs are moving through, and we actually have Nikki D taking the main stage in the second with Seattle.
Listen, man, I mean, this is a guy, I'm a big fan of Nikki D, I really am. Like, he just plays with a certain play style, a certain pace. It doesn't always work, but he loves to hit stuff. He plays with, like, delusional confidence, as we like to call it. Honestly, he's like a perfect sub because he's just like, what do I got to do? All right, I'll do this. Like, just kind of follow me up. So it's going to be tough, though, right? You're coming off, you know, maybe not the best challengers event that you want.
True.
And we saw with LAG, it took a match for Spark to get comfortable. So if they lose that match, they're out of the tournament.
And Seattle's coming off of a loss as well against the Atlanta FaZe. And the one thing is, it was Mack that was popping off and going crazy. He's going to be the one that's going to be subbed out for Classic. aLLeY, how do you think this is going to work out for Seattle Surge right now? Everybody's going to have to pop off.
Low-key, I think it'll kind of go well. I think the boys on Seattle Surge really want to show up for Mack, especially after that tough loss to Atlanta FaZe in the round 11. And I think Classic has the perfect attitude for this because, again, like Rick said, he just doesn't care. He's just going to start running, and I think that'll be a good match versus Spark.
You got that right now. In this specific match right here, going against Los Angeles Guerrillas, Merc, Seattle Surge, you feeling good about him, or are you feeling kind of,
Well, I mean, I'm feeling good about them.
All right.
You know, but, you know, they're going to have to bounce back, make those map adjustments. This is a team, even with Mack feeling the way that he was, the fact that they put up a really good fight in that winner's round 2, you have to give them their props. Their fundamentals are there. And when we talk about a leader on one side in Slasher, it's the same thing in accuracy. He can be that vocal guy. He can quickly get Classic comfortable on the map. Just going to have to listen to him.
Yeah, and when it comes to the game field keys to victory, nameless, Seattle has a lot to do.
Yep, you can't let aSim get going in this series. aSim 0.95 KD this major. We know he has that pop-off ability. The first 2 maps are going to be Tuscan, and if we go to a game 5, it's going to be Bocage. Those are maps where aSim can really take over. We've seen him and Hook have big bounce backs in their last series, so something to look out for. Actually, he has to win the matchup versus Slasher. LAG 5-19 in maps where Slasher goes negative. The definitive X factor on this team. He stepped it up recently, tried to shut him down, then locked down the Tuscan SD. Seattle is 5-0 on that map. LAG 1-4. That is game 2 in this series. So that's going to be really, really important as they're playing some of the smaller maps early on, man. It's going to get mixy.
And this is it for Seattle. If they lose, they're out. But it's going to be the same story for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. There's been a lot of talk on this desk about Spartan and what he's doing with the Volk, but let's go ahead and show some love to the SMGs on that team.
Oh, 100%. It feels like when Asim and Hook are playing well, that's when this team can compete with the best in the world. You know, we've seen Asim have those maps where he's double negative or he's just leading the way. And I'm going to give some love to Hook because I think he's been very consistent for this squad. We know how of an individually talented player that he could be, but it feels like he's fit in well, right? He's just sort of dealing with the noise around and playing his game. I mean, the Guerrillas, man, let's see if they can do this.
Let's go ahead and see if they can. aLLeY, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what do we got?
Obviously, Spark continue excellent play. 1.14 KD this weekend. That is highest on the side of the Los Angeles Guerrillas, slowly followed by Slasher with a 1.13, and take the Berlin hardpoint. LAG is 7-2. So obviously, take your strengths and run with them. An opportunity in the control as the higher seed. Seattle is 1-5 on control. So if you put that in the lineup, it's basically a guaranteed map.
So the one thing we definitely got to say is LAG are definitely feeling good. We've been seeing him backstage a lot, nameless, and there's been nothing but smiles. So when it comes to the pickups right now, for the last series of the day, aLLeY, this has been how long have we been working today?
Way too long. My eyes are literally one shot.
Well, you know what though, for all of us out there, I mean, we're gamers, right? We watch a lot of esports, so make sure you go over to zenny.com because what I'm rocking now, they're going to be the Los Angeles Guerrillas blocks, blue blockers. They definitely help you out during those long days, and rightfully so, I'm going to be repping this team right here. I think this is still going to a game 5. Both of these teams are evenly matched in my eyes.
Evenly matched? Okay.
Evenly matched. I feel like they're both scrappy teams, man. They're not going to give up easily.
Oh, 100%. Now, the only thing I will say that's going to be tough for Los Angeles Guerrillas is it's a tough schedule. You've had to wait all day long. You have to sort of get in that zone where Seattle Surge played a match. But I'm going to roll with the Guerrillas, man. I mean, this weekend has made no sense. Guerrillas, they've been playing with momentum. They're frying. So LAG might make the final. They really might.
All right, aLLeY. Seattle, LAG, this is scary.
It is scary, and I am going to hop off the fact that LAG haven't really had any time to play today, where Seattle is probably fuming right now on the other side of that stage, and I think Sib and Accuracy are going to turn up.
All right, we got Sib popping off for Seattle. Do you believe with aLLeY with her pick right
I'm going to go with Seattle. What I
Okay.
saw in that series was just extremely impressive S&D gameplay. I think both of those searches versus FaZe is some of the best search and destroy we've seen all season long.
Oh,
And
yeah.
For Seattle, I don't think that changes much putting in a player like Classic. He can pretty much fit that mold right away. He's a guy who's going to come in and say, where do you need me? What do you need me to do? I'm going to play my life. So I think that'll work out well for them. I do think it'll be a highly competitive series, but Seattle in a Game 5.
I think this is going to be the most wild card matchup that we're going to have this entire event. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock things in for the last series of the day. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. The Los Angeles Guerrillas versus the Seattle Surge.
Either way, Accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gonna fly. Would he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive. Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on him.
Still, if fire works out, you get any more? Yeah, down is 5.
The Young Guns in round 11. And they do big. Can he come out the corner in time? And you bet he will. That's it. Take
Hello! It's been a wild day 3, huh? We so close to Championship Sunday, but I'm going to keep it quick. It's the final match of the night. We're going to get into it, and this is a battle of villains. You got Classic coming in on one side. Spart, we've seen what he's done all weekend long, but it is Guerrillas. It is Surge. Let's meet the teams. We're going to kick it off with Los Angeles Guerrillas. Poop, Spart, Asim, and Slasher.
Nobody expected them to make it this far. They've beaten Ultra, they've beaten Ravens, 2 European teams. Now they're ready to take down an NA Titan in Seattle Surge. They could potentially get top 4 with a win here. Can the Wonder Boy Spark get him to a W?
We'll see if the Wonder Boy can do it on one side. Now we're going to see how Nicky D is going to come in and fill on the other. Let's take a look at the other side of the matchup. It is Seattle Surge. Simp, Accuracy, the one and only Nicky D, and Fred.
And of course, Classic is up on stage now. This squad needs a big start to this series, but again, possibly one of the best squads in the game after the Atlanta FaZe series. It should be a good one.
Here we go. One more match to close out the night before Championship Sunday. For the final time, up to our casters. Miles, Chance, have a lovely one.
Have a lovely one. Thank you very much, Clint. Oh, ladies and gentlemen here in the venue, thank you for sticking out with us. We're coming up on, we're getting close enough to the witching hour here in the Call of Duty world, so we can promise you a special and fun one. You're the real ones. You're the real ones, Minnesota. Thank you for staying with us. They're very friendly. Right, mate, let's get into this one. This is a very interesting matchup and what has been a very interesting weekend.
Dude, a completely insane weekend. I mean, day 1 was a day of 3-0s. Day 2, like April Fools, really lived up to his names. I mean, we had trolls all day long, especially in S&D. Even today, we've seen like Octane go 0-9. They win that map. It has been ridiculous. I saw OpTic get booed, which is the first time I've literally ever seen it. And now the battle for top 4 is 2 different teams with substitute players because because another crazy thing, players literally puking in the middle of map. So this is going to be a tournament to remember for sure, just because of the sheer insanity of it. But here we go, 5 maps. Do you want predictions for it? We have to like substitute players on the flip side. I mean, for LAG, I suppose good news is you've played these maps a bunch with Spark. You've seen a ton of Tuscan. That's 5 out of the 9 maps that they have played throughout the major, granted across a couple different game modes. But hey, Spark, he knows what he's going to be doing on the map. They've had time to fill it in. Of course, Seattle filling in with Classic. His gunny will be hot. He has been playing in challengers all day long, including yesterday, so he's bringing the gun skill, but obviously not easy to fit into a brand new system. But you know what the deal is for Seattle. Love to rotate and love to hold on to it when they get it. See if Classic can provide.
It's an interesting tale of 2 substitutes. You know, you've got this up-and-coming hero in Spark. You've got this old legend in Classic. And they're going to have to try to be the saviors for their teams here. It's not going to be an easy thing to do either way, but before we get into this matchup, Chance, I mean, the stats are out the window. I mean, we do have a little bit more information, of course, because LAG have had more time with Spark, but it can't make such a significant impact on the stats. There has been a slight issue there, as you can see. Asim warming his hands momentarily. We'll get back into this one ASAP. Friends, we know it's late. We want to get on with the games while the midnight oil is burning, but so are the players, obviously.
You know, I saw some split opinions on the desk about who they're like favoring. At least my 2 cents, I'd have to imagine LAG are going to be in a better spot. Like, Nameless made a fantastic point. Yes, Seattle played out of their minds against Atlanta FaZe. Like, they took them down to the absolute wire. Even had that 5-4 lead in that final S&D. But it's just for the fact that you have an extra couple series playing with the substitute. Spark, again, they've had these maps quite a few times. They're used to having it for the Tuscan. So I just think having that advantage of not having to literally on 30 minutes, an hour and a half, whatever it is, notice to play with the player. I mean, at best, I'd say for Seattle, maybe get 3 or 4 maps in with Classic. If that, and who knows if they're even playing the right maps, let alone the fact that they had to talk over S&D strats. So, I mean, for Classic, it is almost like a money aid series where LAG, I think, just a little bit more comfortable. And obviously, we talked about the Tuscans that they're used to. Even that Berlin hardpoint they've already played in this tournament, and it's one of LAG's stronger suits. So I'm leaning towards lag.
Don't forget though, it may be a money ace, you know, matchup. It's a lot of money. We're late in the tournament now, mate.
Very true.
So this should be fun. Here we go. Map number 1 in this series. Again, loser goes home. I also wonder, I mean, at this point in time, this late into the night, who did Seattle get to scrim against? Or if they did get a chance to scrim, what teams were still around at this point? That's another one. So, hey man, we're making the best of a very bad and unusual, unprecedented situation here in the COD League, and we're all about first. Here we go, friends! LAG, Seattle Surge, map number 1. Let's get it.
And Classic, always a fun player to watch. When he needs to turn up, he delivers. I mean, he is honestly one of the more consistent players throughout Call of Duty history. He had like a 4-year stretch where he's winning tournaments in nearly every title. Well, here we go for him on Vanguard. And hey, nice little opening 2-piece. Seattle already in the point.
Yeah, that's fine for now. Purple arrows on the minimap. That's Los Angeles Guerrillas now. And Classic trying to get things done. Again, the trend-setting changes we've seen in this tournament alone. Of course, the Vault making this very much a triumphant appearance here in games. And Tuscan being one of the maps where it's getting very, very, you know, mixy, I would say. But in onto the hard point once again we go. Seattle Surge, the only team to really crack this one. LAG yet to get onto the point, yet to find time. Rotations going down, no chance. Not a bad hard point either way for the first side of Seattle Surge. Over towards second we go, over to Column, and it's all LAG.
And obviously if you're down, what, you know, 42 points going into the New Hill, LAG looking for a strong bounce back. And Spark, the man with the Volt, trying to lead that charge. Gets at least 1 entry kill, and I think right now for LAG, they know the pressure is either coming from the back or coming from Church Alley, and I think Spark gets the indication on 1. Making the easy reads on Classic. Yes, he gets traded. Well, that's good enough. They break into the hill. Seattle, because Simp picks up 2, instantaneously get into the P2 hardpoint.
Here we go. Who's trying to find a few more? Keep that pressure up and about. The Seattle Surge still holding on to it. No one able to make the entries. 35 seconds remaining here. You do not want to let this time go. What bloody hell just happened there? I'm not sure. Spark gets taken down. Slasher again trying to find trades. Here comes the first contest. Classic still keeping things going. A sweet 2 spree from him. Man, he's really coming hot indeed. 5 and 3 off the rip. Not a bad look. And the scoreline is something special right now, Chance.
I mean, you bully him out of this hard point. You just keep running that lead up. Now, LAG will have at least the early rotation towards New, but you already see players like Simp sort of cutting them down along the way. And these rotational gunfights, well, if you have the hops for it, it could be easier, but now Simp will be a bit delayed. He found an opening pass number 1, but honestly, LAG, a couple players here, nice and early, need a stronghold.
Simp's the point man right now, trying to find the opening shots. There's the first. Big work, not enough to get rid of Sparta though. Still keeping things going there on the point. Time ticking now in favor of LAG. Asim somehow managing to find a kill there. The nades coming through though, and it's a little bit of a mess.
Wow.
A little bit of cluster luck as the nades will land, and it's going to be some team kills across the board. You've still got presence now for Surge.
And that is 2 completely botched rotations for LAG. The first one, they sort of get bullied out. Simp's picking up pieces. That time, I mean, just the team kill with the nade does not make your life easy. Though, 4 players spawn in the back, and right now, Seattle not entirely ready for the pressure. Simp, though, going to be screaming these call-outs, but by the time he can get it out, it looks like a near 4-man wipe. Red
God.
takes 2 to the grave, but even still, might not be enough. I think right now, Seattle battling for this scrap, and hey, they're just gonna take it. This will be, by the way, though, for LAG, what, the 3rd hill in a row? They get that rotation first, but Sim again on these rotations, winning the important gunfight.
That's a big gunfight to win. Pred wins the other one, so his counterpart on the inside of Church gets his as well. 6 now for Pred. We've seen him do this before. Fast moving indeed. A great spree comes to a close. Hardpoint's up. Time now going the way of LAG. It is going to be the gold and purple in the hardpoint, accumulating that time.
And finally, well, Seattle right now, as LAG finally getting into time, 4-man towards the back. Completely unaware for the moment. Hook's going to be screaming those call-outs now. Everybody turn around or let Spark chop you down along the way. The nade's there to drop him, but inside the point, easy trades for the rest of LAG. And, well, right now for Seattle, still spawning towards the back, but finally the Guerrillas able to stabilize and get a little bit of time.
Yeah, boom, Nicky D gives him one there. Here comes Spartan once again for another 2 out of this one. Not going to have it as Sib up close and personal with the MP40 now over to the point. Sib once again helped out accuracy, find the kills. A sweet nade from Slasher. Gets a tag, no more kills, that's fine. For now, the church will come to a close. That's all finished. Our next hard point up, number 5, and again, for now, LAG first in.
And 4 for 4, by the way, of out-rotating your opponent, but they are down by 60 because they cannot hold on to it. Well, already the feed, Classic picks up 2. LAG might get there first, and maybe Classic doesn't quite have that one, so Hook delivering. LAG finally, you could say, win that rotation for the first time and have a nice little setup over towards B5.
Superstar sub comes in, helps them out get the lead for now. Let's go for a quick listen in and see if they can maintain it with Seattle Surge.
I'll stay in the mid. Nothing mid. There's
side time. I'm one shot.
I'm one shot as well.
There's side time.
Watch mid.
One more ace on their side.
We their side. We their side.
To their side, guys.
Well after this.
To their side, guys.
Their side, absolute NATO. To their side, to their side.
I made it, watch out.
Go on. One more side.
I have their side. I have the door.
Well,
top broken pitch.
Top broken pitch. Top broken pitch. Alright. The pitch through. Get.
I spawned spike, guys.
We challenge. I need him more. Yeah, challenge. I'm the roof, guys.
One more.
I'm leaving my slash on Asam. Asam is slash. They're ready on you. I'm gonna pitch him, okay?
There's only 2 there.
They con. One shot. They con. One shot to Sim.
And one's on church.
Dig Austin.
Alright, one's mid Argon.
They said it's one tree. I'll church.
Yeah, sit in NATO time.
Yep.
I'm pinching.
NATO time. You can time on the pinch.
I'm bottom church.
Church.
We got time.
Is that close wall?
Yeah,
I'm waiting.
Nice.
I'm playing a bit here.
I'm sliding Adrian.
I'm not with you.
Con corner. One shot. Con corner. Nice.
I'm coming with you guys.
Maps around him.
You know, Miles, one of the difficulties of bringing in a sub player, however many times we've seen it this year, outside of PaulEhx, it's normally 0.5s that get dropped because of how difficult it is. But right now, Classic is the main slayer in the lobby. And not only that, because he's not the young gun, he's the veteran with the experience. You get the good comms, you get the small talk. And honestly, for Seattle, you are getting a ton of success. They're poised to get these final 20 seconds of scrap. Gonna have a 70-point lead going into new. Seattle, honestly, they just look comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed, as again, they've got themselves a little bit of hard point time. And once again, Classic, he takes on his substitute counterpart on the other side of the board. Spot brings him down, time going the way of Seattle Surge. Rotations now all about, and as you can see, all 4 points of the map, that's all covered up now for LAG. Rotations once again, but it has been the breaks of Surge that have been the game changer.
Finally, Hook's able to win a couple on the rotation. I feel like Sib has been that guy for Seattle for quite some time, but P2 stable for the first 50. Zakatu continues it for a moment, and the trades are in, but look at the nade from Classic, able to take away at least an extra couple seconds, but LAG still holding on as Seattle trying to group up through Church.
LAG doing what they can again, the back. Oh wait, who made it? Spread made it through the back. Classic's made it through the front. They're on the hard point already. That's going to be the break right now for Seattle Surge. They've got themselves time, 25 remaining here on column. Rotation won't have to go down for quite some time, as again, most of that map's going to be LAG once again, but the breaks have been there. Not enough of a comeback has been mounted here, Chance. You've still got a solid lead out of Seattle Surge, and here goes the rotations. And it's your boy, Nicky D. He's on a slow and a smooth one.
Well, right now, I think Asim might be the player for LAG to try to find this opening. He's cleared out the roof side of things. He's got a teammate backing him up, but all the way in the back is Classic. He's got to hold on to the spawns, but he gets going. But hey, Sib's there for the trades, because again, Sib is able to pick up 2. But now the question is, do they read these roof spawns? For the moment, it's looking like not, but accuracy, he will let his team know.
Hold them down. Still, here comes the 3-man hit through the backside of tiles now from LAG. Into accuracy, they go first up, drop. Who gets brought down? Spark, last man alive at the back line, trying to find something here, and all he's doing is just keeping the attention, I suppose. And there it is, accuracy. The 2 spree comes to a close. Nice kills. Time still going the way of Surge. They have locked down P3 in a big way, forced LAG into 1 lane, and they are giving them the hands.
In LAG, though, they're forced to fight for this. Yes, you want to rotate, but this is way too much time at this old hill to really give up. And hey, good news for a moment, Asim wins a gunfight, but you're getting back down, and now you're going to be stuck with the bad spawn going into New. They collect the final 12, but they are losing that foot race to New, and already number 5, Sib, trying to be the cutoff man, and again, the rotational gunfights, he comes out on top.
Here we go. This has to be a big one out of LAG. We need to see the breaks. We need to see them get inside of Church now. 3 players on the outside, looking to find something. Spark with the opener. Now you've got 1 way in. Tags their teammate, on we go. Classic accuracy finding the kills. Spark can only do so much. The last man on the back, over to the front side is Hook. He comes in from upstairs, he gets a couple before being brought down, and again, Seattle Surge retain control. And here we go, 20 points for the win. It could all end here on Church.
Someone's got to turn up. Asim trying to bully his way through the front. He can be a superstar at times, and he gets team-nated again. He's got teammates around, but the wipe is in. His Pred picks up 2, and that is the story of this game. Is Seattle 10 seconds from the dub.
Oh, Pred's gonna read it, pushes the front out, tries to find a few more, time ticking. Seattle Surge, 1 last hit from LAG, and oh, Sib guns him down. Map number 1 comes to a swift close. The Seattle Surge taking the task on Tuscan.
And for Classic, just another day in the office. I mean, he has more experience than I don't know how many different players that are currently in the Pro League, and he delivers, fills into the role perfectly, and again, you hear the small talk is on point. He's, I mean, at least at one point was leading the lobby in slaying, but for me, the biggest thing of that is, at least for the first 4 hills, and it seemed fairly consistent throughout the game, LAG were winning the rotational battles, getting broken instantly, time and time again, but hey, there you go, 26 for Classic. He's up there with the damage as well. Completely absurd game as they were just breaking hill after hill after hill. And obviously for LAG, sloppiness, right? A couple teammates come through to disrupt it just a little bit, but they could not hold on for the life of them.
Very tough looks out of LAG there in map 1. Across the highlights, we will see some sweet multi-kills. Again, Classic opening up the map in a wonderful way. Straight off of the, the challenger's defeat, right into the main role off the substitute, and a man finds himself in a sweet spree. Spart as well. Couple of nice kills either side, but honestly, not the most dominant performance we've seen out of LAG. They're a much more dynamic team. They're much more explosive, especially in these high-stakes matches. And now that their backs are firmly against the wall, we will see truly what they are made of here with this roster again. A late one for you, Call of Duty fans. We appreciate you sticking this one out. It is bound to be a bloodbath.
And we did get word from our stats guy, Carson, very quick with it. LAG won every single rotation except for the final 2. And I mean, we saw the scoreline, especially how that game started. LAG won that original rotation of P2, got blown out immediately. Same thing over towards Fountain. They were down, what, 100, 110 points to 20. They dug themselves in a hole, and you cannot afford to be sloppy because we already saw from Seattle, the gunny is hot, and so many key gunfights won. I feel like Sib was incredibly consistent on every single rotation. Just efficient work coming out of Surge.
Massive work indeed. And again, we got some passionate fans in the crowd. You in the front row, let's get it. It's going to be a big, big game. The Search and Destroy is on its way in a brief moment. And again, for LAG, a must win right now. We'll see this series go the distance because every single match today has been a game 5. Why stop now? All the way to the finish line. Come on, Call of Duty League. Let's go. Still though, mate, we do have a good look though. And again, across social media, sub versus sub. This is aMan here. Rampart versus Volk. What a throwback. Classic v Spark. For those of you who don't know, again, the Rampart was a very formidable assault rifle from the Black Ops 4 days. The Classic, I think they want to chip with it.
He was ahead of the meta, right? It was
way ahead of the meta.
With FMJ2 back in the day where you could, I mean, not double up on the attachments, but they got like superpowers, I guess. But
he had that secret to success. They win that tournament. And again, it was not just Black Ops 4. I think it was literally a 4-year stretch, partly through the Jetpack era, where Classic would win at least one tournament every single year. Looney and Slack also in that category. So he is certainly a legend within the scene, on top of the fact that he has FaZe's number for whatever reason. And maybe that would have been the secret in the previous series. But that being said, played phenomenally well map 1. And honestly, took the Volk down.
Honestly, we talked about this briefly in the Green Mill. It's been the talk of the town. Twitter's been blowing up. But if Mack didn't play in that series and it was Nicky D and he did manage to beat FaZe, the memes would have been out of control for years and years and years. It would have been something special. But either way, this is where we find ourselves here in the league. We are going to be rolling into that search and destroy in just a moment. And it has been a crazy weekend. The recap, you brought me to a standstill, mate. And the crazy scenes we have seen this weekend alone. It's not even the end of the week. We've still got another day tomorrow, mate.
Funnily enough, actually, now that you mentioned that, so we talked about Octane going to 0-9, but his team's still winning. I think it was Classic. Classic was the OG back at Ghost. He went 0-11 for the dub. I mean, just unreal performance. So yeah, storied player, little legend of the scene, and obviously he was that guy map 1, but towards the Tuscan S&D we go. Sort of bad news for LAG. I believe they are 1-4 on this map overall, but funnily enough, their one win did come with Spark playing as the substitute. Of course, on the flip side, 5-0 for Seattle. Obviously, they got to find a way to fill in Classic and try to orchestrate him on exactly where to go, or maybe just play around him, whatever the shot wants to be. They have been perfect on this map, but now things get just a little bit mixier.
Well, that was the strat indeed when it came to Spark joining LAG. It was kind of let him do his thing, the rest of the team will work around you. We'll see if that's the case again for Seattle Surge. See what that sniper over towards the A side of the map. Tags are up. Slash is going to do what he can to keep Pred at bay, and he will do just that. Mid-map becomes a little bit safer now for LAG, but Asim finds an accuracy, cleans him up. 4v2 now, Surge bleed now.
And no one else turned around. Yeah, they were not worried about the full flank. Classic for the 1v4.
Here we go.
Imagine.
Here he goes, though. Come on. LAG, decisive round. And again, just watch the flanks. That's all they really needed to do there, and it was a little bit of discourse maybe, relying on the snipes to get the hits. The first blood didn't go their way. Asim top fire, you name it. Strong round out of LAG.
I don't know if that's quite what John Lennon was talking about with that song, but man, if Classic had pulled off the 1v4. No, I mean, you are correct, though. Just a great play call coming out from LAG, hyper aggressive on the flanks and sending way more than just Asim to take care of business. And nice way to sort of set the tone, bounce back after that game 1. LAG getting on the board.
Round 2. LAG now at offense. And we're going to run into each other over towards A, friends. Here comes the shot. Spark with the opening kill. A Tom in hand. Classic gets involved as well. There's the trades. Whoa, Nicky D goes down. And Spark once again, he's got himself 2 already. How much more has he got left in the tank? Quick exchange out of Simp. He's bobbing, weaving, trying to stay alive. And this is for the ace. Bang! Spark nails it.
Was that actually the ace? He got all 4, baby. The Kobe from downtown, a couple nice reads in the intro gunfights as well. We talk about how well Classic was performing map 1. The sub battle might very truly be the case. An ace in round 2 for the kid. I mean, if nothing else, just to hammer it home, he has played phenomenally well. You have LAG, I mean, obviously a fairly strong stage 2, through the qualifiers, and when they bring him on, he ends up passing the eye test, man. He has been incredible. I just say for the fact that LAG won a single series that's tippable, and well, it's not just one that they were able to pull off. Here they are, battling for top 4.
Let's see if he can keep the run going. The hand is hot indeed. He's still maintaining that long-range gunfight over towards A versus Sib. Meanwhile, Classic got himself enough space now to get the bomb down. Pred's in his corner. Loves it there. Bomb planted now. Here comes a straight up 4v4 retake. 2 members of LAG on the flank. We'll see how they go there. Spark, can you keep the spree going? The answer is no. Classic wins a big one.
The sub battle to take him down, but the flank is still through. LAG still hyper aggressive on the flank, but funnily enough, with the bomb down, you've just turned the map on its head. And only 25 seconds left on the clock. LAG, they got to make moves.
Who's seen him? Classic gets absolutely ripped off the heady. 20 seconds. And Pred, he's got to go big here. Trying to catch out. Who does indeed get it now. It's a 1v1, 15 seconds on the clock. Asim, where could he be right now? And Pred has got to keep an eye on the bomb, try to keep things going. Is he going to check anything right now? And here he goes, roundabout. Big kills. Pred flies around the corner at max speed, guns in.
I think Asim was pre-firing in that moment, by the way. I think he just straight up guessed where Pred was coming from. And I mean, funnily enough, he may have guessed correct, but yeah, too easy of a play call there from Pred. Nice little 1v2, but obviously, he just gets handed Hook on a silver platter. Pred clutches those every day of the week. with that little time on the clock.
It's the thunder from down under rolling across Tuscan there. You must have heard him plodding all the way from the defending to the attacking spawn. Not a whole lot he could have done there. Asim gets put down. Seattle Surge managed to get themselves on the board, and here we go. Super aggressive round out of both Pred and Classic now flying through mid. Nice nades out of Asim, first blood.
Yeah, Asim, I think, just had the information coming through P5, but he does get caught. Classic is there, and he passed. He's got to go back and pick up that bomb, and he gets that in hand. They had the man advantage, and Classic and Accuracy nowhere near each other, but two players very capable of the clutch. But Classic right now surrounded, playing aggressive and catches Spark 2v2.
Slowly but surely, they're pulling this one back. Bomb with a smart move, crossover towards that inside of Church now, maybe making their way towards B. We'll see, though. It's a 1-1 split right now for the players of Surge. Again, one player looking over towards B, one over towards A. Classic now is about to run into trouble. Hookah Slasher, they get the kills. Accuracy now knows it's on. But if there's one person you want in a 1v2 clutch, it's this man on your screen.
Oh, you already know. That the most nerve-wracking thing. You get the kill. Okay, they got him. They got him. No time to set it up, but that's one of those moments where you get that kill, you say, all right, 2v1, who's left? You hear Accuracy's name, it's like, oh, okay, we got to focus. And great work coming out of Slasher, too. I mean, obviously, it's Accuracy, loves those power positions. You want to make sure you clear those out. So nice reads coming out of LAG and Slasher as well. I would say looking pretty good on the Tuscan S&D.
I would say, though, Slasher is one of those guys as well. You would expect to know, Accuracy's tendencies, longtime teammates, friends for a while. I mean, they've been around the block many, many times. GA Enforcers, you name it. Interesting looks, though. Chance just pointed to the monitor. Again, Simp and Accuracy yet to get on the board. Let's see if they can find it here in this round. Here comes Simp. No, not for that round. And Pred goes down as well.
And it's the double donuts right now. They're looking to clutch this 2v4.
Oh, Hookah.
Not the double donuts. I apologize. Well, there's one of them. Accuracy is going to fall. Slasher gets the next one, and Classic very much not on the donut cam.
No, he's been putting in work, but now this is another 1v4. He managed to get one kill last time round. How many will get here? He does have the bomb. There's a consolation there, but LAG are roaming the map together. Classic's about to get monkeyed. Wait a minute. That's a lot of damage. There we go. Nails it. Strong round once again. LAG looking great here on Tuscan.
Yeah, maybe 300, 350 damage distributed out, but not a single kill. But again, Classic just left it too difficult of a spot. And Guerrillas, once again, just like hyper, well, not even really hyper aggressive, just kind of easy reads, it feels like, for the S&D there. And I think we are maintaining double donut cam right now for Surge. Accuracy yet to get in the mix. Sib also struggling just a little bit. 0-10 combined. But if they can get things going, 4-1 lead, it's nice to have, but it's not super safe.
Who's been the man on the flanks to me every round? 6-2, 6-3 now. Pred gets going. Sib with a nice 2 this round as well. Brilliant stuff out of him. Slashing out with the 1v4, seemingly hopeless. What a shot on Accuracy that was. Sib, though, hot hands indeed. They keep the run going.
And that is the best thing. I mean, it's been a staple in Call of Duty for years and years and years. When you are on the donut cam, just getting one gives you that confidence. Well, Sib goes there and picks up 3, and even just being aggressive on defense, outer A. If you're not finding kills but making calls like that, I mean, Sib, he's always ice cold. There's no doubt about it.
One of the more composed players in the league, although he's a lot of fun in those post-match interviews. Choice words for his oppositions and for his opponents in the crowd. Here we go, though. 4-2. LAG still maintaining a strong advantage here on Tuscan. Search and destroy. Accuracy opening blood there on Hook. And Spar, on the other end of that A site, manages to get away with his life for now. Slasher, nades, tags, you name it, all up and about. Asim managed to land at least one with a rat there. Going to get at least a kill. 2 lives now up for LAG. It's going to be Spartan Slasher alive, still kicking versus Accuracy, Classic, and Pred.
And they should know. I think both players actually fired their guns, so they had the intel, and players making moves. Pred's down low. Did get to top fire, but you get the bomb down in time, and Classic gets away. Big moment right there, Surge. 3 versus 2 with the bomb down. They know where the players are.
Oh, Pred spotted Slasher. This is done. Cleaned up. Last player now directly beneath him is going to be a swarm, but against Spark could possibly make something happen here. 30 seconds to work with. It's not going to be easy. It just got that bit easier now, though. He's equipped for the fight.
Oh, he's so loud.
20 seconds, I know. He's thumping around. Accuracy didn't necessarily need to see him. I think it was because his teammate heard him.
I've heard players have this discussion about the difference between online and LAN of whether or not you run Ninja in Search and Destroy. Like online, you can hear everything all the time, so you have to throw that perk on, but on LAN, it helps dodge the nades. So you take it away and throw on Fortified, but in this environment, in this moment, I feel like Ninja might honestly benefit you a little bit more because he absolutely got hurt from the player sitting in you.
I'd have to say that, the last major we saw LA Thieves throw some of the most precise nades to nearly eliminate Atlanta FaZe in a really exciting matchup. And again, with those nades, you had to start considering Fortified and start considering this. Here comes the headbutt. Classic trying to fly forward. Oh my, stun connects, doesn't see the player, managed to parkour his way down into the courtyard. Nades are up still, Asim trying to fight, no, brought down, Classic now, top window side. Hook's trying to get away with his life. He has his teammate there to back him up. Slash is there with the shots, big kill on a Pred, 3v3.
Massive kill just to get that bounce back because that bomb is down in well. If you do not clear out P5, picking that up would not be an easy task. And even still not an easy task. Sib with the beamer. Advantage towards Surge, and again, still got to go pick up that bomb.
Spartan Hook now working in tandem to try to recover the bomb, but also have to contend with Classic on the other side of this one. And he's dipped out just in the nick of time. Oh, he's come back for revenge. He gets one out of it. And Sib with the immaculate teamwork for Seattle Surge. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say Classic was on the roster full time. They're looking very clean. We're all tied up.
Delivers the gunny. I mean, there are quite a few veteran players. I know the general consensus seems to be you look for the young guns, but I think there's plenty of vets that absolutely still have plenty of gas in the tank, and Classic certainly on that list. Nice gunfight wins there, and nice strats coming out of Surge. I mean, they were, what, a 4-1 deficit that they were trying to claw their way out of. You had 2 players on Donuts, Accuracy and Sib started 0-5, but Sib with a complete and utter turnaround. Accuracy picking up a couple first bloods. And it's on 4-4, but there's Slasher trying to get the momentum back towards his team. Pred evens up the odds, but LAG aggressive on the flank again. Here comes Hook.
They're flying forward indeed. Hook's still got that back covered, but now over towards the B-bomb site we go. 2 members now of LAG trying to make their way forward, and it's going to be Pred. Oh, wow. Sorry, it's going to be Spar, and it's going to be Slasher to take care of Pred. Life advantage going the way of LAG, and I love this play out of Spar. Hold the line, indeed. Accuracy now, big nade up towards the back. Classic might be able to pick up the players who are damaged. Does not connect.
Hey, he's gonna get shot in the back. There's no way he reads this. Cook just sprinting straight at him, and there you go. Classic in a 1 versus 3. They know where he is, and he's able to dip out. Funnily enough, he has the
Here they
bomb.
come.
So you actually, LAG playing aggressive. I was gonna say, maybe he could catch him sprinting. Because LAG, even in a 3v1, don't want him to plant, but there you go. That was 3 in a row for Surge. LAG bounce back. Slasher gets the first blood. Nice little strat call just to have 2 players back up towards the tank. And I think as soon as they catch Pred overextending just for a moment, seals the deal on that round. LAG, 1 away.
I think Spark's merchandise could do with a little bit of work. I think that one may have been homemade. We may never know.
I've seen Kanye West make a shirt like that.
Map point, LAG, and the trades are abound in the opening set of kills. Slasher having himself a great map, 9-5 on a 3 spree right now. Aggression towards B. It's all going to be on Accuracy to spot these players out. ASAP sees at least 1. Here comes the tags, a big kill out of Asim. LAG now pushing the pressure. Classic, what can you do in this spot?
And this is where you slow it down, I think. Just playing for kills, they're doing exactly that. Asim gets the next one. 1 versus 3 for Classic. Again, he gets caught in LAG. Bounce back in the Search and Destroy. The battle of the substitute players continues.
And this saga may well and truly go late into the night. Spar's mum, we saw her in the crowd a moment ago. But there you go. What a beautiful sentiment. There we have it. The dream's still alive. We're still going. It could be a long night ahead of us indeed. But there we go. The Search and Destroy comes to a close, 6-4. It felt like a long one, but at the end of the day, strong work out of the LAG players early on. They did concede a lot of rounds back-to-back, though. It got a real dicey there towards the end. LAG still come out on top.
And a lot of aggressive play calls, certainly early on, that sort of set the tone. I think Seattle Surge, no surprise, not entirely comfortable trying to make a change in like adjustments on this short of notice. I mean, I think Classic was left in what, 2 different 1v4s, 2 different 1v3s. So I think, again, it is incredibly difficult to try try to fit a player into your system. And that's true for Guerrillas, let alone the hour that Seattle Surge have had to work with. So I think just a tough one for them for their first loss on Tuscan S&D.
Interesting enough, again, for LAG, the biggest issue they had with Spark coming in the team was always going to be search and destroy. In the long run story now we have in this tournament, the fact that they're managing to win a 6-4 against a squad like Surge, even with the substitute of Nicky D, who gave him the hands there in the Tuscan. It's an interesting look. We'll see how far Los Angeles Guerrillas could go. Gavutu Control coming up. Crowder with an absolute bang in tweet there. Spartan Classic teaming for challenges this event, and now they're playing each other for top 4. Placed top 16 in challenges as well. He did. That's not bad. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, he came right in, hot as hell. I forgot to get in there, though, the crying, laughing emoji. But hey, that's absolutely fine. We're going to go to a quick break, friends. When we come back, we've got ourselves a Gavutu Control. This is bound to be an absolute treat. Hope you're comfortable and snug. We may be going deeper into the night. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to take a quick look now at our Game Fuel tactical play chance. This one was a banger.
And this is the accuracy 1v2, just one of those moments where it's like, oh my God, he's going to clutch, isn't he? But you just have that information. You know who you're playing against. You know if there's one guy hanging over towards like A, accuracy will be roaming from the other side. So just good reads on picking him up top church. And I mean, really, just anytime you have the opportunity to not let accuracy clutch, you're feeling better about yourselves. And I mean, that honestly could have been one of those rounds where Surge started to turn things around a little bit earlier. Instead, accuracy had the donut for the first, 5-6 rounds. And I think that helped LAG win that game.
It changes absolutely everything, indeed. But now we're going to change everything, move to a completely different game mode. We're going to control, friends. This is map number 3 here. We're tied up 1-1 after what has been, an interesting turn of events. Again, nothing could have predicted. No one could have prepared us. We could have predicted none of this. It's been a wild Major II. And again, RØKKR, congratulations on putting on a crazy tournament. The fans here have been amazing. You've all been wonderful. Thanks for staying with us in the night. And again, I saw some European fans tweeting us early mornings for you lot. I pray that you haven't got a lot on this weekend. You know what? You shouldn't. It's Call of Duty League, baby. Let's get it. Here we go, though, into our next map, Gavutu Control. If we have to go the distance chance, and dare I say it, it feels like one of those series. A Game 5 again, potentially. Bocage will, of course, be that final map. But we'll see, mate. Gavutu Control for both of these teams. We've seen some madness on the map already.
And, not a strong map for Seattle Surge, but maybe Classic can bring in some of that special sauce to help him figure it out just a little bit. Of course, for the flip side, LAG, we've only seen him actually play Tuscan Control, so it'll be a little bit of a new look, but I'd say with enough days gone by, I assume they at least have a few repetitions on this map to figure out exactly where Spark needs to go. So, again, in my mind, I'm still, slightly leaning towards LAG, but honestly, who the hell knows at this point? Also, by the way, funny you bring up the European fans. They might be rooting for the downfall of LAG because they're knocking out all of them.
Yes, Los Angeles Guerrillas have claimed the heads of both the Ravens and Toronto Ultra, or technically a Canadian organization. A lot of players from Europe, if not all of them. But there we go. Ultra have had a great weekend, though, across challenges as well. It's got to be said, man. Both the teams making it, of course, to the Pro-Am. We'll see how that all goes down. Shout out to everyone who actually managed to get next door in the challenge. It was incredible. Incredible scene to watch. But here we go into Gavutu, map number 3. And as far as the stats are concerned, Chance, I mean, they're somewhat out of the window given the fact that the subs are in.
Well, not only that, just for the fact that, at least on the side of Seattle, almost every single one of those maps where they played where the stats show that they are in last place, back in the days when it was kills that decided that round 5. So, I mean, who knows how many rounds on offense they had where they're like, hey, let's just slow down and play for kills. That's what we're going for. So the strats can't be trusted in this moment for a multitude of reasons. Obviously, the substitutes being the primary one. But, I mean, what? You have two guys, if they were teaming together, now they go for the battle. That would be the most trash talk I would ever have across the stage. Obviously, for the moment, these guys being polite, but always want to talk smack to teammates.
Speaking of talking smack, we had a lot of that in the contenders room next door, but the challenges rather. But here we go. This is the Gavutu Control ranks this season. Again, there's a mild muddying of the numbers again based on the major patch change we saw, and of course the fact that the substitutes are in for both Seattle Surge. And again, I hope that Mack is feeling well. And we saw what happened to him earlier. A real rough one for him, but hey, he played his heart out. He really did. He had the spew game, the flu game. I saw a Crone tweet that was Mackle Jordan. That was a good one. Hey, timeline's been on fire all week long, and nothing. I would expect nothing less out of the Call of Duty community.
I would contend with how crazy this tournament has been. If somehow, some way this goes to a Game 5, Round 11, we take a pause, we fly out gunless, and have him go against Mack in a 1v1 to decide the entire thing.
Wow. I mean, that sounds expensive and absurd. Players getting ready to go into this one. Of course, we did have a lobby issues. We go now into Gavutu Control. And it's calm, resolute focus across the board now. For everyone here, for many fans, I think it's getting late. We're feeling a little tired. For these players, absolutely not the case. Peak gaming hours indeed for these young professionals. Slash has been around the block a few times, one of those players that's touted the importance of a good sleep schedule and healthy, diet, keeping himself, physically and mentally fit. And certainly a player who's been around the block a few times.
And keep in mind, again, this is a battle for top 4. I would say for LAG, I mean, I've heard, you know, some peeps through the grapevine, the gossip that in scrims, they are looking like an elite team. Obviously a setback with the substitute, but with how crazy this tournament has been, absolutely an opportunity to make a loser's bracket run. And the same thing can be said for Surge. I don't know exactly how Mack's feeling. I don't know if they make it to tomorrow, if he'll be able to sub back in, but obviously they beat OpTic, who at least, I mean, I certainly still think is probably the best team in the game, and Seattle took them down, go toe-to-toe with FaZe. Seattle very well might be a team that can still win this entire thing. Obviously, though, they still have to get past the Guerrillas.
Got to get past the Guerrillas, got to get to tomorrow. Classic making his debut here for Seattle Surge off the bench into our hearts at 34 and 28. That ain't bad at all, brother. 1.2 in the KD. Your man's frying. Doing a great bit of work against Spark. This is him this match as well, 32 and 35, slightly slower. He has been an absolute superstar for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, a key component of their success. See if he can't pick up the pace here in a must-win matchup against Seattle Surge. Here we go, Gavutu control. Let's get it.
And I mean, a 1.2 in your first series back, playing with a brand new squad. Incredibly impressive from Classic. We can see if he can keep it going with the MP40 on Gavutu, leading that charge towards this boat. Well, wins that first gunfight as well, does get traded out, but see Seattle at least able to pick up 2. That allows accuracy to go for the roam, but we have seen him do this time and time again. He's getting pelted with stuns, LAG, and know exactly what the situation is.
Yeah, this is dangerous now. Accuracy's already managed to make it all the way to the back. Slasher is going to check it. Will he get the kill? We'll find out in a moment. Accuracy gets 1 before, not even being brought down. There we go. So now, LAG's base is safe. Over towards the A zone we were for a brief moment, but Seattle Surge on the defense now. They should be able to drive this one forward. LAG has got to get out of their spawn sooner rather than later.
This is already incredibly dire. No map control, no real openings, and no real kills coming through. Surge dominant off the opening break. Read the pressure over towards Beach. You spawn up over towards Cliffside. You got to do it all over again. It is incredibly difficult to fight out of this spot.
They're still doing what they can. Got a little bit of an opportunity now to make their way forward. Slasher finds at least 1 kill. Nades are up for Hook. We'll see if they can coordinate that, but there's less than 30 seconds to make it towards the boat. Here we go. Slasher, Hook leading the charge. Forward they go. Again, trying to clear out the cliffside. It's Pred. Oh, can't clear him out. They do manage to get 1 kill. Less than 20 on the clock now. You got to keep going, boys. Spark, try to be the hero for the squad now. Here in the opening round. 5 forward. No. Simp guns it down. Seattle Surge. It's a brick wall, a watertight defense. Here on Gavutu in round 1. An absolutely clinical display. What an opener.
As soon as they got control of the map, they never looked back. I mean, a clean opening break in a dominant first round. I feel like the Gavutu controls, add them to the list of things that have been crazy throughout this tournament. Some of the speediest that we have seen. OpTic moments ago in their previous series, I mean, just trucking through the Gavutu. We saw the same thing from a Florida series. Actually, funnily enough, before that, it was Florida that did that in the previous match. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
Can't remember who it was.
Florida versus Boston.
There you go.
That was one of the most disgusting Gavutu controls I think we've seen in the CDL so far. Here we go, though. Round 2. LAG on defense this time. Will they be able to put Seattle Surge in the same sort of headlock that they found themselves in just moments ago? Who can spark 1 kill to the name each will see, though. Oh, Spark, good nade. Gets things going in a nice way. However, Seattle Surge have already made it onto A. Oh, God.
Yeah, pressure now. Fred coming through, does get traded, but still pressure on the point. Asim can't even get 1 to the grave with them. You see number 4, Slasher, trying to do the same thing Accuracy was doing, but he still have that boat control, but this is pretty slow progress over towards A. Got to win that next set of gunfights, and Accuracy, not quite enough ammo to find just 1.
Whoa.
Well, there it comes through. 2 HP is all he needs, and, well, maybe Child's a little bit too quick. Does get dropped, but still all that pressure over towards A. I mean, they already have 1 tick, so technically they have the advantage. We're thinking about the round 5s, but LAG, it looks like they are truly chalking it up, getting that setup over towards B, getting that ring control. That's their game plan. Hold on to B for the rest of this round.
Well, it's going to be 2 minutes and 8 seconds. That's a tough call to make there for LAG, but we're going to make it and see how it goes. The team looking to try to cause a little bit of disarray in the lines now of Seattle Surge. He's going to find at least 1. Slasher helps out as well, but both sides of the map, that's where you're seeing a lot of these members of a C. Beautiful shot, second kill comes through. However, the danger signs now for Seattle Surge is you've got 1 player in your spawn, and it's Slasher. He gets 1 kill, and then you get traded out. Not a bad look. Over to Spark now, trying to provide more shots in. Last one into the head of Pred. Good night, my friend.
Yeah, killing Slasher right there is a step 1 of a 4-step process. Still got to get ring control, but that is quite a few gunfights going their way. Slasher gets dealt with, but You don't technically have ring if Hook is here. The question is, do they read the beach? Looks like no one's turning that direction yet, and well, they're getting picked apart. An opportunity for him to flank, but he's got to go quick, and funnily enough, number 7 turns around and looks for him. The awareness on point for Seattle. You get the wipe, and hey, that is now step 2 and 3 of this process as they are racking up the kills.
But they've got all the coverage they need over towards the B zone. Now the capture's going to start coming through. Stops the clock, 1 minute 13. Classics stay alive. That's the job right now. Sib's got ring, trying to keep him all covered, and that's good for now. Here come the nades. Classics got to try to hold this one down. No contest just yet as Sib keeps doing his job very, very well indeed. Classic staying alive once again. First segment gone. It's a magnificent bit of work from Seattle Surge here on offense.
And they've got the setup. You got Simp on the cross. That's a force spree for him. You still got the bodies on point. The 4-man wipe is in, and now you can stack that point. The gravity's got to come from spawn. But you throw nades and you get caught. That will be a dominant offensive win for Seattle Surge. 2 in a row in the Gavutu insanity continues on the day.
Pred hit the go button big time. Tried to give him a speeding ticket on Tuscan. Tally's not known for adhering to speeding rules. Getting it done on Gavutu there, mate. Absolute madman. Hit the gas. Flew into those players on spawn, bought that necessary time, and Seattle Surge win it.
And all of that is off the back of like LAG just getting a little too over aggressive. I mean, you get nearly 4-man wiped on defense, just unacceptable. And then even the fantastic reads from Seattle just to catch Shook on the flank towards ring. So they put in the hard work to put themselves in an incredibly powerful position. And if Sip could have gotten the glide bomb, it would have been nice, but he does get shut down shortly after going on that 5. LAG a long way to go if they want to try to win this Gavutu, and maybe a small opening over towards B. Accuracy is behind him, but for the moment, he's just, out of the picture.
That was a thread and a sweater that they just kept pulling. That opening is now huge. You're on both zones at the same time. Big wins out of Slasher. Asim still keeping the play alive. He's on point at this moment in time. Sim trying to flush these players out of his base, but Asim, 1. Eyes on the second. Nicky D's up next. Pistol in hand. Big kills. Spar gets 2 as well. So once again, all the members of Surge are dead.
You have 16 lives remaining. We are like not even 45 seconds into this round. Still players on both points. Seattle, what do you do? Chalk up B, try to rotate towards A, but you're getting spawn kills. Shot in the back trap. Spart on a 6. A ridiculous Gavutu, and now somehow you have to defend A, where LA Guerrillas still around.
You got to try to make the run if you're Surge. LAG setting things up. You can't set them up. You can't even deal with them right now. It seems flowing truly like water, my friend. A 7 spree for him. A little bit of damage. Pred finally cleans them up. Into the boat we go, and Pred once again being the tip of the spear. Hook trying to hold these players back, and I'll tell you what, mate, stack it up, clean it up. That's the round. LAG out of bloody nowhere.
And Miles, that was 23-7 on live. So I'm going to say the tie break if you tie on ticks, then goes to kills. That round could be massive. If I'm Asim in this situation, I have that glide bomb. I'm using it to try and dominate them on this round for defense. Use it as soon as you need to. You stack up at probably the 8-point, maybe leave one guy over towards B, but do not let them get a single tick. They got destroyed in their first round, had no progress, got spawn trapped. I vote for stack up A. If Seattle can get a single tick, they're good for the defense. LAG can't let it happen.
They're flying towards A. Here comes Surge, soaring across Gavutu. Into the A zone we go now briefly, looking to maybe get this cap done a little faster.
It's too passive from LAG.
You've upset Chance. He's not enjoying the play so far. Spark's going to cut down the first. Here comes the aggression. Pred trying to keep the fight going alive at A, but that's going to be the first segment gone. Spot now trying to find the angles, get Pred down. You've got him tagged up, bagged up. Asim's going to clean him up indeed. There we go. Classic top side of the boat as well. As here we go. Asim with a second. Spot clearing out the second bit of progress. And for now, we have confirmed defense for Seattle Surge. Brilliant stuff all around, but again, we've seen crazier things happen this weekend, mate.
Yeah, the game is truly never over until it's over. So Seattle Surge still an attempt to win this round. They got to get out of their spawn, but hey, there's the kills to make it happen. Number 1 and 4 fall at the same time, so Seattle at least able to get towards that boat. Spark, though, trying to be the next player, but hey, he gets caught. Seattle, they got the full clearance. Kills going their way, and A slowly being captured.
But again, Asim still has that glide bomb. He can drop that bad boy from above. Really cause a headache for Seattle Surge. Progress at A, second one's gone, 49 seconds on the clock. Once again, calling it done. They're gonna let that happen, keep the life count even, and back up to B.
And this was the time, again, remember, LAG getting a little too aggressive on defense. They basically got 4-man wiped at the same time, and I got to give credit to Seattle. That's classic in that moment. Just incredibly consistent, making those ring flank reads. Seattle, they can take their time. Plenty of pressure. They have LAG trapped in. I think a couple spawn kills might come through. Look at that, right next to him. And obviously impossible to read, but Pred's there for the trades, and he's looking for more. He is hungry for some kills.
Spark's the only man left standing on that side of the map, over towards B. He has to lock it down, putting himself in a difficult situation. For now, Pred, he is truly the predator on the inside of the spawn now of LAG, but they've snuffed him out, they've dealt with him. Huge stuff from him now. I see him keeping the play alive. Making sure that every possible nook and cranny is safe. No one is in the bushes whatsoever. That's right, clear, all good. Forward we now go, trying to grab ring control.
Classic the man here, trying to defend it, just wants to buy time for his teammates to come and help him out. And well, he gets caught, and maybe just enough. Simp is there for the trades, but down low is Spark. Him and Hook each able to pick up a pair. And LAG on defense for the moment holds strong. I suppose part two of the situation to set up is Scene just wants to hold on to that glide. You still have that utility in the back pocket, and if you're Seattle, you just want to burn it, force it out of his hand.
It's been quite an expensive round for both teams, though. We're down to 11 lives for LAG, 12 now for Seattle Surge. Oh, what a turn and burn that was. Good shots, great teamwork. LAG staying alive, good comms. Oh my God, one more bullet for a Scene would have sealed the deal right then and there. Here we go though, Chance. Final 30 seconds, 9 lives for LAG.
Very weird moment, I think. Hook shot a Scene in the back that caused him to turn. Well, now Simp's picking up pieces along the way. Massive kills from a Scene to pick up 2, and a Scene gets the 3rd as well. Spark there for the 4th, and that is a stronghold. No glide bomb needs to be burned. And LAG hold on, because Surge were applying that pressure.
Here we go.
They were all up in their business, so quick in their spawn, but to no avail. Again, though, Surge absolutely did enough. They had that dominant first round, and were on point on their offenses. So they will be secure for defense for this round 5.
The Scene may have just used sign language for glide bomb. I think it was there. Did you see that? Might have to hit the rewind on YouTube and catch that moment, but that's the game plan right now, mate. They've won an offensive round already on the tack. They can do it again.
No, I think that's sign language for glide bomb number 2 potentially. He's on a 5 spree, and look at this play call. He's going to call in the glide. They're going to try to go for B, and then Scene, if he can get 2 kills after that, that's huge. But right now, beating the intel. 2 players trying to wrap you, absolutely kill the guy in the tank and say, hey, the rest of them are in the cuts, be ready for these gunfights.
Here comes the hit, flying on towards the B zone. We now go. LAG making their way on. Under the covering fire of their teammates. Sparta gets another big one. Right onto the zone we go. They're stacking it up. 3 members now on point. 2 of them over 1 by A. The kills are going to come now big for Seattle Surge. Try to get involved. They've managed to get 1 player left. It's been a great bit of work.
Oh my God.
Seattle survived. That could have got ugly real quick.
And they killed a Scene before he could get the kills with the gun, so no secondary glide bomb. A hell of a try, but Surge just go massive to clutch that one up. Again, this is the battle for top 4. A team kill comes through, and LAG, when they get put in the spawn trap, they're not able to get out. And right now, Simp trying to set it up once again. You still have the boat clearance, but accuracy just slowing him down so much. LAG fighting tooth and nail, but so tough to get to this point.
That kill might have been enough now to get them forward. It is Spark once again, 21-19. Into the boat he goes, now trying to capture A. They got 1 segment of B, there's 39 seconds remaining, now 1 segment of A done. He's got a lot of hard work cleaned up here, and it is Hook doing what he can alongside Spark to keep this zone safe and in their hands. Slowly but surely, LAG are capturing A.
It looks like Seattle chalking this one up, triple stacked over towards B. They know the game plan, so this is a moment, slow it down, slowly capture that A point. You got another 10, 15 seconds, and only 15 lives left, so this is a round that could end more ways than one. Surge aggressive, trying to keep B1 control, and Slasher there to take it from their hearts. Another one falls in ring.
Oh my God!
The pressure is in, the beamer is in. Slasher's on a 5.
He's on an absolute run. Simp's got to put him down now. 5 HP, 5 spree. He's playing for streaks. He has 3 bullets remaining in his automaton. It's right in hand. It's forward we go. It is pure tenacity out of LAG right now. Stacking the point. The final 2 players are here. Shots are in. Can they kill Pred? If they can take care of him, this is huge. Slasher's trying to do it all on his own. He can't survive. It's up to Spark. No! Brought down again.
It is a 12 versus 7, excuse me. Only 7 lives per minute in 12. If you're Seattle, you gotta pump the brakes. You were so aggressive at getting chopped, but right now LAG spawning very far away. They're not going for P1, they're pushing around the right side. You can play by TDM, and if you can ever stop this clock, you're feeling great.
Hook's trying to make something sneaky happen here. Did he get the nade out? I'm not sure. I don't think it did. Asim's trying to now make his way into the backside of Seattle spawn, and what a saga this has been. 50 seconds chance. They might be able to win it on kills. Spark wins a big one. Sib's up next. Nice tags.
Hey, where do they spawn, though? The players that are going to fall, where do they spawn? Number 7, technically in between them. Do LAG make this remake? Another 2 and 3 lives remaining.
2 now remaining on point. 1 more in spawn. Asim on the turn. It's Sib once again. Can he crack down again atop the spawners of Seattle Surge? Sib trying to stay alive here. He's got to find a sweet spot. Hopefully catch a player out. Clock is ticking. Oh my word, big kills, 20 seconds remaining. Oh my God.
2v7 and LAG spawning so far away. They can do this.
Slowly but surely now the approach. The remaining 2 members of Seattle Surge, absolute heroes. Hook trying to throw his life into the mix. Less than 10 seconds to play with now on the clock. Who gets brought down? They're still going. Accuracy drops. It's all on a Sib. They've got on the point. Sib staying alive. Shots are there. There are 5 members of LAG, but if you kill the one on point, it may all be over now. And it's Asim. The final bullet comes through the reverse sweep and control. And that was one of the wilder Gavutu controls we will see this year.
LAG find a way. The number of kills they got towards Ring in such a short span set them up for the win on kills. I mean, just moments of that game that were played at a lightning pace. Surge unable to slow the game down, and I mean, just right from the opening break, right? You had Asim making the play call, calling in the glide bomb. They had a 4-man wipe, and honestly, that's part of the TDM. They started the game off incredibly fast just to get the wipe over towards B and really push the pace, but these final few moments, every single kill is massive. And I gotta say, I mean, even in a 3v10, a 2v8, Seattle Surge nearly held on. Put in some serious work, but as soon as someone from LAG stepped foot in that point and stopped that clock, it was just simply too much.
It just becomes so much more hard. You've got that player on the inside of the boat. Yes, you can find him with FMJ. You can wallbang the boat on the inside. But at this moment in time, it was truly possible. The funnel of reinforcement. Hook doing everything he possibly can, and it was the sweet shots in the final seconds. Pressure was on. Spark managed to slide in, get the trade. Massive work, and Sib, he did everything he possibly could here. But at this moment in time, as soon as he had to commit to the point, it all was lost. Seattle Surge, a hard-fought battle, but LAG, stay alive.
And I mean, in all honesty, I mean, that is a tragedy of a game for the Surge, because Sib might have broken the kill record for Gavutu control. I mean, had a 40 bomb, played out of his mind, was picking up pieces. Sib has had such a high-value series, but obviously the substitute player, you're coming in with an MP40 on a map like this. Sometimes you just end up in the blender, and fortunately Classic couldn't get anything going. So I think Surge truly just felt the pain of having to make these adjustments on such short notice. Not a fun situation for Seattle. They're still making the best of it, but again, I mean, Sib played his absolute heart out. 40 kills, 4,400 damage. I mean, incredibly tippable, but unfortunately, it was just not enough in the end.
What an unbelievable run. We don't see too many full-blown reverse sweeps on control, and that is one we're going to remember for a fair moment. Well, mate, we did say crazy things are going to happen. We did say that, you know, it was 2 down. We were like, hey, man, it might, you never know. It's been this kind of day. We're probably going to go to a game 5. You never know. But now we put ourselves in a very precarious position. We've got a Berlin hardpoint coming up next. How are you feeling about this?
Well, I mean, LAG, more so than me, are certainly going to be ecstatic about it, right? This is a map that they have been on point with, a map that they have a couple repetitions with Spark on the squad, and I think quite a few dominant wins as well. It's not like on Berlin, they've been scraping by. I mean, I think 7-2 overall on the map. Best P5 team in the game on Berlin is LAG, so I think right now they are all about their business. I mean, lights out stuff from Asim as well. If I was a betting man and we are in a casino, I think this is where LAG close it out, but at the same time, it is a bit of a dice roll on the flip side. You don't know what you're gonna get out of Classic. Game 1 absolutely lights out. If he can perform like that again, you truly never know.
It's out of our hands now. It's seemingly out of the players' hands. Who knows what happens, and here we go. Vivid, of course, from Florida. Wow, what a map out of LAG. Those offenses were godlike. You're damn right they were, brother. And that's coming from a man who's done a couple of naughty things himself on Gavutu. Into Berlin we go. Oh, baby, what a series. What a day. This has been Minnesota. Thank you again for not only being so welcoming, but putting on such a brilliant show for us. You have been stellar. Hit map number 4, now we roll. This is match point for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. This is to force the game 5 for Seattle Surge. Drama abound. Let's get into it.
And, you know, the drama obviously has a high impact for this series, but again, I said it before, the fact that LAG, with a sub on short notice, were able to win one series tippable, they are now fighting for top 4. A ridiculous Major II in Call of Duty Vanguard. But by no means is it over. You still got to close it out. LAG get the good spawns off the rip, already in the hill, trying to start this game off right.
Asim finds himself a sweet little top spot, tucks himself away, gets a nice set of kills. Accuracy now trying to fight back towards the point. Simp, great shots on a slasher. We've seen plenty of villains this weekend already that have been unbelievable, and this may be no different. Great shots out of Asim, keep Pred at bay. Asim can't quite get classic as well. Good trades, so the kills go through. Seattle Surge unable to really get onto the point, and it's been a wonderful opener here from LAG.
Couple trades as well. Accuracy actually able to pick up a big 2, and I thought maybe that's a moment for Seattle to get inside, and maybe Simp will deliver. He has been a walking 2-piece throughout this series, and he's there to send in classic to try to get those trades. At least contesting these final 10, or at least you're giving it the old college try. And maybe not enough. That'll be a pretty solid lead coming out for the Guerrillas early on. That rotation to new Slasher, the first one for his team there. Pretty much the entirety of Seattle make it to this new hill.
They do indeed. Let's see how the hold goes. All things considered, despite the kills and the major disparity we saw in the time, not a bad look from Seattle Surge. Pred somehow winning that second fight. Narrowly able to make the escape for now. Will his life remain his? Yes, it does. Unbelievable stuff from Pred. 3 now in a row. In a seemingly unwinnable situation, the young Australian makes it so. Hardpoint time still ticking the way of Seattle Surge. Uncontested so far.
Everybody coming through P5 and down low, though. Pred will be the cutoff man. Unfortunately, every single one of his teammates falls before he can make it here, but maybe try to soften that blow before the reinforcements come in, contesting the hill and doing what he can. He is buying a lot of time, and he gets the kill as well. And keep in mind, Pred right now is on a 5.
That's a 5. He's still looking to make it a 6. He's got eyes on at least one more player now. Ring around a Rosie, a pocket full of Posey, a tissue, and Simp. Managed to get away with his life. No, not for a minute there, but Pred on a 6. I thought the door was going to kill him. He hit that so hard.
If he ring around the Rosies, he gets the glide bomb, but no. Tragedy strikes again. He can't quite get it, but what he does get is his teammates on rotation. You are free and clear for the moment over towards P3, only down by 10 seconds. So you can get right back in this game and then some, but you need a stronghold.
Great shots out of Hoot. That's him on a 5 spree now. Teammates dropping around him. Pred with a high ground, takes clean care of Hoot, ends the spree for now. Even Stevens, the lead now changes. Seattle Surge's favor Spark. Pushing forward, beautiful shots. Not quite enough to take care of Sid though. Low HP, sees that fight come to a close. Asim's up first, great work again. Accuracy's up next. Last player inside the point. Now you deal with the spawners on the outside. And Asim getting real mixy. Sid with the good shots. The spawn's still close for Surge.
I think you're happy with this, or absolutely you are happy with that if you're the Guerrillas. At least take away an extra 10 seconds from this hill. So Surge do take the lead and put themselves obviously in a good spot, but go back towards that rotation battle. In game number 1, LAG out-rotated them to every single hill but 2. Their issue was they could not hold because Sib on those rotations was on point. And here's Sib on rotation again. He does get traded, but good lord, does he have a nice shot.
Back over to train yard we go. We've seen how this looks so far this week, and it's been very solid holds. Breaking this point's not an easy one. Trying to flip the spawns even harder. Here comes the 4-man hit through the middle of the map. For Seattle Surge, they've got themselves 2 dead already. Classic trying to find something. Good work. Nicky D to at least find 1. Spotted immediately, taken care of, no problem. Pred now the lone man forward. Can he do too much here? I doubt it. It's going to be a hard one to ask. He may be able to get this player out of the point. Not even a chance. Beautiful work. LAG holding it down.
And this is so tough. This has been a phenomenal P4 hill. And again, we talked about LAG, the best P5 team in the game. They get a bunch of kills to give them access. They are already pushing out towards P1 to look for those spawns. If they ever get that fire control over towards P2 and stay P1 side, that is where they set up the blender. So that, again, from Sib is a massive kill on rotation just to avoid that setup, but he gets taken care of. And for LAG, here we go.
This could be a huge moment for LAG now. P5 up and about, a fitting time to dive in for a listen in.
I got him.
Let's go.
I'm watching. I'm just helping. Yo, push out.
Dead. Nice, guys. Put him in demon, guys.
Okay, I'm trying to get bottom post. I'm trying to help you bottom post.
I got naded, boys. I got naded. One shot.
Yo, one deep right, one's right, deep right, silo.
He's dead. Top post the mark.
Behind top post. Behind top post.
That's one.
Nice, one guy's probably out. Straight on me.
That's 2 dead.
Nice. Who are you missing?
Missing Sib.
Sib, I don't know where he is.
I'm close to streaks.
I can't.
Oh, he's behind P1, behind P1. They flipped.
All of them? One guy's bottom post, Sib, dead. I have your P1.
I'm waiting. He's outer on me, outer. Nicky pushed it out. He went back, I think.
Close right, post. He's on time. On time, Fred got me. On time, Fred got me. He's behind the time.
What'd you say, Chris? Nothing. Okay.
Another left dead. Nice one.
Yo, one's in new.
Yo,
Austin,
I'm left of you. Austin, I'm left of you.
He's dubstep.
I'm taking her out.
Dubstep.
Absolute shit. Okay. Yo, I'm gonna pinch down.
Dubstep.
I'm gonna pinch down.
Who's Austin?
One's on new, and one's a...
He's outer door on me. Outer door Nick. Outer door Nick, one shot. Outer door Nick, one shot.
I'm gonna pinch.
Take her out.
I'm pinching already. I'm pinching, guys. I'm deep pinching. Stay the fuck alive. Yo, no, it's not.
It was a great P5 chance, a really nice hold. And again now, Seattle Surge have managed to bounce back in P1. Solid grabs out of them. Good kills. 40 seconds remaining.
Also quite a few examples of how difficult it is to actually read flips in this game, even at the pro level. I mean, there are times where it is just straight up guesswork, but right now over towards P1, it is chaos around the point. The contest is in, but Asim, even with the call outs, he's got the gunny as well. 20 kills, he is leading the charge for his team, and I'd say this is a big moment right now for LAG. Already a 50-point lead, and they're continuing to run it up.
They're still going, baby. Pred trying to make the entries. Teammates getting dropped around him, and once again, it is Asim on top. Kills come through. All members of LAG now on the point, flooding through, heading towards next, trying to be the man to break this light setup that Seattle Surge have made, and he's out like a ghost here on Berlin. He is absolutely gone. He's left them scratching their heads. If they do find him, it's one thing, but he's still got an opportunity to catch a kill or two here. He may have seen a player. I don't know what FOV the man's running, but he might have missed that. Hello, there's another one. We'll catch this one. Sliding on forward. Into the hill we go. Looking to break it alone, and my word, Hook may as well get it done himself.
I mean, hey, he at least got enough kills to let his teammates come in for those reinforcements. Plenty of time left on this P2, and LAG for the moment, the squad that's inside. Accuracy, though, playing top warehouse. Trying to make things a little bit easier for his teammates. Pred now the first man in. Gunfights through a window, and too many windows for him. Simp, though, easy two-piece, and hey, doesn't need to get the third. Classic is there. A clean break for Seattle. 20 final seconds going their way, but P3 right now is the opportunity. Seattle to try to turn this game around, but LAG, they just swarm docs.
Volk's out, baby. The fan favorite, the game changer. Spark now, 21 and 14 on a 2 spree, right out of spawn with that bad boy, and he's looking to find a few more. Hard points up. LAG in firm control for now. The Volk at that range maybe not so great as accuracy. Will have the advantage there. Spark backs on up to a more favorable position. Couple of shots ringing on out. Here comes Pred. Tip of the spear now for Seattle Surge. Forward he goes. Checks his corners. No. Hoop's there to get the kills. All over the bloody place though. Seattle Surge. 2 now on point.
A clean break. You talk about a moment that they needed to get inside that hill and get a couple more kills. Classic now that roaming Slayer, but a necessity for Seattle to get that break. They deliver, and honestly, 30 seconds left on this hill. They will be right back in this game, but you see LAG grouping up, 4-man hit, trying to flood through the front.
Pred, he might have eyes on another player here. Nice shots. Any more to be had? Yeah, you know it. Red dots are all over the place. Here comes Pred, soaring through. His teammates are all over the place as well, finding kills. 13 seconds remaining on this point, and we are going across to another, and it is all LAG for now. They've got coverage of the map, but you did not account for accuracy.
And how many can he take to the grave before he falls? Right now, his teammates so far away from him, so this will absolutely be initial time for LAG, but accuracy needs to pick his moment well of when he wants to strike. His teammates trying to group, but still he is just waiting so long for them to get nearby.
Waiting is not what they can do right now. The time starting to get away from them. Over 200 points now for LAG. Pred with the first kill. There's accuracy. Asim knows he's about. He's going to have to try to find the kill here while helping his teammates get the break. But again, you're running out of these teammates. He's running out of plays. He's got the pole now. Time going the way of Surge. 30 seconds remaining. Beautiful stuff.
That is the Iceman. Literally time to perfection to get that break, and that's a moment they need. Couple players on a 4, and that is the turnaround. They got put in the blender on this hill the last go around. Seattle stringing a couple hills massive together, and gunfights for this scrap. And again, for Seattle, we already know what the deal is for P5, but they have tied this game and taken the lead. I cannot believe the comeback that they have orchestrated.
Here we go, final 10 here on the hard point, back over to 5th, right smack bang in the middle, no coverage, no nothing, and we almost had a glide bomb there for accuracy. That could have been huge. Classic now trying to clear out every avenue he can. There's a battle over by the mailroom. That's where the fight's going down. But here we go. Surge with the hard point, trying to force the game 5. Time ticking their way. Not a lot to be contested. That's a massive win out of accuracy. No, doesn't stay alive. No one in the point for now. It's a foot race for Surge to get on it.
Hey, flood the point. You have 227. Get as much time on this hill as you possibly can and force LAG to play aggressive. And they are flying in. It is a 3-man swarm around the hill for the Guerrillas. And they get that instant break and then some Asim, always lighting up the feed.
This has to be a fantastic hold now out of LAG. They need to lock this time down. Keep an eye on the spawns for P1 as well. That's the left-hand side of the map. Look to see those players from Seattle look to make their way across, and that's exactly what Classic has done. They're trying to keep the players clean off the point, trying to set up for next, trying to close it out here. Oh, we could see a game 5 if Seattle Surge have their way with it.
I mean, this is just such good time, though, right? They're going to be an inch away from winning this game. Classic taking routes and
oh my God.
Couple good shots in Asim, but can't win the gunfight. Asim shuts him down.
We're so close to the end here. Seattle Surge, you have to keep the play alive, trying to force this game 5. LAG, it is tooth and nail inside the point. 25 now for the win. This is a big one, friends.
Both teams can win it here. Seattle, they need one clean break, and then they got it.
It might be Nicky D. He's a sneaky man. He's making the flank happen, trying to break his way in. A second! Oh my God! They've broken in! And Seattle Surge have just done it! We're going to a game 5. No one's close. Roll the music! Are you surprised? Are you shocked? You shouldn't be. We're following the script today, friends. Another game 5. Major II. I might faint.
You are down 50 points going into a Docks Hill where LAG had it swarmed, had the back spawns on lock. It took them less to 20 to make that break. Had to break that one. Had to go into a P4 where they didn't have to set up, break through that one with ease with perfectly timed coordination, and then going over towards this P1. I mean, Classic was here first. Asim wins the massive one-on-one gunfight, but Seattle on their next attempt. I mean, everything again timed so well. The comms were clean, even when Simp is getting caught. Pred just waiting for his moment to strike. And I mean, funnily enough, all these gunfights that get lost just for Classic to come off spawn, hit that route, and pick up the big 2-piece to win this game. As good as it gets, reaction time on point. And the substitute player making his impact.
It's your boy, Nicky D. You know he's been playing an unhealthy, or I mean, who am I to judge, but a seemingly unhealthy amount of Destiny recently as well. Your boy is an absolute warrior. What a game-winning moment that was for him. Beautiful stuff to force the game 5. And now, friends, all bets are off. This is it. We do one more. And this has been an incredible saga. It's a sad situation for both teams, both substitutes, you name it, but mate, we're going to the cage.
Yeah, I just saw that too. We are going to the cage for the final map. Predictions be damned. Any idea of what is about to happen? I mean, good luck trying to guess it. Those final 3 hills for Seattle, that could be the moment we look back where they just said, no, we are not going out like this. I mean, literally fighting from the death, taking down LAG with a substitute player. A completely absurd tournament. It has delivered time and time again just for absurdity's sake.
We love it. The Maps and Mo screen sort of says, wow! That's how we feel. That's how you feel. And after this map, one team will be certainly wowed. Game 5. We'll be right back after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Victory in a can.
Here we go, friends. And at the end of the day, this is what we're playing for. This magnificent shield carved from the dwarves of, I would think it's Svartveldheim, I believe, here in the Major II. RØKKR, put on a show, baby. That's what we're playing for at the end of the day. A trophy as well. But for now, we're simply playing for an opportunity to see another day at this glorious tournament. Game 5, LAG Seattle Surge. Wow, it's been a great tournament so far, and we're nowhere near done. I hope that woke you up, friends. And if that didn't, the gameplay in a minute will, because Chance, this is going to be ridiculous.
I mean, these script writers are going for an Oscar with a tournament like this, right? I mean, just the level of absurdity that has happened every single day.
Every day.
I personally remember this as like the April Fool's tournament because, I mean, we kick things off in an absurd fashion. Every single series on the day has been insane. Reverse sweeps abound. LAG back against the wall. They win all those offensive rounds on Gavutu. Back against the wall, you're down by 50 points on a map like Berlin where LAG run the show, and Classic said, no thank you, I will see you Game 5. And of course, the fact that the Game 5 to decide top 4, we are going to the cage, and with a smile like that, maybe the man to pay attention to. And by the way, for Smart, he had like 2.5 minutes in the hill on Berlin. The sub players, I mean, making a clear-cut case that they deserve a spot in the league because they are playing out of their minds.
What?
With vision like that, how could you not want him on your team? And funnily enough, that was his former teammate that he killed. Or current teammate, I suppose. It's weird.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
Gotta check the relationship status, you know?
No one uses Facebook anymore. It's a 4v3 right now with LAG with the advantage. Bomb now creeping ever slow forward. Simp, he's perched up, eyes over towards B. Yeah, exactly that spot. I've used that before, I'm not gonna lie, it's a good one, but he might not see too much there.
Feels like he's licking a wall, but turns out he's ready for the angle. 4-man stack for Guerrillas over towards this A site, but obviously not easy to plan at. You got to deal with top Grandma's control. Got to deal with these side doors. The team clearing them out one by one, and that bat tank also a problem in accuracy. Oof. That is his tank.
Oh, what a shot from accuracy. Another sweet angle to be found through the bush there. Not a bulletproof one. There are a few in this game, and that, not it. Asim also getting involved. 3v2, less than 30 seconds on the clock. Fast moves over towards B, and oh my God, Pred, this could be unbelievable. Pred, no! He gets absolutely stampeded. The Guerrillas now will be able to plant B with 20 seconds on the clock. Accuracy, time to go big.
Oh, he got spotted. Slasher saw him twice, and yet player in the corner, LAG, taking care of business. Efficient first round, and I mean, hell of a start. If you're Classic, you're getting blooded. Your teammates are confused. You don't know how it happens, but the wall bangs are in, and in spite of a couple nice angles being brought out, we saw Sid with an idea. We saw accuracy through some bushes. Wherever it stands, Pred just got jump scared by 3 players, and Guerrillas get that first round.
Unfortunate circumstances have brought both of these substitutes to their teams, respectively, but they certainly are making the most of it. An incredible amount of resolve from both of them to show up here and put on this incredible show.
You have to, by the way. You have to try.
He's got to try. I love it. We're all learning. Spark may be able to see a few players from this spot. Again, this is a new angle we've had to deal with since that bomb was moved towards A.
By the way, yeah, one of the most difficult things, you see the nade actually gets botched. Throwing grenades and tacks through those bushes, one of the most difficult things to do in Vanguard. So always have to work on those strats, but as it stands, 4v4, can't really plant this bomb because you got to worry about so many things. There's the first blood, a scene from downtown with the nade, and that's the bomb carrier as well.
Here we go, 3v3. Hook's in the mix now. Closer as he gets towards that bomb site. As Slasher has made his way towards the tank, he jumps up. Oh, howdy doody. Trouble now abound. Crossfire's there. Accuracy finally drops. Sparks trying to get away with his life. No, the trades come through. Seattle Surge for the round.
Bounce back round, 2 for 2 on the attack, at least in this lobby thus far. Just a delicate balance trying to deal with the chaos. So many players stacked up, gunfights and angles. Got to be worried about every single direction. We called the cage for a reason, mostly because it's in the net.
I thought you had something there. That was great.
Absolutely not. It's too slow today. It's late.
It's very late. It's great though, but if these players, it's everything. Late into the night, only to see tomorrow. And that Sunday is going to be one hell of a tournament finish here. I mean, what we can expect, God only knows. Second time's a charm, doesn't quite catch anything this time, Spark. They've learned. But all tied up 1-to-1 here as a slower round, a bit more tense. And Asim has no idea on the other side of that fence lays an opponent in wait, trying to catch him out. Waiting for the opening kill chance before anyone really makes a move, and I don't think we'll see that for a brief moment, but again, Slasher trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, Seattle happy to be stagnant. Players posted up towards the back of the map, every angle covered, and Simp, honestly, with a nice one. I imagine there might be just a hole in that wall that, or the window rather, that he's staring through. Classic doing the same. Hook, the farthest player, pushed forward, Asim creeping his way up, but we are just waiting for the moment where the round pops off, but before that, Simp, first blood on Slasher.
Here we go. Nades and stuns are coming on through. This could get a bit mixy fast. Here comes Hook. Oh no, Classic! Other side of the door. Oh my word, he gets both. How the hell did he pull that off?
Oh my God.
Come on!
You come at Classic, you best not miss. He picks up two. I think Hook was really expecting him to readjust, but Classic iron boots in that moment. Head on a swivel for the second kill, and I mean, once again, he played lights out in the first hard point, making the massive plays in the second hard point, the flanks to win his team the game. Classic does not shy away from two-piecing the Guerrillas, and that one there is in that next round.
No way Simp goes, but they go for it again. That top granny's push is now seemingly off limits. Nades out. Riddle the fields with holes, but no one will die. For now, we've got a bit of a stalemate once again. Slasher's out deep, though, and Simp's hungry for at least one.
And a little bit of good news. That's three nades out.
Oh,
You're right, Simp. That is so unfortunate. And Slasher might be poised up to get two. They don't have any utility, so you got to send someone in for the kill. And Asim able to collect it and gets out with his life. In the meantime, though, accuracy and Brent deliver. But Brent gets shut down. 1v2 for the Iceman.
Bomb in hand, though, so he's got an opportunity to maybe plant plenty of time. 45 seconds. That's about 3 years on Bocage.
Oh, they're hearing this for sure.
Oh, he slid, yeah!
It really is just a tale of two metas, online versus on land, but in a moment where, again, things are a little bit quieter here at the end of the night. Accuracy, as soon as he slides, is just a death sentence, and that is a clean round from Guerrillas. And Slasher, the man that kicks it off, finds that first blood, gets the freebie, sends in Asim to get the next one, and I think really that next gunfight win on Pred when he was up top more or less seals the deal. Tied up, 2-2. Back and forth game so far.
Barn hit. Looks like a fast one now from LAG. They're going in. They've covered a lot of ground. That A-bomb site is seemingly theirs. Again, watch out for the nades, though. They were slow. Here comes a couple. Spark catches a stun right on the top of his head. Bomb's going to get planted, though. This is going to make the retake now a fun one. Here comes Classic. He's first in. Check every corner. Big work on Hook. That's massive. First blood.
I was thinking you might just hop this right away, but you got a couple options. You were sliding around. He at least sees him in the corner. Train's going back. 1v3 already for Slasher. You have the bomb down, but you see what's happening. Those wood panels very much available, and I think this might be too long of a route. Can't get there in time, and what an insanely fast retake. Seattle Surge, no time wasted. As quick as you want it, as quick as you get it, they deliver.
Off that first blood from Classic. As soon as the bomb got planted, he was on that plat, incredibly quick, checks that inside of the bomb room, takes care of Fook. After that, it was just curtains. It was a house of cards. It fell immediately.
Classic getting those high-value kills. I mean, game-winning moments, two-piece in a previous round. The opener there. And a stagnant round, very slow from Seattle. Let the nades come through, try to burn some of that utility on the opposite end, make it a little bit easier as you try to push forward. And I think I heard maybe 3 or 4 nades. You might connect, but that's just for the information. No kills coming through, and I know Hook still has his, but Seattle happy in this moment to take their time.
And once again, we're seeing a slower round here. Oh, not that slow. Accuracy is going to throw an absolute Hail Mary across the field here. Doesn't manage to connect. 50 seconds. A-bomb site's looking very open. It's all on Spark, the lone watchman over there. Ooh, we saw at least one here. Bomb should get dropped here. And I wonder if Spark can see him from here. Oh, what a spot to be in, Nicky D. If you time this well, you might be able to sneak across, but oh my God, he's crept out. Ooh, tagged up. All this is doing is burning time. It's 30 seconds left.
And that is starting to get a little bit pressure, right? 3 players for LAG. By the way, stacked up the tank. They're making a play towards iLLeY. You're making a play towards this bomb. It's going down. Pred is able to strike, and the bomb should get planted.
It's going to get planted, but again, is that player going to be able to get out? Classic, run for it, mate. Crossfire coming through. Hook's on one side. Slasher managed to find a kill. Classic got to go big here. Got to go big now. The 1v2. Oh my word! Hook gets on the board. Levels things up.
Asim, by the way, 7 kills already through these 6 rounds, so certainly having a solid performance. And it was certainly a theme of the Tuscan, where aggressive play calls from Guerrillas were on point, and they just started making moves, pushing up towards that P2 side, getting that field control, and just having that sort of chaos where Surge, they're planting bombs, getting shot in the back, in the side, so many things to deal with, and just a perfectly timed strike from Guerrillas. To the next round we go.
It's like a tornado once that bomb goes down. Everyone just sort of shuffles wildly and violently across that side of the map. Stun checks. Nada, brother. That's going to give those players clearance now for LAG to get right across. Accuracy with the first blood. Spark. Open window. Oh dear, that's going to give the fight away for a time. Not able to get too much out of this, but Pred, oh, he double dips. Catches a stun for his troubles, 3v3.
And he doesn't close that door, so you can always, if you're on offense, jump through that awning and maybe try to make a play top granny. So have that in the back of your minds potentially later towards this round, but right now, Hook debating on whether or not he wants to plant the bomb. Classic looking for his next kill. Can't connect. Hook on the board. Slasher's gonna get the next one all of a sudden.
Oh, no.
Pred for the 1v3, and they know where he is.
Ah, they know where he is, and they got him! Oh my God, Asim gets people so high. I could run through a brick wall after an Asim hype moment, you know what I mean? Get gas like that.
And if you can run through a brick wall, you can run through the walls on Vanguard, because that is not too different at times. It is so tough to truck on through, but there it is, the gunfight win. Classic goes for the timing, but falls into the trap. Hook delivers. You see the teamwork there coming in from Slasher, and even had a player watching their back. Another round for Guerrillas. Up 4-3. An advantage by the smallest of margins.
Towards the A site we once again go. A lot more defense towards B though for LAG here with a slight light, with a 1 round lead for now. Backs on up, bottom bar. It's a much broader spread. As Spark manages to open things up with the first kill, Accuracy. We will see you in the next one. Here we go, on towards A.
Just so tough to get the bomb down. By the way, Guerrillas, again, we talked about aggressive play calls. 2 players right now going on the full flank. And Seattle are half reading this. Sib is checking you, but your man down. This is chaos.
Oh
trying
my
to make
God.
a play. His team is there. He gets the next one.
That's a massive kill once again. The players on the flank now getting involved as well. This is a 4v2. The pinch is on. They're about to converge on that inside of Grandma's. And again, that is exactly where Seattle Surge is sitting for Sib and Classic. You are truly surrounded.
And they have to know they're in Grandma's too. They have the rest of the map covered. Not easy to make moves.
Here we go. Sib. He's trying to find any information he possibly can right now. You crack a window there for Classic, you try to buy yourself some space, maybe create a bit of noise. It's a diversion, and that's 1 down now. Oh no! Asim's got it. Classic in the 1v3. He slid.
He got spotted.
He's got 15 seconds as well. It's going to be nearly impossible. Here we go, though. He's trying to make something of it. Slasher backed up. Tags were good, but not enough.
Nice angle from Asim. Talk about the impact, by the way, the substitutes again. Spark gets that first blood, and it is already slow rounds on Bocage. And as soon as the pick comes through for the team on defense, you just, I mean, your options evaporate before your eyes on the attack. 1 more round. And a team that has been playing with a substitute player this entire tournament can get to top 4, but you better make sure you close it out. First blood moment, Classic, aggressive, but he gets caught.
Oh, the trades are there. 3v3. Oh, it's pandemonium. Spark managed to find at least 1 out of all of that. And now it's a 3v2. Seattle Surge starting to bleed out. Here we go. Accuracy, the last man in. This is match point. Accuracy to keep his team in it. Can he truly live up to the great moniker of Iceman here and save Seattle Surge?
And they're not planting the bomb, so he might actually have an opportunity. Granted, they're wrapping out, and he doesn't have the intel, but every moment that goes by, maybe a smaller window, but there's the plant, a difficult one to retake.
LAG certainly looking to close it here. Slasher's there, the gunfight is on, and here it comes. And the most unbelievable hail of gunfire from LAG. Looking to see that Sunday, baby. Here it comes. Accuracy, forward, slowly but surely. And it may be Slasher with the shots in. There's not a hope in hell for the man to dive on it. There are eyes everywhere. If he can, make something of this indeed. Legendary performance it would be, but that is that. The Los Angeles Guerrillas have done it. They have survived. what was a brilliant showing from both them and Seattle Surge. Difficult circumstances for both teams, the substitute players, the superstars, to step up when they were so sorely needed for their teams, and they put on the best show they possibly could. LAG will make it to tomorrow. Seattle Surge, it is true commiserations. This is not how their tournament was meant to go.
Not at all. I mean, LAG, obviously incredibly impressive work, eliminating teams one by one. Made their way to that championship Sunday, but obviously it is heartbreak on the other side. I mean, beating OpTic Texas in this tournament, going toe-to-toe with Atlanta FaZe, while players are puking in the middle of the map. They played their hearts out, but in the end, not quite enough. A Game 5 defeat, but I'd say if nothing else, I mean, the resolve and mental game that Seattle Surge have. You go from playing incredibly well in Kickoff Classic all the way to the bottom of the barrel in the 12th spot at Major 1. It's not chalk. They bounced back. They string together a Stage 2 performance that, honestly, I mean, I know it's top 6, but it is nonetheless impressive.
Incredible.
No shot they're going to be happy about it. Absolutely not. But from the outside looking in, I mean, this is a team I think we're going to look forward to paying attention to all year long. Making the best of a bad situation, and of course, the exact same thing can be said for the Guerrillas.
Now they're the Guerrillas as well. The turnaround story for them. You know, Gunless is somewhere now, a fist raised in the air with elation for his teammates, but it is a truly bittersweet victory again at the loss for Seattle Surge. A complicated scenario emotionally, I would imagine, for most Call of Duty fans, but there you go, mate. Unreal stuff. Seattle Surge, they left everything on that stage, literally, and at times physically. What an unbelievable tournament it has been. Truly a historic one for the league, a historic one for COD fans. I mean, again, for Seattle Surge, tomorrow, it may not be their day, but for the rest of the season, we are real excited to see how far they can go.
And pick your poison on who you want to watch long term, of who you give props to. I mean, Sib in the respawns, playing lights out, dropping 40 in the control. I mean, the walking two-piece in the hard points, especially with the hyper-important rotational gunfights, and even Classic, the substitute, literally making game-winning plays. A seen superstar player for the Guerrillas on the flip side. I mean, tip your hat to both teams. A wild way to finish out this Saturday.
Truly, truly incredible way to finish out the game. Now, we're going to finish out our Scuff play of the game as well. This one goes to LAG. That incredible control round, man. Again, we didn't expect to see a reverse sweeping control. Not too many of those happen here in the COD League. A difficult thing to do. But our Scuff play of the game, this one was unreal. LAG managing to pull it back from the brink. A full-blown reverse sweep, and these final moments, man, what a match this was.
And of course, I mean, it was smart. Again, the substitute players making those plays. He gets inside the point and stops that clock, because even in that 2v8 scenario, Seattle could have gotten, taken care of business, but Guerrillas there, they had the 0-2 comeback into control to make sure they stayed alive in that series, or maybe not stay alive in that moment, but to have that advantage. But I mean, pick a play, pick a moment. I mean, Seattle making the 50-point deficit comeback on the Berlin against one of the best Berlin teams in the game. Wild stuff from both sides, great stuff from the subs. It was honestly pretty cool to see Classic again on the main stage. Yeah. A lot of great takeaways from the day.
Unbelievable. Well, one last takeaway will be on our main stage. The Game Fuel Victory Spotlight Maven is joined by Slasher. Mate, take it away.
Thank you, boys. Incredible stuff. All right, you've posted on social a couple of times that you've had some unfortunate circumstances in your career. You and Zero are going back and forth on who's the unluckiest player. And how you feeling now, though?
Not feeling so unlucky anymore. Yeah. Finally getting a little bit of luck on our side. Yeah, just coming out here, having some fun, playing with a fill-in, doing what we can, and we're top 4 now.
I guess first thing I want to hear is just how proud of the team are you, considering the circumstances?
Oh, super proud. I mean, these guys, we're all working hard. We're on 2 days of practice and stuff like that, so we're kind of just winging S&D. We didn't even talk over Bokage search. We're just going through the rounds, each round at a time. And I'm just proud of the fight and the resiliency that we're showing, and yeah.
100%. Well, I guess it's probably one of those things. I think we've seen this before in COD where it's sort of no pressure. Just go out and play, right?
Oh, yeah. We say it before every match. We have nothing to lose, everything to gain. We take it one match at a time, one map at a time. And we're a new team, young team, fill in, you know what I'm saying? So comms are getting hectic and stuff like that, but we're having fun and we're making the best of it, and so hopefully we can keep going.
I guess the last thing is maybe I want some honesty. Did you see yourself here at the start of the weekend?
I mean, I knew we were capable of it. Obviously, I don't expect to make it too far with the fill-in, but hey, we're top 4 now.
Yeah,
maybe we'll go on and win the whole thing. I don't know.
Hey, brother, I'm proud of you. It's been impressive to see. Good luck the rest of the way. As much as I'm giving you crap, you've had some unfortunate circumstances. I feel good for you. I'm rooting for you. It's very, very cool to see. Well,
thank you.
Back over to Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Clint. Wow, what an unbelievable tournament this has been so far. Congratulations once again to LAG. Commiserations to Seattle Surge. We'll see you next time, friends. Mate, speaking of the tournament, we're going to close the show out here. We've sent the desk home, the slackers. Let's have a quick look at the bracket, though, and see how far we've come and how far we've still got to go. An unbelievable event here at Minnesota RØKKR Major II. Look at this. Winners final still to play. FaZe Breach. This is all happening tomorrow. We've still got the Mutineers, the Guerrillas. One of those will be going home, and one of them will be ascending into the grand elimination final before we go all the way to the big end. Big finish, mate. It's going to be something special, brother.
I mean, I'm just thinking how many rookies are on here. We got substitutes players in the mix for the top 4, and then, of course, the terrors for FaZe. And I got to be honest, man, Atlanta versus Boston, that is going to be a wild matchup. But on top of the fact that even from losers, clearly dangerous teams, I mean, Guerrillas, again, eliminating teams one by one. Adding the scalps to the collection. Maybe Mutineers will be next, or maybe Mutineers can have this be their takeover tournament. They have widened their map pool just a bit, so, I mean, honestly, at this point, it really is a guessing game.
Now, you've seen the bracket. Quick look at the schedule now. How's it all going to go down and when? First and foremost, at 3 p.m. Eastern, Breach FaZe, followed by Mutineers, Guerrillas, then the elimination final, and of course, our Major II final, presented by Mountain Dew. That is all taking place tomorrow. Wherever you are in the world, set your clocks, get ready to go. And if you don't do that, make sure to scan this QR code. This is for a chance to win your favorite teams pack. This is going to sign you up for our newsletter, the Call of Duty League newsletter. Find out all sorts of goodies, find out about the teams, get yourself involved with all sorts of fun giveaways and all that. You can also visit callofdutyleague.com/stay-connected for a chance to win. Scan the QR code. Last chance is coming off the screen soon. We're going to wrap this bad boy up. What a day it has been, Chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in late into the night. This unbelievable saga of Call of Duty continues. Tomorrow, the grand finals. A few more teams to say goodbye. We crown a champion. On behalf of myself, Chance, the desk, everyone here in Minnesota, thank you. And we will see you all tomorrow for more Call of Duty goodies.